The morning breeze brushed against Konoha's tender new leaves as the first beam of sunlight pierced the glass window and spilled across the Hokage's desk. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his face, rose to his feet and headed toward the washroom. He had worked too late yesterday and fallen asleep right here in the office. Standing before the sink, he squeezed toothpaste onto his brush. By chance his gaze drifted to the mirror. His hands halted mid-motion as he studied his own reflection with deliberate care. A close-cropped haircut, blonde hair, blue eyes, the crisscrossed light and shadow carved sharp contours into his face, casting alternating bands of brightness and darkness. It was hard to tell what expression he wore at all. Naruto froze for a heartbeat. It was almost as if he no longer recognized himself. That fleeting shimmer in his eyes vanished and he shoved the toothbrush into his mouth, brushing in a mechanical, absent-minded rhythm. He had gone far too long without looking into a mirror. The Naruto within it was the Seventh Hokage, a man whose joy and anger no longer surfaced on his face, no longer a boy by any measure. After washing his face and straightening his clothes, he slowly made his way upstairs. Early spring, fresh buds unfurled on the trees. Standing on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, he looked down at the young branches sprouting from the rock face below, vibrant with new life. Spring has come. Naruto's eyes flickered imperceptibly. Spring had arrived. Soon the cherry blossoms would bloom. Another spring, another year in which the woman named after Sakura had been gone, 10 springs in total. In the end, they had missed their chance. After Uchiha Sasuke returned to the village, he took her away. She left for 10 years and never came back. She had not even given him a proper farewell. You and Hinata must be happy. That single line was all she left him, delivered through Kakashi Sensei. If one still loves a man, there is truly no way to sincerely wish him happiness with someone else. At the very least, he had been clenching his teeth, driven to the brink of madness. In his youth he had been far too naive in the way he loved her, naive when he said that as long as she was happy it would be enough. Yet when that promise truly came to pass, Naruto spent 10 long years without ever managing to utter a single blessing for her. The spring wind, tinged with the earthy fragrance of damp soil, brushed against his face. The Seventh Hokage withdrew his gaze. 10 years ago too many things had happened. He had already learned to stop untangling who was right and who was wrong back then, or rather he had come to understand that he needed to forgive the version of himself from that year. In the decade since, he had searched for her for 3 whole years, yet never found the slightest trace. There was only one explanation: she did not wish to be found by him. Every day he could only tell himself that Haruno Sakura had never loved him, that the one she loved from beginning to end was Uchiha Sasuke alone. Only with that thought could he avoid sleepless nights, avoid drowning in regret, avoid feeling utterly helpless. He had already fallen once and he refused to stray again. Returning to his office, he resumed his work. He was the Hokage with countless matters demanding his attention. He was busy beyond measure. 3 soft knocks sounded against the door. It was Hyuga Hinata. Naruto had long grown used to it. Whether at home or at the office, she always knocked 3 times softly and then asked in a gentle voice, "Naruto-kun, may I come in?" As for his marriage with Hyuga Hinata, rumors abounded. Scheming power players saw it as a political alliance. Starry-eyed girls who worshipped him called it the triumph of love. Whatever the truth might be in the eyes of the world, they were a couple perfectly made for each other. "Naruto-kun, today's breakfast is tonkatsu ramen. I just learned how to make it. Of course it can't compare to Ichiraku's, but please try it. I'll keep improving." See, his wife would not get angry even if he failed to come home to sleep. Instead, she thoughtfully brought him a homemade breakfast. "Thank you, Hinata." Naruto watched his wife bustling about, laying out chopsticks and bowls for him. For 10 years they had treated each other with courteous respect. Last night was too busy. "I should be able to finish early today," he said. "Naruto-kun, you've worked so hard." Hinata seemed almost embarrassed by the attention, a blush tinting her cheeks as she spoke softly. Everything at home is fine. You don't need to worry, enjoy your meal." Naruto felt that he probably did not understand a woman's heart. Why was it that whenever his wife looked at him and spoke, her expression was always gentle, shy and cautious, as though treading on thin ice? He watched her pack up the lunchbox and leave the building. Afterward he went to the washroom to wash his hands, once again catching sight of himself in the mirror. The short haircut, blonde hair, blue eyes, the mature face, he looked exactly as a Hokage ought to. At 9:20 Chunin Kotetsu delivered the latest village entry registration scrolls as usual. These were the kind of routine matters, neither important nor urgent, that were normally set aside in a side office for someone else to process. The fact that he was bringing them personally to the Hokage's office today meant something was different from the norm. Naruto was bent over his desk, absorbed in his work. Kotetsu glanced at the Hokage, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He licked his lips, then fell silent, at a loss for how to begin. After all, in the past 10 years the Hokage had never once taken the initiative to mention that person's name. "Morning, Kotetsu." Busy as ever, Naruto lifted his head just enough to greet him. "Bringing me the scrolls. Just set them there." "Forget it, better not meddle." Steeling himself, Kotetsu turned to go, only to nearly collide with Nara Shikamaru, who was just about to enter. "Yo, Kotetsu. Shikamaru started to greet him, then noticed Kotetsu exaggeratedly waggling his brows toward the scroll lying on the desk. Shikamaru's instincts told him it would be a major headache. "Shikamaru, you're late today," Naruto remarked without even raising his head. Kotetsu nodded with exaggerated mystery, confirming Shikamaru's suspicions, then walked out. Sorry. My son dragged me into a game of shogi this morning and before I knew it time slipped away." Shikamaru chatted about these small domestic details as he casually picked up the entry registration scroll from the desk. He skimmed it. As expected. He set the scroll down again, leisurely lit a cigarette and inhaled in silence. After a long drag he crushed the butt between his fingers, paused and finally said, "Naruto, you should take a look." Naruto laid down his pen, reaching for the scroll as he muttered, "What is it now to make our strategist so?" Before he could finish, the three characters that met his gaze froze his smile in place. Written on the scroll were the words, "Today's village entry registration, Haruno Sakura." Naruto shot to his feet, heart clenched tight in his chest. That woman, she had come back. His gaze fell back to the registration scroll. He needed to confirm it once more. Yes, there was no mistake, it was her name. More importantly, the name Uchiha Sasuke did not follow it. In its place was another name, Uchiha Hanami. Who under heaven could possibly bear the surname Uchiha? Naruto's heart tightened further as his gaze slid to the relationship column. As expected, it read mother and daughter. She had returned, she had come back with a child. Naruto's fingers clenched so tightly that his knuckles creaked, the joints turning pale from the strain. His azure eyes glared at the page, chest rising and falling with agitated breaths. He did not know what this meant nor why Sasuke had not returned with her. In these 10 years he had withstood enormous pressure from the 5 great nations, yet still failed to find even a whisper of their whereabouts. After that heartless woman left, she concealed her chakra so thoroughly that not a single trace leaked out. And now she had returned without warning at all. Naruto finally collapsed back into his chair, his gaze turning unfocused and distant. Homecoming. In the early spring of Konoha, the weather was just beginning to warm, yet still carried a lingering chill. The morning air held a faint icy bite. By the village gate, the cherry trees along the roadside swayed with tender new leaves. It was not yet the season for blossoms. Hanami, the young mother, bent down and pointed at the arched gate ahead. "That is Konoha village. We have arrived." The black-haired, black-eyed girl lifted her gaze and followed her mother's finger, looking at the symbol of the tree leaf. So this was the place her mother had spoken of. Hand in hand with her mother, the girl walked along the bustling streets of Konoha, her wide eyes ceaselessly taking in this new world. Inside the village, the morning market of the commercial street was already lively and in full swing. The vendor selling soup dumplings deftly set bamboo steamers in place, lifted the lids and called out to customers. A woman selling vegetables and fruit briskly arranged dewy greens and fresh produce. From behind the cotton curtain of a ramen shop, the rich aroma of broth drifted faintly into the street. Early risers buying groceries on the street chatted about the price of vegetables, and every now and then a few ninjas up early from their training could be seen buying breakfast at the roadside. The girl named Hanami blinked her large eyes and seemed to think this place actually looks quite nice. "Mama, I like it here," she said. The little girl's innocent gaze brimmed with joy. The young woman's long pink hair fell beside her ears as her emerald eyes swept over the streets of Konoha. 10 years had passed and Konoha village was still peaceful, prosperous and full of life. She lifted her head to look toward the high northern slope of the village, where a familiar row of Hokage faces was carved into the rock, each wearing a different expression. When her gaze fell upon the 7th Hokage's visage, she lowered her green eyes. Her daughter stared with wide eyes and pointed at the distant stone faces. "Mama, look, Naruto Jason is there too." After the 4th great ninja war, Uzumaki Naruto's reputation soared. He had risen to the level of a peerless hero who had saved the world, known across the globe. After marrying a noble lady and taking office as the 7th Hokage, he had truly reached the pinnacle of his life. This almost mythical man bore countless titles, one of the new legendary Sannin, the 2nd Yellow Flash, the strongest in the ninja world, the youngest Kage in Konoha's history, and more. Interviews, television, films, novels and magazines based on his life story were all heatedly discussed and sold in great numbers. Some merchants even turned his likeness into character figurines that sold out the moment they went on sale. Among children of this generation, many regarded Uzumaki Naruto as their idol, and Uchiha Hanami was one of them. Whenever she heard or saw anything about Uzumaki Naruto, no matter where she was, she would talk on and on about it for half the day. Once she got home, leaving her young mother to think carefully before responding properly. Fortunately, a child's heart was ever changeable. When the morning breeze carried the fragrance of rich broth to her nose, the little girl jolted with energy and cried out, "Mama, I want to eat that." She forgot about the stone faces, slipped free of her mother's hand and ran toward the ramen shop from which the aroma of broth wafted. After a few quick steps, seeing that her mother had not followed, she twisted around, tilted her head and called, "Hurry up, Mama." Coming, the pink-haired woman answered, her memories breaking as she responded to her daughter and slowly walked toward the ramen shop. The 4 large characters of Ichiraku Ramen stung her eyes. Steadying herself, she lifted the cotton curtain and stepped inside. Looking around, she saw that Ichiraku Ramen had expanded. The interior now held several rows of booth seats and even had 2 floors. As it was still early, only a handful of customers were eating inside. "Welcome." The owner of Ichiraku greeted his customers as usual. "Oh, it's you, Sakura." Ichiraku-san's face showed a hint of surprise. "Come to think of it, it has been many years, hasn't it? Sakura is just as beautiful as before." Is this your daughter?" Yes." Haruno Sakura gently patted her daughter's hair and introduced her. "Hanami. Uchiha Hanami." She repeated the surname as if an emphasis slightly stressing the word Uchiha. Ichiraku-san understood all too well what a storm the events of 10 years ago had stirred up. He immediately shifted the topic and asked the little girl, "So what would you like to eat, Hanami-kun?" The little girl pointed enthusiastically at the illuminated menu board on the wall and shouted, "Hero ramen." "All right, one bowl of our signature hero ramen." Ichiraku-san called out as he bustled off to cook, and when he turned his back, his eyes, seasoned by countless human affairs, held a trace of worry. Following her daughter's voice, Haruno Sakura looked up. On the lightbox, Uzumaki Naruto appeared bright and spirited, holding a bowl of ramen in his left hand and giving a thumbs up with his right as he grinned broadly. Beside him, large characters proclaimed signature hero ramen. "Hero." Haruno Sakura withdrew her gaze and lowered her head. Strands of hair slipped down over her brow, veiling her eyes and hiding her expression. She had not worn a ninja forehead protector for many years now, and her beautiful pink hair had grown all the way down to her waist. Her daughter was already seated. While waiting for the ramen to arrive, the girl idly played with her mother's soft long hair. Her large black eyes fluttered as she asked, "Mama, why isn't my hair pink like yours?" Haruno Sakura's face remained calm as still water. In a soft voice she replied, "Because Hanami-kun's father had black hair." "Your hero ramen is here, hurry and eat," she added. Haruno Sakura stroked the child's head. The girl's thick black hair fell like a waterfall, and Sakura narrowed her eyes with a tender smile. In the Uchiha mansion, Sakura Haruno leaned against the sofa drenched in sweat. The long-abandoned Uchiha residence was covered in dust, and the day spent shopping and cleaning had exhausted both her and her daughter. Finally it was clean. Sakura gently placed her tired daughter on the bed and looked at her sleeping face, worry etched across Sakura's features. That child used the shadow clone technique while cleaning just now, directing several clones to do the work efficiently. Sakura smiled helplessly, wanting to impart a small lesson, so she refrained from pointing it out. When the cleaning was complete, the fatigue experienced by the clones also returned to her. Uchiha Hanami stirred awake, glanced at her mother, and fell back asleep before she could speak. "Cherish the use of chakra," Sakura thought with a gentle smile. In an instant her expression grew serious as she reflected on the child's extraordinary talent, which truly drew attention. However, for them, being exceptionally gifted was not necessarily a good thing. She only hoped this child could be a little more ordinary. Sakura let her return to Konoha. The words of Sasuke Uchiha echoed in her mind. Yes, she had no choice but to return to Konoha. Sakura stroked her daughter's head, the black strands of hair spilling over the pillow. She reached out to touch the roots, which were dark, soft, and resilient. She pressed her cheek against her daughter's, kissed her forehead, and stood up to close the door. A series of knocks sounded. Sakura Haruno's wide forehead opened the door quickly. The woman's sharp voice pierced through the door, hurting Sakura's eardrums. Sakura let go of her tension, glanced at her daughter's sleeping room, and hurried to open the door. "Sakura Haruno, if you don't open the door, I'll break it down." The woman outside was clearly very impatient. "Shoo." Sakura quickly opened the door and gestured for the shouting woman to be quiet. Without needing to think, she knew this woman must be Ino Yamanaka. The visitor was indeed Ino Yamanaka, whose bright features were stunning, her graceful figure comparable to a radiant Persian flower. "You still look as beautiful as before, Sakura," Ino exclaimed upon seeing her and rushed to give her a tight embrace. "Sakura, you're finally back. It's been 10 years, 10 years. Tears of joy from the woman fell into Sakura's collar. "You still know how to come back. I thought you would never return. I'm just glad you're back." Ino was overwhelmed with emotion, laughing and crying at the same time, then scrutinized Sakura, wiping her tears and saying, "You've lost weight. Is Sasuke treating you poorly? Where is he?" She craned her neck to look inside the house but didn't see Sasuke Uchiha. "I heard you came back and rushed here right after taking off the white coat. When will Sasuke return?" Sakura glanced at her daughter's room, fearing her excitement would wake the sleeping child. "Ino, let's talk outside." Once outside the Uchiha mansion, the two slowly walked along the village's outskirts. "Sasuke hasn't come back and I'm worried about waking Hanami-kun, she just fell asleep." "Sakura, since you and Sasuke already have a daughter, it means you've put the past behind you, right? Naruto is not worth you leaving. The village Konoha has the best resources, doesn't it? A good environment is more beneficial for a child's growth, right?" Mentioning Naruto, Uzumaki Ino's beautiful face showed displeasure. She waved her hand dismissively, seemingly wishing to leave him behind, and asked, "How have you been all these years? You haven't given me any news at all." "I'm doing well, Ino. Sakura smiled, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. Ino saw through her friend's feigned smile. Her temper flared and she bluntly tore apart Sakura's pretense, saying, "If you were really doing well, why hasn't Sasuke come back with you? What exactly happened between you two?" She looked at her good friend with sincere eyes, genuinely worried for her. This foolish Sakura had no idea how to cherish herself. The pink-haired woman barely managed to hide her false smile. Remembering her current situation, her brows furrowed, her green eyes glancing as she pondered how to phrase her thoughts. Seeing her friend in distress, Ino sighed heavily. She knew that Sakura had returned alone with a child, which clearly indicated she wasn't leading a happy life. Ino reached out to touch Sakura's soft long hair, gently caressing her forehead. The former symbol of pride and glory that had once made her envious would no longer appear. Naruto Uzumaki was still unaware of the cost of that surgery from back then. "Do you regret it?" Ino truly wanted to scold Sakura, but instead she engaged in a self-dialogue, saying, "If you regret it, you wouldn't be the stubborn Sakura Haruno." She picked up a small stone and playfully weighed it in her hand, saying, "So what are you planning to do now that you're back?" Sakura was silent for a moment before speaking. "Ino, Konoha Hospital is hiring, right?" "Ha!" Ino's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback. This topic had shifted too quickly. "Sakura, you don't mean you want to return to work at the hospital, do you?" "I need to earn a living somehow," Sakura shrugged helplessly. "Don't joke around, your body can no longer use chakra." Ino firmly rejected her. After that surgery 10 years ago, she had explicitly told Sakura that she could no longer become a shinobi. "I really want to help out at the flower shop." She tossed her light blonde hair and shot her friend an annoyed glance. 10 years ago, using Niji Hyuga's heart, which had long since passed, to mend Hinata Hyuga's shattered heart was an extraordinarily difficult surgery, yet it was successful. Everyone praised Sakura's medical skills as supreme, but only she knew what this foolish girl had truly lost. Remembering this, Ino squatted down, almost on the verge of tears. The winding paths of the countryside were serene, the setting sun casting a magnificent glow, and flocks of birds chirped as they flew through the rays of light, their wings tracing beautiful arcs. As dusk approached, the birds returned to their nests. Konoha was truly a beautiful sight. After traveling to many places over the past 10 years, she still loved it the most. Sakura withdrew her gaze, turning her attention back to the Persian flower girl, the one who had cared for her since childhood. This time she returned and she would trouble her again. Sakura knelt down, gazing at Ino's beautiful face, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She spoke earnestly, "Ino, I've received some intel. The biochemical research codenamed Hippo is being restarted. I'm back for this research." Ino was shocked, jumping up and exclaiming, "Sakura Haruno, what do you want to do?" "Ino, will you help me?" Sakura asked softly, her eyes shining with determination. "You were strongly against the Hippo research back then," Ino said, puzzled and teased. "You don't harbor a grudge against Hokage and plan to be a spy for another country, do you?" Sakura was speechless. "Ino, your imagination is running wild. I would never betray Konoha. There's just something I must do." "What is this thing you must do? Is it about Sasuke Uchiha?" Ino couldn't contain her imagination. "Is it because of Sasuke Uchiha?" "Where are you going with this?" "It's not what you think," Sakura interrupted her. "I swear I will never betray Konoha or do anything that harms it. Sasuke-kun won't either. It's just, I need to leverage Konoha's precise instruments and various resources to conduct in-depth research to complete a personal matter. So will you help me?" Sakura looked firmly at Ino, her face showing a hint of hope. "All right." Ino yielded. She knew Sakura too well. Since she said it was a personal matter, it meant she didn't intend to disclose what it was. She believed that Sakura would never betray Konoha. As long as it wasn't about national interest, Ino could guess with her toes that it was only related to those two individuals. She raised her hand to check her watch and said, "The hospital is indeed selecting suitable people to collaborate on the biochemical experiment. You know, after you left, there hasn't been a legendary medical ninja at Konoha Hospital." Ino weighed the stone she was playing with between her fingers, then flicked it, sending it flying towards the lake. "As long as the current 7th Hokage doesn't oppose it, I don't think there would be any problem recommending you to join the biochemical team." The calm lake was stirred into waves by the stone, creating a muffled sound as the ripples spread outward from the center. "Thank you for trusting me unconditionally, Ino." Sakura embraced her, tears welling in her eyes. Ino hugged Sakura back softly, saying, "Don't do anything foolish again, Sakura. Although I don't know the specifics of this Hippo research, it's definitely not that simple. You promised me 10 years ago that you would live happily. If you aren't happy, at least I will protect you more reliably than those men." Sakura Haruno walked along the rural path back home while Ino Yamanaka rushed back to the hospital to perform 2 urgent surgeries. The conversation with Ino took some time, and before she realized it, the sky had darkened with thunder rumbling ominously above. The climate in Konoha was always like this. Spring was like a whimsical girl, sunny when happy and drizzling when upset. A thick mass of lead-colored clouds gathered, obscuring the sun that had shone so brightly during the day. A cool breeze swept through and the sound of rustling leaves echoed from both sides of the path. She wondered if Hanami was still behaving at home. Sakura quickened her pace, concerned for her daughter. Rain soon began to fall, the spring breeze mingling with the raindrops that pelted her skin. Damn the rain, why now? The pink-haired woman complained. The fine misty rain suddenly turned into a torrential downpour, and in the blink of an eye the rural path became muddy. Sakura ran into a pavilion to take shelter. After all, her life was hard-won, gained at a great cost of sacrifice. Few in the world knew of it. Even Ino believed that she could never gather chakra again. The rain came quickly and stopped just as fast. There was no need for a cold that could be avoided. The pink-haired woman stood under the pavilion, gazing towards the shadowy rock formation standing tall in the northern part of the village. From such a distance she could not make out the likenesses of the past Hokages, the 5th, 6th and 7th. Konoha was shrouded in a misty veil from the rain. Teacher, I'm back. Master, you will support me, right? Naruto. The thought of his face made Sakura's heart ache as she bit her lip, looking towards the northern part of the village. Only after succeeding in this matter could it be considered a true end. She stared blankly at the hazy, undulating mountain outlines, the rain pouring from the pavilion's eaves, and inexplicably felt a sense of calm wash over her. By the time the rain stopped, the sky was completely dark. The piled-up dark clouds gradually dissipated in the evening breeze. Sakura walked alone along the muddy path, the evening lights flickering dimly, stretching from the Uchiha mansion to the bustling streets of Konoha. In Sakura's memory there had been no streetlights on this path 10 years ago. The rural path was sparsely populated at night. Aside from the Uchiha clan members, who else would come here? The Uchiha clan lived on the outskirts of Konoha, and there was no need to install streetlights on the rural paths beyond. Sakura walked along the riverside path lined with dense trees, the streetlights casting shadows on the leaves. Suddenly she remembered that there had also been no pavilion there 10 years ago. It was him. These streetlights and the pavilion were all made by him. A warm feeling rose within her, and in her mind he still resembled that golden-haired youth. Sakura's vision became somewhat blurred. She blinked and looked at the wooden bridge over the river. The bridge looked just as it had 10 years ago, with the solid wood extending into the water, the sound of flowing water echoing beneath it, and the stones in the mountain stream glimmering in the moonlight. She seemed to see a boy in blue clothes and white pants, Sasuke, sitting on the bridge, while on the shore stood Naruto Uzumaki, his silhouette framed by the setting sun. That was a time that could never return. A bittersweet feeling welled up in the depths of Sakura's eyes. She politely knocked on the gate of the Uchiha mansion. Without waiting for anyone to respond, she pushed the door open and entered. She walked through the garden, past the deer watering device, and arrived in front of the house. Hanami, I'm back. She opened the sliding door and called out to the inside, lowering her head to take off her shoes at the entrance, placing them neatly by the door. The sight of a pair of men's shoes made her body freeze, and she bent over, unable to speak. They were a pair of black mid-calf open-toe ninja shoes with a dark blue sole and intricate white birds engraved on the edges. Her heart tightened. The white birds were the family crest of the Hyuga clan. Sakura. A man's voice came from behind, clear yet tinged with a husky undertone. Sakura's spine tingled, the tension in her heart almost unbearable as she struggled to control her trembling hand that was still holding the shoes. She really hadn't expected such a meeting. Before coming back she had imagined 1,000 ways they might meet, but she never thought he would actually wait for her in her home. Forcing herself to appear calm, her slender fingers tucked away the hair that had fallen from bending down, gently pushing it behind her ear, trying to quell the turbulent emotions stirred by his tone, which had included the suffix chan. Had he hesitated? Ultimately he must have had his reservations. After all, 10 years later they had each started their own families. She changed into her shoes, forcing a smile while practicing in her mind, thinking it was time to greet him cheerfully. Finally managing to calm the overwhelming emotions within her, she turned around, smiling slightly, and raised her hand. Long time no see. Naruto. He had short hair now, and the bright golden color from her memories no longer grew freely. The neat style suited his identity, and the youthful lightness on his face had given way to traces of time, lending him an air of seriousness and maturity. He did not smile, which made her own smile awkward. He did not reply, and the atmosphere instantaneously dropped to freezing point. He simply gazed at her with his deep blue eyes, which contained an overwhelming amount of emotion. What kind of emotions were those? Sakura dared not look closely or think deeply. Where is Hanami? Not wanting to remain in the awkward silence, she changed the subject and shifted her gaze away from him. Entering the door, she bypassed him, searching for her daughter. He had grown taller in person. He appeared taller than on TV, and he had matured, losing the childishness from his face. Suddenly her pink arm was pulled and Sakura stumbled, her balance unsteady as she fell into his embrace. The softness of her body took Naruto by surprise. He just wanted to catch her because he hated the feeling of being ignored by her. When she passed by him, he only wanted to hold her back, not allowing her to leave, but unexpectedly, with just a little pull, Sakura was about to fall. His brows furrowed and his azure eyes leaned down towards her, scanning her face, which was still beautiful and captivating. What's different? There's no diamond mark. Naruto expressed slight surprise. What, haven't you recovered from the Byakugan yet? He still remembered that mission 10 years ago when Hinata Hyuga had sacrificed her heart to save him. He had felt guilty, dispirited and at a loss, but she had told him she would definitely save Hinata. Could it be that it wasn't just a temporary disappearance? Could it be that she could never regain the Byakugan? Naruto was genuinely perplexed and his gaze deepened. Sakura struggled in his embrace. The position felt too intimate. They were both married now and it was inappropriate to be in such a confusing situation. He wasn't in a hurry to release her, his brow furrowing deeper. When had Sakura become so fragile? In the past she could have knocked him away with a single punch. Let go of me. The pink-haired woman was angry. Her voice lacked its former strength, sounding weak instead, which only deepened Naruto's frown. Looking at the distressed expression on the woman in his arms, tears welling in her emerald eyes, she tried to push him away with all her might, but her weak strength barely budged him, making her seem more like she was pouting, which made his heart race. Hanami is asleep. Naruto shifted his gaze away, gently setting her down. You haven't eaten yet, have you? He pointed to the takeout boxes on the table. I ran into Hanami when she was hungry, took her out for some Ichiraku ramen, and this is the red bean soup I packed for you. Thank you. Sakura rubbed her arm where he had pulled out a chair and sat down. She said nothing further, carefully unpacking the food box, slowly nibbling on a rice ball and sipping the red bean soup. Her long eyelashes trembled with each small bite. Naruto found it impossible to divert his gaze from her. It had been 10 years and even without the Byakugan, Sakura remained extraordinarily beautiful. She wore the long hair that the man loved, making her appear delicate and gentle like flowing water. Jealous flames ignited within him. Naruto thought disdainfully she looked better with short hair. He clenched his fist. The softness of her body still lingered on his fingertips. Perhaps it was psychological, but the warm atmosphere in the room made even breathing feel somewhat intimate. He forcibly averted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. The Uchiha mansion was solemn and unremarkable, but in the end his gaze fell back onto Sakura. She was still chewing on the sushi roll, the restaurant's light casting shadows on her face, and if one looked closely she had lost weight. She still loved to wear red, which made her fair skin look even whiter than snow. Naruto suddenly recalled that her hand felt cold when he pulled her, and it was quite late for her to be returning home after being out. Spring weather had just unleashed a torrential rain. He returned to the living room and grabbed the cloak he had casually placed down while playing with Hanami, wrapping it around her shoulders. The large words of Seventh Hokage were glaringly obvious. Sakura was startled and quickly stood up, knocking over the red bean soup in her flustered rejection. The sticky red liquid dripped onto the floor, making 2 soft thuds. This isn't appropriate. She ignored the spilled red beans. To her, all of Naruto's actions today seemed out of place. Sakura felt it necessary to remind Naruto, her voice cold and warning. Hokage-sama, you are a married man, don't casually give clothes to other women. It was getting late and she was very grateful for his company with Hanami. Please head home early. Naruto scoffed softly. Hokage-sama, she emphasized their estrangement with such a title, and the words wife and other women deeply pierced his heart. If she hadn't changed her heart back, then who would his wife be now? Ha! Naruto took a deep breath, his voice filled with anger. Good, very good, Sakura, since you've become another woman, since you broke up without a word back then, since you disappeared overnight without notice. You were so carefree, so unrestrained. You left, you vanished, why then did you come back? His azure eyes darkened, filled with fury, yet he meticulously arranged the disheveled cloak on her, not allowing her to resist. TCH. The pink-haired woman chuckled softly, pushing away his hand. Why can't I come back? My departure was personally approved by the 6th Hokage. I can come back whenever I want. The golden-haired man was momentarily speechless, stunned, before replying word by word. Your return is a blatant seduction towards me, Naruto Uzumaki. His angry gaze was filled with hatred, staring at her with eyes like fire, his hand gripping her shoulder painfully. Sakura felt as if her entire body was about to be crushed by him. His eyes were filled with rage and hatred. He had never treated her this way during their youth. Back then his gaze had been warm, sincere, infatuated, and passionate. That mission from years ago had changed everything between them. She had hated his avoidance and eventually chose to leave. Now that she had returned, he harbored resentment for her departure all these years. In the end, who was right and who was wrong? Sakura no longer wanted to delve into it. 10 years had passed and there was no point in revisiting the past. Now he was the 7th Hokage, fulfilling his dreams while she married her first love. All in all, the endings were quite good. Why bother dwelling on the past? The man, receiving no response, tightened his grip, the fury in his eyes about to ignite. Looking at the man who once made her life hell, Sakura cried, Naruto. This is my home. If I don't come back here, where else can I go? The stubborn Sakura from 10 years ago finally learned to show weakness. The fire in Naruto's gaze extinguished and he slowly released her. He lowered his head, his gray eyes filled with an indecipherable complexity. After a while he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Sakura, regardless of the reason you returned, since you're back I won't let you leave again. He leaned against the door, put on his shoes, pushed the door open and turned back, his deep shadowy eyes fixed on Sakura's back as he resolutely stated, you know I mean what I say. He left, fearing that if he stayed any longer he would lose control. He loved this woman too much, just a single glance made him want to possess her. On the darkened streets the fine spring rain mingled with the night and the empty streets saw few pedestrians as the shopkeepers on either side hastily closed their shutters. The streetlights cast a dim glow and the cold wind mixed with the rain fell upon Uzumaki Naruto, who showed no sign of concern. His pace remained steady, his striking and fierce eyes beneath thick brows exuding an aura of quiet authority. He quietly traversed the most bustling street of Konohagakure, walking from south to north, which was the distance from the Uchiha household to the Uzumaki residence. With a heart full of thoughts he took out his house key. As the gears turned he heard the faint sound of footsteps running towards him from inside, suddenly recalling that he had mentioned he would return early today. "Welcome back, Naruto-kun." Looking at Hinata Hyuga's gentle face, which bore no trace of reproach, Naruto felt a pang of guilt, something he would have felt in the past. Yet today, besides guilt, there was a hint of unease. The news of Sakura Haruno's return, she should have known about it, right? "Ah, Naruto-kun, your clothes are all soaked. I'll go get a towel." Hinata Hyuga had always been so meticulous and caring. Uzumaki Naruto called out to her. "Hinata, can we talk?" His voice was soft, the words delicately spoken. The man's earnest gaze locked onto her, causing Hinata Hyuga to momentarily freeze. Her white eyes met his deep blue ones, and the seriousness emanating from his profound gaze made her feel a sense of unease. With nowhere to place her hands, she averted her gaze, biting her trembling lip tightly, seemingly struggling to find the right words to say. Suddenly a commotion erupted from the hall, drawing both of their attention. Uzumaki Boruto was smashing a pile of toys, producing intermittent loud noises. Uzumaki Naruto paused briefly to observe him before walking over and stopping Boruto's actions. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, Boruto is just a bit upset today." Hinata Hyuga rushed to collect the toys. "Give it back to me. Give it back to me." Uzumaki Boruto tugged at his mother's hand, shouting, "This toy isn't fun, I want to smash it." Hinata Hyuga bent down to coax him, taking out a new toy, but Boruto stubbornly insisted on smashing the old one. Uzumaki Naruto watched the scene, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Whose traits did this child inherit? A thought suddenly popped into his mind. This child wasn't his. Uzumaki Naruto was startled by this idea and quickly dismissed it. Perhaps it was because he clicked so well with Uchiha Hanami. After all, she loved Ichiraku ramen just as much. "Sorry, Naruto-kun." Hinata Hyuga's apology interrupted his thoughts. Naruto-kun, why don't you go take a shower first? The hot water is ready. I'll talk to Boruto for a bit." Uzumaki Naruto looked at his drenched clothes. He glanced at Boruto again and nodded as he walked towards the bathroom. Throughout, his relationship with Boruto had not been harmonious. Uzumaki Naruto knew the issue lay with himself. He and Hinata Hyuga had married due to an unplanned pregnancy. Before her belly began to show, the Hyuga clan held a grand wedding, and soon after he was promoted to Hokage, leading a busy life with early mornings and late nights. 7 years into their marriage, they had maintained the habit of living separately since their wedding. To outsiders they appeared to be a harmonious couple, yet within their home there was no intimacy. How could such a household foster an optimistic and positive child? Thus Uzumaki Boruto had developed his current personality, and Uzumaki Naruto felt he bore a significant responsibility for it. Yet he had no idea how to be a father. He felt none of the deep bond and mutual understanding that he shared with the fourth Hokage as a father and son when interacting with Boruto. Perhaps it was because I don't love his mother. Whenever Uzumaki Naruto thought of this, it seemed to provide a reasonable explanation. Indeed, his marriage was a failed one. Hinata Hyuga was not lacking in any way. She was exceptional in every aspect: family background, appearance, personality and figure. She was perfect, with not a single flaw to be found. In the land of fire no one could compare to her as a woman. A woman like her loving him was something he had never dared to dream of. He had tried to love her, but each time he faltered halfway. That woman occupied his heart, refusing to yield even a little. More than once he felt that apart from Sakura Haruno he was incapable of loving any other woman. Sakura Haruno. Just thinking of her caused his heart to ache. This woman, he thought of her every single day in his heart, searching for her in his dreams across the world. She has returned, she truly has returned. A smile unconsciously crept onto Uzumaki Naruto's lips. Under the shower he no longer dawdled, quickly washing himself and his hair. When Uzumaki Naruto finished his shower and changed clothes, the hall was already empty. Uzumaki Boruto was surprisingly lying quietly in bed asleep, and the speed at which he fell asleep surprised Naruto slightly. Indeed, Hinata had her ways. Uzumaki Naruto closed his room door. Standing before Hinata Hyuga's room, he gently knocked on the door. "Hinata, are you asleep?" Inside was quiet, and after waiting for a moment Uzumaki Naruto received no response. "Hinata, I know you're not asleep. If it's too late to talk today, you can come find me in my office whenever you're ready to talk." Uchiha Residence. Mom, wake up." Uchiha Hanami stood at the bedside of Haruno Sakura, shaking her arm. Haruno Sakura opened her eyes groggily, her daughter Hanami holding her Naruto doll calling out to her from the bedside. What time is it?" Haruno Sakura's mind was still a bit foggy. The daughter pouted, her voice muffled. "Mom, you're still sleeping, and get up and make breakfast." "I'm hungry." Sleeping in." Haruno Sakura felt for the alarm clock by the bed. It was already 10:30. She sprang up from the bed like a spring, shocked that she had slept in this late. It's all Naruto's fault for suddenly coming over last night saying those things that almost threw her off balance. After cleaning up the spilled red bean soup, Haruno Sakura tossed and turned until 3 or 4 in the morning before finally falling asleep. What do you want for breakfast? Opening the fridge, Haruno Sakura bent down to rummage through. We have milk, noodles, eggs, though it's a bit late for porridge. Uchiha Hanami thought for a moment. We had ramen last night, let's eat eggs. Haruno Sakura placed water in the pot, boiling the eggs while warming the milk. In the meantime, she hurriedly washed her face and changed clothes. When breakfast was served, her daughter Hanami was already seated at the dining table, still holding on to that limited edition Naruto doll, her face beaming with childlike innocence. Breakfast is ready, Hanami-kun. The mother called out, drawing her daughter's attention back. Mom, let me tell you, last night I saw the real Uncle Naruto. The daughter said mysteriously, her little face filled with excitement. Haruno Sakura supported her chin, realizing her daughter really liked him. That guy seemed to radiate a charm that drew everyone in unconsciously. Really? What did you talk about with Uncle Naruto? Haruno Sakura peeled an egg, cautiously inquiring. Uncle Naruto seemed to complain about my black hair, saying I should have pink hair like you. Uchiha Hanami stuck out her tongue. Hee, what did you say? God knows how much I wish I had the same hair color as you, but my dad has black hair. Hanami banged her small fists on the table, venting her regret for not inheriting her mother's hair color. That Naruto guy, even being Hokage, doesn't have a proper conversation. Haruno Sakura chuckled lightly. That's true, he's not strict at all, much friendlier than your father. Oh, and he even talked about some embarrassing stories from your father's childhood. Uchiha Hanami bit into a piece of egg, swallowing as she said. It made me laugh so much. His embarrassing stories from childhood must be plenty. Haruno Sakura was speechless. Uchiha Hanami seemed to remember something, suddenly excited, her eyes becoming inquisitive. Mom, did the Seventh Hokage ever chase after you? Haruno Sakura's breath caught in her throat, the milk she swallowed nearly coming back up, making her eyes turn red. Nonsense, we were just teammates on the same team before later we were called the New Sannin. At most we were once close comrades, partners who shared life and death together. Haruno Sakura's mind raced. Yes. That's the kind of relationship it was. To prevent any misunderstandings for her daughter, she added, compared to the relationship between me and your father, it's worlds apart. Her daughter finally dropped her inquisitive gaze, while Haruno Sakura had already imagined beating up Naruto countless times in her mind, wondering what exactly he told her daughter. Oh. Uchiha Hanami seemed a bit disappointed, dragging out her tone. Then let's just say he tried but didn't succeed. Uchiha Hanami nodded to herself, looking like a little adult. Haruno Sakura was at a loss for words. Are children nowadays this sensitive? After a moment, Uchiha Hanami said to herself again, fortunately he didn't succeed, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Haruno Sakura's inner tension finally eased, urging her daughter, hurry up and eat. Look, you still have one egg left uneaten. If I had to choose, I still prefer eating ramen. Yesterday Uncle Naruto took me to eat ramen, and by the way, he loves ramen too, but he said you never let him eat more. Haruno Sakura rubbed her forehead so they couldn't escape the topic of Naruto. That's still from the time when your father and I teamed up with Uncle Naruto. Hanami can't eat ramen every day, she needs to have a balanced diet to grow tall. Haruno Sakura diverted her daughter's attention. Mom, I'm 9 years old. Uchiha Hanami said, her face dark with dissatisfaction at her mother treating her like a small child. All right. Hanami-kun is starting at Konoha Ninja School today. Are you ready? Haruno Sakura finished her egg and took a sip of milk. Don't worry, I've been looking forward to this day. I am the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura from the New Sannin. I will never bring shame to my parents. The girl was filled with fighting spirit, downing her milk in one go. She got up from the table and turned to grab her small backpack. Haruno Sakura tidied up the table, grabbing her enthusiastic daughter, squatting down to look at her face. Black hair, black eyes, she inherited her face shape, even her forehead is a bit whiter than other girls. She reached out to touch the double-sided cherry blossom necklace her daughter wore, momentarily lost in thought. Don't worry Mom, I take my medicine every day, I haven't forgotten even once. The daughter patted her chest, nodding affirmatively. I will never forget it. Hanami clenched her fist. She didn't want to see her mother in tears. Since she could remember, Uchiha Hanami's growth had been accompanied by pills. Long ago it was 1 pill a month, then 1 a week, later 1 every 3 days, and finally when it became 1 a day, her mother decided to bring her back to Konoha. When she was little she would ask her mother why she had to take medicine. Her mother would always be silent, then smile and comfort her. She would run to ask her father why she had to take medicine. Her stern father would always gently stroke her hair, looking at her dark eyes and hesitating to speak. Uchiha Hanami didn't know why her parents wouldn't tell her, but even as a small child she could sense that this question was too heavy. Fortunately the pills weren't hard to take, perhaps it was just that she had some terrible illness and if she obediently took the medicine everything would be fine. Mom, if we come to Konoha will my illness be cured? Uchiha Hanami blinked, gazing innocently at her mother. Haruno Sakura was shocked and covered her mouth, saying softly, Hanami-can, remember to promise not to tell anyone about your illness, okay? Ma'am. Uchiha Hanami nodded. I won't say anything at home either. After reminding her daughter, Haruno Sakura took her hand and went out. Today is such a sunny day. The sky is clear and blue. The brilliant early spring sunlight has dispelled yesterday's rain and the soft non-blinding golden light feels warm and pleasant against the skin. The spring breeze carries the sunlight blowing through the tall cherry blossom trees lining the streets, reflecting the shiny green leaves and delicate shafts of light sprinkle onto the budding flower buds. Haruno Sakura walked with her daughter through the busiest street in Konoha. Yesterday was filled with rain, yet overnight the first cherry blossoms have bloomed and in a few days they would be fully blossomed. Today is the first day at ninja school and there are some formalities to take care of, so Mom will go with you. Starting this afternoon Mom will have to go to work at the hospital. Remember this route, and if Mom doesn't pick you up after school come back by yourself. Is that okay? No problem. I'm not a little kid anymore. Uchiha Hanami said confidently. What's on the agenda today? In the Hokage's office, Naruto Uzumaki retrieved a fresh Hokage cloak from the wardrobe and slipped it on with practiced ease, its dignified drape accentuating his upright posture and radiant presence. The bold characters reading Seventh Hokage blazed with quiet authority. Even the perpetually laid-back Shikamaru Nara couldn't help but lift his gaze in silent reverence. The Hokage's second assistant bowed his head, opened his document and reported with focused precision, this morning you were scheduled to attend the monthly Anbu briefing. This afternoon you will inspect training ground 1 for 2 hours. Tonight, from now on my evenings are no longer to be scheduled for official duties. Naruto Uzumaki interrupted, offering no further explanation. Startled, the second assistant widened his eyes, speechless. Since assuming office, the Hokage had embodied tireless dedication, never once complaining about an overloaded schedule. Could this mean he was preparing for a second child? Ha! The assistant broke into a cold sweat at his own speculation. No, that was impossible. While outsiders remained unaware, every member of the Hokage's administrative team knew the truth. The Hokage and his wife shared a marriage marked not by affection but by quiet formality. Abandoning his train of thought, the assistant turned pleading eyes toward Chief Advisor Shikamaru Nara. Without glancing up, Shikamaru gave a dismissive tch and said, carry out the Hokage's orders exactly as given. The second assistant bowed and withdrew, closing the door behind him. Shall we go? What time is the meeting? Naruto asked, already preparing to depart. Hey, it's because of Sakura Haruno, isn't it? Only that woman could make him yearn for time truly his own. Shikamaru Nara lit a cigarette, exhaled a slow coil of smoke and reminded him coolly, don't forget, she is a married woman. Naruto did not turn around. His voice calm and low cut through the silence. Shikamaru, can you forget Ino Yamanaka? Shikamaru's expression darkened instantly, his gaze dropping, his demeanor clouded with quiet sorrow. Why dredge up old dust and forgotten grain? He and Ino each lived contented lives within their own families. A fleeting lapse of focus passed and Shikamaru refocused, refusing to be drawn in. We're different. Naruto, unwilling to pursue the matter further, adjusted the brim of his Hokage hat. Let's go. Today's briefing won't be easy. The seventh Hokage stepped out first, passing through layered barriers. The air shimmered like ripples across a still lake, distortions gradually resolving into clarity. Pillars thickened, corridors wound wider, and before them unfolded an ever-expanding vista where figures clad in white animal masks darted swiftly back and forth. Naruto and Shikamaru walked in silence until they reached the final barrier, a towering obsidian wall stretching upward into impenetrable darkness, its summit vanishing beyond sight. 2 semicircular iron doors, interlocked and tightly sealed, were embedded into the wall. At either side, intersecting infrared beams scanned every entrant with unblinking precision. Without a word, the two entered the wall's threshold. This organization lived up to its name. Hidden in shadow, its surveillance network sustained the entire operational system of Konoha like a perpetual engine. Its departments branching outward from the central command entwined like deep-rooted vines. Where there is light there must be darkness, and so the Anbu, directly subordinate to the Hokage, endured, fulfilling its historic mandate. At the highest level, the conference room door stood half ajar. Through the gap one glimpsed a broad elliptical table dominating the chamber's center. Today was the monthly Hokage briefing. All Konoha advisors, senior officials and jonin gathered here to review critical matters and deliver formal reports. Shikamaru Nara led the way, pushing open the door. The previously bustling hall fell utterly silent. Attendees snapped into place, spines straight, postures rigid. The seventh Hokage strode in, neither hurried nor heavy, his gaze sweeping the assembly with quiet authority before settling deliberately upon the elders of the Hyuga clan. A second later he lowered his eyes, swept his cloak wide and seated himself at the head of the table. Simultaneously every overhead light flared to full brightness, flooding the chamber with stark solemn illumination. The meeting begins. With those words uttered by an unseen icy voice, department heads began presenting their operational summaries in turn. As tradition dictated, Choji Akimichi, deputy head of the Konoha police force, spoke first. He reported routine security conditions across Konoha, nothing unusual. The sole noteworthy point: Sakura Haruno, one of the legendary Sannin, had returned home yesterday with her daughter Uchiha Hanami, her reintegration fully compliant with protocol requiring no special emphasis. Though some had already glimpsed mother and daughter the day before, the police department's official announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the room. The shinobi present visibly perked up, as if their very futures had just been secured. From his seat, Naruto nodded faintly, acknowledging the report. Yet beneath the brim of his hat his brows knotted deeply. Shikamaru cleared his throat softly, the room stilled once more. Tenten, head of the Shinobi Tools Division, caught the cue. With a knowing wink, she confidently presented current tool usage statistics and recent test results from upgraded equipment, concluding that mass production was now viable. The Seventh Hokage gave a measured nod, approval unmistakable. Psi Director of Intelligence solemnly reaffirmed his department's ongoing commitment to locating Konoha's missing police commander Sasuke Uchiha. Then, with a thin practiced smile, he offered his personal assessment. Sasuke posed no threat to Konoha since his family had returned. Ino Yamanaka, Deputy Director of Medical Affairs, wiped a nervous sweat from her brow. Internally she seethed. Of all times to voice personal opinions, just shut up. She delivered a concise factual summary of Konoha Hospital and its affiliated clinics, then formally requested additional staffing and advanced training programs for elite medical needs. Naruto observed her closely, his gaze thoughtful and grave, before giving a slow, deliberate nod of assent. Iruka Umano, principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy, reported on student development and highlighted key individuals under observation, then updated attendees on progress toward expanding and enhancing medical needs curricula. Next came condensed mission summaries from elite jonin, reports on genin training, and statements from each of the major secret technique clans. Konoha progressed steadily. As the briefing wore on, reports grew increasingly mundane, routine administrative details. The Seventh Hokage's eyelids drooped, his upright spine slowly relaxed against the chair's backrest, his attention drifting as if slipping toward sleep. The conference room door creaked open. "My apologies, I'm late." A cool, composed female voice silenced all discussion mid-sentence. Every eye turned toward the entrance. She wore a refined navy blue shinobi robe, delicate white birds embroidered along the wide sleeves traced elegant arcs down her slender statuesque frame. The Seventh Hokage did not turn. Instead, he watched across the room as the Hyuga elders rose in unison, bowing deeply. One elder stepped aside to offer her a seat. Naruto let out a quiet inward scoff. He exchanged a glance with Shikamaru beside him. Both understood instantly today's true agenda had only just begun. Hyuga Hayashi, former clan head, had passed away 5 years prior. His successor was his second daughter, Hinata Hyuga's younger sister, Hanabi Hyuga. Though sisters by blood, their temperaments and prowess diverged profoundly. Hanabi Hyuga inclined her head, her dark brown hair falling forward as she took her seat opposite the Hokage. She sat perfectly erect, her pale pupil-less eyes veiled and inscrutable, more enigmatic now than when she first assumed leadership. "Hokage-sama, I apologize for interrupting your esteemed council, but an old matter warrants urgent reconsideration," she declared, her voice clear, poised, and edged with quiet defiance. "Surely everyone recalls Project Hippo." Her gaze swept the assembly. A stunned hush followed, then erupted into murmurs of disbelief. Latecomers hurriedly queried colleagues about this so-called Hippo initiative. Those who had attended earlier briefings explained it was a biogenetic research program proposed during the 6th Hokage's tenure by remnants of Root, an experimental endeavor conceived in the aftermath of the Fourth Shinobi World War, when national strength and human resources lay severely depleted. Its aim to revitalize Konoha through biological enhancement. The Hippo hypothesis held that biological traits followed discernible patterns, allowing scientists to isolate target genetic elements from specific organisms and transfer them into others, enabling controlled recombination and stable inheritance of desired traits. In essence, this technology could endow recombinant organisms with novel heritable characteristics, or even generate entirely new species. Put plainly, if the biological signatures of Kekkai Genkai bearers could be deciphered, isolated, and transplanted into ordinary shinobi, those shinobi might awaken bloodline limits themselves. Indeed, a single individual might even manifest multiple Kekkai Genkai, perhaps even master all 5 chakra natures: earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning. Imagine its implications. If successful, such an experiment would be explosively transformative, and profoundly inhumane. It could render any person sovereign over the world. The proposal was unanimously rejected by the 6th Hokage and the assembled shinobi leadership, cited for excessive risk, uncontrollable variables, violations of humanitarian ethics, and fundamental contradictions with the shinobi path. Yet the daimyo of the Land of Fire, alongside senior officials and advisory councils, expressed keen interest in this engineered evolution. Given the nation's fragile post-war condition, where recovery and nurturing new generations were paramount, the project was deferred indefinitely, costly, time-consuming, and labor-intensive, best revisited at a later date. Now the sudden resurrection of Project Hippo by the Hyuga clan had ignited a storm of whispered debate. Hanabi Hyuga, seemingly pleased by the reaction, raised her voice. Today I announce that the Hyuga clan's internal research team has achieved preliminary success, proving Project Hippo worthy of full-scale advancement. Her declaration sent shockwaves through the chamber, voices surged overlapping in consternation and awe. Beneath his white Hokage hat, Naruto's expression shifted subtly, complex, conflicted, frozen in stillness for a long moment. His fists clenched beneath the table, knuckles whitening. Finally he spoke, voice steady and devoid of inflection. Very well. Let us hear the Hyuga clan's scientific achievement. Hanabi responded with a triumphant smile. According to our findings, Hippo trials on plant life have succeeded. Through protoplast fusion, cellular recombination, genetic material transfer and chromosome engineering, targeted traits can be modified, yielding new crop varieties with enhanced yield quality, disease resistance, pest resistance, cold tolerance, drought tolerance, flood resistance and saline-alkali resilience. She paused deliberately, her gaze locking onto Ino Yamanaka's face. This technology has already received formal endorsement from all relevant professional bodies across the Land of Fire, including Konoha Hospital. Is that correct, Director Yamanaka? Ino stiffened. Internally she recoiled, realizing with dawning alarm that the mysterious Hippo plants previously delivered to her by Umbu agents had originated from the Hyuga clan. Since then she had secretly been tasked with screening medical needs and assembling a covert Hippo research unit. Clearly plant-level success had already been reviewed and approved multiple times in closed sessions. Reinstating Project Hippo was now inevitable. Shikamaru, Nara and Ino exchanged a loaded knowing glance, his slight imperceptible nod confirming her suspicion. Ino stated calmly, to date no evidence, data or peer-reviewed study demonstrates harmful effects from Hippo-modified plants. However, her tone shifted. Each species possesses unique biological complexity, plants and animals differ fundamentally. Hippo success remains limited to maize and soybeans. Human biology, shaped by immense genetic diversity, mosaicism and heterozygosity, produces offspring whose variations, via sexual reproduction, are vast and unpredictable. Stable inheritable genetic lines remain scientifically unattainable. This principle is self-evident. Consider why the Hyuga clan practices intra-clan marriage and maintains the rigid distinction between main and branch households to optimize transmission of the Byakugan bloodline limit. Yet even this strategy offers no guarantee the main house's Byakugan does not inherently surpass that of the branch house, as exemplified by the prodigious genius Niji Hyuga born of the branch house. If classical genetics remain so elusive, how much greater the unknowns of biological recombination, unfathomable beyond prediction. Hanabi bristled, shooting Ino a sharp, disdainful look before declaring forcefully, introducing foreign genetic elements into living systems inevitably carries risk. Yet plant-based success proves stagnation impedes scientific progress. To cower before hypothetical risks and uncertainties is to surrender forever at science's frontier. Project Hippo is no mere experiment, it is humanity's next genesis, akin to the Sage of Six Paths shaping creation itself. Her piercing Byakugan swept the chamber like a blade, finally locking onto Naruto's gaze. With solemn unyielding authority she demanded, I formally request Konoha's immediate institutional launch of Project Hippo and the Hokage's immediate allocation of specialized technical personnel. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly. Hanabi's tone toward the Hokage bordered on command, brusque, uncompromising, leaving no room for refusal. Who granted her such audacity? Even at the height of their power, the Hyuga had never dared address the Hokage with such insolence, not even Hayashi Hyuga himself. Clearly Project Hippo bore the backing of those at the apex of political power. The chamber fell into absolute silence, so profound a falling needle would echo. Elite Jonin present, Saichoji Ino Konohamaru, and the Hokage's shadow Umbu operatives concealed in darkness, all tensed, poised to act the instant the Seventh Hokage gave the slightest signal. Naruto's sharp gaze met Hanabi's incisive stare, the air between them crackled with unspoken tension, electric as striking flint. So it was true, the foolish daimyo and high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire dreamed of becoming gods wielding Hippo to forge life itself. Understanding settled in his mind. A faint wry smile touched his lips. Turning away from Hanabi, he addressed Ino directly. Have the medical needs selected for the Hippo research unit been finalized? Ino nodded. Yes. Per your directive, we rigorously screened for technical excellence. 10 qualified candidates have been identified, awaiting your formal approval. This phase of Hippo experimentation shall employ small mammals as test subjects. Scientific rigor and unwavering caution are non-negotiable. All experiments shall relocate from Hyuga facilities to Konoha Hospital's Research Institute. Only after achieving verified success in mammalian biological recombination shall the next stage be considered. Naruto concluded with unassailable authority, snapping his briefing folder shut and suppressing a simmering fury beneath his calm exterior. Meeting adjourned. Half an hour later, a series of furious shouts erupted in the Hokage's office. Naruto, with all this shouting, Hinata Hanabi must be feeling quite pleased. Yamanaka Ino pushed the door open and upon noticing another person standing in the room slightly restrained her look of disdain, saying, Shikamaru, you're here too. TCH, as if I were never here. This woman hasn't even stepped foot in the Hokage's office since Haruno Sakura left, unless there's something that requires her personal report, otherwise it's rare to see her this busy person. Nara Shikamaru felt frustrated but spoke lightly. Let him shout for a while. The barrier outside prevents them from hearing. I came to show you the personnel list for the biochemical team. The first 10 are from the medical department, Yamanaka Ino explained. Ino, you really can't avoid causing trouble, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed as he stared at the list. You actually let Sakura lead. I don't agree. Well, I think it's a good idea. The Seventh Hokage slammed the folder onto the desk, vetoing it outright. Nara Shikamaru showed interest. He lowered his head, closed his eyes and pressed his palms together in a circular shape, contemplating deeply in his unique way. Upon opening his eyes he said, the greatest fortune now is that there are no talents experienced in living organism research within the Hyuga clan. Looking across the entire Konoha, such talents all belong to the Konoha medical team, otherwise this tug-of-war would be even more unfavorable for us. Hinata Hanabi spent 5 years dedicating herself to hippo research on plants and she has succeeded. For the new scientific research team she aims to recruit while also guarding against. We should seize this opportunity to control the hippo research. Too dangerous, I can't allow it. Uzumaki Naruto, disregarding his strategist, firmly refused. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Yamanaka Ino remained silent, fully aware of the danger. She hadn't anticipated it would involve the Hyuga clan, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to Haruno Sakura. The current situation makes the relationship between the Hokage and the Hyuga clan exceedingly delicate. The Hyuga clan is the oldest prestigious family in Konoha, once standing alongside the Uchiha clan. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan gained worldwide fame while the Hyuga clan faded into obscurity. The reputation of Konoha's first clan has become a mere facade. After the Fourth Great Ninja War they entered into a marriage alliance with the Hokage. With the Seventh Hokage's rise to power, the Hyuga clan's status has soared. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and slammed them on the desk. Anyone can go, she's not allowed to. His thoughts leaped back to last night when Hinata refused to talk. This wasn't the first time the Hyuga family had turned him down. 5 years ago he had sincerely requested a divorce from the then head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hayashi, who had rejected him. The clan leader clearly stated that the interests of the Hyuga clan and the Seventh Hokage were already inseparable, implying that he accused him of burning bridges. Nara Shikamaru silently observed the man dressed in the Seventh Hokage's cloak, raising his hand to press his temples. He recalled the time when Naruto first took office. The romantic news between Uzumaki Naruto and Hinata Hyuga was a hot topic among the villagers of Konoha. Even among ninjas of all ranks there were not a few who secretly envied him. Even politicians from various countries speculated that Uzumaki Naruto became the youngest Hokage partly due to his connection to the Hyuga clan. 10 years ago Hinata Hyuga sacrificed herself for Uzumaki Naruto and Nara Shikamaru was willing to believe it was for love. However, after this one simple and pure love story settled, it was clear who was behind the scenes trying to maximize their own benefit. During the 7 years of Naruto's tenure, Shikamaru accompanied him, witnessing his transformation from an impulsive, naive boy into the decisive, tactically astute Seventh Hokage. As a new era dawned, various ninja clans that survived the war, as well as prominent families like Inuzuka, Nara and Akimichi, were all entrusted with important responsibilities by Uzumaki Naruto. This complex relationship of power balance left even someone as clever as Shikamaru feeling mentally and physically exhausted after 7 years. It was no small feat for Uzumaki Naruto to weaken the once mighty Hyuga clan to the point of desperation. If they took this opportunity to arrange Haruno Sakura into the Hippo research team, then the new ambitions and wishes of the successor of the Hyuga clan would certainly be dashed. Weighing the pros and cons, Nara Shikamaru advised again, I must say I am quite concerned about Hanabi's arrogance at this meeting. The success of the corn and soybean hippo experiments has shown those daimyos and high-ranking officials the hidden substantial economic benefits behind it. The Hyuga clan is subtly steering the hippo experiments towards economic development and national power enhancement, but what is their true goal? The current Hyuga clan is so depleted that they dare to take risks. Uzumaki Naruto said indifferently. He understood the myriad of complexities involved but added, this is a matter between me and the Hyuga clan, don't involve Sakura. He didn't want her to take risks, he didn't want her to be embroiled in this political conflict. Naruto. Why don't you ask Sakura what she thinks? Yamanaka Ino said helplessly, you two are always like this. Nara Shikamaru shot a glance at Ino, who was about to divert the topic, interrupting, Haruno Sakura is the best candidate for this mission. Ino, you should go back and let me think. Uzumaki Naruto dismissed Yamanaka Ino. Nara Shikamaru lit a cigarette and leisurely smoked it, standing by the office's floor-to-ceiling window, watching Yamanaka Ino's figure disappear onto the streets of Konoha. He then retracted his gaze, extinguishing the cigarette, earning an annoyed look from the Seventh Hokage. Stop worrying, I've simulated over 100 possibilities in my mind. Even in the most dangerous scenario, with Sakura's intellect and strength, she would be more than capable of handling it. She absolutely wouldn't suffer even the slightest harm. What you should worry about is how to get the Hyuga clan to accept her joining. Although her top-notch medical skills are what the Hyuga clan craves, she also makes people wary. Do you think? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly interjected, tiredly interrupting, do you think she is still that Haruno Sakura, the legendary 3 ninjas? Nara Shikamaru was taken aback by this unexpected remark, puzzled, what do you mean? The blonde man's eyes dimmed. Last night she had actually revealed her abnormality. Due to focusing too much on her, he hadn't thought it through until he got home. Haruno Sakura no longer carried even the slightest trace of chakra. She not only could no longer use the 100 healings technique, but she had completely lost the ability to use chakra. She had become an ordinary person. Lying in bed, having come to understand all of this, Uzumaki Naruto felt as if someone were stabbing his heart repeatedly with a knife, and he couldn't sleep the entire night. Shikamaru. I want a divorce. Facing the incoherent Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. This is because of Sakura, right? I knew she would come back one day. You'll go mad. I've wanted a divorce for a long time, you know that. Uzumaki Naruto stated. Nara Shikamaru was speechless and raised his eyes, saying if it weren't for her you would at least retain the title of the Hokage's wife as Hinata Hyuga. Don't forget, no matter what, you still have a son. Ugh. Uzumaki Naruto felt sorrow in his heart, opened his mouth to speak but could not, tears rolling down uncontrollably. He choked out, Shikamaru. Do you know why Sakura left me? Nara Shikamaru never expected that Uzumaki Naruto would break down emotionally, sitting in the Hokage's office dressed in the 7th Hokage's robes, crying like a child. He felt a bit caught off guard and suddenly remembered that the high ground on Hokage Rock was a suitable place for a storm of tears. At this moment he stood on the broad rock summit. Uzumaki Naruto sat in a daze, the elevation allowing him to overlook the entirety of Konoha. In the warm spring, the mountain breeze dried the tears on the blond man's face and his mood finally calmed down. It felt as if he were speaking to someone, or perhaps just talking to himself. Yesterday I went to see Sakura. Our daughter looks a lot like her. I had a lot of questions prepared for her, like if she was doing well, if Sasuke loved her a lot, why there had been no news for so many years. I tried my best to pretend it was like meeting an old friend, just to say hello. But once I saw her I couldn't say anything at all. Uzumaki Naruto stood up, looking at the flourishing village below. Lunch hour had arrived and the bustling market was filled with people. Today Konoha was as peaceful and calm as ever, but his heart felt as if it were being cut by knives. Shikamaru, do you know? 10 years ago from the moment I saved Hinata, Sakura was no longer a ninja. The mountain winds rustled his Hokage robe. The grand title of the 7th Hokage was glaring and prominent. Nara Shikamaru was stunned in the wind. This news was indeed unexpected. No one would have thought that Sakura Haruno, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, had already lost her title. After the 4th Great Ninja War she became renowned in the ninja world, with her heroic deeds still widely circulated. Sakura Haruno trained in a prestigious family, became a chunin at 14, participated in the rescue of Gaara in Sunigakure at 15 and gained fame for her medical ninjutsu. At 17 she shared the title of new 3 ninjas with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, highlighted prominently in the history of the 4th Great Ninja War. At 18 she completed a heart surgery that shocked the ninja world, and in everyone's eyes she had the ability to bring the dead back to life, earning her the title of the #1 medical ninja. Compared to the backgrounds of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura Haruno's ordinary family environment made it easier for people to relate to her. Her efforts to surpass geniuses validated the notion that hard work pays off. This greatly inspired Konoha's new generation, particularly many girls who entered the Ninja Academy with the goal of becoming medical ninjas. Such a person is no longer a ninja. Nara Shikamaru fell silent with his cleverness. He only needed a moment to understand what Uzumaki Naruto had spent the entire night contemplating. 10 years ago Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura were in love. Not being a ninja meant that for her not only were her previous efforts in vain, not only were all her achievements lost overnight, but more importantly, how would she face the dream of becoming Hokage with Naruto? She could no longer stand beside him. Moreover, at that time Uzumaki Naruto was still immersed in guilt over Niji and debt to Hinata. As a medical ninja she had long known the price of this surgery and was determined to bear it alone, choosing to leave. Nara Shikamaru sighed deeply. Both Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga were women willing to sacrifice everything. Naruto. Is this your fortune or misfortune? Even someone as intelligent as Nara Shikamaru felt a bit of a headache, pulling out a lighter, igniting a cigarette and offering it to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand in refusal, staring blankly into the distance. He suddenly remembered his mentor Jiraiya. Hey Shikamaru, do you think happiness is something a man should pursue? Nara Shikamaru took a puff of smoke and exhaled a hazy cloud, ignoring Uzumaki Naruto's overly sentimental question. He said, with only professional knowledge and rich experience, Haruno Sakura is more likely to enter the research group. As for whether or not to arrange her into the Hippo group, that's up to you to decide. He flicked the ash off the cigarette and changed the subject. But Naruto. Ino is her best friend, isn't she? Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his gaze, looking at Nara Shikamaru, failing to grasp his meaning. Nara Shikamaru, smoking, shrugged helplessly and turned to leave. Matters of the heart were the most troublesome. The warm wind carried his last words. Think about what Ino said. Also, don't rush into the divorce matter. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth but said nothing. The sun continued to shine brightly over the village. The cherry blossom tree at the cliff had tightly clustered petals forming the shape of a small bud. Is the flower's patience for gathering strength to wait for blooming? How many flowers have failed to survive the cold winter? An unusual sense of exhaustion swept over and Uzumaki Naruto wearily closed his eyes. Here Haruno Sakura led the children to meet teacher Shino, and after hastily completing the enrollment procedures they hurried to Konoha Hospital. Haruno Sakura smiled sheepishly, raising her eyebrows. Well, Inakan, I got held up with some things at school while delivering flowers. You know how many forms we have to fill out, haha. Shino Ino rolled her eyes at her dear friend, ignoring her forced explanation, and checked the time, saying, it's a good thing you didn't come or I would have had to wait for you all morning. Anyway, it's about time, let's go grab some lunch. The two chatted and laughed as Ino led Sakura into a seemingly upscale restaurant. She reserved a private room, chose the dishes, and gave the waiter a few instructions. Sakura looked at her bright and beautiful friend, momentarily wondering how things would be if she had stayed back, then whether they would be enjoying tea together during leisure like this. Shino Ino walked over to her after placing the order. A waitress in traditional attire walked ahead, leading them to their seats with small delicate steps. Before long the staff filed in one after another, bringing a total of 7 appetizers, rice bowls, sashimi, grilled dishes, boiled items, roasted items, and meals. Please enjoy your meal, the head waitress bowed and closed the private room door. Wow, Ino, it's an authentic kaiseki meal. You're so rich. Haruno Sakura exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired the food. Sakura, consider this a welcome meal for you. Isn't that generous? Hee. Next time you invite me to dinner, let me know in advance, I want eat the night before, Sakura replied. Ha ha ha. This is delicious, you should try it. The two enjoyed their meal happily in the private room. Haruno Sakura asked, what were you whispering to the waiter about? Oh, I asked them not to disturb us. They usually come to refill your tea after you finish eating, and I just had them do it together now. Is there something you want to talk about? Haruno Sakura wiped her mouth and asked. Well, that day I was rushing back to the hospital for surgery and didn't get to elaborate on some matters. Shino Ino had also finished her meal and topped off Sakura's teacup. Tell me, where did you get the information that the Hippo project is going to restart? She paused for a moment before continuing. You know, after the original Umbu was disbanded, only the direct Umbu organization under the Hokage was retained. Now that Sai has been appointed as the head of intelligence, logically Konoha's intelligence bureau should be very rigorous. I'm concerned whether Sei's work has any potential for negligence, and the current Hippo project has complicated relationships. Understanding Shino Ino's concerns, Haruno Sakura pondered for a moment and replied, the information was given to me by Sasuke-kun. Don't worry, the intel hasn't leaked. Sasuke-kun is doing well, he just cares about his old friends in Konoha. Shino Ino nodded. With Uchiha's capabilities, gathering some intelligence was indeed not a difficult task. However, there were still some issues she hadn't come to terms with. For now, she set aside her doubts as long as Sakura was back. Sakura, are you really prepared to come back? Shino Ino asked. After all, you are no longer a medical ninja. Although the position of medical minister has remained vacant since you left, given your current situation, what if Naruto doesn't agree to let you join the Hippo team? What will you do? In fact, just moments ago in the Hokage office, Uzumaki Naruto had already outright refused. Although Shikamaru was still trying to persuade him, she didn't know how Naruto would ultimately decide. Have you submitted the list to him yet? Haruno Sakura asked. Shino Ino nodded silently, but he said he would consider it carefully. Then let him take his time to think it over. Haruno Sakura spoke softly. Shino Ino blinked, put down her teacup, leaned closer to her and asked seriously, I mean, Sakura, are you coming back this time for the Hippo project because of Uzumaki Naruto? Haruno Sakura was caught off guard by her friend's probing gaze, momentarily speechless. She glanced around, licked her tea and stammered, well, sort of. Have you considered rekindling an old flame? Shino Ino elongated the last syllable of flame, raising an eyebrow and laughing heartily. Shut up, Ino pig. Ino retorted with a few playful jabs, but then remembered that Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke already had a daughter and decided to end the topic, instead excitedly talking about other people's affairs. For instance, Choji married a woman from the land of lightning and has become even fatter. Shikamaru and Temari have a son who is afraid of trouble. Lee has taken on a lower ninja class and has a disciple who looks just like him. Despite becoming the head of ninja tools, he remains single, and the number of people pursuing him can line up from here to the village gate. Recently it seems he's started dating. Haruno Sakura smiled, her emerald eyes sparkling as she listened to Shino Ino chatter on about everyone's lives over the past decade. It's wonderful, that era of unrequited love. In the silent polishing of time, everyone has finally achieved their ideal outcomes. The fate of the eagle is to soar high, and the end of the flower is to wither and fall. He and she have long since settled their dust. At Konoha Hospital. Today marks the first official day of work. Yesterday afternoon, Haruno Sakura followed Nara Shikamaru to refamiliarize herself with the operations and regulations of various departments in the hospital. The hospital has expanded with several affiliated clinics and the operations of various departments are more refined than a decade ago. Konoha has thrived over the past 10 years and the hospital has introduced more advanced research instruments. Sakura is somewhat excited to find herself back in this place after 10 years. Shikamaru has arranged for her to be an elite medical ninja trainer. Although the position of medical department head is currently vacant and the previous person has returned to Konoha without the Hokage's directive, Shikamaru cannot decide whether Sakura can resume her former role. Coincidentally, the plan for the medical ninja talent program has already been approved by the 7th Hokage in the Hokage meeting, making the recruitment needs a reality. In Shikamaru's words, everything is under her control. Sakura laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with her good friend's arrangement. The matter of joining the Hippo team is still pending, but the position of elite medical ninja trainer seems tailor-made for her. The first batch of 5 ninjas entering the medical talent training includes 4 women and 1 man. They are excited to receive guidance from the legendary number 1 medical ninja, and their expressions betray a mix of nervousness and excitement. Although they are not in a master-student relationship, being part of this special training class makes everyone feel incredibly fortunate. After completing self-introduction, Sakura presented several test questions to assess their medical skills. After the tests, the medical ninjas clocked out for the day. Sakura sat at her desk recording her initial evaluations of their medical standards and began to draft a training plan. As she stretched, she suddenly felt a bit hungry and noticed it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Just a moment ago, Shikamaru had peeked in to indicate it was time to clock out, seemingly just 10 minutes prior. Time flies when one is immersed in their passion. Sakura sighed as she suddenly remembered Hanami's first day of school. She wondered how things were going. Dinner still needed to be prepared. Realizing she still had a daughter, Sakura hurriedly took off her white coat, thinking her daughter might already be asleep, and quickly packed her things to leave the hospital. The sky had darkened and there were few pedestrians on the streets. She rushed into the last store that was still open and bought a few of her daughter's favorite foods, carrying the bag toward the Uchiha residence. Although she could no longer be a medical ninja, she felt particularly happy continuing to do what she loved. A smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Over the past decade, she had silently missed Konoha and worried about that person. As her thoughts wandered, Sakura turned a corner and suddenly stopped in her tracks. A man was crouching in front of the Uchiha residence, his head bowed. In the dim light of the street lamp, even though she couldn't make out his facial features, Sakura recognized him clearly. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Her head buzzed and the night wind howled in her ears. This man should not be here. A public figure with a wife and children who doesn't return home at night but sits at her doorstep. How much gossip would this stir? He is the Hokage after all, with countless eyes watching him. Sakura felt a bit angry. In the past she might have punched him, but in this moment she couldn't. She took soft steps, covering the distance of several meters between them. The wind picked up again, carrying the strong scent of alcohol toward her, causing Sakura to shiver and cough violently. The man in front of her remained motionless. How much have you had to drink? Sakura complained as she approached and set down the food box. Crouching down, she realized he had his eyes closed, seemingly drunk to the point of sleep. His handsome face was now a picture of fatigue, with his golden brows tightly furrowed. Originally intending to ignore him, she couldn't help but push him lightly, saying Naruto. He did not respond. Sakura grew anxious. Rationality told her that the best course of action was to ignore him and go home. But the thought of leaving him here made her heart ache. The cool night wind would make him sick if he stayed out here in his drunken state. Caught in her conflicting emotions, Sakura ultimately succumbed to the sight of the man's furrowed brows, letting out a sigh. Taking him back to the Uzumaki home was the most suitable course of action. The slender Sakura lifted his hand over her shoulder. Without any chakra, lifting him, who was nearly 6 feet tall, proved to be quite a challenge. She tried dragging and pulling him in various ways, but the golden-haired man showed no signs of moving. Naruto, you're really heavy. The pink-haired woman gently complained, feeling she could no longer care for him. Sakura. He suddenly looked up at her, his azure eyes clouded with a thin haze from the alcohol. Sakura felt helpless inside. Naruto, you woke up. Sakura. The man with his drunken gaze smiled at her. His breath mixed with alcohol wafted over her face. I just wanted to see if you still care about me. Sakura's heart raced and she hurriedly jumped back a bit, her mind racing for a reason to conceal her feelings. That's because you got drunk in front of my door and I had no choice but to intervene. Now that you're awake, you should go home. Absolutely not. The man seemed to suddenly awaken, gripping her arm with a tone devoid of ambiguity. Sakura found it hard to break free, trying to pull her hand away. He looked like a forsaken child, sad and pitiful, as he said, I've been here waiting for you. You finally returned. The man suddenly stood up, pulling her close, his arms wrapping around her waist. Sakura felt like a small deer falling into his deep star-like eyes. Uzumaki Naruto leaned in, pressing her against the wall while gazing at her with longing. He had promised that he would never let her go again. Their eyes locked and it felt as if something collided in the air, igniting layers of sparks. She had said before that she couldn't look at him, she truly couldn't bear the look in his eyes. The desire in the man's gaze began to intertwine with love as he slowly leaned closer. Sakura's breath grew heavier. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She felt that he wanted to kiss her. 10 years ago on a similarly cold night in that small room he had held her hands tightly and they had argued fiercely before finally understanding each other. Tears had brimmed in his eyes as he confessed his love. Their intense kisses and the pain of their lips colliding had once been proof of their love. Naruto. We can't go back. A tear fell from the corner of Sakura's eye like a shooting star in the dark night. The man halted his approach and in the silent night breeze only the sound of sighs remained. If only she hadn't fallen for him he would have moved on and eventually loved a kind and gentle girl. But she had fallen for him. She loved him to the point of being willing to die to make up for his regrets, willing to leave. Even her return today was for him, but he didn't know. He also couldn't know this was her secret and she would never let him find out. He was the seventh Hokage, a man with a wife and children, and they could no longer love each other. This was his fate and her choice. Sakura had never regretted her decision from that year. However, looking at his pained face and heartbroken expression and the despair in his eyes, her heart couldn't help but ache. She knew he was in agony and she felt the same. But she could only endure, she could only cry silently after sending him away. Yet Uzumaki Naruto did not leave. He remained silent. This woman clearly still cared for him, yet her words could pierce his heart like a knife. Did she still think he was the same timid boy from 10 years ago whom she could come and go as she pleased in his heart? He was not. He wished he could stab her 1,000 times. After the pain and despair, a fury that could not be forgiven burned within him. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned red as he squeezed his throat in anger, gripping her chin tightly and lifting it, his fierce gaze radiating aggression. He breathed heavily, his breath hitting her face. If we can't go back, why did you come back? Tell me, what was your reason for returning? Who did you come back for this time? The man's voice carried the weight of heartbreak as if he were being stabbed by 1,000 ants, almost growling. Don't say it's not because of me. Haruno Sakura, you love me. You came back because you love me. Haruno Sakura felt a wave of bitterness and guilt wash over her. She could no longer care about the man's identity or status nor where they were. She raised her hand and slapped his face. Uzumaki Naruto, you're drunk and talking nonsense. The person I love is Uchiha Sasuke. The golden-haired man's pupils constricted, his teeth grinding together in frustration. He was clearly provoked into madness. His rationality had long been overshadowed by jealousy. He forcefully grabbed her hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant the yellow flash of Konoha appeared, transporting Sakura into a small room. This 20-square-meter room was familiar to her. It was Naruto's room when he was still that carefree, foolish, golden-haired boy. The room remained as simple as ever, with a basic wardrobe, a desk, and a single bed, the furnishings unchanged. Sakura noticed that this room after 10 years was still spotless. Clearly someone had come to ventilate and clean it regularly. Tears streamed down her face. There was no one else but Uzumaki Naruto. The man wore a glooming expression. Memories made it hard for him to forget and jealousy drove him mad. He glared at the pink-haired woman who had become cold-hearted, shoving her onto the bed and pointing at the dried rose stains on the sheets. That was the blood of her virginity, the ironclad evidence that she had loved him. Sakura, do you still remember? You also said you loved me. By the time the words left his mouth he was already in tears, choking on his sobs. He was already the Hokage, having decided not to cry again, but since her return he had lost count of how many times he had cried. In the quiet night the cool wind flowed like water and the faint moonlight streamed in, illuminating Naruto's face. Sakura finally saw his blue eyes clearly. The moonlight remembered all the nights he would never forget, and neither could she. As each other's first love in this narrow single bed, he called her name over and over and she responded, each time affirming their bond. They kissed, intertwined, and cherished each other. She had vowed never to leave this man. Tears flowed like a flood that had broken through the dam. Seeing her cry like this, the man's expression gradually softened. Young Naruto couldn't understand why Sakura had so many tears. Every time he got injured on missions and fell, she would kneel thinking he had died, lifting his head and crying violently, her tears flowing endlessly. It wasn't until he turned 18 that he finally understood she loved him. She had long loved him. They entrusted themselves to each other, promising never to separate. But it was he who had betrayed her. After that night, the arrival of that mission ended their budding romance. She had been gone for 10 years. Rather than hating her, it was more accurate to say he hated his former self. He hated his avoidance, his cowardice, his immaturity. Immersed in guilt and debt towards Hyuga, Niji and Hinata, concerned about Hinata's weak physical condition after being rescued, he dared not clarify things with her and couldn't face Sakura. He hated himself and blamed her, wondering why she couldn't wait for him, why she couldn't give him a little more time, why she had to leave. He searched through the 5 great nations for her for 3 whole years but couldn't find her. He could only tell himself repeatedly that Sakura had never loved him. The person she had always loved was Uchiha Sasuke. Only by thinking this way could he continue living. It was only last night that he realized Sakura loved him more deeply than he had imagined. To make up for his debt to another woman, she sacrificed her pride and heart, even choosing to leave to ensure he could be at ease. And he didn't know he had no idea about all this. Feelings of guilt, heartache, annoyance, regret, and anger intermingled, making it hard for him to breathe. He even thought that if it weren't for this, Uchiha Sasuke would have had no chance. And they actually had a daughter. He regretted it deeply, feeling as if his heart were being torn apart. He was envious, driven to madness by jealousy. The reason he shouted at her was that she had truly hurt him. How could she be so cruel, using his greatest fears to wound him? He was genuinely afraid that she no longer loved him. "I'm sorry." Uzumaki Naruto's voice was choked hoarse. The excessive drinking and emotional turmoil of the night had left his throat dry and painful. Finally he longed to hold her, whispering in her ear, "I'm sorry, Sakura, I'm sorry." The person he wanted to protect most in this life, the one he least wanted to hurt, the one he worried about not being cherished by others, was the one he had hurt the deepest. He owed her more than just an apology. He could never forgive himself in this life. He held her tightly, fearing she would reject him, resting his head on her shoulder, his arms wrapped around her. Fortunately, she did not reject him. She quietly sobbed in his embrace, her tears soaking his clothing. Time passed second by second. He looked down at her pink hair brushed against his neck, her face flushed from crying, and glistening tears hung on her curled lashes, enchanting and beautiful. His heart raced, his solid chest heaving. He loved this woman, loving her so deeply that just a glance made it hard for him to control himself. "Sakura. Can we start over?" he said softly with longing. Uzumaki Naruto felt his heart lift with anticipation, hoping she would agree and he would bear all the rest. The person in his arms clearly did not think so. She suddenly froze, her green eyes filled with fear as she pushed him away, her entire body trembling. "No way, Uzumaki Naruto, we can't do this. We can't be together." Haruno, Sakura shouted as she pushed him away and rushed to the door, wanting to leave. She couldn't stay here any longer, she almost lost herself to him. "Why can't we?" Uzumaki Naruto pulled her back forcefully. No one could outrun him. He leaned against the door, blocking her escape, and with a gentle push he locked the door with a click. The wait for an answer made him anxious. "Why? Was it because you loved him?" He didn't dare to ask. He was afraid of knowing the answer. He didn't even dare to mention that man's name in front of her. Extreme jealousy and grievance made his eyes bloodshot as he choked out, "Sakura, tell me, do you still love me?" Haruno Sakura froze, tears streaming down her face again. Neither of them spoke. In fact, long before her return she had imagined countless scenarios. She had even prepared a speech intending to say, "I don't love you anymore, I haven't loved you for a long time. Otherwise I wouldn't have returned without a care." But the truth was that when she looked into his eyes, picturing the expression of hurt he would wear, she couldn't bring herself to say it. The sharp words that could either free her or stab him she thought she could say, but she didn't expect him to entangle her even more fervently than before. She opened her mouth but couldn't get the words out. Uzumaki Naruto's warm, intense kiss descended upon her as she hesitated, covering her with a flurry of kisses that stole away her breath. Sakura only felt pain on her lips. She didn't want to engage in any ambiguous relationship with him. She couldn't do this. She pushed against his shoulders with all her might, her teeth tightly closed, giving him no opening. The more she pushed him, the more he lost his rationality, gripping her hand and pressing it back onto the bed. Sakura was forced to lie on the bed, facing his bloodshot eyes. Uzumaki Naruto's chest heaved violently as he stared at her. He still had a shred of rationality left. His bloodshot eyes turned back to their usual blue. His resolute face remained tense as he growled, "Answer me. Do you still love me?" Haruno Sakura's hands were pinned down painfully. Her consciousness started to blur, tears flowing from her eyes mixing with her pink hair. With her lips slightly parted she dared not look at him and said softly, "Naruto. You are a married man and I am a married woman. I loved you but not anymore. I haven't loved you for a long time." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes grew dimmer as if the only flame in the darkness had been extinguished. The sadness in his azure eyes deepened. He weakly released his grip, turning away to curl up on one side. He said indifferently, "You can go." Haruno Sakura felt as if her insides were being burned. Forcing herself to look away from him, she sat up from the bed, her heart feeling like it was being sliced. But she coldly said, "I have a daughter with Uchiha Sasuke. The Seventh Hokage and Hinata have also had a son. Since we are now parents, let's each find our happiness. I just hope the Hokage will remember our past and provide for my daughter and me." Uzumaki Naruto's heart bled. She was truly cruel. When one stops loving someone, they can be so merciless. "Get out." He gritted his teeth, uttering a single syllable, his teeth biting into his lip until it bled. He had never imagined that there would come a day in his life when he would say such a word to Sakura. Sakura turned her face away, tears seemingly having run dry. After this he would no longer pay attention to her, right? Good, that was exactly what she wanted. Looking out at the cold moonlight just like 10 years ago, only this time a decade later under the same moonlit night they could only walk in opposite directions. Perhaps the pain in her heart had reached its peak as a faint smile slowly appeared on her lips. She stood up from the bed, but as she did she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Damn it, how could this happen at this moment? Was her body really this weak now? She forced herself to walk towards the door, but the few steps felt like an eternity. Once she left this room a clear boundary would be drawn between them. As she pulled the door open, the cold wind from the moonlit night rushed in like a raging storm, causing Sakura to feel a splitting headache. Noise began to echo in her mind, probably due to her lack of sleep last night. She raised her fingers to massage her temples, pushing herself to step outside. However, she stumbled and fell to the ground. A branch of early cherry blossoms burst forth with new buds blooming into delicate pink and white flowers, while other branches competed to display their beauty, filling the entire tree with cherry blossoms overnight. The warm golden sunlight gently caressed the earth as if it could soothe any pain in the world. The spring breeze blew softly, lifting the sheer curtain by the window, peering into someone's dream. Senior Sister Shizune. Please wake up, I beg you to wake up. Haruno Sakura saw herself crying and crawling in despair. Sakura. An old man in a green robe called to her from the ground beside. Sakura, my disciple, the path of a ninja is inherited from my master. Jiraiya once said. For a ninja, how one lives does not matter, but how one dies is the most important. I declare from today onwards you are no longer a ninja. So, Sakura, from now on forget that you are a ninja, follow your heart and live a simple and happy life. Don't be sad. This is your choice. And also mine and Shizune's choice. You will always be my most beloved disciple. Goodbye, Sakura. Haruno Sakura felt dazed, as if half awake, the words of Tsunade reverberating in her mind. She wanted to open her eyes, but her body felt utterly weak, as if her soul had left her body. She saw herself crying and wished to embrace herself. Yet there was a mist surrounding her and she could not find a way out. Sakura, Haruno Sakura, wide forehead Sakura. She heard a woman's voice calling her. She knew who it was but could not respond. Suddenly she felt a strong push and woke up, her eyes opening to a white ceiling. Hiss, there was still some dizziness in her mind. Mom, you finally woke up. Her daughter Hanami rushed over and hugged her tightly. It was the hospital room of Konoha. Sakura realized she had fainted. You were unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, wishing she could slap her awake, but seeing Hanami lying by the bed, her tone softened as she sighed. You know the condition of your body better than anyone. Ah, indeed, both the master and senior sister had exerted all their efforts, yet she had not taken good care of her own body and fell ill again. It was him who brought you here. Yamanaka Ino frowned and took a deep breath. Hanami, your mom is awake. You should be going to school by now. Mom is fine. Haruno Sakura gently caressed her daughter's face. Uchiha Hanami looked doubtful, tilting her head towards Yamanaka Ino in her white coat. And Ino, is my mom really okay? Your mom is just too tired. Once she gets enough sleep she will be fine. Hurry to school and Ino will take good care of your mom. Uchiha Hanami nodded in relief and walked out of the hospital. Outside, the cherry blossom trees swayed in the wind, casting flickering shadows. In the Hokage office, 2 secondary assistants brought in a stack of documents. Hokage-sama, sorry to interrupt, but this is the past proposal that requires your signature to proceed to the next step. Uzumaki Naruto bent over the desk, took up the pen and signed. After finishing, he stood silently by the window, staring blankly at the scenery. The 2 assistants holding the signed documents dared not say a word, exchanged glances and quietly withdrew. Rumor had it that Hokage-sama was in a particularly bad mood these past few days, so caution was advised during work reports. If any task was poorly executed, even the usually favored jonin would face severe criticism. The 2 glanced at each other, sensing the rumors were true. Normally Hokage-sama would sign these documents with a pleasant demeanor and would even chat with them when in a good mood. But these past few days he had remained silent, his eyes swollen as if he had been crying, with dark circles as large as a panda's. The 2 whispered among themselves, having heard that many had seen Hokage-sama drinking alone at night, buying bottle after bottle to drown his sorrows and then returning to work the next day. How could he be in a good mood? They speculated that Hokage-sama and his wife had quarreled. This morning Hokage-sama's wife brought breakfast, but he didn't even want to see her. At the end of the corridor, Narashikamaru cleared his throat and warned, "Are you 2 not interested in working anymore?" The 2 assistants quickly apologized in hushed tones, their faces pale as they slipped away. Narashikamaru was too lazy to care about them. He pushed the door open and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto lighting a cigarette and helplessly said, "You must be feeling stressed, you might as well just strangle her. Otherwise one day you will die at her hands." "Hey, how is she doing?" Uzumaki Naruto asked gloomily. "Can't you do anything better? Haruno Sakura can't turn things around with you, can she?" Uzumaki Naruto remained silent. Nara Shikamaru clicked his tongue and said, "Aren't you keeping someone on her? They should be reporting back by now." Just as he finished speaking, a shadow flickered in the room and a man wearing a white cat-faced mask stood before Uzumaki Naruto. He was a member of the Hokage's direct umbu, taking orders only from the Hokage. He glanced at Nara Shikamaru, saw the Seventh Hokage nod, and then spoke in a deep voice. "She has awakened. Understood. Continue to monitor her every move. I want to know all her dynamics. Report daily and notify me of any important matters at any time." "Yes." The shadowy umbu member received his orders and quickly left. "Naruto, what are you planning to do?" Nara Shikamaru asked. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slyly and replied, "Shikamaru, let Sakura join the Hippo project. I agree. You handle the coordination and arrangements." He was now energetic, shaking off the previous dejection and worry, his blue eyes gleaming brightly. "Shikamaru, you said that Yamanaka Ino is her best friend, so the plan proposed by Yamanaka Ino must be her true intention. I want to see what this woman has really come back for. If she didn't return for him, then what was her purpose? He would eventually find out." "Understood." Nara Shikamaru replied, "Seeing you perk up, I can worry less now. I'm not worried about negotiations," Uzumaki Naruto emphasized, "but her personal safety must be guaranteed. Her current condition is far too weak." Nara Shikamaru nodded, muttering to himself, "Who knows what you two are up to, dragging someone to the hospital in the dead of night, almost needing to manage some gossip news for you. Forget it, matters of the heart are too complicated, it's time to get to work." Nara Shikamaru put away his lighter and slipped his hands into his pockets, realizing he had been smoking a bit too much lately. "Hey Shikamaru, don't walk away yet," Naruto Uzumaki called out. "There's one more thing you must handle personally." "Whom?" Shikamaru Nara frowned, puzzled. "I suspect." Naruto murmured, his voice low and grave. He carefully scanned the surroundings with his chakra sense, confirming no other presences. Then, for absolute safety, he wove an additional barrier before continuing, "Boruto is not my son." "What did you say?" Even Shikamaru Nara recoiled in shock, eyes widening as he stared intently at Naruto Uzumaki. "What do you mean?" Naruto gazed blankly into the air, his expression calm yet deeply somber, before speaking slowly. "Shikamaru, I know this sounds unbelievable to you. But this matter, I can entrust it only to you. If Boruto truly isn't my son, only a mind as sharp and incisive as yours could uncover the flaw buried within this truth. Naruto, if this is about divorce, there's no need to cast doubt on Hinata. She was once your closest comrade in arms, your trusted ally, and she loves you." "Shikamaru, I'm not making excuses." Naruto cut him off, then paused before adding, "I've long contemplated ending this marriage, but that's entirely separate. To uncover the truth about the child, that is my fidelity to myself." Shikamaru scratched his head, pulled out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and sighed resignedly. "All right, where did your suspicion begin?" "Shikamaru, you know why all these years I've refused alcohol, even at official gatherings." A pang of sorrow tightened Naruto's chest, his sinuses stung with quiet ache. "My mother warned me the 3 forbidden taboos of shinobi, among them drunkenness. I only obeyed after failing first." Shikamaru nodded, he'd heard whispers of that night. Yet even when rumors swirled wildly, Naruto had remained silent, until today when he raised the matter himself. Shikamaru watched him quietly, drawing another slow drag from his cigarette. "You all know I married her because she was pregnant, but that child, Hinata and I." Naruto paused, gathering himself before continuing, "Everyone urged me to forget Sakura-kun. Yes, I drank heavily that night, collapsed by the roadside, utterly powerless, but my mind was crystal clear. Even now I remember vividly, Hinata carried me home, tossed me onto the bed, turned to boil water for me, and then I fell asleep. I have absolutely no memory of anything beyond that. Truly, I cannot be mistaken. I even recall her seeing the bloodstain on the sheets." He exhaled sharply, cradling his head in both hands, fingers raking through his golden hair as he gritted his teeth. It was Sakura-kun's maiden blood. Then she simply turned and went to boil more water. Later Hinata announced she was pregnant. I stood frozen, stunned. Ino claimed she'd seen Hinata leaving my house late at night. Everyone insisted I'd blacked out. From that day forward I never touched alcohol again." Naruto lowered his head in anguish, fingers plunging once more into his blonde hair, tugging at the roots before rubbing his palms hard across his face. 2 days ago grief nearly killed me. I drank heavily, went to see Sakura-kun." He lifted his gaze to meet Shikamaru's, emphasizing firmly, "I drank even more than before. Every gesture she made, every glance, every word, even the precise curl of each strand of hair, I remember it all with perfect clarity. I did not black out. To prove I never lose consciousness, I've drunk heavily these past 2 nights. I remained fully lucid. Fully lucid, Shikamaru. Every detail, from 10 years ago to today, I recall with absolute precision." Naruto's voice trembled, fraying at the edge of collapse. He paused, steadied his breath, then continued, "I know this claim lacks tangible proof, and may even seem heartless. But who Naruto Uzumaki is, others may not know. You do. Shikamaru, have you ever been drunk? What does intoxication feel like to you?" Shikamaru said nothing. He withdrew his gaze from Naruto, pressed a finger to his chin and bowed his head in silence. After a moment he looked up. How much one can drink and how one behaves under its influence depends on age, physical state and environment. That alone proves nothing. But just now, you mentioned Hinata boiled water for you. If your recollection is accurate, perhaps that is where the anomaly lies. Still. He crushed the cigarette but between his fingers, frowning. I find it inconceivable that Hinata would ever do such a thing. Then recognizing his own bias, the emotional assumption clouding rational judgment, he blinked, shrugged lightly and added, whether Boruto is truly your son may prove extraordinarily difficult to verify. He has blonde hair and blue eyes, no contemporary technology exists here to confirm paternity and too much time has passed. It will take considerable effort and time. Shikamaru, I beg you. Whether or not Boruto is my son, Hinata and I cannot go on. A marriage sustained solely by a child destroys 2 lives. He paused, his face hardening with resolve as his gaze locked steadily onto Shikamaru's. Asking you to investigate this is my reckoning with myself. Tomorrow I'll speak with Hinata about divorce. Hey Naruto, we agreed to postpone the divorce discussion. No postponement. Not a single moment longer. Ugh. Shikamaru groaned. Honestly, just thinking about managing your private affairs gives me a splitting headache. At least wait, can't you hold off until after Sakura Haruno's return when the political storm has settled? First let me finish investigating this. Naruto remained silent, a tacit acceptance. He dissolved the barrier and watched wordless as Shikamaru shuffled out of the office looking utterly drained. The mere thought of Sakura Haruno calling him a married man made his organs burn with fury. Though it was factually true, he had never in full consciousness so much as touched Hinata Hyuga. And what of her? Hanabi is 9, meaning Sakura left Konoha and immediately joined Sasuke Uchiha bearing his child. That woman turned away without hesitation, built a life with another man, and as she herself declared, she loved him once but love long since faded. Naruto trembled with rage, yearning to fight Sasuke Uchiha once more, yet couldn't locate even a trace of him. He brushed his transplanted right hand, raw possessiveness tearing at his heart like claws. Gazing out the window at wind-tossed cherry blossoms, petals drifting like pale pink snow, he vanished in a blur, plucked several blossoms midair, then crushed them violently in his fist. Still the bitterness lodged deep within him refused to lift. In the mountains, Ino peered out from the window, looking left and right for a long time, murmuring, I think I saw something move just now. It was probably just a bird. As she spoke, she returned to the bed of Haruno Sakura and, being cautious, set up a barrier. What's wrong, Ino? What do you want to say? Why set up a barrier? Haruno Sakura adjusted the speed of the drip on her hand and asked in confusion. Ino raised the report in her hand, fixed her gaze on Sakura and exclaimed loudly, Haruno Sakura, I am now seriously asking you what exactly happened 10 years ago. Looking at her friend's serious face, Sakura's expression darkened. As a medical ninja, Ino's skills had improved significantly over the years. She curled her lips into a fake smile and said, What? Did you discover something? Ino remained silent, crossing her arms over her chest, her face still serious as she looked at her. Sakura slowly retracted her fake smile and after a long pause finally spoke, saying calmly, It's just as you suspected. Ino was taken aback. She had hoped her deduction was wrong, but Sakura's calm response confirmed it was indeed the case. Just now Hanamikin was here and she couldn't act out now with no one around, and the barrier said it was completely safe. Ino was so furious that she couldn't find her words. It turned out that exchanging Hinata Hyuga's life back then not only cost Sakura her ability to gather chakra. She pointed at the report. This was Sakura's body analysis report, revealing that her current cellular activity was several levels lower than that of an ordinary person, which meant, while a normal person might just catch a slight cold, Sakura could fall seriously ill. Even more terrifying was that due to her low cellular activity, conceiving would be incredibly difficult. Based on her current situation, her chances of conceiving were less than 1%. Even harder to comprehend was that Sakura, with such a low fertility rate, had given birth to a child in the first year after leaving. Ino instantly understood that there was only one explanation: she must have been pregnant before her cellular activity dropped. And whose child it was she could guess with a single strand of hair. This matter was too significant, so she first sent Hanami away and cautiously set up a barrier. Ino pressed her hand against her chest to calm her emotions, her mind in turmoil. After a long while she said, So you and Uchiha Sasuke were never together at all? Sakura nodded, then shook her head and said, He is still the father of Hanami. Ino was furious, pushing Sakura's head and saying, Sakura, what on earth is wrong with your mind? You better clarify everything step by step right now. I will ask, you will answer. First, the success of Hinata Hyuga's surgery was practically exchanged for your life. Did you know you were pregnant at that time? Sakura shook her head. She had only spent one night with Naruto Uzumaki, and so much had happened afterward that she hadn't even paid attention to her own cycle. When Ino asked about the child, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Her master and Shizen had sacrificed themselves to protect her and the child in her womb. Her pale face turned even whiter as she choked out, Ino. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, Sakura. What you owe is to yourself. Ino did not understand why she apologized and glared at the frail pink-haired girl at the bedside. Sakura shook her head even more vigorously, covering her face with her hands as tears streamed down like a fountain. Her sobs made her words intermittent. Ino. You don't know my master. And Shizune. They sacrificed themselves to protect this child. Remembering Tsunade and Shizune, she could no longer hold back and broke down, her shoulders shaking with her sobs. Ino instantly understood the meaning behind Sakura's apology. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She feared for her master's fate. She didn't want to think about it, her heart feeling tightly constricted. Sakura calmed her emotions and stopped her tears, saying, My master asked me to choose. If I choose to save myself, I can restore all cellular activity, but whether I could use basic ninjutsu afterward is uncertain. If I choose to save the child, then I would not even reach the level of an ordinary person, let alone use ninjutsu. Ino was stunned, considering the dilemma. Even her master with her medical level could not guarantee a solution, which made it clear how severe Sakura's condition had been at that time. She shook her head, not daring to imagine that to save Hinata Hyuga. All she could think of was that Sakura had exhausted herself to the brink. The Sakura before her was pale and sobbing, filled with regret. My master and the others hid this from me. I didn't know that choosing to save both myself and the child would cost them their lives. It was me who dragged down my master and Shizune. I should have realized that my master's medical skills were not superior to mine. No wonder such low cellular activity could still result in a child. It turned out that her master and Shizune had poured all their life force into Sakura. No wonder the intelligence department could no longer receive any news from her master. It turned out that her master and Shizune had already. Ino's eyes turned red as tears fell. She walked over and gently embraced Sakura. Neither of them spoke again, quietly crying for a long time. Ino said heavily, Fool, you are such a fool. With such a significant matter, you should have let Naruto Uzumaki make the choice. You should have let him decide. Sakura remained silent for a long time, holding Ino's back gently and softly, saying, Wasn't he already choosing Hinata? Temari had already caught the bouquet. Moreover, Ino, the previous Sanin Haruno Sakura, could barely match Naruto Uzumaki. But now that I am no longer a ninja, how can I match up with him? He is going to become Hokage. Ino was taken aback. She knew that Sakura had been striving hard all along to not just watch the backs of those two but to fight alongside them. Hearing such words from her lips seemed irrefutable. Her gaze was filled with helplessness and heartache as she slowly reproached wide-forehead Sakura, you are just too maternal, taking everything upon yourself, which is why you suffer so much. Do you really love him that much? When will you learn to think for yourself? Sakura suddenly smiled, her face radiant, and gently said, Ino, everyone has someone they desperately want to protect. Sacrificing for that person is not meaningless. Even you, Ino, once risked your life for Sai. Ino broke into a smile through tears, slightly lost in thought, recalling events from 10 years ago. She turned back and once again embraced Sakura, softly saying, But there's no need to make Hanami have black hair and black eyes. I mean, isn't she supposed to have blonde hair and blue eyes? Sakura nodded on Ino's shoulder and said, Isn't it because your Sai pursued too closely? If Sasuke-kun and I had a child with blonde hair and blue eyes, it would attract too much attention. So you used the juice of the bellflower as a medicine to change her appearance. Over the past decade, to help Sakura restore her Byakugo, Ino had worked hard to improve her medical skills, researching every medical book she could find. At this moment, Ino recalled an ancient recipe she had once seen. At the time, she thought it was tedious and boring, no wonder it became an obscure recipe that no one asked about. But she never expected that it would truly be used one day. Yes, Sakura nodded in Ino's shoulder. The purple bellflower juice can be used as a medicinal catalyst combined with 7 other herbs to change a person's hair color and eye color. You make it sound easy, but this recipe is quite peculiar. The catalyst is readily available, but each of the 7 herbs is extremely rare. Not to mention gathering all 7, that must have exhausted you. Sakura quietly nodded. I was fine, it was Naruto who worked hard. The legendary figure of the ninja world, Naruto Uzumaki, had quietly traveled around collecting herbs. It really felt like a pity for him. Ino laughed and clapped her hands, saying, That's what Uchiha Sasuke owes you. In the past, when you opened your heart to him, he wanted to kill you. Now it's not bad for him to run around for you. Ino, don't say that. I'm very grateful to Sasuke-kun. He doesn't owe me anything. My feelings have changed long ago, haven't they? Sakura said, her gaze dimming again. Ino fell silent, her heart aching a little. Sakura had always been so foolish, fixating on a childhood crush while ignoring the man who had treated her the best by her side, but since realizing she loved Naruto Uzumaki, she was willing to sacrifice anything, give anything, lose anything. What supported her growth was love, yet it was also love that destroyed her. Once she had determined her feelings, she would never change. Ino sighed lightly and decided to drop the topic. Inside the room, with doors and windows closed and curtains tightly drawn, not a single breeze flowed. The conversation had become somewhat sorrowful. Ino found the remote control to turn on the air conditioning and couldn't help but say, however, as the child grows the effects of the medicine will weaken. I estimate you won't be able to hide it for long. She tossed the remote onto the bedside table and continued, so you came back to join the Hippo Squad not for biological recombination, but your true aim is to study genetics and completely change Hanami's hair color and eye color. Sakura bit her lip. Ino, I have no secrets left in front of you. Ino shot her a glare and sternly said, you should have never hidden this from me back then. She reached out to wipe the tears from Sakura's face, saying helplessly, so that day he brought you here, does he know about this? Sakura gently shook her head. Once I develop a method to permanently change Hanami's hair and eye color, I will leave Konoha. Ino sighed deeply again and hugged her tightly, reproaching wide forehead. Sakura, are you a fool? I believe Naruto Uzumaki has the right to know. Are you really not going to tell him? Sakura appeared lost in thought. Ino's words reminded her of Sasuke Uchiha, who had also held such thoughts on this matter. Until 7 years ago, all radio stations were broadcasting the same news. No matter which street you walked on, you could hear people discussing the century wedding of the war hero Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, the daughter of an ancient noble clan. Such a grand celebration in the Land of Fire kept the topic alive for 3 days and 3 nights. Sasuke's face had darkened, and afterward he never mentioned sending her back to Konoha again. Later, as Hanami grew, the effects of the medicine weakened more and more, while Konoha's search for them never ceased. This pill was no longer a long-term solution, and thus she decided to return to the village. Even if she returned under Naruto's nose, she never considered telling him about the child. Sakura curved her lips into a bitter smile, shaking her head and saying, the Hokage has an illegitimate child. Just think how explosive that would be. Since I decided to keep this matter hidden back then, and now that it is settled, I certainly won't bring it up again. If it weren't for worrying that Hanami's situation would be hard to conceal, I would never return to Konoha in my lifetime. Her dim gaze and persistent attitude made Ino feel heartbroken. Sakura, after all, was still thinking of Naruto Uzumaki. She recalled 10 years ago when Naruto Shikamaru announced his relationship with the Sand Village princess. She too had a secret she could never speak of. To make that man happy, she had once unhesitatingly chosen to keep that secret hidden forever. So she could particularly understand Sakura's decision. She was just more fortunate. In the later story, she met Sai, the man who said he wouldn't spend a lifetime making her forget, but only wanted to love her together. She smiled as she married Sai, and now she was living well. Naruto Shikamaru and Temari were also very happy. Ino did not know whether Sakura's choice was right or wrong. The image of Naruto Uzumaki flashed in her mind. That night his eyes were red and swollen, and his lips were even bitten and bleeding. He was in a panic and rushed to find her. Sakura's fainting left him at a loss. He sat against the wall in the hospital until dawn, only to find that Sakura had not woken up. He then returned to the Hokage office full of energy. Ino shook her head. She could never understand Naruto Uzumaki. Forget it. She tore the report in her hand into pieces and burned it with a fire. Ino clapped her hands, dispelled the barrier, turned off the air conditioning and walked to the window to open the curtains and let in some fresh air. The warm spring breeze blew in, carrying the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms, and the air became fresh. He seems to know about your inability to use ninjutsu. I told him that you fainted because your body became very weak after that surgery, and he believed it. Thank you, Ino. Sakura smiled as the golden sunlight shone on Ino's light golden hair. Naruto Uzumaki swiped his lifetime free VIP card, seated in the inner hall of Ichiraku Ramen, enjoying his lunch. On the television hanging in the corner, a popular talk show debate was airing where several pseudo-scholars were arguing about dreams. Naruto stole a glance before continuing to slurp his noodles. Everyone in the Land of Fire knows, or rather everyone in this world knows, that Naruto Uzumaki's dream is to become Hokage. Only his close teammates and friends know that Naruto has another dream, to bring back Sasuke Uchiha. What they know is that there exists a profound bond between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. What they do not know is that the origin of this deep connection traces back to a girl named Sakura Haruno. Naruto looked up at the television where a scholar proposed that a man's dreams initially stem from women, receiving a barrage of rebuttals from the opposition. Naruto scoffed. Boring. At first he wanted to be Hokage simply to gain recognition, believing that if he became Hokage he would earn the villagers' approval. Later he was fortunate to team up with that pink-haired girl and the black-haired boy. The profound bond he formed with them fueled his desire to grow stronger. He wanted to become capable of protecting the most important people in his life. Sasuke's departure, Sakura's tears, and his own weakness deeply spurred him on. At that time his dream was to bring Sasuke back and fulfill the promise made with Sakura. He took steps forward, growing stronger with each stride, experiencing numerous events and meeting many people. Some made him aware of the darkness within the village, while others allowed him to experience the pain of the world. Some yearned to shatter a false reality. He witnessed the village's shortcomings, the struggles of humanity, and the cyclical fate of the world. Yet regardless, he still aspired to become Hokage. If this world is devoid of light, then let me be the first torch. He genuinely wanted to protect everyone, to safeguard the village. He wished to enact change, to reform alongside his closest brother. He was filled with fervor and ambition, but what was the final outcome? The disappearance of Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha left him without his right and left arms. Confused, he entered a political marriage with the Hyuga clan, timidly entangled in the political maelstrom for 7 years. He was not defeated by Pain nor by Madara Uchiha nor by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yet that mission from 10 years ago easily brought him down. It was the departure of that woman that defeated him completely. He went mad, filled with regret and despair. He felt that without her everything had lost its meaning. He searched for her everywhere. His world revolved around finding her, drinking and crying. He was like a hollow shell, living as a mere zombie. Unable to find her, he had no choice but to cling to the dream of becoming Hokage to keep himself alive. After 10 years of wandering, she finally returned. Even if she came with a child, even if he already had a family, he did not care. He would no longer be shackled by so-called responsibilities. He could handle these matters. He wanted to embrace her, he was willing to embrace her. Yet it seemed he had forgotten that she was unwilling. She was unwilling. Her cold rejection pierced him, leaving him bloodied and broken. He regretted deeply, feeling as if his heart were being torn apart, and he recalled his little-known third dream, to marry Sakura Haruno. Would he still be able to marry her in this lifetime? His blue eyes darkened, and the ceramic soup spoon he dropped clinked against the bowl with a crisp sound. Naruto was at a loss for words, his heart feeling as if it were crushed under a massive stone, suffocating him. The boring scholars on the television continued their heated debate, and he didn't want to hear a single word. He left the ramen shop and wandered aimlessly down the streets of Konohagakure. He walked from East Street to West Street, glancing at the stalls selling clothes, toys and food, finally stopping to sigh in an inconspicuous corner at the end of the street. Looking up at the sun in the sky and feeling the gentle breeze, he was unsure of what he truly wanted. Nara Shikamaru was right, Sakura would never turn the page for him. Lord Hokage, would you like to buy a hairpin? A voice tinged with the weariness of age pulled Naruto out of his brooding emotions. He turned to see a small stall selling hair accessories where a kindly old woman was inquiring warmly. Naruto waved his hand and jumped back, apologizing for accidentally blocking the old woman's business, but his gaze was drawn to a beautiful red hair ribbon. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head and approached, leaning down to take a closer look. It was a very delicate hair ribbon. 6 beautiful cherry blossoms were designed in an elegant arrangement, blooming on the red fabric. The pale pink petals were exquisitely pressed from shells, glimmering delicately under the sunlight, with 2 small glimmering green leaves as embellishments and tiny smooth pearls nestled in the flower's center, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The moment Naruto laid eyes on it, he instinctively envisioned Sakura wearing it. The old woman, seeing him gaze intently with a glimmer of joy in her eyes, placed the ribbon in his hands and gently reminded, "This is for your beloved girl, okay?" Naruto's joyful expression turned somber. He set the cherry blossom accessory down, shoved his hands into his pockets, shook his head and walked away. What beloved girl? He had already lost her, hadn't he? Naruto Uzumaki wandered aimlessly through the streets, dragging his leg, and unknowingly arrived at the hospital entrance. Perhaps this was truly the destination he longed for. His heart was chaotic as he wandered the streets, yet it was his yearning that led him. How long had it been since he last saw Sakura Haruno? Since the time she said she no longer loved him, he had not sought her out, and it had been nearly 2 months. He had people watching her at all times. He received daily reports from the Umbu, and her every move was under his control. Every morning at 6:30 she would wake up, prepare breakfast and lunch for herself and her daughter, and by 8 o'clock Uchiha Hanami would leave home. She would tidy up the dishes, apply light makeup, change her clothes and leave by 8:40, arriving at the hospital to clock in by 9. Her work primarily consisted of 2 parts: training medical ninjas and researching the Hippopotamus Project with other research. In addition to those he arranged to monitor and protect her, Shikamaru also dispatched other loyal medical jonin to infiltrate the research group. It must be said that Shikamaru's mind was truly sharp. He protected her while being cautious, ensuring a balance with the Hyuga clan during the hippopotamus research. She rarely got off work on time, and after work she would often have dinner with her daughter Hanami at nearby restaurants. Her daughter would share stories from school, causing her to squint her eyes and smile warmly. After finishing dinner she would return to the hospital and stay busy until 9 at night, then go home to wash up, prepare ingredients for the next morning, kiss her daughter goodnight and finally go to bed. On weekends she would take her daughter grocery shopping or hang out with Ino. Just yesterday they organized a gathering with their peers at a barbecue restaurant. He received reports like this every day. Sakura Haruno seemed to be doing well. It appeared she really no longer loved him. Ah. Naruto Uzumaki was troubled, although her words had cut him deeply, bringing him pain. Once he awakened to see her lying unconscious, he forgave her immediately. Nara Shikamaru was right. Sooner or later he would die at her hands. He pondered for days but could not comprehend why, if she no longer loved him, she would return and assist him with the Hippopotamus Project. He could not figure it out. He wanted to ask her, but he could not simply do so. He had to endure. He would find out. Naruto looked up at the 4 characters of Konoha Hospital, a determined glint flickering in his eyes once again. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and he would keep his word. After turning a few streets he arrived at the old lattice stall and bought a cherry blossom headband that he liked, gripping it tightly in his hand. At 2:40 in the afternoon, Naruto was reviewing his speech for the Spring Festival celebration when an assistant knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Sorry, Lord Hokage, there has been an inquiry from the ninja school regarding the scheduled visit this afternoon from 3 to 5 to interact with the children. Will you be able to attend on time? If the schedule changes, I will reschedule with them." There was indeed such an agenda today. Naruto rubbed his eyes and said, "No need, I will be there on time. After washing my face, I will tidy up my clothes and set off." Being Hokage was busy compared to participating in a fixed speech. Visiting the ninja school was a task he enjoyed more. Being with the children, witnessing the new sprouts of Konoha's future grow strong, lifted his spirits. First, Naruto went to greet teacher Iruka. Although he had now become Hokage and Iruka Hyane had become the principal, Naruto still liked to call him teacher Iruka. Iruka Hyane was organizing the newly submitted student files. Upon seeing Naruto, he stood up and greeted. "The spring festival is coming soon. Although it won't be as grand as the summer festival, there are still some affairs to attend to. I thought you wouldn't come today. Teacher Iruka saved me. Carrying those documents was a headache." Haha, Iruka laughed heartily. As Hokage, there are always events to attend and every day is quite busy. "Come. Let me show you something." Iruka flipped through the files and pulled out the information on Uchiha Hanami, handing it to Naruto while taking a sip of tea. "Have you met her yet?" "Uchiha Hanami. Black hair and black eyes, exactly like Sasuke." Naruto scratched his head, smiled and took the file. "Curious. She's at school and you can see her in person soon." "Teacher Iruka, I met her on her first day back. What a coincidence, I saw her in front of Ichiraku Ramen. It was also my first time seeing her, but her face shape and features were almost identical to Sakura's, so I recognized her at a glance. I even treated her to Ichiraku Ramen." As Naruto spoke of Hanami, a smile inevitably appeared on his face. "Hanami knows me too. Hee, she said there's a doll modeled after me. Oh, let me tell you, she's different from ordinary girls. Nowadays girls dream of becoming medical ninjas, but Hanami is different. By the way, do you know what Hanami's dream is?" "What is it? Could it be to become Hokage?" Iruka asked. "You don't know either. I thought the school would ask this kind of question now," Naruto said, slightly disappointed, rolling his blue eyes. "She mysteriously said she wouldn't tell me. If I had to guess, I'd say she wants to be a kunoichi like her mother, the strongest ninja like your father, or to become Hokage like Uncle Naruto. In short, I guess 7 or 8 possibilities, but none were right. That little girl is too clever. She asked me so many questions and each one was hard to answer." Naruto spoke animatedly about Uchiha Hanami, his eyes filled with laughter. As he talked about her, Iruka's initial joy gradually turned into worry and he couldn't help but regret bringing up this topic. "Oh, Hanami has a mole on her ear." Naruto pointed at the photo on the file. Iruka helplessly shook his head. This guy truly liked Uchiha Hanami from the bottom of his heart. "Naruto, the children are learning the shadow clone technique today. Do you want to take a look?" Iruka decided to change the subject. "Aha, the shadow clone technique. Ha, I was most afraid of the shadow clone technique when I was young." Naruto scratched his head and happily followed Iruka. In the classroom, teacher Shino was teaching. Iruka led Naruto to the class entrance and the sharp-eyed children erupted in excitement. "Kids, today we have invited the 7th Hokage to join our class. Are you all happy?" "Very happy," the children replied in unison. "Then let's let the 7th Hokage introduce himself." As Naruto walked into the classroom, an inexplicable sense of nervousness rose within him. Perhaps it was the residual effects of fearing classes in his childhood. He self-mockingly smiled and walked onto the podium. The students below were all excited and many were familiar faces such as Akimichi Chocho Yamashiro Aki and Narashikata. He scratched his hair. His gaze landed on a girl with black hair and black eyes. She looked up at him with a face full of admiration, her beautiful face having almost identical features that made him feel a bit dazed. Uchiha Hanami looked too much like Haruno Sakura. In that instant he imagined Sakura looking at him with admiration. Ahem. Naruto coughed twice to ease his nervousness. Hello everyone, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite food is instant ramen, especially Ichiraku ramen that teacher Iruka treats me to. What I dislike is waiting 3 minutes for the ramen. My hobby is tasting and comparing instant ramen. My dream for the future is... He suddenly paused, a hint of sorrow flashing in his blue eyes, but it disappeared in an instant as he grinned and said, "Hey, it seems my dream has come true. Ha ha ha." The children below burst into laughter. The atmosphere was lively. Beside them, Shino and Iruka had black lines on their foreheads, secretly thinking, "Naruto, you took nearly 30 years for an introduction." Luckily the atmosphere was good. This relaxed and cheerful way of schooling was much better than a tedious theoretical class. Iruka stepped forward and said, "Students, Naruto's dream when he was young was to become Hokage. Now he has realized his dream. You should also work hard to realize your own dreams. Yes, we should work hard for our dreams. Naruto cheered. Yamanaka Shino continued with the lesson. Today we are learning the shadow clone technique. We have already discussed the principles of the technique and the hand seals. Now are there any students willing to come to the stage to try? The classroom suddenly fell silent with each student's face showing reluctance. Looking at their frightened expressions, Naruto seemed to return to his childhood. What the teacher would say next was, if no one is willing to come to the stage, I will have to call names. Then let's have the Hokage perform a demonstration for us. Eh? Naruto was startled. So has the teaching method changed now? Sure, we want the Hokage to demonstrate. Hokage, please perform the shadow clone technique. The students called out eagerly, all looking forward to the Hokage personally teaching them the technique. Naruto was influenced by the students' enthusiastic calls and demonstrated the shadow clone technique on stage. After making one clone, he worried that some classmates couldn't see clearly, so he created a few more clones. Before long, a row of Naruto clones stood on the podium. The children were all excited, each starting to practice the shadow clone technique on the spot. The teaching enthusiasm among the teachers and students in the classroom was high. Honestly, I'm not used to not using shadow clones, Naruto said, scratching his head, speaking softly to teacher Irika. The two exchanged glances, both remembering the incident when Mizuki tricked Naruto into stealing the multiple shadow clone scroll, and they couldn't help but laugh together. Hokage, the shadow clone is really a serious overreach for them, Irika warned. Naruto smiled awkwardly, scratching his golden hair, and shifted his gaze back to the children in the classroom. Akimichi Chocho was munching away. Well, for a secret technique user, learning the shadow clone technique didn't matter. Yamashiro Aki made one clone and one ink clone. He did well indeed, his family was well educated. Nara Shikadai was slacking off. Well, okay, this one is just lazy, so he passed. Uchiha Hanami. 4 clones along with the main body stood in a row, haughty yet beautiful. Naruto snorted lightly, just like his father, loving to show off. Wait. These aren't clones. They're shadow clones. Naruto was shocked, his pupils tightening as he looked again. That's right, all 5 were shadow clones, indistinguishable from the main body. Hey. Teacher Irika, didn't you just say that shadow clones are a serious overreach for children their age? There are always some exceptions. Irika awkwardly explained. Naruto, you also used multiple shadow clones back then. Naruto looked at Uchiha Hanami with a complex expression, dazedly nodding. Right. Teacher Irika said so. Shadow clones are my ultimate technique. He fell into thought again, murmuring Sasuke and Sakura. They aren't the type of ninja with a large chakra pool. Having a large amount of chakra is a trait of the Uzumaki clan. Hey Naruto. Irika felt something was wrong and looked at Naruto, whose eyes had lost focus and seemed trapped in confusion. This guy. Where is he thinking to? He hurriedly interrupted Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke is a genius ninja, and Haruno Sakura's control over chakra is something you can't compare to. Their child can use 4 shadow clones, that's perfectly normal. Naruto fell silent, his scattered gaze returning to its brilliant blue. Irika's reasoning was sound, and he found it hard to refute. Yes, after all, it's just a few shadow clones, yet he was like a fool waiting for something. He glanced at the girl with black hair and black eyes. What a symbolic proof! Naruto was left speechless. He knew it was impossible, yet his heart still ached with waves of disappointment. 10 years ago he had her in his arms, and when they embraced sweetly he had envisioned a future. He imagined having 2 children with her, ideally one boy and one girl. The girl would be as cute as her, and the boy, if he resembled him, might be a bit mischievous. He would definitely spoil his daughter gently, and she would surely teach her son a lesson with her fists. Naruto shook his head, letting out a soft sneer, his mouth curling into a bitter smile. He took a weak step back, his whole being wobbling. Irika quickly stepped forward and discreetly supported him, a cold sweat pouring down his back. He sighed inwardly. 10 years had passed and Naruto had become a respected leader. Since becoming Hokage, when had he not been calm and composed? In 7 years he had never lost his composure like this, but today. Irika knew why Naruto had married Hinata. This guy had never let go of Sakura. Haruno Sakura was still his greatest weakness, and he feared that he would eventually do something about it. The class bell rang and the students rushed forward, surrounding the 7th Hokage and bombarding him with questions. Students, don't rush. In the next outdoor class, the Hokage will interact with everyone by planting trees. Please follow Teacher Shino to get your saplings, okay? Irika gave Yamanaka Shino a hint and the students gradually exited. Irika patted Naruto's shoulder, speaking earnestly and with an implied meaning. Naruto. Next year Boruto will be coming to school. With warm golden hair and a tall erect posture, Naruto Uzumaki walked steadily from the outpatient hall of Konoha Hospital straight to the elevator at the corner, his face adorned with an amiable expression. He responded to the different glances from the medical ninjas and the public with a calm smile and a nod. He was here to find Haruno Sakura. He wanted to see her and had questions to ask. The performance of Hanamikin this afternoon truly astonished and delighted him. After leaving the Ninja Academy, doubt and brightness flickered in his azure eyes as he suppressed his excitement and pressed the button for the 8th floor. At this time she should be attending a training class. Standing in the enclosed space of the elevator, Naruto found his gaze wandering aimlessly. He could only focus on the floor buttons, watching the bright red numbers flicker. A feeling of nervousness welled up inside him, and with a ding the 8th floor arrived quickly. It should be about to end. He paced slowly towards Sakura's training room. The closer he got, the more the calm expression he had earlier faded. He patted the pocket of his pants to encourage himself. Hadn't he already planned to directly ask her the moment she finished her training and came out? He wanted to see how this woman would explain herself. His mind played through the process again, and he glanced at the training room. The door was closed, indicating the class wasn't over yet. He had arrived a bit too early. He didn't like waiting. Perhaps it was because he had already waited 10 years. The long wait and the stillness of time, along with Sakura's coldness upon her return, had worn him out. Yet he had to continue waiting as per her usual class schedule. It should be ending soon. The 8th floor was designated for hospital use, and at this moment no one else was around. Naruto leaned against the wall outside the door, suddenly noticing a rectangular window in the conference room door. The quiet environment allowed him to intermittently hear 1 or 2 words from the medical ninja scholars inside. Peering through the small window, he saw 5 medical ninjas studying something on a scroll, with Sakura moving among them, occasionally providing guidance. Her cherry-pink hair swayed gently with her movements as she focused on discussing with a female ninja who nodded respectfully. Naruto found himself entranced, recalling how every time Sakura spoke of those medical terms, tied her hair up, donned gloves, and picked up a scalpel, she was so confident, sexy, and striking that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was completely smitten. He gazed intently, feeling a subtle ache in his heart. She had done so much for him, yet he had done nothing for her. That night he even said something so outrageous to her. Lord Hokage, a medical ninja inside, was the first to notice him, pointing toward the door and saying, "It seems like Lord Hokage is outside." Sakura was taken aback and quickly walked over, pulling the door open with a whoosh. Her cherry-colored hair caught his eye. Naruto scratched his head, meeting Sakura's gaze, and in that moment of distraction he forgot the mental rehearsal he had prepared. He smiled awkwardly and glanced at the medical ninjas inside, saying, "Sorry everyone, I didn't mean to interrupt you." The young medical ninjas stood upright in respect, bowing deeply in unison, saying, "It is our honor to have Lord Hokage here to provide guidance." Sakura looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression, as if asking him what brought him here. Naruto's plan was completely disrupted. With so many eyes on him, he naturally couldn't just bluntly ask his question. A strange emotion gradually rose in Sakura's eyes, and Naruto felt as if he would soon be dismissed. He hurriedly said, Sakura-kun. I'm here to see you." 5 pairs of curious eyes focused on the 7th Hokage at the doorway, and the blonde man suddenly felt very uneasy. The bold plan he had imagined of pulling Sakura over and directly asking her was instantly thrown to the clouds. In fact, he had been Hokage for 7 years and could face any situation with composure, but in front of this woman he always found himself flustered. He weakly leaned against the wall. In front of Sakura-kun it seemed impossible to make a grand appearance. He nervously glanced around and suddenly noticed his right hand coming up. With a quick idea he said, "My hand hurts." Sakura froze for a moment, her beautiful green eyes shimmering. Years ago Naruto's prosthetic was installed using the first Hokage's cells under her supervision. Could there be a problem after all this time? She focused and thought carefully, a look of worry displaying on her face. The blonde man caught this expression quickly and looked at Sakura, firmly affirming, "I've been feeling pain in my arm lately. I don't know if there's an issue with the transplant." Naruto felt quite pleased with this excuse he had found. What a perfect reason. The arm was installed by her, and if there was a problem it was naturally her responsibility. After all, no one would understand the situation of that transplant better than her. Seeing the worried look in Sakura's eyes, he felt a surge of happiness. Look, she cares about him. He only mentioned his hand hurting and she became so concerned. At this moment Naruto was content to sit in the hospital room's chair, watching Sakura busily prepare the medical equipment. He couldn't help but turn away and cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. Sakura activated the medical apparatus, pulled out the remote to turn on the air conditioning, turned to close the door, and then said to him, "Take off your clothes." Naruto was taken aback. Take off his clothes? Here. Images of fanciful scenarios surfaced in his mind. Sakura-kun was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Idiot Naruto. Fool. What are you thinking? Sakura yelled as she punched him on the head. "I meant take off your shirt for an examination." A large bump instantly appeared on Naruto's head. Although Sakura's strength had diminished considerably over the years, she still showed no mercy when hitting him. However, this feeling was actually quite nice. Naruto rubbed his head with both hands, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Even though he had been hit, the feeling of being struck by Sakura made him feel as if he had returned to many years ago when he was causing trouble and she was laughing, still calling him idiot Naruto and fool Naruto. They seemed unchanged, everything was just like before. This warm moment made him feel that his third dream was no longer out of reach. He nearly wanted to say Sakura can hit me again. But he didn't say it, he didn't want to ruin such an atmosphere. Naruto felt warm inside and complied, removing the outer coat he wore. Underneath he wore an orange and black outfit, the same one he had loved for 10 years. The person he loved dearly was right in front of him. Sakura took his removed cloak to Naruto. It was just a work uniform, but to Sakura it was something particularly significant. She carefully hung it on a nearby coat rack and turned around just as Naruto had removed his shirt. With his bare torso exposed, Naruto looked up at her. His firm-toned chest made her heart race uncontrollably with just a glance, and her cheeks flushed. Sakura felt her face heat up immensely, hurriedly tugging at the chaotic wires of the medical equipment, not daring to look at him again, turning away to calm her racing heart. She kept telling herself it was just a routine checkup for a former patient, yet she regretted not calling Ino to come and assist with the examination. Seeing her shyly avoid him, Naruto smiled satisfactorily. It turned out that he wasn't the only one feeling flustered. She felt the same way. Did she really not have him in her heart? As Naruto watched her fiddling with the medical machine, he recalled his purpose for coming to see her. A question lingered in his heart. He had a very important question to ask her, but at this moment he no longer felt anxious. He gently smiled while patting the pocket of his pants. Sakura walked over to him, circling behind, and placed the chip end of the machine's wire on his prosthetic and shoulder, recording the values carefully without saying a word. She had her back to him and he couldn't see her face. Her pink hair draped over her shoulders. He turned to look at her and she scolded, "Naruto, don't move." He turned back, sat still, and quietly stared at the ceiling. The office's heating was on and he felt very at ease. After reading the values, Sakura brushed her forehead, murmuring the values seemed quite normal, nothing wrong. She turned to look at him, her green eyes serious as she asked, "Have you been coming in regularly for checkups and maintenance?" Naruto smiled brightly, feeling joyful at the concern in her eyes. "Not really, Sakura-kun." He lowered his head, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Sakura cared about him and she must still love him. Her reluctance to admit it was due to her worries. He once again affirmed this thought. Sakura nodded, putting on a thin pair of medical gloves, squatting down to remove the bandages wrapped around his prosthetic, carefully examining the fusion growth of his arm. The prosthetic was pale and devoid of color, unlike his bronzed skin, vibrant and full of life. The stark contrast of colors made her heart ache uncontrollably. How many times had this man been injured? How many times had he nearly died? Ultimately, he still lost one arm. Now that she had lost her chakra, she could only slowly check where the problem lay. She gathered her emotions, halting the worry in her eyes, not wanting him to discover how much she cared for him. Yet every movement, every glance, every smile of hers could not escape the keen eyes of the Seventh Hokage. Naruto understood this but was not in a hurry to expose her. Sakura lifted his hand, making it move up, bend, strike, and retract while asking him, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," Naruto reflexively replied, and then it hit him, wasn't he here for a hand check due to pain? He quickly corrected himself, saying, "It hurts, Sakura-kun. It really hurts." "Is it this painful?" Sakura did not doubt him, repeating the previous motions. Naruto nodded sheepishly. Returning to his back, Sakura carefully searched his arm, shoulder, and back while gently reminding him, "If it hurts, just let me know." Even though there was a thin layer of gloves between them, Naruto could still feel the coolness from her delicate fingertips. As she bent down, her pink hair occasionally brushed against his shoulder, neck, and ear, sending a ticklish sensation through him. Her worried expression, pained gaze, gentle words, and the delicate touch of her fingers made him feel elated and happy. As Sakura's hands moved across his arm and shoulder, his already racing heart became even harder to control. In the prime of his youth, a wave of heat surged through him. A feeling of restlessness quickly spread throughout his body, and Uzumaki Naruto felt that Sakura Haruno's little hand was igniting sparks all around. His expression suddenly tensed without any means to update. Nothing could pass through. His entire back instantly stiffened. He was a man and he understood very clearly what this feeling was. This woman was now stirring his desires. He suddenly recalled that night when they had intertwined so intimately. She was so soft and warm, wrapping around him as if everything would be fine, her soft moans making him feel transcendent. Uzumi Naruto suddenly stood up. That feeling was irresistible. He pulled Sakura Haruno close, locking his gaze onto her, his breathing becoming extremely uneven. The sensation of burning desire was truly unbearable. Her face, her eyes, her lips, even her hair were so enchanting and captivating he desperately wanted to devour her. This intoxicating feeling made him forget when and where they were. His hands instinctively tightened around her waist. Sakura Haruno, who was diligently working, was suddenly embraced tightly, and in her moment of shock the man was at her lower abdomen. Desire, this was just a hint of ambiguity. Was there no application for manual review? The current coursed through every cell in her body, leaving her both shy and angry. She raised her hand and slapped him on the face. "Pervert. The cold touch of her palm and the burning pain on his face jolted him back to reality. Sakura Haruno's eyes were misty with a layer of grievance. Uzumaki Naruto. You bastard. She pushed him away and ran towards the door. Don't go, Sakura-kun. He rushed over and grabbed her. He was fully awake now. I'm sorry, Sakura-kun, he said, realizing he had offended her, his heart in turmoil, unsure of what to do. Sakura Haruno turned her back angrily, stamping her foot. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Why are you still holding on to me? I'm leaving. Sakura-kun, you can't go. Uzumaki Naruto panicked at her words and as if by reflex formed hand seals, instantly setting up a shadow-level barrier. The bright lights in the room dimmed and Sakura Haruno felt a surge of fear. Terrifying images flashed through her mind. Was this guy planning to bully her? She was so scared that she tightly protected her chest with her hands and tentatively asked, What do you want? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the frightened Sakura Haruno, nervous like a panicked little rabbit. Without the enhancement of her monstrous strength and medical skills, she turned out to be so weak and adorable. He couldn't help but laugh, his smile spreading warmth and charm. Sakura Haruno averted her gaze, not daring to look at him. Uzumaki Naruto put on his clothes, scratching his head in embarrassment. He walked over and gently ruffled her cherry blossoms hair, lowering his head, one hand protecting the back of her head, his forehead pressed against hers, softly saying, Don't be afraid. If you're unwilling, how could I bear to do anything to you? The ambiguous atmosphere spread and he stood straight, looking at her with an innocent expression. Sakura Haruno sighed. She felt she no longer understood Uzumaki Naruto. Clearly that night they had been very clear, they had drawn a firm line, yet why was he still able to hold and tease her so nonchalantly? This was no longer the Uzumaki Naruto from before. He was far more terrifying than before. Looking at his innocent eyes, Sakura Haruno suddenly remembered that night when he had drunk a lot. Surely he couldn't have forgotten everything she said. Sakura Haruno was shocked, feeling she had made a grave mistake. You didn't black out, did you? She asked. The term blackout felt like a taboo. Uzumaki Naruto, upon hearing blackout, immediately thought of his marriage with Hinata Hyuga due to a pregnancy. He jumped up excitedly, grasping her hand vigorously as he defended himself. I didn't black out. I won't black out. I remember everything. After saying that, he felt particularly vexed, as if saying so was also wrong. What if Sakura-kun asked him how Boruto came about? How would he explain that? He felt as if he could never cleanse himself of the situation. With these thoughts he became anxious, fearing that Sakura Haruno would really ask him why he did something to hurt her. But Sakura Haruno did not ask. A faint voice floated in the air. She said, Then you should know, don't look for me anymore. We ended a long time ago. Uzumaki Naruto's heart, which had been lifted high, suddenly fell to the ground, his entire body feeling as cold as ice. He would rather she question him about why he married Hinata Hyuga. He would rather she blame him for having a child with another woman. At least that would show she still cared about him, still loved him. But she didn't. She was just distant like before, gently pulling away their distance with a single sentence. He felt powerless and angry. Just a moment ago she was clearly concerned about him, yet now she turned so cold-hearted. He couldn't stand it. He forcefully pulled her hand, backing her into a corner, and Uzumaki Naruto, not knowing where he got a kunai from, shoved it into Sakura Haruno's hand, pointing it at his own heart. His brow furrowed and his eyes overflowed with uncontainable sadness. Sakura-kun. Do you think my heart doesn't hurt? You keep saying such things. Do you want me to die? Sakura Haruno's emerald eyes reddened slightly. She hesitated, knowing this was Uzumaki Naruto's direct threat and provocation. If he were to actively offer a piece of flesh to the kunai next, she would definitely be scared into retracting her hand. She should take the initiative to stab him so he could give up completely, but she couldn't do it. This confrontation was lost the moment she hesitated after receiving the kunai. Sakura Haruno chose to hide her feelings. She didn't want him to see into her heart and could only calmly say, Naruto, you are moral kidnapping me. Since you can't do it, don't hurt me with such words again. Sakura-kun. I'm in pain, I really want to die. His gaze was like a clear pond, both deep and transparent. But his attitude was extremely calm, no longer the passionate desire to tear her apart. He quietly expressed that he missed her, questioned why she could be so heartless, and revealed that he was in pain enough to want to dig out his own heart. Sakura Haruno's expression softened slightly, finally no longer so cold. He brushed her long hair behind her ear, gently leaning down to kiss her earlobe softly, slowly saying, I know you still love me. Perhaps you have your reasons. Is it because? Sakura Haruno's heart was in turmoil. She wanted to deny it, but at this moment denial only became a cover. She quickly turned her face away, not wanting him to kiss her, even less wanting him to see her eyes. Sakura Haruno's evasive action made Uzumaki Naruto quite angry. His gaze, once like a clear spring, darkened, and in his rising anger he grasped her chin. He enveloped her entirely in his aura. Now, after many years as Hokage, no one could lie in front of him. He scrutinized her with piercing eyes. He wanted to question her about why she was avoiding him, why she kept denying everything. Was it because of the child? Was Hanabi truly Sasuke's child? Whose child was Hanabi exactly? This was originally the purpose of his visit today. Whose child was Hanabiken? This question had been tightly circling at the tip of his heart since the afternoon. But when faced with Sakura Haruno's flustered eyes seeing her ready to fight at any moment, he suddenly didn't want to ask anymore. Why had their relationship changed to this? They should have been close. His heart ached. Remembering her previously concerned gaze and flushed face, these genuine feelings were not fake. In this moment he suddenly realized that with the so-called evidence in his hand, if he pressed her he could foresee that she would react as fiercely as last time. They would argue intensely, she would use the harshest words to hurt him, and he would lose control once again. He feared he would tear her apart. No, he didn't want to see such a situation happen again. Recalling Sakura Haruno's pale face after she fainted, her frailness made him regret deeply. He didn't want to hurt her anymore. Uzumaki Naruto's dark gaze calmed down. Sakura Haruno's expression shifted from avoidance to a tense standoff, making him feel guilty and pained. He indeed lacked sufficient evidence regarding Hanabi, and she had too many reasons to refute him. After all, his Sakura Haruno was so clever and she understood him so well. Thinking of this, he smiled gently. She understood him, but did he not understand her? He remained calm. She cared for him, worried about him, and was nervous for him. Every harsh word she said in distancing herself was merely to provoke him to give up. No, he would not let go again. She was just hiding her feelings. She wanted to anger him. He could not be impulsive, he had to endure. She had said this was her home, where else would she go if she didn't return here? He feared that if they continued to torment each other like this, he would lose her forever. No, he was unwilling. He only wanted to cherish and love her, and he would never hurt her again. With his resolve firm, Uzumaki Naruto released his grip on Sakura Haruno. His eyes returned to their bright blue, the bright and resolute gaze returning to his eyes. He smiled gently, his smile warm. Looking at Sakura Haruno, who was ready to argue with him, he took out a cherry blossom hairband from his pocket and gently helped her tie it up. It looks great, Sakura-kun. Since you're not wearing a ninja headband, let this space be for the hairband from now on. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and a kiss landed on her forehead. He knew she was struggling to push him away, but it was alright, she couldn't push him away anyway. His chin rested on her shoulder as he gently whispered in her ear, Sakura-kun, I love you very much. Can you please not hurt me? Feeling that Sakura Haruno in his arms had finally stopped struggling, he let her go. Dispelling the barrier, he walked over to the coat rack and swiftly put on his trench coat. Turning back, he saw Sakura Haruno leaning against the wall, her bangs covering her eyes, and the kunai that could easily kill him had fallen at her feet. Uzumaki Naruto felt inexplicably that she was adorable and walked over softly, saying, Sakura-kun, I have decided to pursue you again, please think about it seriously. Why not smile? At least she didn't reject him as strongly, did she? Chunai Sakura, she prefers a gentle approach over a forceful one. The blonde man walked down the street, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. He felt that today he had finally accomplished something significant. The gloomy mood that had lingered for days was swept away. Although he didn't obtain the answer he sought, this progress seemed quite satisfactory. He touched the pocket of his pants and pulled out a chakra test paper that had been cut in half, stopping in his tracks as his mind raced. This was the chakra nature test he had personally conducted for Uchiha Hanami this afternoon. The students were exuberantly planting trees, leaves dancing around him, reminding him of the days when he practiced wind-release spiraling shuriken. Hanamiken is a promising talent, which led him to think of testing her chakra attributes. He initially assumed it would be fire or lightning, but unexpectedly it turned out to be wind. The discovery of her wind affinity shocked him, as if he had been struck unexpectedly. If the example of the shadow clone was too weak, then the nature of wind chakras seemed to further support his assumptions. He was stunned by the torn paper, followed by overwhelming joy. He was eager to know the answer. However, looking at Hanamiken's iconic black hair and mesmerizing shuriken technique, he couldn't help but believe this could merely be a coincidence. He knew that he and Sasuke both possessed all chakra attributes now. He felt as though he had been thrown into an abyss and ultimately decided to test her. Never mind. He shook his head and stuffed the torn chakra test paper into his pocket. What mattered to him was not whose child Hanamiken was. Even if she were Sasuke's, it wouldn't change his love for her. He could fully regard Hanamiken as his own child. He didn't want to pressure Chunai Sakura any further. He had no idea what she had gone through in the past 10 years, whether she had been doing well or poorly. If she didn't want to speak about it, he had no intention of asking for the rest of his life. Her return was the greatest blessing from heaven to him. For everything else he had ways to manage. The crowd on the street was bustling and the flow of people gradually became dense. Naruto Uzumaki looked up and around, finding nothing suspicious. Hearing the vendors' calls from the roadside, he finally realized it was time to get off work. During peak hours, the main street of Konoha was bustling with activity. His mood was exceptionally good and he smiled at everyone he saw. People who had finished their day of work walked by, some heading to food stalls, others to the market, some shopping for clothes, and others lingering at toy stands. From time to time someone passed by him warmly greeting him before quickly melting back into the crowd. Naruto-kun. A gentle female voice came from behind him filled with surprise and delight. Naruto Uzumaki's body trembled slightly. He didn't need to turn around to know that this voice belonged to Hinata Hyuga. His spine straightened like ice and the smile on his face vanished. Hinata had walked up to him on tiptoe. He then noticed she was carrying 2 plastic bags, one filled with fruits and the other with vegetables. It was evident she had come out to shop. Her other hand was tightly holding onto Boruto Uzumaki. The blonde-haired blue-eyed boy looked up and called out to him Dad, then lowered his gaze to play with the toy in his hands. Naruto felt somewhat stiff in the breeze, unsure how to respond. The gloomy feelings of recent days returned to his heart. He suddenly felt defeated. What right did he have to pursue Chunai Sakura now? How would she view him and where would Hinata stand in all of this? He grimaced, realizing he wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise to Shikamaru. How nice, Naruto-kun, you got off work early today. I just bought the freshest mackerel. Are we having dinner at home tonight? Hinata looked at him with gentle anticipation in her eyes. Naruto's throat bobbed. He was not used to this kind of interaction. He pressed his lips together and began Hinata we. Before he could say the words let's divorce, Boruto's loud cries interrupted him. His toy had pinched his fingers. Hinata hurriedly put down the 2 bags of fruits and vegetables, squatted down to rub his little hand and gently blew on it. After a while Boruto finally quieted down. Hinata picked up her son, casting an apologetic glance at Naruto, and asked Naruto-kun, could you please carry the bags on the ground? Naruto swallowed and silently picked up the 2 bags of fruits and vegetables. These 2 bags weren't heavy for him, but for the delicate Hinata they were likely not light. How many days had she been doing this alone, taking care of the child and managing the household? Naruto felt an immense guilt within him, as if he had been tied to a stone and thrown into the sea, sinking deeper and deeper until he could barely breathe. He thought again of Chunai Sakura. If it were Sakura, how could he ever treat her this way? Both of them were good women deserving of tenderness and care. He had once let down Chunai Sakura and now he would let down Hinata. His footsteps felt as heavy as lead. Birds returned to their nests, leaving traces of their wings in the sky as dusk donned its warm-colored veil. The two walked along the busiest main road of Konoha, with people passing by casting envious glances at them. A couple in love walked past and the girl held the boy's hand, pointing at Naruto and saying, "Look, the Seventh Hokage is truly a remarkable man. He even accompanies his wife and son to buy groceries." "You should learn from your idol," the boy replied earnestly. Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. What was this all about? The unending gazes of the villagers made him feel utterly uncomfortable. He couldn't admit to this envy. He was eager to return home and have a serious talk with Hinata. A swiftly moving figure was weaving through the crowd on the west street with black hair and a pair of eager black eyes. It was Uchiha Hanami. After class at the Ninja Academy, she had stayed a little longer to practice and only realized that the dinner time she had agreed upon with her mother was fast approaching. She rushed across the west street and nearly collided with Naruto. "Uncle Naruto." She halted, looking up at him with her black eyes. Naruto froze, feeling as if it were Chunai Sakura standing before him. He even felt as if he were caught in a scandal, his hands holding the plastic bags, unsure of where to place them, feeling awkward and restless. He knew full well that this was just Sakura's child, yet his body and heart were filled with tension and despair. "Ah!" Hinata gasped beside him. "You must be Miss Sakura and Sasuke-kun's child, right?" she said with a gentle smile, reaching out to stroke the girl's black hair. Pulling back her hand, she turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, she's so adorable. It's my first time meeting her." Only then did Uchiha Hanami notice the woman beside Naruto. She had a gentle face and her silver eyes sparkled like snow. In her arms was a golden-haired child who was looking down, playing with a toy. Hearing his mother speak, he finally looked up at her, his azure blue eyes identical to the Seventh Hokage's. Uchiha Hanami's eyes twinkled as she realized this must be Uncle Naruto's wife. "Hello, Hokage-sama's wife, I am Uchiha Hanami." She smiled politely, bowing slightly to show respect. Her gaze then fell on the Boruto she was holding and she sighed softly, "I'm so envious of you." "What's there to be envious of?" Naruto asked. "He's so lucky having both his parents with him." Uchiha Hanami shrugged and playfully stuck out her tongue. Hearing this, Naruto felt a wave of emotion rise within him, squatting down to ask, "Does Hanami-kun's father not spend time with her?" "My father." Uchiha Hanami's gaze flickered. Suddenly a prolonged call echoed through the air, accompanied by the elongated Hanami-kun. As Yamanaka Ino rushed over from behind. "Hanami-kun, it's dinner time." Her beautiful light golden hair fluttered down to her chest as she bent over and grabbed Uchiha Hanami's hand, saying, "Say goodbye to Hokage-sama." "See you next time, Uncle Naruto. It's time for my mother and me to have dinner." She waved her hand and disappeared into the crowd with Ino. Naruto's gaze anxiously searched the crowd, but he didn't see that pink-haired woman. "Sakura-kun. Is she around?" He raised his eyes again, carefully scanning the crowd, still finding no trace of her. He stood in a daze until Yamanaka Ino and Uchiha Hanami's figures disappeared around the corner. Naruto-kun. Let's go. Hinata picked up the plastic bags holding Boruto's hand as they continued toward home. As dusk fell, the light gradually dimmed. Chunai Sakura watched the golden-haired man and his family of 3 disappear down the street. The world returned to darkness at that moment. The streetlights flickered on. 1,000 birds flew by, the last batch returning home. What is this? She is his home, she is the master of that home. Chunai Sakura's hands drooped helplessly and the hairband in her sleeve slid to the ground without her picking it up. How ridiculous, why was she hiding? Chunai Sakura didn't want to admit that just moments ago in the hospital room she had wavered in her purpose of returning. Mom! Uchiha Hanami and Yamanaka Ino returned. Hanami grabbed her hand and asked, Mom, why do you look a bit sad? Really? Maybe it's because the research progress has been a bit slow lately. Chunai Sakura rubbed her face, her gaze shifting. Oh, research is so tough. Uchiha Hanami blinked, pulling her mother toward the food shop. Hey, there's a hairband here. The sharp-eyed girl quickly picked up the hairband from the ground. Wow, it's so beautiful. Uchiha Hanami's eyes sparkled with admiration. I wonder how it would look on me. She said this while putting the hairband on her head. After all, she was a little girl always greatly interested in these exquisite accessories. After fixing her hair, she jumped in front of Chunai Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, excitedly asking, Mom, does it look good? Aunt Ino, do I look good in this? Yamanaka Ino adjusted her forehead and said, Hanami, don't pick up things that others have thrown away. I can buy you 10 if you like. Ah, but this probably wasn't thrown away, maybe someone just accidentally lost it. How could someone bear to throw away something so beautiful? Uchiha Hanami pouted a bit, regretful. The hairband that she had lost was picked up by her daughter again. If you like it, keep it, Chunai Sakura said, helplessly brushing her daughter's hair. Yamanaka Ino shrugged, casting a glance at Chunai Sakura, and sighed. All right then. She led Uchiha Hanami toward the food shop, turning back to smile brightly at Chunai Sakura. A hairband, a symbol of our friendship. Chunai Sakura smiled knowingly, following Yamanaka Ino. Uchiha Hanami took her mother's hand, looking at Yamanaka Ino, and curiously asked, is there a story behind the hairband? Yamanaka Ino smiled mysteriously and said, of course, it's about the youthful days. One day when we grow old, we will tell these stories to our children. In the long years, some youthful memories are suitable for reminiscing, while others can only be forgotten. Chunai Sakura lowered her head to eat. She was in a hurry to return to conduct experiments. The research on changing hair and eye color needed a few more confirmations to ensure everything was foolproof. The swirling mansion. As night fell, the dark blue sky hung above with a few sparse stars dotting the night, and the earth appeared hazy. Hinata Hyuga gently carried her son, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, into the bedroom, stroking his golden hair. His silver-white eyes lowered, and she silently sighed in her heart. She shouldn't have sighed. Her husband, the Hokage, who often left home early and returned late, had come home early today, sitting at the dining table waiting for her to bring out the freshest fish. 3 small dishes, a bowl of beautiful soup, and a pot of tea. This was the family meal scene she longed for the most. However, the atmosphere became tense and somewhat awkward due to that man's quietness. She understood why. She could encounter him on the main road. From that direction one could easily see the Konoha hospital. She recalled the moment when Uchiha Hanami ran over and the man beside her looked so awkward, his hands unsure of where to place themselves. If this could continue, she would choose to turn a blind eye. She would still tenderly, thoughtfully, and considerately care for the child and the family. 10 years ago she understood that he would never hold her in his heart. His love would only be for that pink-haired girl. But she did not demand anything. As long as she loved him, that was enough. But today it seemed there was no longer a way to continue deceiving herself. After that man came home, he said not a word, quietly eating, and after finishing he took the initiative to wash the dishes. Was he pondering how to speak? Or was he waiting for the child to fall asleep? Both of them knew how this marriage had started. Hinata Hyuga knew that the day of ending had finally arrived. She gently tucked her child in and closed the bedroom door before returning to the hall. The wind blew, the flower trees in the yard swayed, and the shadows danced. It was a cherry blossom tree planted the year they got married, when Naruto had not cared about trivial matters, only asking for a few cherry trees to be planted when the gardener came to arrange the yard. She had to leave him a memory. That year Hinata Hyuga comforted herself while looking at the saplings. 7 years had passed, and today the cherry saplings had grown into tall trees, providing shade in summer and blooming abundantly in spring. Though he had planted the cherry trees, he had never appreciated their blossoms, nor had he ever mentioned that name again. The more he acted this way, the more she understood that he had never let go of her. It is often said that time and a new love are the best remedies. She had once fantasized that perhaps one day he and she could sit under the cherry blossom tree reminiscing about the past while laughing and talking about that legendary pink-haired girl. But that would never be possible. The wind continued to blow and Hinata shook her head, her vision blurring. The sound of footsteps approached her and she finally stopped looking at the flower tree, raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and turned to see Naruto Uzumaki. He walked from the kitchen to the hall, sitting beside the sofa at a distance neither too close nor too far from her. With his short hair, his handsome face was well defined. It had been 7 years, and this was the first time he had actively approached her, his azure eyes sincere and straightforward. He said, "Hinata, let's get a divorce." So direct and frank. Yes, speaking plainly was his ninja way. His blue eyes sparkled brightly. In a moment of daze, Hinata felt as if that impulsive, cheerful and determined young man from 10 years ago had returned. She opened her mouth, her gaze flickering. He was as sincere and direct as he had been in his youth, leaving her somewhat speechless. In that moment of daze, her thoughts drifted away as if her soul had left her body. Before her appeared the figure of that golden-haired boy from her childhood. Yes, it was then that she began to love him. She seemed to have returned to the woods outside Konoha village, where she often sneaked off to when she was 10. That golden-haired boy, either punching the wooden stake or diligently practicing shuriken, would bring a bucket of instant noodles, eat a simple breakfast, and then continue practicing the shadow clone technique. She secretly hid in the bushes to watch him. He was ranked last, causing trouble everywhere and opposing the teachers, seemingly unconcerned about his grades. But she knew he was not like that. He had never given up, and the effort he put in secretly was greater than anyone else's. Yes, it was from that time on that she started to silently watch Naruto. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Hinata's mouth. As the last of the Hyuga clan, being in the main family was extremely painful for her. Having mediocre talent, she had long thought of giving up. As a fellow last place, Naruto's tenacity inspired her. He was as resilient as the wind. For so many years she had always pursued him. He was her belief. She admired him, but she was shy and timid, never daring to confess her feelings. The week her watched him fall in love with the girl on his team. That girl, excellent, brave, strong, as brilliant as cherry blossoms. Hinata tightly closed her eyes, 2 streams of hot tears sliding down her porcelain-like beautiful cheeks. Naruto Uzumaki panicked, pulling a tissue from the coffee table and handing it to her. Hinata shook her head, burying her face in her hands, unable to suppress her sobs. Naruto watched as her shoulders trembled. Such a fragile girl crying silently would make any man feel heartache. Yes, he felt sorry for her. She should have a man who truly belonged to her, yet that man would not be him. His heart could no longer hold any other woman. He could only wait in silence until Hinata's emotions stabilized before continuing. "Hinata, I have been grateful to you all these years. You are an excellent woman and have treated me very well. But I am not a qualified husband, nor am I a qualified father." Hinata lifted her tear-filled eyes to look at him and asked, "Is it because Miss Sakura has returned?" Naruto fell silent, finally nodding. He looked at her with guilty eyes and said, "It's not entirely her fault. For 7 years you know that I have never forgotten her in my heart, yet you chose to tolerate my selfishness. The better you treat me, the more guilty I feel." Guilt. It was guilt. Hinata turned her gaze away. His honest eyes were unbearable. In truth, she had known long ago that this day would come. Even if Haruno Sakura did not return, this marriage would still end. 7 years she had spent, 7 years without ever swaying his heart. They had never shared any intimate moments. His feelings remained unchanged, just as they had been 10 years ago. What was he like 10 years ago? After learning that Sakura and Sasuke had left, he had completely collapsed. He searched for her everywhere, drank excessively, suffered from insomnia, and cried alone at home until he was nothing but skin and bones. The 6th Hokage Kakashi Sensei sighed silently while Ino Yamanaka was at odds with him. His peers had no way to help him. Even Shikamaru Nara was left only with smoking. It was then that she understood. Before leaving Konoha for that mission, the words he had wanted to say to her at the door were to break up. But later, when she died for him on that mission, he had never spoken up. At that time, it was because of guilt. 10 years later he could stay by her side. It was also because of guilt. Hinata felt an indescribable sadness, 1,000 thoughts rushing to her heart. She stood up and opened the sliding door, the damp night breeze blowing in her face. She organized her emotions and slowly spoke. "Naruto-kun. Do you have even a little bit of affection for me?" She wanted to ask him this, but she remained timid, hesitant, and shy. Such words were difficult to say even when facing away from him. But deep down she really wanted to know. She clenched her fist, resolutely turned around and met Naruto's azure eyes before quickly lowering her head. Hinata knew that she could no longer keep this man. If she didn't ask now, would there be another chance in this life? Only then did she muster the courage to raise her eyes and ask, "What kind of feelings does Naruto-kun have for me?" Hearing the question, Naruto sat silently on the sofa. The wind blew in through the floor-to-ceiling window and the air in the room gradually cooled. He stood up and walked toward her, leaning against the sliding door. He slightly raised his head as if in thought, and after a long while he finally said, "The Hinata I remember is gentle, brave, and strong. During the Chunin exam you were willing to take risks to show me the answers. I didn't know why, but I was grateful and remembered you. Later in your battle with Niji I felt deeply shocked. Even now reflecting on it, my heart still stirs." At that time I really had no idea why you who seemed so weak had such strong willpower. Until many years later when you suddenly jumped in front of me to confront pain, I finally understood that it was because of me. At that moment I deeply felt your love. To be honest, I was very excited and happy inside because no one has ever loved me like you did. I have to say I was deeply moved. But that feeling of being moved is not the heartbeat of love. My heart had already belonged to someone else before that. So after the battle with pain I couldn't accept your feelings. In fact, even after Niji died in the Fourth Great Ninja War, you still remained in my heart as someone who could awaken me. A comrade. A very precious comrade. This preciousness in my heart is no less than love. As Naruto spoke, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He lowered his head and said sadly, perhaps it's fate. From that moment on it seems we fell into an endless cycle of guilt and indebtedness. This feeling of guilt and indebtedness is terrifying. Every time I see you it springs up. He clenched his fists, his lips pressed tightly together, his blue pupils flickering. Hinata could see that he was very nervous. Finally he looked up at her, his voice filled with sorrow. Hinata, I cannot reciprocate your deep feelings, nor can I repay your kindness. Even marrying you in a muddled way makes me feel deeply guilty and painful. After marriage I was not competent either. I couldn't betray my own heart, nor could I deceive you. I could only keep myself busy. You understand, you know everything, yet you still treat me so well to the point where I can only feel endless guilt and pain. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and concluded with a sigh, I am sorry for you. Hinata tightly shut her eyes. Her heart felt as if pierced by thousands of arrows, and tears flowed incessantly down her face. She was not foolish, she understood that in the beginning he had some bond and feelings for her, but later it was only guilt and remorse. Her lips trembled constantly as she tried to bite her lip to control her emotions. The cool wind continued to blow, but no one paid attention to that window. After a long while Hinata spoke, I'm sorry Naruto-kun. I have made you suffer so much since we got married, failing to bring you happiness. I really am incompetent. Naruto shook his head vigorously. Why was she so kind? Even now she was still apologizing. He was tormented inside and said with a trembling voice, Hinata, I am a jerk. We are not suited for each other. I proposed a divorce many years ago. I understand, Hinata, you deserve someone better, someone who cherishes you in the palm of their hand. I have tried to love you, but I cannot. I discussed divorce with your father, but I owe too much to the Hyuga clan. The proud child of the branch family and the legitimate daughter of the main family had died for me. Your father is right, the interests of the Hyuga clan and the Seventh Hokage are already inseparable. Indeed, it was the Hyuga clan and the Seventh Hokage. This marriage was not merely a simple love, it had entangled interests from the very beginning. Hinata felt as if she had hit a nerve. The words Hyuga clan and Seventh Hokage reminded her continuously of that dark night 7 years ago in the shrine of the Hyuga clan when her cousin brought a compromise plan to find her, warning her, don't forget you are a member of the Hyuga main family. Feeling uneasy, she hurriedly wiped away her tears, turned back to the sofa, took a tissue to dry her eyes, and said to Naruto, Naruto-kun, can you give me some time to think carefully? The damp night wind had been blowing in through the open door for a while and the indoor temperature was somewhat low. Naruto nodded, firmly closing the sliding door, and said softly, all my assets will be yours. You can decide who the child stays with. If the Hyuga family has any conditions, we can discuss them. After speaking, he went to his room to pack a few sets of clothes, then came back to the sofa where Hinata was sitting squatted down and looked into her snow-white eyes. Her eyes were always so pure, and they should not always be filled with hope and tears. He said firmly, Hinata, I can distinguish between you and the Hyuga clan. In Naruto Uzumaki's heart you have always been that gentle on the outside yet strong on the inside, the comrade who had profoundly awakened me. This bond between you and me is unbreakable no matter how the world changes. From now on I will not live here. Take care of yourself. He scratched his head, feeling ashamed, and said, although I have no right to say this ultimately, I hope Hinata can live happily. In the morning Uzumaki Naruto stood by the tall floor-to-ceiling window gazing down at the hidden leaf village. He looked up as birds flew past in the sky, flocks of them streaking across the blue expanse. Some fluffy clouds drifted lazily overhead while the cherry blossoms beneath the rocks bloomed profusely, their petals shifting from white to pink, heralding the arrival of the Spring Cherry Blossom Festival. Narushikamaru and a second-level assistant knocked and entered, the assistant stacking a pile of documents on the desk and standing firm as he said, Lord Hokage, these are the documents that require your approval today. Understood. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. The assistant bowed respectfully and reminded him. The Spring Festival is at 4 in the afternoon and you are required to attend and give a speech. Please make sure you have memorized the speech script. Narushikamaru couldn't help but chuckle. Since Uzumaki Naruto took office he had never fully adhered to a script during speeches, often forgetting it entirely and improvising instead. Fortunately, aside from his exceptional ninjutsu, his verbal skills were also decent, so he had never made a fool of himself. It's really too difficult to memorize the script. He waved his hand and the assistant stepped back. "Shikamaru, come with me for a walk," Uzumaki Naruto said. Nara Shikamaru pressed down on the stack of documents on the table, complaining, "What about these documents? I just want to clear my head." Uzumaki Naruto insisted, casually creating a shadow clone and saying, "Let him handle it." "Where to?" Nara Shikamaru asked helplessly. Uzumaki Naruto said nothing, bouncing out the door as Nara Shikamaru quickly followed. The two soon arrived in the cherry blossom grove where petals danced in the wind, swirling through the air. Uzumaki Naruto, dressed in a Hokage coat with a white base and red lettering, stood amidst the shower of blossoms, his golden hair blown by the wind, his blue eyes closed, arms wide open. He said, "Shikamaru, I want to embrace it." Nara Shikamaru sighed lightly. He knew Naruto was referring to her, not it. "Sorry Shikamaru, I let you down on the promise I made last time." "What promise?" Nara Shikamaru asked, confused and somewhat suspicious. "Yesterday I talked to Hinata about divorce." "What?" Nara Shikamaru exclaimed in shock, inhaling sharply. They had agreed to take their time with the divorce, but it seemed Naruto truly couldn't manage it. Hinata agreed. "She might need to think it over." You're too impulsive." At this critical moment, with Sakura just returning, Uchiha Hanami would certainly make a big deal out of this, stirring up public opinion. In a few days, negative news such as infidelity, betrayal and abandonment would flood the headlines, causing public outcry, and the political landscape in the Land of Fire would be thrown into turmoil. "But I really can't continue like this. Over the years, what kind of life have I lived, and what kind of life has Hinata lived? Even if Sakura doesn't return sooner or later, I would have to find her. In these years, Konohamaru has grown quite well. It would surely be easier for you to take care of him than me." Uzumaki Naruto. "For this woman you would even give up being Hokage, wouldn't you? You would abandon your original dream, wouldn't you?" Nara Shikamaru interrupted sharply. "Dreams?" Uzumaki Naruto remained silent for a long time before saying, "Since taking on the role of Hokage it has been 7 years. I haven't accomplished anything significant, nor have I committed any major mistakes. Compared to previous Hokages, I truly am not a pillar of strength." Bang! Nara Shikamaru punched Uzumaki Naruto in the face, sternly admonishing, Nara Shikamaru, do not follow just anyone. The person saying such things is not the Uzumaki Naruto I know." Uzumaki Naruto's face quickly turned a deep shade of blue. He covered his face and sat down on the grass beneath the cherry blossom tree. With his head lowered, he said nothing. Nara Shikamaru walked over, sat beside him and slowly lit a cigarette. A breeze stirred, causing cherry blossoms to flutter down like pink fairies, swirling through the air and landing softly on the river surface nearby, with a few petals settling on Uzumaki Naruto's hair and shoulders. He raised his eyes to the dancing blossoms and said, "Everyone loves cherry blossoms, yet they do not know that the most beautiful moment of cherry blossoms is when they wither and die." Nara Shikamaru felt he was hinting at something, so he said, "Those who understand this will know that the beauty of cherry blossoms lies not in their fragility but in their strength. Even in death they face it with bravery, falling while blooming tragically beautiful." Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes gazed only at the drifting petals, remaining silent. In his heart he thought of that pink-haired woman. He didn't want her to be tragic. What he wanted to give her was happiness. Nara Shikamaru noticed his silence and lit another cigarette. After finishing one cigarette, Uzumaki Naruto still showed no intention of speaking, so Nara Shikamaru said, "Let's talk about the matter you asked me to investigate last time. That cup of water is already impossible to trace. I investigated all the people and events Hinata interacted with during those years. She is a refined lady with simple social relationships and has been living in seclusion for the past few years." Uzumaki Naruto nodded, understanding Shikamaru's implication, his bright eyes signaling him to continue. "So I checked the hospital records and delivery logs and there were no discrepancies. Even the fetal status during each prenatal checkup was traceable." Nara Shikamaru paused, pulling out a lighter, flicking it on and off. Uzumaki Naruto silently watched the flame flicker, waiting for him to continue. "The more seamless the evidence, the more suspicious it becomes. I noticed that regardless of how you investigate, all physical evidence is complete and can corroborate each other, as if waiting for you to dig into this matter. However, the key eyewitnesses are missing. At the time Uzumaki Boruto was delivered by several medical nin from the Hyuga family and a responsible doctor. Hinata's prenatal checks and delivery were managed by this doctor. She passed away 3 years after Boruto's birth due to illness. I found that her illness was benign and manageable before, but deteriorated rapidly in those 3 years. A few days ago I consulted Ino about this condition, and the conclusion is that it could indeed deteriorate quickly. Moreover, it is standard procedure for a doctor to be responsible for a pregnant woman until delivery in the hospital. All of this makes you suspicious, yet there is no evidence to prove it." He extinguished the flame, looking at Uzumaki Naruto as he said, "Physical evidence can be fabricated, and in terms of eyewitness testimony, those medical nin from the Hyuga family cannot be trusted. The only remaining witness is Hinata herself. Do you think Hinata would betray you?" Uzumaki Naruto's mind raced as he recalled his conversation with Hinata the night before. She had been visibly sad, her eyes tightly shut as she cried and apologized to him. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I've caused you so much pain since we got married. I truly feel I have failed you. The one who has been failing all along has been him. He shook his head and said no. Nara Shikamaru lit another cigarette, exhaling softly. As the gentle breeze carried the smoke away until it vanished, he finally spoke slowly, saying, we both agree that physical betrayal is unlikely, so let's now hypothesize Hinata has no other man. You are telling the truth and you have not touched her. Where did the child come from? Are you suggesting Uzumaki? Naruto turned his head, staring motionlessly into Nara Shikamaru's eyes, speaking with uncertainty. Is it possible that the child wasn't even born by Hinata? Well, it's very possible. All physical evidence points to Hinata having given birth to a child, but what if the evidence is false and she never gave birth? Uzumaki Naruto's fingers clenched tightly, his gaze darkened. If Hinata truly never gave birth to a child, then this marriage was a scheme from the very beginning, a conspiracy of the entire Hyuga family. His fists tightened and deep down he believed Hinata could never do such a thing. How could she possibly collude with them? After a long pause he finally said, what if she really did give birth to a child? Then she would need to find a blondy-haired blue-eyed man and have relations with him. If the hot water she prepared for you was fine and this man isn't you, then it must be someone else. Although it's troublesome to investigate, like searching for a needle in the ocean, there will always be traces left behind if we do it. I had planned to prepare on both fronts, but now we don't have much time left. If Uchiha Hanami finds out about your decision to divorce, trouble will arise immediately. At that time all public opinion will be one-sided, and your late-night escapades, drunkenness and taking Sakura to the hospital in the dead of night, as well as all your open conversations including your relationship with the new legendary three ninjas and even your past decadence and madness from 10 years ago. These will all become hot topics. Nara Shikamaru said, his eyes glimmering with complexity. Then he calmly smiled and said, but for now, instead of rushing to find a needle in the ocean, let's first verify whether Hinata actually gave birth to a child. How do we verify that? Uzumaki Naruto looked perplexed. Nara Shikamaru shot him a glance and disdainfully said, as you said, if you truly haven't touched her and she hasn't had a child with another man, leave it to Ino. A forensic examination will produce a report. Or perhaps she is still a virgin. Even if she isn't, Ino can still check if a woman has given birth. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes darkened as he pondered. 7 years of marriage, Hinata already had a child in front of others. If she were dragged into this political struggle because of him and was subjected to a verification by her own husband, what kind of harm would that be for her? He waved his hand and looked at Nara Shikamaru, saying, no, let's stop this matter here. No matter how the Hyuga family intends to stir up trouble, he didn't want to involve Hinata. His heart couldn't give her anything in this relationship, no matter how uncalculated. He owed her far too much. You worry about Hinata being harmed, but have you thought about who will be the first to be hurt if Uchiha Hanami finds out? Nara Shikamaru asked in a low voice. Uzumaki Naruto's heart jolted. He knew it was Sakura. Nara Shikamaru glanced at him and continued, before rumors reach Hinata, the rumors of 3 people becoming a tiger can push Sakura to the forefront and tear her apart. You are the Hokage, you are someone else's husband. Whether she loves you or not, as long as you love her, your love for her is also a harm to her. Do you still wish to give up being Hokage for her? What will history say about her? Do you think it will still be words like legendary 3 ninjas, the best medical nin? No, Nara Shikamaru replied firmly. Uzumaki Naruto smiled faintly, gazing intently and saying, otherwise why would I have called you out for a walk? Tell me, can you handle it? I absolutely want a divorce no matter what. Nara Shikamaru rubbed his temples, saying with a headache, honestly, I wanted you to take it slow. I didn't want you to rush into a divorce at the eye of the storm. I knew you couldn't let go of Sakura. Now that you've already brought it up with Hinata, there's no going back. If the Hyuga clan uses the divorce to create trouble, then well, face it, Hiden. His gaze shifted and he lightly hummed, having suffered a loss last time, I was prepared this time. Besides, the current Hyuga clan is not what it was 7 years ago. Nara Shikamaru's attitude gradually became clear as he looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, you and Hinata truly are not suited for each other. As long as you don't marry Sakura immediately after the divorce, managing public opinion and the media can all be handled. As for the political side, the Hyuga clan has been heavily suppressed by various clans over the past 7 years, and we have people within the ninja clans. The Hippo project is merely their momentary show of strength, buying time for a shift in circumstances. I understand all of this, but I still worry that Sakura will be blamed. Uzumaki Naruto confirmed. Don't worry, she still has the identity of Uchiha's wife. Moreover, she has always been very proper, never overstepping, unlike you. Nara Shikamaru rolled his eyes and shouted, your behavior is purely one-sided in my eyes. You big idiot. Worry about yourself. Uzumaki Naruto fell silent. A gentle breeze blew through the cherry blossom tree and more petals landed on his shoulder. After a while he solemnly said, thank you, Shikamaru. Go and settle things with Sakura. Let me have some peace of mind. Nara Shikamaru sighed in resignation. He turned and lit another cigarette, leisurely puffing away. Well, perhaps things won't be that complicated. Deep down he always believed that the bonds forged through growing up together, the countless life and death experiences and the connections of a passionate youth would not easily succumb to love. After all, Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura and Hyuga Hinata are all kind-hearted kids. He lightly tapped the ash from his cigarette, looked up at the leisurely white clouds in the sky and muttered to himself, who knows? He turned to Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Hey, I say, shouldn't you get back to work?" Nara Shikamaru called out. "Not going back, there's nothing urgent. My clone is over there." Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand and slipped away. "I'm going to find Hanami." Nara Shikamaru scoffed, sighing to himself. Uzumaki Naruto really loves Haruno Sakura. This time he was definitely not going to let go. If he didn't help him, Naruto might actually leave the village to follow Sakura. In the early morning the sky was dimly lit. Hinata Hyuga looked at the sleeping Boruto Uzumaki, his face peaceful in slumber, and with her snow-white eyes she rose and headed towards the washroom. She applied a clean and elegant makeup, then chose a simple yet refined kimono from her wardrobe. Dawn broke, the sky was a pale blue and the earth was shrouded in mist. Stepping out of the courtyard, her geta clattered on the dark blue stone path. It was rare for her to dress so elaborately and even rarer for her to feel so resolute. Most of the time she was timid. But today was different. She had made up her mind that there was something she had to do. Hinata Hyuga walked quietly down the streets of Konoha. The sun had just risen, the morning market had yet to start, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the houses on either side of the street, while a few early birds flew by, creating a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Looking back, the Hokage rock to the north of the village glowed in the morning light, and the silhouette of Boruto Uzumaki was clearly visible. Under the leadership of the Seventh Hokage, the villagers of Konoha lived in peace and happiness. She turned back and continued down the main road, where the sign of Konoha Hospital stood prominently atop the building, the morning sun shining brightly on the clear letters. Tall iron fences surrounded the buildings with stone paths connecting the outpatient, inpatient and research departments. Several tall cherry trees planted nearby made it feel more like a spacious courtyard, their blossoms vibrant above. She had every reason to go in and talk to that Sakura-haired woman. But she didn't want to, and she wouldn't do that. Hinata only cast a deep look at the hospital entrance before turning around and heading down another street. Sakura Haruno, she was the truly brave and strong girl. Hinata quietly reflected in her heart. At the same age of 12 she was braver than herself, daring to confess to the person she loved as a girl she was stronger, always following in the footsteps of those two with her actions. If Naruto was as resilient as the wind, unbreakable, then Sakura was as deep as water, unyielding. She had become what she dreamed of being, and Sakura Haruno had achieved that. She also wanted to become that kind of person, which is why she had the courage to stand up and fight when pain attacked the village to protect the one she loved. Though the disparity in strength was vast, she was not afraid of death, for her most beloved person was Naruto. She firmly believed that nothing and no one could defeat him. It wasn't until 10 years ago, when Sakura Haruno left with Sasuke Uchiha, that she realized that Naruto could also be defeated. She was furious with him. As Sakura, worthy of you becoming like this? You are Naruto Uzumaki. She wouldn't forget his words as he pushed her away and yelled in anguish, you don't understand, she is my faith. She is my faith in my heart. Naruto, how could I not understand? You are my faith in my heart, how could I not understand? 10 years ago Hinata's heart was in anguish as she realized that even Naruto had his faith and that Sakura held such a significant place in his heart. That was why he was so dejected, so fallen, so despondent. She didn't want to see him sink any deeper. Hinata Hanabi was right. If Naruto continued like this, he would soon be removed from the list of candidates for the 7th Hokage. She couldn't bear to watch him be destroyed. She couldn't watch his determined spirit wither away. His dreams must not vanish. He needed a new spiritual anchor. He had to shift his focus in life to regain his strength. That was why she accepted Hanabi's proposal. Her sister gave her a packet of medicine and told her to find the right moment to conceive his child. From then on, Naruto would need to rise up. Hinata would win over her idol, and the Hyuga clan would unite with the strongest candidate for the 7th Hokage, benefiting all. This should have been a plan that was perfect and mutually beneficial. But she didn't. At the last moment she gave up. She couldn't betray herself or calculate against the one she loved the most. She did not put the medicine into the water. But once she took that small step, the situation spiraled out of her control. Her sister Hanabi was articulate and manipulative. The clan, the family removal. The timid her simply couldn't withstand it. Hanabi quickly schemed, rumors spread, and the pressure mounted. Her methods ruthless. She had no choice but to accept the child arranged by the Hyuga clan. She watched Naruto's incredulous face, and in the end he agreed to marry her. Despite the mainstream media's efforts to portray a victory of love and even hosting a grand wedding, the news of a shotgun marriage still spread like wildfire in the streets, and the notion of a political marriage proliferated among politicians in various countries. Regardless of the rumors swirling around, Naruto remained silent, offering no explanation or defense. He quietly accepted all the voices but couldn't hold back his tears while planting cherry trees. It had been 7 years, a full 7 years, while Naruto wallowed in guilt and pain. How could she not suffer torment as well? Hinata's heart was weeping. Though everyone lived in pain at this point, it wasn't too bad. He hadn't forgotten his dream of becoming Hokage, and that blossoming Sakura-like girl had returned. Finally, it wasn't the worst outcome. Would they be together? Hinata shook her head. She didn't know, but she could no longer deceive herself or continue to live in such sorrow. Now was the time to end all the pain herself. The morning breeze swept through her carefully styled hair, the sun emerged, and the dampness in the air began to dissipate. She strained to keep her eyes open, refusing to let the tears fall, quietly waiting for the wind to dry the tears in her eyes. The makeup she had meticulously applied was not for crying. Today she was dressed to meet someone. She would bring this conspiracy to a true end, restoring everyone to their original selves. Naruto was right, she would be a gentle, brave, and strong girl. Hinata turned a few corners, walking along the quiet road where every few steps along the wall were painted delicate white birds, the emblem of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga estate was solemn and ancient, with high walls enclosing the courtyard. Looking up, all she could see were the tall broadleaf trees planted within, solemn and deep. From a distance she could see 2 maids standing by the door, one on each side, who gasped softly, It's the eldest daughter." Her white eyes flashed with memories, and a smile that was hard to discern as sadness or happiness curved her lips. It had been 7 years since she last returned to the Hyuga estate after her marriage. The last time was 5 years ago for her father's funeral, and since then she had never set foot in the Hyuga clan again. There were rumors within the Hyuga clan that the Hokage and the Hyuga family were at odds, and that the eldest daughter and the second daughter were not on good terms. Whether the rumors were true or not, the maids at the door did not dare to be negligent and hurried forward to greet her, respectfully bowing. "Eldest daughter. There is no need, I will go see her myself. You need not follow me." Without waiting for the maid's reply, she passed through the door and entered the courtyard, and no one dared to stop her. The gatekeeper maids exchanged glances. The eldest daughter seemed different from before. Hinata stepped into the estate, which was as serene and harmonious as always, with the flowers and trees perfectly arranged without a single strand out of place. She passed through the flower hall and around the porch, not heading to the tea room but towards the west wing. This courtyard was where she often lived and trained before her marriage. Now the courtyard was empty but still clean, and it was spring, with the carefully pruned flowers and trees thriving, filling the air with tranquility. She walked along the long corridor outside, pushed open the sliding door, and stepped into the inner hall, where the low table and 2 cushions were still placed in the center. Slowly she sat down on the cushion, poured herself a cup of tea from the table, and drank it slowly. She recalled her younger self often practicing in this room, sitting down like this when tired to enjoy a cup of tea. But back then there was someone with her. That person was Niji. She remembered a time when she had practiced too much and temporarily lost her sight, feeling her way around with a white cloth covering her eyes. Niji, with eyes clearer than crystal, would always quietly clear away obstacles and gently place the things she wanted within her reach. How many winters and summers had he selflessly sacrificed his training time to guide her? Hinata could not remember. She gazed ahead, where the open space in front of the hall was now covered in lush grass. Her heart suddenly fluttered. This heart belonged to Niji. She pressed on her chest. Sakura's medical skills were remarkable. Her heart had been well all these years. Looking at the grassy open space in front of the hall, she seemed to see that boy with eyes as clear as crystal standing under the shade of a tree, dressed in white, tall and elegant. He smiled as he watched the blue-clad girl's back, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. When she turned her head and smiled gently, her eyes sparkled like white snow. That was her. It was 16-year-old Hinata Hyuga. The morning breeze chased a few leaves, the leaves fluttering in midair like butterflies. Eventually they fell to the grassy ground, and Hinata's gaze followed suit. That genius boy in white who had died twice for her, and in her nearly 30 years of life she had only lived for Naruto and the Hyuga clan. The world always changes, but what remains unchanged is that Naruto would always owe Hinata, and Hinata would forever owe Niji. The sound of footsteps echoed in the air, pulling Hinata from her thoughts. She knew the visitor would be her cousin Hanabi. Adjusting her hair, she straightened her posture. A conversation was about to begin. She had resolved to sever her pathological obsession with her clan and cut off the ties of unrequited love for Naruto. From today onward she only wanted and only needed to be herself. Konoha Ninja Academy. Training Ground 2. A girl with black hair and dark eyes set down her ninja tool pouch. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between emerald leaves, casting shimmering golden rays upon the cherry blossom pendant resting against her chest. She crouched low to count her shuriken and kunai, then busily arranged a target behind a cluster of stones. Naruto Uzumaki paused at a distance. Just moments ago he had gone to her classroom but found it empty. So this was where she was. Having finished her preparations, the girl knelt on one knee and reached both hands into her tool pouch. In an instant she launched upward with explosive force, twisting midair before landing with perfect poise. 8 shuriken flew in divergent trajectories, each striking its designated target dead center, even the one concealed behind the stones. Her movements flowed like water, seamless and flawless. Naruto Uzumaki stood still and smiled. This was the second time he had watched Hanami practice shuriken jutsu, and each time left him marveling at how uncannily she resembled Sasuke as a child. Hanami-kun. Naruto waved, flashing his warm eight-toothed grin. Uncle Naruto. Uchiha Hanami called back, already sprinting toward him. Only then did Naruto notice the cherry blossom hair ribbon tied neatly in Hanami's hair, the very one he had gifted to Sakura Haruno. He froze, his cerulean eyes flickering rapidly as quiet suspicion stirred within him. What did Sakura mean by this? Hanami had already reached his side and tilted her head up to ask. Naruto gently guided her to sit beside him on the grassy shade beneath the trees, and they began to chat. I ran into you on the street yesterday. You said you envied Boruto. So I came to keep you company for a while. You're truly wonderful, Uncle Naruto. Hanami beamed, her smile radiant and unrestrained. Flustered by her praise, Naruto scratched the back of his head and asked, does Hanami-kun's father spend much time with you and your mother? Truth be told, he genuinely wanted to know how she was faring, especially why she'd spoken of envying parental presence. Hanami spun a shuriken idly between her fingers. She almost spoke of how her father traveled constantly in search of medicine for her illness, but recalled her mother's strict warning never speak of the sickness to anyone. Instead, she replied lightly, well, not really, he's just very busy, so he can't always stay with us. Busy? Naruto frowned, unconvinced. What could possibly demand such constant attention? To him, busy was merely an excuse, and a frustrating one at that. Yet before his irritation could deepen, Hanami added softly, but whenever he has time, he's always there for me. Unaware of Naruto's subtle shift in mood, Hanami pointed toward the nearby training ground. Look, father taught me shuriken jutsu himself. He learned it from his older brother. In the Uchiha clan, every shuriken thrown hits its mark, without exception. They call it the divine shuriken technique. Hanami wore an expression of quiet pride, yet in the next breath her face fell into a pout. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle how swiftly her emotions shifted, like sunlight dancing across ripples in water. He gently pinched her cheek and murmured, what's wrong now? Hanami puffed her lips. Maybe my life is just too ordinary, I still haven't awakened my Sharingan. Naruto nodded solemnly. He knew the Sharingan only manifested under immense external or psychological duress. Recalling Sasuke's harrowing past, he shook his head, secretly hoping Hanami would never have to endure such pain. Hey Hanami-kun, even without the Sharingan you can still become an extraordinary shinobi. Mother says the same thing. Sigh. How utterly hopeless. Hanami sighed, then suddenly brightened. Uncle Naruto, you're the strongest shinobi alive, right? Will you teach me a jutsu? Something legendary, like Sakura's cherry blossom impact. Everyone says mom used to be incredibly powerful. Naruto fell silent, gaze drifting downward. Hanami, mistaking his pause for refusal, instantly deployed her ultimate weapon. She flung her arms around his neck and swayed him back and forth, cooing and clinging with irresistible charm. Every time she did this to her father, even his stoic glacier-like expression would soften into a rare smile, and he'd promptly begin teaching her a new technique. Uncle Naruto was far gentler than her father, surely he wouldn't resist. Uncle Naruto, please teach me, please. You're the kindest, most wonderful person in the whole world, the absolute best. His heart melted entirely. And given her wind nature chakra affinity, it seemed fated she was destined to master his wind release. All right, I simply can't refuse Hanami-kun's request. Naruto grinned, eyes crinkling shut, but there's one condition. Anything, I'll agree to anything. Hanami leapt with delight. You mustn't tell your mother. Huh? She paused briefly, then answered swiftly, done. And so they began with the simplest technique, the Rasengan. Hanami's first attempt ended predictably in failure. Watching her clench her fists in frustration, Naruto was reminded of his own early days. Mastering even the first stage of the Rasengan had taken him days of relentless practice. Stubborn and determined, Hanami marched off alone to train beneath a distant tree. Naruto lay back on the grass, watching the sun climb higher, clouds drifting lazily across the azure sky, while his thoughts kept circling back to that ribbon. What did Sakura mean by giving it to Hanami? Acceptance? Refusal? Or something else entirely? He couldn't decipher it. Rolling onto his side, he replayed Hanami's words in his mind. It sounded as though Sasuke and Sakura weren't close. Sakura had returned to the village alone with their daughter and Sasuke hadn't followed. What then was their current relationship? And why did Hanami bear such striking resemblance to both Sasuke and himself? These questions tangled in his mind like knotted threads. Privately, Naruto believed Hanami resembled him more. Though he would love any child of theirs unconditionally, one truth remained urgent in his heart: was she truly an Uchiha or a Uzumaki? Time slipped away unnoticed amid Naruto's reverie. Before he knew it, the sun hung high overhead, gilding the glossy green leaves of a camphor tree with brilliant light. It's time for lunch, Hanami-kun, he called toward the tree. No reply. He rose and strode over, only to find Uchiha Hanami lying motionless on the ground. Naruto's pulse spiked. Had something gone wrong? He rushed forward, gently shaking her shoulder, then examined her palms. Sure enough, chakra friction had left faint burn marks. She'd simply pushed herself too hard too fast. She'd fainted from exhaustion. Even that was eerily like him. Naruto shook his head, half amused, half exasperated, how effortlessly he projected himself onto everything she did. Gazing at her sleeping face, he thought of Sakura, down to the very shape of her brow. How beautiful it would be, if she were truly his daughter. Smiling softly, he lifted Hanami into his arms and carried her toward the medical ward. Beneath the fierce midday sun, the cherry blossom pendant at her chest glinted rhythmically, its light catching his eyes, harmonizing perfectly with the ribbon in her hair. Medical nin stationed at the academy hurried over and carefully laid Hanami onto a bed in the infirmary. One medic nin gathered chakra into his hands and began scanning her body from head to toe. A soft metallic click echoed clearly in the hushed room. Naruto stepped forward, his eyes locking onto the delicate cherry blossom pendant resting against Hanami's chest. That sound, it had come from the pendant. He remembered every time he'd seen Hanami she wore it. An instinctive certainty settled deep within him, this pendant was no ordinary ornament. His gaze darkened. A storm of thought surged, then he quietly halted the medic nin and instructed them to withdraw. Slowly he lifted the pendant. With gentle pressure it emitted another soft click, snapping shut. His conviction hardened. Such intricate craftsmanship concealing a hidden mechanism could only mean one thing: a secret lay within. A sudden tension gripped him. He sensed deeply that this secret belonged to Hanami. With careful reverence he removed the pendant and studied it closely. The chain was unremarkable, common metal. The pendant itself bore twin cherry blossoms exquisitely detailed. Had he not heard that faint click, he might have examined it 100 times and never suspected a thing. He steadied his breath, pressed his palm over its surface, and channeled chakra. With another precise click, a hair-thin seam parted between the two blossoms. Inside, there was a concealed compartment densely packed with dozens of tiny jet-black pills. His heart sank. His cerulean pupils contracted sharply. 100 questions roared in silence, urgent, desperate, and unanswered. In the Hokage's office. Give me a response in the shortest time possible. Yes. The young medical ninja was summoned by Lord Hokage for the first time, responding with utmost respect. Wearing medical gloves, she picked up the pills from the table and carefully smelled them at the tip of her nose. The black pill carried a faint floral fragrance suspected to be from a bellflower. Her expression slightly changed, and then she focused, grinding the pill to observe it for a long while. She then requested a cup of water to dissolve the powder by swirling it in the cup. The Seventh Hokage stood with a solemn aura, his gaze never leaving the medical ninja before him. This was Sakura Haruno's training class, her most outstanding student, and according to the evaluation report from Ino Yamanaka, this medical ninja ranked first in terms of professional skills. Nara Shikamaru stood by, watching Naruto Uzumaki's serious, solemn, and tense demeanor, speculating that this pill must be related to Sakura Haruno. The female medical ninja suggested needing to return to the hospital to use medical equipment for further testing. The Seventh Hokage waved, summoning an Umbu member to follow, and emphasized repeatedly that this was a confidential mission and must not be disclosed to anyone. Results should be reported immediately. Only Nara Shikamaru and Naruto Uzumaki remained in the Hokage's office. Hey Naruto, what's going on? Shikamaru pointed at the black pills on the table and asked. Naruto Uzumaki's eyelids drooped, his voice slightly downcast, and after a sigh he replied. This is the medicine that Uchiha Hanami has been taking all along. Shikamaru was slightly taken aback, then rubbed his chin, his eyes rolling as he said softly, you were so busy monitoring Sakura that you ignored her daughter. Perhaps she returned for her daughter's illness. Maybe. Naruto Uzumaki replied, sitting back straight in the Hokage's chair, rubbing his hair with his palm, and soon slumped over the table, deeply frowning. Now we can only wait for the test results. He spoke helplessly, yet inside he was filled with anxiety, vaguely feeling that this medicine was related to Hanami's background. There were too many doubts surrounding both Uchiha Hanami and Sakura Haruno for him not to make such connections. However, he was very worried that Hanami might really have contracted an illness that even Sakura couldn't handle. After all, Uchiha Sasuke had used countless forbidden drugs during his youth under Orochimaru, and coupled with his usual overuse of his eyes, all of this could have adversely affected his health. Who knows if it might have any congenital impact on Hanami? These thoughts inevitably made him somewhat restless. There was a knock at the door, and Nara Shikamaru glanced at the anxious Naruto Uzumaki, saying, "Come in. Lord Hokage, please prepare to attend the spring festival in 1 hour." The second-level assistant reminded him of the schedule and then exited the door. Sigh. The disheartened Naruto helplessly picked up the speech draft on the table, glanced at it, and fell into a daze. Knock, knock, knock. 3 urgent knocks sounded again. Shikamaru frowned, wondering who would report work at this time. Lord Hokage, I have urgent matters to report. Shunin Zidai shouted from outside the door. Come in. Naruto Uzumaki quickly sat up straight, his anxious expression replaced with seriousness in an instant. Zidai rushed in, his expression urgent, not even glancing at Shikamaru, and headed straight for the 7th Hokage. He anxiously handed over a bag of documents, hurriedly saying, "Madam just took the young master out of the village. She only gave me this document to pass to Lord Hokage, saying everything she wanted to say is inside. She said she was going on a trip. But she didn't bring any ninja with her. I saw the situation was unusual, so I had to rush back to report. Lord Hokage, look at this." Naruto Uzumaki speculated quietly in his heart, but his face remained expressionless as he took the document bag, opened the seal, and took a glance inside. His gaze sharpened as he said to Zidai, "I understand. You can return to your post." Zidai was doubtful but did not dare to speculate further, accepting the order to leave. Once alone in the room, Naruto set up a barrier, carefully reading the documents, and then said, "Shikamaru, take a look at this." Naruto Uzumaki handed the documents to Nara Shikamaru. The words on the cover of the document made Shikamaru's expression change. Upon opening it, he quickly saw that it was the divorce agreement already signed by Hinata Hyuga, accompanied by a handwritten letter and several other items. Shikamaru carefully read through all the documents and items, then exchanged a meaningful glance with Naruto Uzumaki, sighing. Hinata Hanabi's ambition for power ultimately reflects her deep obsession with her clan, while Hinata Hyuga, although complicit, is somewhat understandable. She loves deeply, which is both sad and lamentable. Naruto nodded slightly, feeling a sense of melancholy in his heart. The image of the gentle girl with white eyes appeared before him just as she was at 17, suddenly appearing before him when he was gravely injured and unable to rise. Despite her frail appearance, she turned back and said she would protect him. Her back was so delicate yet so resolute. Nara Shikamaru took a small portion of the white powder, carefully sealing the original packaging, saying, "Later I will arrange for this to be handed over to the medical ninja for a report. Only by confirming the composition and efficacy in conjunction with Hinata's letter can we ensure everything is foolproof." After speaking, he tossed a set of courtyard keys to the somewhat dazed 7th Hokage, understanding the feeling Naruto had at this moment, the difficulty of accepting the favor of a beautiful person. Naruto Uzumaki placed the keys in the drawer, murmuring with a sigh, "She asks for nothing, even considering the potential risks for me. I will always owe her a debt of gratitude." Nara Shikamaru deftly organized the documents and evidence, archiving them one by one. He then turned and said, "This morning my informant reported that Hinata visited the main house, and now these have come in. With this, even in the political arena, Hinata Hanabi cannot stir up any trouble over the divorce. You can safely choose a date for the public divorce, and I will save you a lot of trouble." Naruto nodded. He could not repay Hinata's feelings for him, only feeling gratitude in his heart. After a while he suddenly said, "She took the child and left the village. Perhaps it's not a bad beginning." Nara Shikamaru snorted lightly, taking a puff of smoke, and said, "Well, I was just saying that our batch of companions are all kind-hearted kids." With a clear mind, Naruto Uzumaki raised his face, his gaze resolute, revealing a bright and warm smile. "Isn't that right? Hinata, she also possesses the will of fire. Let's go, Shikamaru, the spring festival is about to start." During the spring festival, the hospital had a half-day break. Uchiha Hanami wanted to go flower viewing, but Haruno Sakura was in the lab conducting her final tests. She had already verified it multiple times, but it still wasn't enough. This matter had to be foolproof. Even if it only increased the success rate by 1%, she would continue to try infinitely. Looking back at her gloomy daughter, she recalled the scene of Uzumaki Naruto and his family strolling home under the evening glow. Bending down to rub her daughter's small face, she asked gently, "Do you want your father to no longer have to go out?" This was Uchiha Hanami's greatest wish. Haruno Sakura knew that her dream was to never have to take medicine again. "Yes." Uchiha Hanami nodded seriously. Haruno Sakura patted her daughter's head and said, "To help your dream come true sooner, how about going flower viewing with Aunt Ino today? Mom promises to take you to find your father tomorrow when you wake up, and from now on our family will be together every day." "That's great. Mom, you have to keep your promise." Uchiha Hanami jumped up happily and turned to find Yamanaka Ino. After sending her daughter off, Haruno Sakura returned to the lab. Due to the holiday, the lab was empty. The entire floor of the research institute was deserted. It was said that Uncle Naruto would also attend the spring festival. Her daughter's words echoed in her ears. Was it a father-daughter instinct? This child loved to cling to Uzumaki Naruto so much. She chuckled softly. Did the ninja way have to be the same? Suddenly she felt a bit uneasy. Shaking her head to comfort herself, Hanami and Sasuke got along very well, but every so often Sasuke had to go out for medicine, so he couldn't accompany her often. Although Sasuke's personality was a bit cold, he was warm inside. He just didn't love to joke around as much. His personality was simply more appealing to children. Yes, exactly like that. What father-daughter instinct? Uzumaki Naruto had his own child. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura quickly halted her thoughts. No more thinking about him. She had decided that if tonight's experiment went smoothly, she would use it on her daughter. They would leave Konoha and have no further connection with him. The laboratory was quiet with only the sounds of test tubes and glass beakers clinking. She focused her mind, pursing her lips as she carefully repeated the experiment. Uzumaki Naruto dismissed the umbu and walked alone on the road to the Konoha Research Institute. His speech at the Spring Festival ceremony had been extemporaneous, not only that he had announced his divorce. Afterward, Shikamaru shouted that he should choose an appropriate timing, not just any significant day. While joking, an umbu suddenly approached with a report. He informed the Seventh Hokage of the effects of that pill. It turned out that the pill could change a person's hair and eye color. This meant that Uchiha Hanami was not a black-haired, black-eyed child. This was enough to prove that Hanami was indeed his child. He had thought he would be overjoyed. However, when the speculation was confirmed, learning the truth made his joy last less than a minute before his mood became overwhelmingly. At this moment, the sky was clear and the streets were lined with blooming cherry blossoms. The spring breeze wafted through the petals, occasionally sending some fluttering onto his golden hair, but in his eyes there were no flowers or paths, only the heavy feeling of despair as his hands were shoved into his pockets. His heart was burdened. 10 years ago she had already had his child. Why did she have to go to such lengths to complete such a high-risk surgery? Was it because she loved him? Then why not let him know? Was it because at that time he had made her feel hopeless? His heart ached terribly. Past events lingered, accumulating in his heart. She had his child. How could she wander off with another man? How could she push him onto other women? He was almost furious. What kind of reason did she have? No reason was acceptable. Was it all just for his dream? How could she be so foolish? How could she do such a thing? Someone who couldn't even protect the one he loved could possibly become Hokage. Yet now he was Hokage, and Uzumaki Naruto felt as if reality had slapped him harshly. He felt a bit dizzy. He knew nothing at all. 10 years ago he truly knew nothing. Why didn't she tell him? Why did she have to bear it alone? Why didn't she let him face it together? Was she really that disappointed in him? Even now she had no intention of telling him the truth. She had hidden it from him 10 years ago and planned to keep hiding it. He felt sorrow, a sadness of being abandoned by the one he loved. He was so heartbroken. She had no idea how much he loved her. Why did she leave? Why did she give up on him? Did she really have no faith in him anymore? Was her coming back meant to completely leave him behind? The umbu had just said right. The effect of such a drug was not permanent. Over time its potency would weaken. Then her purpose in coming back to join the Hippo group was not to help him nor for research. Her true aim was. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened as he grasped it. It was genetics. She wanted to use Konoha's platform and resources, openly conquering genetic traits right under his nose, and then completely change Hanami's hair and eye color. Why? Was this her true purpose for coming back? Uzumaki Naruto felt a chill in his heart, a cold wave rising from within as he suddenly remembered how she had constantly rejected him. She had never considered being with him. She was afraid that Hanami's hair and eye color would someday be unable to be concealed. She no longer loved him. Everything she said was true. She wanted to disappear again. After her research succeeded, she wanted to leave. She still wanted to go to that person's side. Uzumaki Naruto felt a bone-chilling cold, as if his heart were frozen. He couldn't afford to waste another second. He had to find her right now. On the laboratory clock the second hand ticked away. At last it was ensured that success was within grasp, and Haruno Sakura carefully stored the liquid she had obtained. With 2 urgent knocks at the door, Uzumaki Naruto entered without waiting for her response. The entire process took less than a second, and due to excessive force the door slammed against the wall with a loud thud, startling Haruno Sakura, who was busy hiding something. Upon seeing it was Uzumaki Naruto, she hurriedly put her things away and exclaimed, "Idiot Naruto, what are you doing? You can't just barge in without permission. That's basic courtesy. If you knew it was me, would you have let me in?" Uzumaki Naruto retorted coldly. Haruno Sakura then noticed his gloomy expression and displeased tone. She didn't understand why he was giving her the cold shoulder. Looking at his face, she recalled the scene from earlier when he had returned home with Hinata Hyuga. Clearly she should have been the one to be angry. She had already firmly rejected him. Why was he still pestering her, professing his love? What did he think she was? A lover? Haruno Sakura smiled bitterly to herself. Although she hadn't intended to reignite any past feelings upon returning, she had to admit that his fervor and heartfelt confession had truly shaken her resolve, making her feel even more dejected when she saw them together. It was truly heartbreaking. She couldn't blame or question him. Saying anything would be like casting pearls before swine. Forget it, forget it. After all, she was leaving tomorrow, so Haruno Sakura waved her hand, deciding not to hold it against him. Thinking this, she removed her gloves, walked to the sink to wash her hands, and casually said with a smile, "Lord Hokage, are you going to pretend your hand hurts again? However, I can leave work today." Upon hearing her mention hand pain, the tension in Uzumaki Naruto's face eased slightly. His blue eyes flickered, recalling that day when she had indeed cared for him. She seemed to have been moved. Perhaps now she had changed her mind. He composed himself, closed the door, approached her and said seriously, "So have you thought it through? Tell me your answer." Haruno Sakura never expected to dig her own grave, cursing her own clumsiness. She hurriedly pretended to fix her hair in the mirror, avoiding looking at him, mentally rehearsing how to respond appropriately. In the mirror she could clearly see the blonde man leaning against the laboratory table behind her, staring intently at her as if waiting for her to turn around. His face bore no smile, his expression serious and earnest with a steady gaze. Only his fingers gripping the edge of the table betrayed his nervousness and anticipation. Despite Haruno Sakura not turning around, he remained persistent. When she didn't respond, he quietly waited. He was seeking an answer. He wanted to hear that answer. He gripped the table with enough force that it could be easily destroyed. Her response was too important to him. It directly affected whether his earlier assumptions were correct. He desperately hoped she had changed her mind. With her departure scheduled for tomorrow, Haruno Sakura didn't want to hurt him any further, pondering how to phrase her words. She only managed to say one word before the man rose and embraced her from behind. In her ear his clear and stern warning came, "You better think carefully before you answer." His tone was almost a low growl, sounding not just unhappy but very angry, even mixed with a hint of fury. Haruno Sakura felt a little confused. She was increasingly bewildered by Uzumaki Naruto now. Turning off the faucet, she chuckled and said, "Naruto, your temper is getting worse. I'm afraid to speak up." Uzumaki Naruto's pupils contracted slightly. The woman's soft words sounded both pleading and playful, instantly quenching the fire in his heart. He eased his serious demeanor, holding her tightly, and gently said, "Just tell me what I want to hear." Haruno Sakura's face flushed immediately. Here we go again. How could he always be like this, hugging her and holding her? She really couldn't stand it. One moment he was fierce and now he was so gentle, his words making her heart soften. In a hurry she tried to push away his arms, hiding her inner turmoil, and angrily said, "Naruto, can you speak properly? Why are you always touching me?" She didn't push him away with all her might this time. The blonde man looked at her blushing cheeks in the mirror, her hurried words also quite charming. This brought him a sense of joy, the earlier annoyance fading away. Perhaps she had changed her mind. She struggled to pry apart his hands, but her delicate fingers had little effect. In Uzumaki Naruto's view, this was like flirting, incredibly cute, making him crave more. He smiled faintly, intertwining his fingers tighter, leaning closer to her neck, breathing softly near her ear and neck, creating a sensation that was both ticklish and pleasing. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but squirm away. When she shrank to the left, he blew at her right. When she dodged to the right, he blew at her left. As they dodged back and forth, the two in the mirror looked like a loving couple, intimately engaged. Haruno Sakura couldn't escape from him, feeling both shy and angry. The man added, "Sakura-kun, this doesn't count as touching." As he spoke, his warm breath hit her neck, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body. Such intimate contact made her shy beyond measure. Haruno Sakura glanced at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks already flushed. Unfortunately, the man's arms formed a barrier, leaving her nowhere to hide. Flustered yet unable to calm down, she decided to give up on struggling, scolding, "Naruto, stop it, you're hurting me." The blonde man finally loosened his grip. Haruno Sakura was a mix of embarrassment, anger, and annoyance. If he had dared to do this in the past, she'd have beaten him up. Now, after all, he was just bullying her. Haruno Sakura didn't want to see her own flustered reflection anymore. Why was she feeling this way? Why was her face turning red? She felt a bit resentful towards her own weakness and turned her back. Uzumaki Naruto didn't step away, he only took a small step back, standing still. When she turned around, she faced his broad chest. "Naruto, you've grown taller," Haruno Sakura stammered. The man seemed unsure how to respond, and she couldn't help but smile at her own words. Perhaps it was because she was leaving tomorrow. Their conversation felt like a normal exchange between old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. The intense arguments they had were likely due to the undying love still in their hearts. This was the kind of greeting that should have been exchanged calmly, discussing their changes over the years. A plain conclusion to a relationship. 10 years ago he was only half a head taller than her. 10 years later she could only reach his shoulder. Ultimately she couldn't reach him. Thinking of this, her heart felt a bit desolate and bittersweet. Whether the man sensed her emotions, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. In that moment she couldn't bear to refuse. She cautiously leaned her face against his chest, thinking to herself that tomorrow she would leave, so she would treat it as a gentle farewell. The blonde man felt her closeness and was delighted, thinking she had accepted him. He tenderly held her back and whispered, "Holding you like this is wonderful, Sakura-kun, please don't leave me." Haruno Sakura remained silent, her heart heavy with sadness. In her ear the man said again, "Sakura-kun, why aren't you going to the spring festival? Are you worried you won't be able to confess to me?" Actually, just now. She ignored his teasing, stepping away from his chest, interrupting his words and walking over to the side table. After today she would leave. She shouldn't linger in his embrace, nor should she let him have any lingering thoughts. Her heart ached terribly. If she stayed here she truly couldn't help but be moved by him. Uzumaki Naruto obviously didn't notice Haruno Sakura's sensitive emotional changes. He intended to say that he had actually announced their divorce earlier and that he genuinely wanted to be with her. Although his words were interrupted, he wasn't angry at all. Just now Haruno Sakura's closeness filled him with sweetness. As long as she took a step closer he would cover the remaining distance. He leaned against the table, smiling quietly, watching her clean up the various bottles and jars. He wasn't in a hurry, planning to wait until she had tidied everything before telling her, which wouldn't take long. After she finished washing up she neatly arranged the laboratory equipment, removed her loose medical coat, revealing her original figure. She wore a knitted cardigan over a white t-shirt paired with a soft-colored umbrella skirt. She adjusted her white coat, causing her cherry blossom hair to flutter gently. Uzumaki Naruto thought she looked beautiful, whether dressed in the spirited attire of a ninja or in this fresh and gentle outfit. She could capture all of his attention. His gaze remained fixated on her. She walked over to him and the corners of his mouth lifted even more. However, she merely walked past him to hang the laboratory clothes on the wall. She didn't look at him, which made his mood sour. The previous sweetness vanished and he became anxious again. He disliked being ignored by her. Enduring his own disappointment, her indifference made him start to doubt if he had misunderstood her intentions earlier. Yet he still waited, hoping for her to turn around. When she turned around, Uzumaki Naruto proactively extended his hand towards her. He hoped she would place her hand in his palm, but she continued to ignore it and walked toward the door. He suddenly realized that everything that had just happened was merely his one-sided wishful thinking. Then he remembered that she hadn't answered him at all. What blushing, what closeness, what acceptance, all of it was his unilateral imagination. She never intended to hug him. The embers still lingering in Uzumaki Naruto's heart were suddenly doused with a bucket of gasoline, flames rekindling once again. The truth about Hanamikin was a thorn buried in his heart. Haruno Sakura's coldness once again pricked that thorn. She was still walking towards the door, not turning back to call him. He had a strong premonition that she was going to leave. Had she been carefully hiding something when she entered? That probably wasn't just an ordinary experimental product. She was leaving. She was really leaving. The sound of Haruno Sakura's departing footsteps pierced his heart sharply. He couldn't endure any longer. He had to get clarity today. Where are you going? Didn't I tell you not to leave me again? This time he didn't grab her or block the door. Haruno Sakura could hear the refusal and accusation in his low voice. Was that again an accusation of her last departure? Haruno Sakura felt a bitterness in her heart and paused in her steps. In the silence the man spoke slowly, the air carrying his urgent and angry query. Sakura-kun, Hanami, whose daughter is she? In-chan, who exactly is Hanami's daughter? The man asked again, his tone now entirely different from before. The experimental table he leaned against collapsed with a thunderous crash at the end of his last syllable, causing the lab equipment on it to scatter across the floor, clattering loudly until it finally fell silent. The glassware shattered into fragments, but no one paid it any mind. The air inside the room was terrifyingly still. All of Haruno Sakura's blood felt like it was flowing backward. How could he suddenly switch to this question? Did he discover something? Remembering his somber face when he entered, cold sweat trickled down her spine. He discovered. He must have uncovered this greatest secret. Her pupils constricted sharply. She dared not turn around, nor could she bear to look at him. She also did not dare to flee. She was unsure how to handle the situation. She struggled to calm herself, to think clearly. The blonde man did not give her much time to ponder. He had already asked for the second time. Did this question really require such a long time to think? His eyes were red as he stepped closer to her, turning her body to say, "Why are you not speaking? Are you going to default on this? Speak up." As she remained silent, his eyes grew more frantic, shaking her shoulders and shouting, "Speak. Tell me Hanami is our child." She didn't realize how important her verbal acknowledgement was to him. Haruno Sakura felt a wave of panic. She couldn't admit it. How could she admit it? If she did, she feared he would disregard everything. No, I must calm down. She took a deep breath, her mind racing rapidly through scenarios. Ino would never tell him the truth and Sasuke wouldn't either. Their master had already passed away. Kakashi-sensei knew nothing about this matter, and Hanami had not shown any unusual signs recently. I checked her hair color and eye color every day. Those medicines were hidden so well. How could he possibly detect a chakra signature from a necklace? There could be no loopholes. Where did Uzumaki Naruto get this information? He should have no way of knowing. Yes, it must be mere speculation. This was another of his tests. Haruno Sakura's mind raced with clarity, her resolve firm. She shook her head, meeting Uzumaki Naruto's intense gaze, and said in the calmest tone, "Hanami is the child of Sasuke and me." Once the words left her mouth, her calm demeanor ignited a fire in the blonde man's chest, a rush of emotion that left him nearly incoherent. Haruno Sakura's words caused him pain, sorrow, and despair. She was still deceiving him. She truly had no intention of telling him. Why didn't she attend the spring festival? She stayed in the lab during her break simply to distance herself from him as much as possible. Fine. Fine. He said, his voice trembling as he repeated the word fine 3 times. You want to leave, huh? Don't dream. You refuse to admit it. Well, see how long it takes for you to acknowledge it. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze grew dark for a long time. He made up his mind and asked sternly, then Sakura can explain why Hanami at such a young age is capable of producing 5 shadow clones. You and Uchiha Sasuke are not the types of ninjas with massive chakra reserves. Sasuke's specialty is lightning release, while shadow clones are my forte. Haruno Sakura chuckled lightly, thinking to herself that he had no solid evidence. She then said, the shadow clone technique is not your original jutsu, Lord Hokage, nor is it exclusive to you alone. Hanami inherited the genius genes of the Uchiha clan and has taken after my precise chakra control ability. Producing 5 shadow clones is nothing remarkable. Is that so? Uzumaki Naruto had anticipated her response. He tightened his grip on her shoulders, a sharp smile slicing through her lies. If the blood flowing through her veins is from the Uzumaki clan, considering the unusually large chakra reserves of the Uzumaki, it seems plausible, doesn't it? Haruno Sakura's gaze flickered as she turned her head away and said, Lord Hokage, you are presuming guilt. She shrugged off his hands that were gripping her shoulders, expressing her dissatisfaction. I have no obligation to debate this hypothesis with you. Good, you explained well. Uzumaki Naruto suppressed his anger. Her formality irked him greatly. He disliked her deliberate emphasis on their distance. They had once been so close, yet she repeatedly sought to create distance between them. Did she think it was so easy for him to approach her? Did his heart not ache? Why did she keep hurting him over and over again? Fortunately, he already knew that this would not stump her. He suppressed the urge to explode, pulling out the torn piece of paper from his pocket and said softly, Sakura-kun, this is a chakra test paper. He raised the paper in his hand, never taking his eyes off Haruno Sakura's face, and gently asked, Sakura-kun, tell me what type of chakra attribute would cause the paper to split in half. Haruno Sakura frowned, looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who seemed to already know the answer. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she forced herself to stay calm and casually replied. It's wind. He once again held her shoulders, looking down at her. His eyes glimmered with a dark haze. Was she still not planning to admit it? Suppressing the rage boiling inside him, he leaned close to her, lowering his voice. This is a chakra nature test I personally conducted for Hanami. Sakura-kun. He continued, grasping her wrist, his gaze sharp as he knowingly asked, the chakra property of the Uchiha clan is fire, so whose chakra property is wind? He spoke each word deliberately, drawing her closer with every sentence. As the last word brushed against her face, he released his grip on the torn chakra paper. She watched the paper slowly descend to the ground, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had even noticed this. His seemingly casual inquiry was like an X-ray scanning her face with an oppressive gaze. Haruno Sakura pressed her lips tightly together, forcing out words through gritted teeth. The wind attribute is a coincidence. Yes, a coincidence. Who doesn't have 5 attributes, right? How coincidental indeed. Hanami neither knew lightning release nor could activate the Sharingan, yet her attribute was wind and she excelled at shadow clone technique. I can hardly wait to take her as my disciple. The Sharingan is because the time hasn't come yet. That sounds somewhat reasonable, so Sakura-kun. Uzumaki Naruto lifted her face, his probing gaze scrutinizing her as he raised his voice. Uchiha Sasuke awakened his eyes at 7, achieved double tomo at 12, and gained the Rinnegan at 17. When do you think Hanami, who inherited the Uchiha clan's superior bloodline, will awaken her Sharingan? He shifted his tone, his piercing gaze locking onto her vibrant green eyes, coldly stating, if she can already perform shadow clone jutsu, she should have graduated from the ninja academy by now. Should I arrange some rank missions for her? Or perhaps hold a Chunin exam for her? With her talent, awakening the tomo should not be a difficult task, right? Haruno Sakura felt like she was on the verge of breaking down as she looked at Uzumaki Naruto, whose eyes were bloodshot, his deep blue gaze relentlessly pressing her. He was now Hokage. She had no means to confront him. She hadn't expected that he would care so much about Hanami despite having a child of his own. How could she have been foolish enough to enter his territory and think she could leave unscathed? What could she do? She couldn't admit it, refute it, nor did she wish to provoke him further. He wouldn't really want to see if Hanami awakens her eyes, would he? Haruno Sakura neither acknowledged nor refuted nor replied. She remained silent. This silence was detestable to Uzumaki Naruto. He could no longer contain himself and punched the white wall angrily, shouting, Haruno Sakura, are you thinking of how to deceive me again? How much longer do you plan to deceive me? Do you intend to hide it from me for a lifetime? The wall cracked with a loud noise, a deep fissure reaching up to the ceiling, a chunk of plaster trembling about to fall. She remained motionless, still silent. Uzumaki Naruto pulled her over, the plaster brushed against her hair and fell to the ground with a soft thud. Haruno Sakura stumbled, landing in his arms. He steadied her, his eyes filled with both anger and concern, a fleeting moment of mixed emotions, but as soon as she regained her balance his gaze returned to its sharp scrutinizing intensity. She lowered her head, catching a glimpse of his fleeting gaze. Now she dared not look at him. She was terrified she might inadvertently reveal everything. Fortunately, she had already developed it. As long as she got through today, through this moment, she would disappear and never return to provoke him again. He was still waiting, he was still staring at her, showing no signs of stopping his inquiries. Fine. Let them return to peace. As if nothing had ever begun. Let him forget her. Is that too much to ask? Let her leave. Mutual oblivion would be the best ending for this affair. The pink-haired woman finally raised her eyes, her green gaze skipping over his and directly into the depths of his azure eyes. She opened her lips and said softly, "I haven't deceived you. Hanami's black hair and black eyes are the best proof." Looking at Haruno Sakura before him, she spoke so calmly and confidently about black hair and black eyes. This directly struck Uzumaki Naruto's final nerve. He had never felt such urgency and anger, frustration, sadness and heartbreak as he did now. He kept exposing her lies, simply wanting her to tell him directly that Hanami was his child. She kept arguing, vehemently refusing to acknowledge it. For him, denying Hanami meant denying their past, their love, and the proof of their bond. She was attempting to erase their daughter's traits and attribute them to another man. She even tried to use this falsehood to deceive and convince him. Black hair, black eyes. Ha! Uzumaki Naruto sneered, his fury uncontainable. Was she so eager to please Uchiha Sasuke? He was furious, his complex emotions that had been building up for so long erupting like a dormant volcano. In that moment that she mentioned black hair and black eyes, his rationality could no longer be restrained. In his rage, he wrapped his arms around her tightly, seeking to hold her close, one hand pressing against her soft chest. This was truly a normal plotline. Startled, Haruno Sakura gasped and he seized the opportunity to kiss her cherry lips. He showed no hesitation. The kiss slid down quickly, stripping her of her knitted cardigan, his hands even brushing up her skirt. Soon he would invade inch by inch. Haruno Sakura never expected him to resort to force. Please review team, this is not against the rules. She struggled madly, her arms pushing and hitting him. Where is the violation? But she couldn't budge him at all. Tears of fear streamed down her face as she cried out, "Naruto! You said if I didn't want it you wouldn't do anything to me." His movements halted and with a darkened face he lowered his head and said, "I changed my mind. You keep deceiving me and I want to see if your body is more honest than your words." As he spoke he suddenly lifted her legs, causing the off-balance Haruno Sakura to scream, instinctively clinging tightly to him to avoid falling. "Naruto, when did you become so bad?" she shouted angrily, hitting him. "Put me down." "I won't." Uzumaki Naruto not only refused to let go but he also sat down on the round stool in the lab, holding her waist with both hands, securing her on his lap. Haruno Sakura, still in shock, had tears on her face. Thankfully he no longer pulled at her clothes. He only cupped her face, his azure eyes now filled with a red hue, growling softly, "If you deceive me again it'll only get worse." Haruno Sakura struggled to stand but he pressed her back down. Even through their clothes she could feel their bodies brushing against each other, and despite his thick clothing her skirt had loosened and she was only wearing a small pair of panties. She felt as though she were sitting on needles, extremely uncomfortable. Although she was both anxious and embarrassed, she dared not move at all. Seeing his scarlet eyes she felt genuine fear. She shuddered and cried, realizing what it meant for him to truly lay his hands on her. How could he do this to her? One hand restrained both of her wrists while the other reached into his pocket to pull out a black pill, spreading it open in his palm, asking, "Will you still claim that Hanami is Sasuke's?" The undeniable evidence left Haruno Sakura pale, unable to argue back, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. He really discovered it. He had been forcing her to confess. He knew everything. What to do? Should she admit it? The man waited for her response. Seeing her pale face marred by tears, he became convinced that she was determined to leave. He was heartbroken, torn apart. She cried, he cried. He couldn't bear the scene. Why wouldn't she admit it? Did he need to dig up all the experimental materials she had used to see what she had been researching before she would acknowledge it? What would admitting it change? Would it prove how much she wanted to leave? Would it prove how little she loved him? This thought pushed him to the brink of despair as he cried out. "Tell me, have you fallen in love with him? Is that why you refuse to acknowledge it? Why you want to change Hanami so desperately? Why you are trying to leave me with all your might?" Haruno Sakura never expected that Uzumaki Naruto would think this way. He actually believed that her refusal to acknowledge their child was due to loving someone else. For 10 years she had never felt so wronged and overwhelmed. Tears streamed down her face like a river. She longed to speak, but all that came out were sobs. Her emotions were too painful to articulate even a single word. Uzumaki Naruto had lost all rationality. Her denials, her arguments, her tears shattered his heart into a million pieces. 10 years ago she said she loved him and now she claimed she didn't. These two scenes flashed incessantly in his mind. Such a stark contrast tormented him to the point of unbearable pain, and he shook her repeatedly as he questioned, "Did you fall in love with him? You tell me, do you do those things too? Do you love him? Would you be intimate with him?" Each of his words pierced through Haruno Sakura's heart like arrows, each syllable creating 1,000 wounds. Haruno Sakura's tears never ceased. Watching Uzumaki Naruto, who had lost all reason and continued to misunderstand her, she felt both anxious and angry. All the truths of the past 10 years intertwined in her heart. The sacrifices, the love, the longing, the steadfastness, all transformed into feelings of grievance and unbearable memories. Various complex emotions surged within her chest and she shook her head repeatedly, but Uzumaki Naruto could not see. The intense love, hate and jealousy had completely shattered Uzumaki Naruto. His voice was hoarse, filled with despair. By the end he could barely speak through his tears. He released her hand, bowing his head in hopelessness, wishing for nothing more than to die. Over the years he had numbed himself, relying solely on memories for support. If she had no lingering feelings for their past, not even for their child, and she didn't wish to keep a trace of him, he could no longer find any reason to live. His resolve had crumbled. He muttered to himself, "As long as I die, you can't erase our past. Kill me. Yes, I shouldn't trouble you, I should end it myself." Haruno Sakura shook her head desperately. "No, that's not it." Her heart fought to explain. She struggled to suppress her sobs, to clarify. But a surge of blood rose in her throat, a metallic taste signaling blood. She knew she was about to spit it out, but she still wanted to tell him. Haruno Sakura, dazed, gathered her remaining strength and managed to say, "I." Uzumaki Naruto finally turned to look at her. Haruno Sakura, in a daze, saw his expression change drastically. Perhaps he was frightened by her. It was her fault. She hadn't handled things well, which made him sad. The heightened emotions caused a rush of blood to surge from her chest, and when she opened her mouth, all that came out was blood. She could no longer catch her breath. That phrase, "the person I love is you," could only be reduced to a single word, "I," before she fainted against his shoulder. In the operating room of Konoha Hospital, the red surgical lights flickered incessantly. In the mountains, Ino Yamanaka, along with several medical ninjas, was urgently trying to save Sakura Haruno. This restoration surgery was extremely difficult, and the top medical personnel of Konoha had already been deployed. Before entering the operating room, she gave Naruto Uzumaki a hard punch, and not even Shikamaru Nara's shadow binding technique could hold her back. "She will die, she really will die." Ino Yamanaka's words echoed in his ears. Naruto Uzumaki sat despondently on the waiting chair, his immense chakra granting him unparalleled healing abilities, and the punch Ino delivered had already healed by itself. With Ino Yamanaka's medical skills, she had been inside for several hours without coming out. Just how serious was Sakura Haruno's condition? His heart raced with anxiety as he waited. Even he, though a bit dim-witted, understood that Sakura's fainting spells could not be simply explained by her weakened constitution after the surgery 10 years ago. Recalling Ino's words, "She will die." Would she really die? A tear fell from Naruto's eye, and then, like a string of broken pearls, more tears cascaded down. "Uncle Naruto." Uchiha Hanami tugged at his sleeve. Compared to Naruto's outburst, she was much calmer, her large dark eyes gazing at him with a comforting expression. Naruto raised a hand to wipe his tear-streaked eyes, turning his gaze to her as new tears continued to overflow. Uchiha Hanami held his large hand seriously and said, "Uncle Naruto, don't cry. Aunt Ino hitting you must be her fault. Uncle Shikamaru often says he is afraid of his mom too, but I think Aunt Ino is very gentle. There must be some misunderstanding. After all, you are comrades. Once mom wakes up, everything will be fine. Aunt Ino is amazing. Mom will definitely wake up, so don't worry." Poof. Shikamaru Nara sighed helplessly, thinking how ridiculous it was for someone his age to be lectured by a child. He glanced at the two on the waiting chair and continued to lean against the wall, smoking leisurely, though a hint of worry flickered in his lowered gaze. He knew better than anyone how much Naruto valued this woman. The announcement of their divorce at the spring festival was merely a way for her to have the status of a suitor. Although matters of the heart are complex and troublesome, he always remained rational, so he couldn't understand how Naruto had managed to make things so awkward. Ino Yamanaka was also impulsive. Not long ago she had praised Naruto for his bold divorce, specifically asking him about the details. But when Sakura fainted, she gave him a thorough beating without any regard. He didn't need to think to know that Ino's inquiries and her actions against him were all for Sakura. If Sakura really couldn't be saved, what would he do? Shikamaru raised his eyes to look at Naruto, who was being comforted by Uchiha Hanami. He lit another cigarette and sighed softly, thinking he had hoped that he and Sakura would soon understand each other, but now it seemed even more complicated than before. As for matters of the heart, he thought his own relationship with Ino had also ended up being a missed opportunity. He sincerely hoped this pair would be different. After all, Naruto Uzumaki was someone who willingly and loyally followed without fear of trouble. Shikamaru flicked the ash off his cigarette and reluctantly began to prepare for the worst regarding Sakura's condition. Uchiha Hanami recalled the words her mother had told her after she fainted last time. "If mom ever feels exhausted and faints, don't be scared. I'll sleep at Aunt Ino's for a few days, and when I wake up, everything will be fine." She nodded, wiping Naruto's tears, and said, "Uncle Naruto, do you like my mom? Why are you crying more than I am?" "I didn't even cry. Let me tell you, Aunt Ino was just scaring you. My mom is like this. She left behind an illness after giving birth to me. She has probably been too tired with research lately. It was the same last time she fainted accidentally, but after a few days of sleep she will be fine. So don't cry, don't cry." This was actually Sakura's preventive measure for her daughter, as she worried that if she fainted again it would scare her. Uchiha Hanami took it to heart and used it to comfort Naruto. Little did she know Naruto's heart was a tumult of emotions after hearing this. Uchiha Hanami added, "How long has Aunt Ino been inside? I'm getting hungry waiting. You crying like this isn't suitable for going out." She turned to Shikamaru and said, "Uncle Shikamaru, I'll go out and buy something for everyone to eat together." She was young, carefree and optimistic, and as she spoke she turned and walked towards the elevator, still pondering whether to invite Akimichi Choji to buy snacks together. Shikamaru watched as the elevator reached the top floor. After finishing his cigarette he approached Naruto and sat down, saying, "While Hanami is away, let's talk." "Is it about those pills?" Naruto silently nodded, and after a long pause he finally said, "Shikamaru, Hanami is my child." "I. Sigh." Naruto's emotions were still unstable and he couldn't finish his sentence. Shikamaru was taken aback, but he was quick on his feet. Just as he was about to speak, the red light of the operating room went out and the doors swung open with several medical ninjas pushing a hospital bed out. Naruto disregarded Shikamaru and quickly stood up, hastening towards them. Sakura lay there with her eyes closed, her face pale, and she had not yet awakened. "Send her to the intensive care unit and monitor her condition after she wakes up." Ino Yamanaka's voice came through, though it was unclear whether she was speaking to the medical ninjas or to Naruto. The medical ninjas pushed Sakura into the elevator and the red floor numbers flickered continuously. As the sound of the wheels faded away, the air outside the operating room turned particularly quiet. "Ino." Naruto lowered his head and asked, "How serious is Sakura's condition?" Ino Yamanaka's expression was displeased as she ignored his question, glanced around for a moment and said, "I will take care of Hanami." She did not look at Naruto, walking straight towards the stairs in the corridor. "Ino." With just 2 simple syllables, Shikamaru calmly called out to Ino Yamanaka. Not long ago she had been eagerly inquiring about the details of the Hokage's divorce, yet when Naruto posed a question she refused to offer help. "You know everything about Sakura, right?" His steady voice reminded Ino Yamanaka that someone needed to push between Sakura and Naruto. Ino Yamanaka paused but did not turn back. She hesitated for a moment before continuing down the stairs. Her cold voice echoed in the corridor. "Shikamaru, if there are problems between two people that they cannot communicate and resolve themselves, then no matter how much love there is, that relationship will eventually fade away." When Haruno Sakura awoke, the sky outside was dark and the room was shut tight with gray-blue linen curtains not moving at all. The warm yellow light from the street lamp faintly illuminated the scene, interwoven with fine strands of rain. It was the intensive care unit of the hospital. This time her fainting was more severe than before. Although she had awakened, her body was devoid of strength and she couldn't muster even a little energy. She opened her eyes and could only quietly watch the blond man who was leaning against the side of her hospital bed. He seemed to be asleep, his hand gently holding hers. Haruno Sakura did not know how many days she had been unconscious this time. The man's face was buried. How long had he been waiting? Had he been keeping watch for her to wake up? Gently pulling her hand away, she intended to touch his warm golden hair. As she withdrew her hand, Uzumaki Naruto woke up alertly. Haruno Sakura smiled, her hand awkwardly lingering in the air. "You're awake." The man grasped her hand, his gaze filled with joy as he rose to check her forehead. "No fever, just a bit cool." He sighed in relief and said, "I'll go call the doctor." "Naruto." She stopped him, shaking her head and softly saying, "Don't worry, I know my body. As long as I wake up I'm fine." "Naruto, you're hungry, right? I'll go find something to eat." After he finished speaking he left the room. In a moment several nurses came in to change her for. Haruno Sakura exchanged a few simple words with them and learned that Ino had led the team to perform the repair surgery. This was her 4th night of unconsciousness and it was getting late. Ino had already finished her shift. It was likely that Hanabi had been taken away by Ino. She smiled gently. Ino's medical skills were becoming increasingly exquisite and the members of the medical team had also grown. Once the nurses finished changing the 4 and exited the room, Haruno Sakura felt bored. Having slept for too long, she was a bit tired. Struggling to muster some strength, she attempted to sit up just as Uzumaki Naruto entered, exclaiming, "Don't move, let me do it." He quickly placed the packed food box aside, came over to raise the bed and gently cradled her, placing a pillow at her waist before slowly letting her lean back. "Are you hungry?" he asked softly. Looking into his gentle eyes, Haruno Sakura felt a stir in her heart and nodded slightly. He began to unpack the food, arranging it neatly, and asked, "There's millet porridge, sushi rolls, steamed mullet, sweet and sour ribs and red bean soup. Which one do you want to eat first?" Haruno Sakura was momentarily stunned, wondering how he had managed to find so many types of food at this late hour. Uzumaki Naruto turned to look at her, his blue eyes shining brightly. Any of them is fine, I'll take care of it. Just as she intended to move, a sudden pain shot through her hand as she accidentally tugged at the 4-line, causing the needle to shift slightly. Uzumaki Naruto frowned. She carefully adjusted the 4-line, resetting the flow rate. Seeing her still pale face, his gaze softened once more. I'll feed you. His voice was very gentle, but he did not wait for her consent. The man patiently removed the bones from the fish, placed a piece in a spoon and brought it to her mouth, saying, "The nurses said eating this will help you recover faster." As Haruno Sakura ate the fish, he offered, her heart pounded fiercely. Silently chewing, she raised her eyes to scrutinize the blonde man. He had stayed by her side for several days and fatigue was evident on his face. "Naruto, your dark circles are almost catching up to Garas," Haruno Sakura said with concern. "I'm fine, Sakura can just eat quickly." He did not speak further, focusing intently on removing the fish bones for her and gently feeding her. Each was lost in thought, haunted by memories, and neither mentioned Hanabi, as if the life and death matters between them had never occurred. Haruno Sakura gazed at his face. He was focused and earnest as he removed the bones. His profile was handsomely defined. One could not help but notice that Naruto had developed the features of a mature man over the years, his charm enhanced. When he turned to feed her, his blue eyes carried an ineffable tenderness, sparkling like the most beautiful stars in the sky. He fed her so tenderly in the past, he would always insist that she feed him. Haruno Sakura felt a sweetness in her heart and her appetite improved. "Sakura-can, if you keep looking at me like that, I might not be able to hold back," Uzumaki Naruto said, bringing millet porridge to her. Meeting his gentle and deep gaze, Haruno Sakura suddenly recalled his despairing state when he saw death. Her heart ached a little. She felt she had truly tormented him too much. "Actually, Naruto, you're really good at taking care of people." Haruno Sakura lifted her face. "Really? It depends on who it is." Uzumaki Naruto's gaze flickered for a moment, hesitating before he scooped up a spoonful of porridge and said softly, "Eat." Haruno Sakura's eyes fell and she silently ate a few spoonfuls of porridge. Not wanting to eat anymore, she did not resist when he did not force her. He gently adjusted her bed to lie flat and covered her with a blanket before he went to tidy up the food containers. "Aren't you eating, Naruto?" "I'm not hungry," Uzumaki Naruto replied gruffly, stepping out to throw away the leftover food. Haruno Sakura turned her head, feeling a pang in her heart as a tear fell to her ear. She knew he wasn't actually not hungry, he simply couldn't eat. Though he was clearly exhausted, he had no desire for food. The implication was unmistakable. He clearly had more to say but chose not to. He was disheartened yet continued to take care of her meticulously. Haruno Sakura endured the ache in her heart, tears pooling as she closed her eyes. He returned, no longer holding her hand, silently sitting as he watched the 4-drip finish, then removed the needle. He walked over to the window, standing there for a while. Haruno Sakura opened her eyes to see his back. He was not wearing that cloak, his orange clothes contrasted with his golden hair. From the silhouette by the street lamp he seemed very lonely. Tears involuntarily streamed down her face again and she hurried to wipe them away, closing her eyes. The street lamp went out and he drew the curtains, turned off the light and lay down on the empty bed beside hers. The room was quiet. Haruno Sakura opened her eyes. She had not fallen asleep. She did not look at him, but she knew he had not yet slept either. The rain outside gradually intensified, with the soft patter of rain turning into a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning as the fierce wind drove the raindrops against the window, creating a loud sound. Haruno Sakura listened to the sound of the rain outside for a long time, long enough that she did not know whether Uzumaki Naruto had fallen asleep. She turned her head to look at him. The night was too dark to see anything clearly, not even a trace of his golden hair. A wave of sadness surged within Haruno Sakura as she recalled his misunderstanding that she had fallen in love with Sasuke. "Naruto. The one I love is you." She sighed softly. If she had not fainted, she would have undoubtedly said it without hesitation. But now, the night was dark enough to swallow all light. Haruno Sakura turned her head back. The thunder and wind outside had stopped and it seemed the rain was finally easing, with strands of raindrops dripping from the windowsill, her heart descending with the sound of the raindrops. She felt very tired and slowly closed her eyes, falling into a hazy sleep. After an unknown amount of time, troubled with thoughts, she stirred awake. The rain had completely stopped and a hazy light seeped through the gap in the curtains, indistinguishable as moonlight or dawn. Tonight's weather was truly strange. Haruno Sakura sighed within, then smiled slightly. A moonlit night was always better than a rainy night, and a clear sky was always preferable to rain. She felt a little too full and wanted to go to the bathroom. Having eaten and slept for a while, she felt her strength had recovered. She quietly climbed out of bed. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly turned on the light, supporting her as he asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Haruno Sakura's face turned beet red as she softly said, "I need to go to the bathroom." The blonde man's arm slid beneath her knees, lifting her up and heading toward the restroom. "Naruto. It's not that serious, I'm already all better now." She felt a bit embarrassed, her face flushed to her neck. Yeah. Uzumaki Naruto replied, but he did not put her down. Instead he stared at her face, asking why the sigh. He actually heard her sigh. Haven't you been asleep at all? She asked. The man did not respond, carrying her into the bathroom, gently setting her down, then turning and exiting, closing the door behind him. He did not walk far. After all, one must know that using the toilet makes a sound. Haruno Sakura could feel her face burning hot. After she finally finished using the bathroom and washed her hands, she came out. He turned around and without hesitation lifted her up, placing her back on the bed. He sat down at the edge of the bed, looking back at her face, asking, Sakura-kun, why did you sigh? Was he a devil? Could he even hear her heart's voice? She was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Hesitantly she raised her eyes to meet Uzumaki Naruto's gaze. She glanced at him seriously and her eyes couldn't move away. She did not know how long he had been unable to sleep. His blue eyes were lined with many bloodshot veins. Her heart ached. She couldn't help but reach out to caress his face. Naruto. You look so haggard. Her eyes brimmed with tears once more. He grasped her hand, choking back emotion as he asked, Sakura-kun, are you feeling sorry for me? Will you feel sorry for me? Haruno Sakura gazed at Uzumaki Naruto before her. His face was weary, his eyes filled with grievance and confusion. He was no longer the heroic figure who dominated the ninja world, nor was he the composed and towering Seventh Hokage. He was merely a young man who had lost his beloved girl, fragile and cautious, humble to the ground. Her heart ached painfully. He had once been bright, confident and warm. How many hurtful words and deeds had she said and done to him to make him become like this? Tears streamed down her face. This was not her intention. She wanted him to live well, to be happy. Seeing her tearful eyes, Uzumaki Naruto's tears fell as well. He held her hand, caressing her face, asking hoarsely, Sakura-kun, what should I do about you? You are always so hot and cold towards me. Do you know that even if you wanted my life, I would willingly offer it without regret? Yet you only hurt my heart. You have truly broken my heart so many times. But I still can't stop forgiving you and loving you. I love you so much, Sakura-kun. What do you regard me as in your heart? His expression was a mix of affection and reproach. His heartbroken yet helpless demeanor made Haruno Sakura's heart ache as if it were being cut by a knife. How could she not feel helpless? How could she not feel wronged? How could she not be heartbroken? At this point, tears in their eyes, he was still asking her what she regarded him as. Haruno Sakura's heart twisted painfully as she cried, you only know your own heart, you don't know mine at all. This was the most definite thing Naruto had heard her say in all these days. Although she was blaming him, it warmed his heart, the warmth gradually moistening his eyes. He finally understood that he had been driven mad by Hanabi's matter. Ino in the mountains was reminding him that they loved each other, but there were just some issues that needed to be communicated. He embraced her tightly and choked out, Sakura-kun, let's be together. Let's be together no matter what happens, let's face it together, okay? Whatever concerns you have, let me know, okay? Please don't push me away, okay? Since we love each other, should we not support each other through thick and thin? She looked into his eyes without answering, only tears streaming down her face. His heart ached for her. He embraced her tightly, starting with a kiss on her ear, then kissing her forehead, teary-eyed cheek and the tip of her nose, slowly arriving at her cherry lips. This time he was very gentle, not rushing in. His tongue lingered over her lips, warming her heart before slowly exploring inside her mouth. His agile tongue quickly captured her little tongue, sucking and nibbling as he continuously sought a deep kiss, wanting to gently fill the wounds they had inflicted on each other over the past few days. He was not foolish, it was merely that deep love so easily led one to become a saint or a demon. His gentle kisses conveyed that it was not too late. He would not miss this chance like he did in his youth. This time he would hold her hand tightly. He embraced her once more, pulling her into his arms. She gently leaned against his shoulder. Had she agreed? He was uncertain. His chest heaved, holding her hand against his heart. He softly asked, Sakura-kun, what are you worried about? Don't try to refuse me with terms like married man, I am already divorced. Sakura Haruno was taken aback, raising her face in disbelief to look at him. This news exceeded her expectations. Her gaze became somewhat vacant as she blankly asked, what did you say? I said, Naruto. Uzumaki paused, his azure eyes fixed on her with determination and resolve. I said I want to marry you. Sakura Haruno's head was spinning. The developments were completely beyond her imagination. Her thoughts were in chaos and she couldn't help but exclaim, no, how can you get divorced? What about Hinata? And the child? You're such a scoundrel. Moreover, if you get divorced, have you thought about it? Naruto Uzumaki realized that her concerns were all about him. She wasn't rejecting him. He didn't want her to panic. He didn't argue, he simply held her and kissed her. Sakura Haruno's mind went blank. He said he wanted to marry her. He said he was already divorced already. She struggled to speak in broken phrases while he was catching his breath. Naruto. Wait. Let's. Clarify things first. Yes, clarify things first. He released her, his azure eyes gazing at her tenderly. Only when her doe-like eyes were calm did he begin to speak. Sakura-can, first I admit I am a scoundrel. A scoundrel. He took her hand, brushed her hair from her forehead and gazed into her emerald eyes. I've indeed been a scoundrel to Hinata, but I really want to follow my heart. I want to marry the one I truly love. I believe marriage should be mutual love without coercion. He left her lips, kissed her forehead again and continued, don't feel pressured about the divorce. My marriage with Hinata lacks love and will end sooner or later. Before you came back I had already considered getting divorced. In the 10 years you were not by my side, the political situation in Konoha changed and I gradually understood that many things can't be done just because the Hokage wants to. But I have been trying hard. Even if you didn't come back in a few years, I would have gone looking for you. The day I said I would pursue you again was not a whim. Naruto Uzumaki's path of a ninja, once he says it he will carry it through. He smiled gently at her, his eyes shining with steadfastness and warmth, and said, actually I announced my divorce at the spring festival celebration but you weren't there. I wanted to say something but was interrupted. Then there's the issue of Hanabi's background which you denied. My heart was all in disarray, shattered, which is why I lost my reason. It was all my fault. After you fainted last time I decided I would never pressure you again. I just want to love you, cherish you and make you happy. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, letting her lean against him again. Sakura-can, I have so much to say to you. Will you listen to me? Feeling her obediently resting on his shoulder, he turned his gaze to the white wall, his eyes clear, and began to express his feelings. How have you been these past 10 years? I have not been well. After you left I blamed you every single day. I blamed you for not being willing to wait for me, for not giving me a little more time and understanding. There were many things I did not know. Every day I lived in regret. I hated myself for losing the person I loved the most. During that time I looked for you every day. I wanted to find you to seek your forgiveness. But you avoided me. Do you know how much it hurt my heart? You left with someone without saying a word. Who was it? It was Sasuke Uchiha. In terms of family background, strength and character, he was my most formidable opponent. More importantly, you once liked him. He was also my only brother. I truly went completely crazy. I didn't understand why you left me, I didn't know what you lost in that operation, and I didn't know you had our child. I knew nothing. I was afraid you would be disappointed in me, afraid that you no longer loved me, afraid that you had fallen for someone else. During that time I lived a life worse than death. I wanted to find you, and when I couldn't I wanted to go back to the past. I even thought about whether I could develop a jutsu to turn back time. But time does not flow backward. I was forced to move forward. I became the Hokage, gaining recognition from the world, but you were not by my side. I was not happy. I have not had a single day of happiness. I had already made up my mind that one day I would go find you. Protecting the village doesn't have to be done only as Hokage. Living like my master isn't bad either. If I couldn't find you I wouldn't come back. Heaven has been very kind to me, it actually brought you back. Although I don't know why you returned, I am so happy. I wish I could show you my heart. But you have been so cold and distant toward me. Naruto Uzumaki's voice grew muffled, his gaze shifting back to her as he continued, Hanabi is our child, right? I just want you to tell me that, yet you keep denying it. Do you know how much it hurts my heart? His blue eyes were locked on hers. Even though she was resting on his shoulder, he still felt the pain in his eyes, his brows furrowing and not relaxing. He pressed his hand tightly against his heart, trying to calm his emotions. He was in so much pain, wanting to hear her affirmative answer. He asked, Sakura-can, please don't be disappointed in me, okay? Don't leave me, alright? Let's be together, okay? Sakura Haruno's eyes welled up with tears again. He asked 3 times in a row, each question seeking the same answer. His logic was clear and his thoughts were coherent. He had just expressed so much, all of it genuine feelings after careful consideration. He laid his heart before her. Naruto Uzumaki felt a deep ache in his heart. Her hand gently covered his hand. She was also in great pain and her tears flowed uncontrollably. She suddenly wondered if her decision back then was wrong. In these 10 years none of them had been happy. She shouldn't have left him. They missed 10 years. 10 years is a length of youth. How many 10 years does a person have in their lifetime? She suddenly remembered what Sasuke Uchiha had said to her when he sent her back to the village. Standing in the moonlight, he turned around with his ink-black eyes and said to her, Sakura, follow your heart. Sasuke Uchiha, always cool on the outside but warm on the inside, delicate, powerful, gentle, nothing escapes his Sharingan. He saw through her heart from beginning to end. He respected all her decisions, supporting her regardless of right or wrong. For 10 years he had been silently accompanying, protecting, and advising her. Though his words were few, they struck at the essence. The Uchiha clan is perhaps the most emotionally perceptive clan in the world. She smiled and looked up at Naruto. Uzumaki, the golden-haired man, also lowered his head to look at her. Time stood still as they leaned against each other. Wasn't this the kind of interaction she had always longed for in her heart? The man held her hand, no longer speaking, his gaze lovingly fixed on her. Such pure and passionate looks made her unable to resist. She loved him very much. Sakura Haruno's nose tinged with a sourness as she wrapped her arms around his neck. She wanted to cry and tears fell like beans. She no longer wanted to leave him. She cried, "Naruto. That day I still had things I hadn't finished saying." She finally choked up, wanting to say the words she had long wanted to tell him. "I want to say." Her face flushed as she met his burning gaze and continued, "Naruto. I love you. The person I love is you, always has been you." Her arms wrapped around him tightly, tears streaming down onto his collar and neck. She held him, burying her face in his embrace and crying out loud. Sakura Haruno's words felt like a beam of light shining into Naruto Uzumaki's heart, making his entire world bright again. She buried her head in his shoulder, tears soaking his collar. That beam of light grew larger, filling his broken heart with warmth. He felt as if he had been fully revived. He smiled like an 18-year-old boy. She indeed still loved him. Their love had never disappeared. He held his girl tightly, as if trying to make up for all the embraces missed over the past 10 years. She cried hard, having endured so much grievance. He gently patted her back to comfort her. His girl was back, and Naruto Uzumaki laughed and cried at the same time, feeling as sweet as honey in his heart. His broad and strong chest pressed against her, continuously transmitting warmth to her in his arms. The cherry blossom-haired girl finally stopped crying in his embrace. Feeling their hearts connect, he desperately wanted to kiss her. No, he had to kiss her. He lowered his head gently to seek her lips. He kissed her lightly, gently nibbling on her cherry lips until she shyly opened her shell-like teeth, allowing his tongue to explore inside, deepening the kiss. He had kissed her before, but this kiss made his heart tremble even more. She began to respond and cooperate with him, their tongues intertwining sweetly, seeking each other, warm and lingering. So happy, Naruto Uzumaki wished he could die at that moment. No, how could he die? He still had to give her a happy life. Thinking of this, his kiss grew even more passionate. Deep kisses are the easiest to evoke feelings, and her responses made the blood in his body surge, the desires within him rising, all his energy converging below, churning restlessly. He tried hard to restrain himself, but he couldn't bear to part his lips from hers. The deeper they kissed, the more emotional it became. This feeling of desire burning throughout his body was something he could no longer endure. He suddenly remembered their love. He didn't need to hold back anymore. "I want you, Sakura-kun." He breathed heavily, whispering into her ear, each word clear and audible as his hand slid up from her soft waist. Sakura Haruno trembled, catching his sliding hand, a layer of worry appearing in her eyes. Naruto Uzumaki's gaze darkened slightly, his heart tightening as he stopped his actions and asked softly, "Sakura-kun, do you not want to?" Sakura Haruno shook her head. She didn't want to keep anything from him anymore. Lowering her head, she spoke softly, I might not be able to get pregnant again in the future." The consequences of the operation 10 years ago, Sakura's reasons for leaving, the interruption of Tsunade's messages, Ino's attitude in the mountains, even the source of her repeated refusals and her fainting episodes after returning. Many things in his mind connected like broken chains at this moment, and he suddenly understood. There was no need to analyze further. He hugged her tightly in pain. "Sakura-kun, we already have Hanabi, that is enough." Tears from the man brushed against her face. Sakura Haruno couldn't bear to see him sad. Playfully she stuck out her tongue and licked the tears on his face, her gentle emerald eyes shining as she breathed, "Naruto, do you like Hanabi?" Naruto Uzumaki's lingering desire was ignited even more by her action. His gaze, filled with love, drew him closer to her. The kiss moved from his lips down to her neck, lingering and sucking at her delicate collarbone. He replied affirmatively, "I like her very much. I've always wanted a daughter like you." Sakura Haruno felt a ticklish sensation from his breath as she trembled and said, "I think Hanabi looks a lot like you." The man kissed her neck and replied, "Our child will naturally resemble both of us." As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against her sensitive spots, making Sakura Haruno want to shrink away to the side. Knowing her feelings, the man would not let this opportunity slip. He gently lifted her, wanting to lay her down. The girl with her enchanting eyes playfully protested, "Naruto. Not here." Naruto Uzumaki only then remembered they were still in the hospital and softly said, "Hold on to me." Sakura Haruno was taken aback, her arms not yet ready to hold him tightly. Before she could react, the man took off like a gust of wind, activating the body flicker technique. "I wonder if Sakura-kun likes it here. I have a special attachment to this room." He gently laid her down. Sakura Haruno steadied herself, surveying the room. The furnishings remained unchanged, yet their relationship had undergone significant transformations during their visits. No one could imagine that this small and humble room had housed Konoha's youngest Hokage for over 20 years. This man had faced countless trials from fate. How many cold glances, how many setbacks, how much suffering had he endured, all turned around by his resilient willpower. Just how strong was his inner self? She touched the wall and walked to the window where she saw a bright moon hanging high in the night sky, its roundness glowing brilliantly. It was indeed moonlight. At this moment the moonlight was like water, casting a gentle misty glow around Konoha village, making this land seem tender and tranquil. Her heart trembled slightly. This was the only hometown she had in her heart after drifting for 10 years, and the man behind her was the return she longed for deep within. Naruto. She softly called him without turning around. Thoughts swirled in her heart, ultimately forming a faint smile at the corner of her lips as she pointed at the full moon, saying, "The moonlight is truly beautiful." Uzumaki Naruto embraced her from behind and gently said, "The clear brightness for 10 miles cannot compare to you." Sweet words lingered in her ears, filling her heart with sweetness. Sakura Haruno blushed and quickly pecked his cheek. "Naruto, I never knew you were so charming." "Is that so?" He turned her around, gazing at her with deep affection. "Did I charm you?" Sakura Haruno nodded vigorously as she embraced him, softly saying, "Actually, every time I see you my heart races. You make it impossible for me not to feel something." Uzumaki Naruto smiled sweetly at her affirmation, her words filling him with happiness. The woman leaned against his shoulder, tightening her embrace. Her soft cheek pressed against his well-built chest, honed from years of training, igniting a surge of passion within him. Though they had already had a child, this was still Sakura's first initiative in 10 years to be intimate with Uzumaki Naruto. The warmth of their closeness made her cheeks flush, her skin felt like fire, and her heart raced uncontrollably. She felt a little nervous and expectant, softly teasing him in his arms. "Why can you always hug, embrace, kiss, and hold me every time we meet?" Not caring about identity or occasion. The blonde man scratched his head and sighed. "What can I do? When Uzumaki Naruto sees Sakura Haruno, he has no identity or status, he just wants to reclaim his ribs." As he spoke, he leaned down to kiss her, and Sakura, having clarified her feelings, was no longer the shy girl she once was. She hooked her arms around his neck, demanding a deep kiss, her lips meeting his. Uzumaki Naruto adored her initiative, kissing her passionately, his hands deftly unfastening her clothing, and she did not resist. At such a close distance, he only needed to reach out to feel her body's warmth. With permission granted, his fingers caressed her smooth skin, the warm sensation on her back making him linger. The soft and tender touch made Uzumaki Naruto's blood surge. She was so beautiful that he trembled all over, even the kisses grew heavier. Her tongue responded passionately to him. He called her his soft spot, and he knew he was her armor. Without the love for him deep in her heart, how could she have endured these 10 years? As their emotions deepened, this kiss became even more lingering and profound. The young man's vigor increased, his grip growing stronger. How could Sakura Haruno, who had not experienced intimacy for 10 years, withstand such caresses from the one she loved? If Uzumaki Naruto truly wanted to take her by force, she would have no way to resist. Her body craved him, and she could not lie. This fool had been holding back for so long. With this thought, Sakura's feelings of love deepened. She no longer hesitated or had any doubts, she just wanted to give herself to him. Uzumaki Naruto no longer needed to restrain himself. He wrapped his long arms around her slim waist, his lips sliding down from her cherry-red lips to her neck. The warm and moist sensation on her chest made her shiver, letting out a muffled sound, her fingers tangling in his golden hair. "Sakura-kun." The man gently called her name, lifting her body and laying her down on the bed, the moonlight spilling over her soft white body, casting a faint glow like jade. She was so beautiful, calling his name, belonging to him. In Uzumaki Naruto's eyes surged boundless sweetness and tenderness. The moonlight was splendid, reminiscent of the moon 10 years ago. Sakura furrowed her brows slightly, and he embraced her gently, saying, "Sakura-kun. The moonlight is just like before." The pink-haired girl held him, letting out a soft murmur. Uzumaki Naruto felt that heat and warmth once again. Several thousand words omitted here. Naruto Uzumaki felt as if he had entered paradise. The woman's sweet whispers echoed in his ears, wrapping around him like fragrant jade. Naruto's face turned slightly red as he gasped, saying, "Do you understand how much I miss you? How much I love you?" "I do." Sakura Haruno was about to respond, but Naruto simply did not. Her words faltered, her mind had completely abandoned thought. Gradually the man leaned down to embrace her, kissing her tender lips, his eyes filled with sincerity as he softly asked, "Are you still leaving?" "No. I can't bear to. I will never leave you." The blonde man heard what he wanted to hear, a satisfied smile crossed his face as he tightened his embrace around her waist. "Sakura-kun." The man's passionate gaze fixed on her, she could already feel it, yet much had to be omitted here. "Naruto." The Naruto beneath her, this part is omitted, imagine it for yourself, this is the pure enjoyment version. Hopefully it can be done. At first Sakura-kun seemed to prefer this position. He said, lifting his head to kiss her lips. Much was omitted, the pure enjoyment version will not come up. Please continue to follow the updates, I need to find a way up, having written so many super sweet words. Initially there were only these two positions and I can't really say which one I prefer, but he remembers them so clearly, a special tender review. Sakura Haruno felt sweet in her heart, lowering her head to entwine kisses with him, their agile tongues intertwined and chaste, reluctant to part. The man was not merely satisfied with deep kisses. Sakura reluctantly left his lips. A silver thread formed between their lips. She playfully licked her lips, breaking that silver thread. This action was so alluring the man looked at her with fiery eyes. Only the pure enjoyment version can be shown. Sakura Haruno furrowed her brows with some effort, breathing lightly with her mouth open. Her soft moans sounded like a little greedy cat scratching at Naruto's heart. He was so excited. This is the pure enjoyment version, omitting several thousand words. Sakura Haruno softly collapsed in his arms, her body trembling slightly. Compared to the nervousness of their first time 10 years ago, this encounter was clearly more passionate, and both felt a great sense of satisfaction. The woman after their encounter was charming and enchanting, her hazy eyes filled with mist, her face adorned with a smile of reminiscence. Seeing her satisfied look, the man felt sweet in his heart, kissed her forehead and gently stroked her hair. Worried that she might catch a chill, he tenderly covered her with a thin blanket. He turned on his side, gently laying Sakura Haruno flat, got up to wash himself, then returned with a towel to gently wipe her down. The rose imprint she left 10 years ago blossomed beautifully beneath the water's surface. Naruto's lips curled up as he placed a new sheet on the bed. Lying back beside her, he wrapped her in his arms, wary not to press her too hard. He gently caressed her smooth and delicate back. Only by constantly restraining himself could he keep his heart calm. Feeling the man's tenderness and warmth, Sakura Haruno nuzzled into his embrace like a little cat. The blonde man's heartbeat, which had just calmed down, suddenly surged again. He wrapped her in his arms, lowered his head, kissed her lips, and said, "Don't move." I never realized how good Sakura-kun was at being spoiled. Sakura smiled shyly, wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck, burying her small face in his neck, caressing his skin. The smile in Naruto's eyes deepened. No wonder Hanabi was so good at being cute. Heaven knows how much he enjoyed seeing her delicate and soft appearance. He kissed her cheek and softly said, "Sakura-kun, which area do you like?" She looked at him in confusion with her misty eyes. "Do you really think I would allow you to continue living in the Uchiha mansion?" The man was dissatisfied with her slow reaction, flipping her over beneath him. "Naruto, you're such a jealous person." She kissed his lips softly to comfort him. "How about we just move out?" Naruto tossed the thin blanket aside, his hands becoming restless. "This too had to be modified until it was bald. Ultimately, I can only cut it down. If anyone is interested in the later preface, go to get the pure enjoyment version. I'm already tired from editing." Sakura was startled but unable to escape. She could only breathe heavily as she looked at him with some resentment, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly saying him, "Naruto. Are you angry?" "Don't pinch, be gentle." The blonde man leaned down to kiss her lips. "I'm not angry, I just..." His eyes sparkled with a fervent and hopeful light as he said, "Sakura-kun, will you marry me?" The sudden question made Sakura's eyes well up with tears. He still felt so anxious. Was he a fool? He then asked, biting her ear, "Is this comfortable? Will it hurt you?" Sakura shook her head softly, humming, tightly holding onto Naruto. Her red lips kissed his lips, lingering for a long time before replying, "Naruto. You're really a fool. You're asking such questions when I'm already in your bed." Naruto's eyes twinkled with laughter. "Sakura-kun, you were also in my bed last time, yet you still left me. Don't try to fool me, just answer yes or no, no ambiguities." Sakura helplessly nodded, softly saying, "Yes, I will marry you." "Are you relieved now?" The man was in a good mood, his smile reaching his ears. Chun-Ying tugged his hand and murmured with a soft moan, "Keep rubbing a little longer, that felt so good." Her ardent invitation kindled a bright light in his deep blue eyes as his hand slipped beneath the thin cover. She whispered, "Mingrun. Actually, it might not be entirely impossible." He looked up and asked, "What?" The man lifted his eyes and asked, "You mean a child? The chance of conception is rather low." He froze for a breath, then in a hoarse voice, without hesitation, "How low?" Chun-Ying's eyes held a hint of sorrow as she said, "For ordinary people the pregnancy rate is roughly 10 to 20%. Mine is perhaps less than 1%. The memory swept her back 10 years and she recalled Gangso and Jinjian's deaths. Her eyes stung. In truth, 10 years ago the odds had been no greater than 1 in 10,000, and a fresh bitterness rose in her heart. Xuanhua Mingrun paused, kissed her cheek, buried his face in the hollow of her collarbone to steady his breath, then lifted his head and said, "It's all right, Ing. I'll try 100 times harder. 100 times effort." She finally grasped what he meant. He had already begun. Chun-Ying startled and let out a sharp cry, trying to pull away. Fearing she might be overwhelmed, Xuanhua Mingrun held back from excess, yet when she recoiled the exquisite feeling could only be preserved by pressing close. "Don't pull away, Ing," he murmured, drawing her near. "I'll be gentler. Shall we try once more?" Meeting his eager pleading gaze, she bit her lip and responded with a muffled mm. The golden-haired man obliged, proceeding with measured tenderness. "You're so bad, Mingrun, you're being terrible," she scolded. "Perhaps I have grown a little wicked," he admitted. Xuanhua Mingrun thought to himself that this might be the consequence of years of abstinence. He had guarded himself for her for 10 years, his longing for her having driven him nearly mad after so many hardships to reclaim her at last. How could he not indulge a little? He fell silent, holding her, kissing her lips. The intimacy brought an overwhelming sense of conquest, love and desire permeated the room. This union would be savored for a long time. Cradling her yielding body, Xuanhua Mingren felt equal parts astonishment and delight. He had not expected her to be so exquisitely sensitive. He held her with tender care as she collapsed against him, lying back so her limbs draped over his. The exertion made his chest rise and fall, his arms around her as he drew deep, shuddering breaths. Unable to restrain his excitement, he kissed her cheek again, love spilling across his features. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask? Her body lay limp in the golden-haired man's embrace. She could not move, utterly spent. She thought she had reached her limit, only to find heights beyond. They lay intertwined for a while. Xuanhua Mingren's strength returned quickly. He turned gently, laid her flat, reached for the thin cover and tucked it over them, a joy and satisfaction swelling within him. He turned to look at Chun Ying and saw strands of hair damp with sweat clinging to her brow, her lovely face flushed from climax. She looked unbearably beautiful. One hand still looped around his waist, her expression at once alluring and plaintively tender. Xuanhua Mingren kissed her eyelids and said with affection, "Ing, was I too eager?" The vigorous union had drained her. Chun Ying curled up weakly, saying, "Mingren, Hua Jian already has a younger brother, perhaps we shouldn't have children." "What brother?" Xuanhua Mingren asked, his heart racing. "Borin," she answered. He breathed out in relief, so she meant Borin. He folded her gently in his arms, cradling her pale foot between them as their limbs entwined, and said softly, "It's my fault for not explaining. Borin is not my child. I never touched Chutian." Chun Ying regained a little strength and asked in surprise, "Wasn't that a marriage because of pregnancy?" "How could that?" "In short," he explained, "after you left, Chutian was used by the Rishon clan to rouse me. They conspired to arrange the marriage. Borin is neither my child nor Kirshen's. I only discovered the truth recently," he added, blinking as he recalled Kirshen's farewell letter and departure, and sighed, "I owe her much. I hope she will one day find someone who loves her purely." He bent and tightened his embrace around Chun Ying as if afraid she might flee, adding, "Lu Mao has secured the records. You are my only woman. Tomorrow I will show you the evidence to clear my name." Chun Ying lay still, shaking her head, and after a long silence said, "Mingren, Chu Tian also loved you very, very much." Xuanhua Mingren drew her closer and kissed her forehead, noticing her lips pressed tight and tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. His heart stirred with a flood of feelings. Taking her hand to his chest, he said softly, "Ying, I feel moved and grateful toward Chu Tian and burdened with guilt, but you owe her nothing. Please do not blame yourself and carry no pressure from this. When you speak like that I get a little unnerved," he admitted, swearing by heaven and moon that his heart was true and fearing she might misread his affections. Not wanting the tenderness to grow grave, he grinned and said, "May I take that to mean you are jealous?" She punched his head playfully and scolded him, "Jealous, you big-head fool, what girl doesn't love you?" "I'm sincerely moved for Chu Tian," she said, "with so many rivals I'd have withered from envy long ago, and nothing like you, you petty jealous." He rubbed his head and smiled helplessly, Fine. I'm petty. Honestly, thinking that he accompanied you for 10 years, Hua Jian even called him father for a decade, though kin can be closer than brothers, I was terribly jealous. You must remember Hua Jian always called me uncle and you treated me with frosty indifference." He lowered his head, voice muffled, then ruffled her hair, confessing he had feared she meant there had been a child with Zwishu. The thought had made his heart leap and he had even resigned himself to it. Chun Ying laughed softly. Xuanhua Mingren captured her lips gently, his large hand roaming her soft waist. She had no strength left to resist and brushed his hand away, stroking his face as she whispered, "My bond with Zwishu is innocent too." His eyes changed, not because she moved his hand but because she had finally named another man. Yuziba Zwishu, a man pledged to revive his clan and willing to remain in hiding for 10 years at her side. Xuanhua Mingren knew well the depth of Zuoshu's feelings for Chun Ying. If one were to speak of rivals, his rival was a truly formidable adversary. Xuanhua Mingren could not bear the thought that if he let Chun Ying slip away again, Yuziba Zwishu might ensure he never saw her again. Zwishu might spend a lifetime trying to win her heart. He lowered his head, the tip of his tongue pressing between his teeth, then looked up and teased Zwishu, "Don't call him that so familiarly, it sounds too intimate and tempting." Chun Ying had barely recovered when he resumed his teasing and licking. She pounded his chest with a powder-soft fist and complained, "Stop it. Zwishu isn't like you, you selfish little thing. He always urged me to return. I've called him that since childhood. You should be jealous." She shoved at his chest, and when he saw a faint sigil in her palm, he quickly caught both her hands and asked, "Zwishu is often away. What would you do if you and Hua Jian were in danger?" Chun Ying opened her palm to reveal a small black spirit communication sigil and cooed, "This is it. If I smear it with my blood, Zwishu can receive a summons without needing chakra," she said. "Isn't Zwishu very clever?" It seemed he had drawn inspiration from reverse spirit communication techniques using his chakra. Xuanhua Mingren's eyes flared with green fire. His woman bore another man's mark. If she wished, that man could whisk her away at any moment. Yuziba Zwishu had left such a contingency for. Chun Ying, oblivious to the implication, went on enthusiastically explaining how the sigil had been devised. Xuanhua Mingren, his interest turned to anger, bit her lip hard and said, "Ing, if you keep praising and idolizing another man in front of me, you may face a severe punishment." He took her wrists and spread her hands open. Chun Ying feared he would destroy the sigils Wushu had left. Instead he touched the blood at the corner of her mouth, pressed his palm over her other hand and imprinted 2 Fei-Lation sigils into the center of her palm. His blue gaze deep and soft, he said, I am clever too, I know reverse sigils. The one above is Fei-Lation, never think of leaving me again. The one below is the reverse Fei-Lation, if anything happens call for me, I am your man. Without waiting for her reaction he threw aside the cover, turned and pressed her beneath him. Such open admiration for another man demanded a sharp lesson. Mingrun. Are you a demon? She gasped. How long has it been since you slept? How do you still have such strength? You're not called the strongest of the shinobi for nothing. I was too soft-hearted, you pitiful look fooled me. Come here today, I will make you beg. The room filled with Chun Ying's alternating sharp cries and breathless calls, each rising and falling until after she pleaded several times and mindful of her fragile recovery, Xuanhua Mingrun finally relented and let her be with gentle tenderness. The moon outside the window disappeared, the sky turned dark and everything was engulfed in blackness. She curled up in the nook of his shoulder, the excessive indulgence leaving her exhausted and drowsy. The weather is so strange tonight. It rained and now there's moonlight, but why is it dark again? The man gently patted her back and said softly, this is the darkness before dawn, it won't be long before the sky brightens. Sakura-kun, you must be very tired today, right? Mum. Naruto hasn't slept in a long time either, aren't you tired? Haruno. Sakura yawned, wrapped her arms around his waist, kissed his cheek and leaned in her pink little head resting on his shoulder. Naruto Uzumaki lifted her hand and kissed the back of her hand, saying gently, I am filled with joy and don't feel tired at all. Sakura-kun, please take a little rest. Mum. She nodded and whispered in his ear, Naruto. I'm sorry. I've made you wait through too many dark nights. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head, intertwining his fingers with hers, and smiled. Sakura-kun, we might still need to wait a bit longer. Is it okay if the wedding is held a little later? Haruno. Sakura felt moved, understanding that he didn't want to put her in a difficult position. The man who had always focused on her still gently sought her opinion. He was the Hokage, yet he remained that golden-haired boy who cherished, protected and respected her. He loved her deeply, she trusted him. They were mutually attached and neither could do without the other. She suddenly realized that a love of equals is not merely about matching strength, what is more important is the mutual reliance and appreciation of each other's hearts. He was right, since they were in love they should face storms together and stand by each other through ups and downs. No matter how long it took, she was willing to wait, and for the rest of her life she would never let go of his hand again. As her drowsiness deepened she closed her eyes, snuggled against his arm and nodded. The intense physical exertion of the night soon lulled her to sleep. Naruto Uzumaki gently rubbed the technique left by Sasuke Uchiha in his palm and said softly, Sakura-kun. The power of choice will always remain in your hands. And I will forever love you and protect you. After waiting for a moment there was no response from the person in his arms. Naruto Uzumaki looked down to see Haruno Sakura breathing evenly, already asleep on his arm, her long eyelashes resembling beautiful little fans. As dawn broke the sun was yet to rise and clouds accumulated on the horizon, glowing brilliantly. Naruto Uzumaki gently turned to lay her flat, carefully tucked the thin blanket around her, stood up dressed and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. His gaze deepened, there should have been a symbol of 100 treasures here. His eyes revealed profound regret and affection. Growth always accompanies loss and gain, well let her accompany him as they slowly grow old together. Thinking of how they would walk hand in hand into old age, their hair turning gray, a bright and resolute light returned to his eyes. He smiled slightly, turned to the balcony and gazed at the sunrise on the horizon. The morning breeze caressed the leaves of Konoha and the air was filled with a hint of warmth. The warm damp chill of spring had passed and the blazing summer was about to arrive. Perhaps there would still be many storms in midsummer, but she would face them with him. Facing the red sun in the east he smiled and said, Sasuke, thank you. But this technique's only purpose is probably to let you know to come celebrate my wedding. As the sun rose he glanced at the tall silhouettes to the north of the village, the rocks standing solemnly and majestically in the golden light. He turned back to see her sleeping peacefully, a faint smile gracing her face. With light in his eyes he remained true to his original intention, dreams in his heart. He would never give up. With her by his side they would face life and death together. This was the life Naruto Uzumaki should have. His orange figure flickered as he jumped onto the street, in an instant the wind blowing through his golden hair, his dark eyebrows framing a pair of bright eyes. He smiled broadly at the figures ahead, striding toward the Hokage office building. Mother, I found a woman as outstanding as you. She will be my wife and we will walk hand in hand into old age. Father, I want to be an extraordinary Hokage like you to protect the village and maintain peace. The will of fire will always be passed on. Master, I have inherited your resilient ninja way and redefined what you said about happiness. A disciple is destined to surpass the master. You will be watching over me, right? Just wait and see, I will keep my word. Naruto Uzumaki opened the large door of the office, swiftly donned his cloak from the wardrobe, and the title of Seventh Hokage shone brightly on his back. His figure radiated brilliance. Nara Shikamaru entered, looking up and saying, "You're full of energy, aren't you, Naruto?" The story concludes here. The determination to write this piece 10 years came one afternoon while sorting through old items. I stumbled upon an old CD and listened to Isin-chan's song Tomorrow Today. There is a line in the lyrics that goes, "To meet you in this lifetime I would spend all my luck." This is not the first time I've heard this song, but it's the only time it inexplicably reminded me of Naruto Uzumaki. In his life he must have spent all his luck meeting Sakura Haruno, which is why he had such a tumultuous journey. However, whether two people can grow old together relying solely on luck is evidently insufficient. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno ultimately missed each other. The song also mentions, "After leaving you for 60 years I hope I will recognize your children, and even at parting I can hear you say goodbye." In the later stages, Naruto and Sakura were swept along by the currents of fate. Perhaps only after 60 years, when Boruto and Sarada's descendants are plentiful, will there be new young people resembling us in the past. Maybe only when looking back at the fleeting moments of life will they be able to speak to each other about youth without silence, without comparing their affections, and simply say, "If there is a next life, let us meet again." I have always been unable to accept such an ending. Isin-chan has also covered Fei Wang's Cantonese version of The Agreement. This song does not mention love at all, and even its title is merely The Agreement, yet if you listen closely you can feel the depth of the protagonist's love from every line of the lyrics, with love subtly revealed in every detail. He remembers the room number at the inn, your smiling demeanor, the warmth of the streetlights, and even the outline of your silhouette brings tears to his eyes. With the promise of you and me in his heart, even if he will part with you, even if it's a tragic play. He will still remember the promise to watch the yellow leaves drift away, knowing that even when his hair turns white he will still recognize you. Isn't this how Naruto Uzumaki is? Throughout the 700 chapters he never spoke a word of love to Sakura, yet the promise he made with her has always deeply motivated and tormented him. Who in Naruto doesn't know that Naruto Uzumaki deeply loves Sakura Haruno? Clearly he loves her so deeply, how could he have missed her? I believe everyone has heard the Mandarin version of Tomorrow Today titled 10 Years. 10 years later we are friends and we can still greet each other, but that kind of tenderness will never find a reason to embrace again. Ultimately lovers inevitably become friends. This may be the love ending that Kishimoto gave to Naruto Uzumaki. However, this is not the ending I wanted to see. Eyes filled with light dreams in the heart and Sakura by his side. This is what I hoped to see, the life of Naruto Uzumaki. Perhaps it is my obsession with Naruto mixed with too many personal emotions. I started watching Naruto at the age of 12, and at that time Naruto was also 12. That year I was in middle school and my youth began. I still remember that during that time there were few classmates who liked the protagonist Naruto. In the first part of Naruto he was not the most likable character, most girls preferred Sasuke or Kakashi. In our class even Gaara was more popular than Naruto. Even Shikamaru and Lee were used by the teacher to encourage us to study hard, often lecturing us that without Sasuke's innate advantages or Shikamaru's high intelligence we would have to work hard like Lee, or else we would end up at the bottom. Back then every day was spent studying, and in our spare time discussing celebrity gossip and TV shows was the greatest joy of the day. Most girls exchanged thoughts on who they liked or disliked, eagerly anticipating tales of the legendary Fourth Hokage and the rogue ninja Itachi, while boys were more passionate about discussing plot developments and each character's jutsu, often practicing hand seals to see who could do them faster. 15 years have passed since Naruto began serialization, and those people are now scattered across the world. We didn't wait for Naruto Uzumaki to be recognized by the villagers, but we first witnessed Sasuke Uchiha leave the village. By the time of Shippuden everyone had embarked on their own new life paths. We graduated from middle school, then high school, and finally college, with each separation taking us farther apart until we eventually drifted away in time. We all had our own real-life matters to attend to and would no longer gather to discuss Naruto. When Asuma died, when Jiraiya died, when Itachi died, when Naruto faced pain, where was everyone then? Is everyone still following Naruto? I sat alone in front of my computer monitor, silently shedding tears. Growth always comes with farewells. Naruto Uzumaki finally became the hero of the village, gaining everyone's recognition, and we would no longer hear the teachers nagging. I still remember you saying you liked Naruto and got hit on the head by Sakura laughing and smiling. They must be together, right? We all once believed they would be together. We all once believed that Naruto Uzumaki would keep smiling. Years later, seeing Naruto and Hinata get married and Naruto busy with work as Hokage, unable to even take care of his family, what do you feel? The Naruto series has concluded. I opened my social media wanting to say something, but after staring blankly at my phone for a long time I couldn't find the right words to express my feelings. I got off the subway, walking on the bustling streets of Shenzhen with bright blinding streetlights on either side. I flipped through my phone contacts, and the crowd on my social media was no longer the people I could discuss Naruto with. We have long since outgrown the age of chasing after two-dimensional worlds. Everyone is being pushed along by time flowing with life. The girl I sat next to for years, who I loved dearly, ended up marrying someone else because of a long-distance relationship. In the vast world we all drift up and down, and even Naruto Uzumaki couldn't hold the hand of the girl he loved the most. When Boruto was finally released in the country, I hesitated for a long time, only buying a ticket to the theater just before it was about to leave the screens. The auditorium was empty, as if I had rented the whole place. I sat in the last row feeling empty inside, as if I were bidding farewell to my youth. Afterward I watched some episodes of Boruto and the disappointment and anger were intense. I was so angry that I couldn't sleep for several nights and felt as disappointed as if I had loved the wrong person. Kishimoto provided a seemingly unified ending, but my Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura are no longer themselves. The seventh squad I wanted to see can never be seen again. It's not that I don't understand I am no longer the target audience for Boruto, but still I feel sad and unstoppable sadness doubting whether I watched a fake Naruto. Indeed, Naruto has many flaws like excessive flashbacks in the anime, the decline of the fighting animation in the later manga, and issues with the story's developments, but I can understand and tolerate all of those. No matter how much others criticize Naruto, I will still defend it. There may be better anime than Naruto, but I no longer have the youth to pursue them. The impact and emotions Naruto brought me are immense. From Shippuden onward, themes of growth, bonds, dreams and protection of ideals are vividly portrayed through each character's journey. The will of fire has deeply inspired me. I once felt that I would have no regrets in this life for entering Naruto, and in the next life I would be willing to be a Leaf Village person. But in the end, what did you write for me? It feels as though my youth has been betrayed. Growing up has made the youth no longer cling to their love's bonds, have been diluted, and dreams have turned into heavy work. What has the will of fire truly passed down? Naruto Uzumaki is no longer that passionate youth, he no longer laughs heartily. He did not marry the girl he vowed to protect. This is not maturity, it is resignation. Many years have passed since Naruto concluded, and I have always been troubled and unable to find peace. I have thought about writing something for Naruto and Sakura before, but I always gave up halfway. On one hand, I lacked good inspiration and the story wasn't complete. On the other hand, I haven't written anything for many years, always feeling that I couldn't write well and fearing that I would ruin the characters. This time I finally picked up the pen. Everyone thinks my writing speed is fast, but in reality I have been pondering and contemplating it in my heart for a long time. After everyone read it, they understood that the story is quite simple with not many characters and the plot isn't filled with twists and turns. Although it is a simple story, it took me over a month just to write the outline. When it came to writing the main text, I became even more engrossed, working day and night. This piece totals 100,000 words. Yes, I estimated quite accurately. There were many painful moments writing until I felt like I might vomit blood. Sometimes inspiration flashed in my mind, but I couldn't write a single word. Other times I wrote long sections but felt dissatisfied and deleted them to start over. Sasuke's side story. Thank you. In springtime at the main gate of Konoha village. The sun sinks below the horizon, painting the sky in radiant twilight hues. Choji and Izumo stand steadfast on duty. These past 2 days have exhausted them utterly. The Seventh Hokage's wedding is imminent and guests from across the shinobi world stream endlessly into Konoha. Merely registering their names has left the two Chunin overwhelmed. Perhaps because the ceremony falls tomorrow, foot traffic has dwindled significantly today. Night has fallen, the village entrance stands empty and still. At last the pair sit down to rest, sipping tea and exchanging quiet words. The Seventh Hokage's second marriage draws even more guests than his first, and tomorrow's not our shift. What luck! Let's attend together, NMM. Choji remembered to wear formal attire. As they chat idly, anticipation lingers in their voices. Mentioning the Seventh Hokage and Haruno Sakura, time slips by unnoticed. The moon rises, stars emerge one by one, and the night promises fair weather for tomorrow. 5 ri beyond Konoha's outer boundary, a lone figure in a black trench coat races swiftly toward the village. He lifts his face. Beneath the moonlit sky, towering trees stretch skyward, their dense foliage whispering in the wind. A gust sweeps past his ears, lifting his long black hair and revealing 2 asymmetrical irises. Glancing sideways, he sees Konoha nestled among broadleaved deciduous trees, unchanged in essence from how it appeared over a decade ago when he departed. At this hour, lamplight glows steadily across the village, blurring distinctions between round or pointed rooftops, all arranged with deliberate order along winding concrete roads. At the farthest periphery lies the Uchiha residential district. And from this vantage, subtle differences do appear. His sharp gaze detects a newly built traditional Japanese residence, gray-tiled roof, white walls, deerscarer water feature, pines and cherry blossoms, an unmistakable replica of his ancestral home. Drawing nearer, he focuses intently. The crest embossed upon the courtyard wall bears the spiral emblem of the Uzumaki clan. And so that man even built his house directly across from mine. A faint wry smile touches his lips beneath the veil of dark hair. He lands silently, and the long strands fall once more across his eyes. And bathed in silver moonlight, he walks slowly into the village. Please wait a moment. A voice calls from behind. And he halts, but only turns his head slightly, refusing to face them fully. Izumo and Choji exchange a glance, momentarily stunned. The long black hair veils his features. The man's aura is strikingly austere, uncannily reminiscent of someone from over a decade past. Seeing him pause, Choji cautiously asks, "May we ask, are you here for the Seventh Hokage's wedding? Please proceed to the registration desk." Only then does the man turn fully, revealing eyes unlike any other in the world. And Uchiha Sasuke Nid is him. Indeed, he has returned. Choji and Izumo stare at each other, speechless. And the bond among the new Sannin remains this century's most enduring enigma. And Uchiha Sasuke pays them no further heed and continues walking forward. Upon the Hokage monument facing the village beside the masked visage of his former teacher now stands another sharply defined profile carved in stone. And to etch that face onto the mountain had been someone's lifelong dream, and for years that very face had been cherished in quiet longing. He rounds a corner passing high stone walls and glances toward the residence across the street, its crimson lanterns glowing brightly illuminating the Uzumaki crest above the gate. Tomorrow arrives soon. Red lanterns hang high streets shimmer with festive light, all preparations complete. Nee's long black hair veils the emotions deep within his eyes as he turns and pushes open the gate of his own ancestral home. Ancient pines coil solemnly around the grounds, serene austere. And cherry blossoms bloom and scatter, solitary exquisite. Na soft thud echoes from the deerscarer. This is the Uchiha compound. He has not returned here in many years. And time flows like the river at the valley of the end, turbulent, winding, unrelenting, yet in the end we all return to where we began. He steps onto the veranda. Though long abandoned, the polished cedar floor gleams spotless, warming his heart with quiet familiarity. Sliding open the door, he removes his shoes and enters. Turning on the light, its gentle glow reveals at the gunkan a small plush dog modeled after Kakashi Sensei's Nin Ken, bearing a simple inscription and welcome home. Those 4 unadorned words strike his heart with piercing force. And lifting his gaze slightly, he sees it, the family portrait long shattered now restored in a new glass frame hanging proudly on the dining room wall. In the photograph he appears so young, so tender. Net's ivory frame catches the light radiating warmth, and within him stirs a long-forgotten sensation, fleeting yet profound. I'm home, and he whispers inwardly. And Sasuke-kun, and for a heartbeat he hears her voice calling his name. And he turns, but finds only empty air stirred by a faint lingering fragrance. He pauses, then moves deeper inside. On the low table rests an elegant vase filled with pristine lilies, vibrant green leaves, sweet delicate perfume. He smiles faintly, knowing instantly who arranged this. And that familiar warmth evokes memories of her presence beside him. Though they moved constantly, she always transformed every transient dwelling into a haven of grace and order. Each time he returned home she would be arranging fresh flowers, narcissus gentians or liliophivae, her hands gentle, her touch reverent. And as he stepped through the door she would turn, meet his gaze and softly utter his name, Sasuke-kun, and such moments for him were pure unguarded warmth, true happiness. How long it has been since he felt such joy. And Uchiha Sasuke lowers his lashes. She has lived in Konoha for 3 years, and he knows without doubt that she thrives. Yet still he kneels, fingertips brushing the velvety petals, then murmurs barely audible Sakura. In that instant countless unspeakable emotions converge into nothing more than the hushed syllables of her name. But he remains Uchiha Sasuke, and such reverie lasts only a breath. His gaze shifts immediately to the crimson wedding invitation resting on the low table. Yes, he has returned to attend a wedding. And before Sakura's medicinal pills ran out, Uzumaki Naruto finally grasped her hand and held on tight. He opens the invitation. In the photograph the two beam with radiant, unreserved joy. And that very expression, so luminous, so genuine, had become the thing he most fiercely vowed to protect. And 2 fools. Uchiha Sasuke sets the invitation aside, then lifts his eyes toward the moonlit garden beyond the hall. And the main chamber remains unlit. Pale moonlight filters softly through the translucent shoji paper spilling across the floor. He rises, slides open the door, and steps into the luminous courtyard. Pearlescent moonlight pools upon the veranda boards. A gentle breeze stirs and the cherry tree before the entrance sways gracefully in the evening air. He sits cross-legged at the threshold, gazing up at the full moon. The moonlight flows like water, cold crystalline, just as it did on that night 12 years ago. And that night, tears streaming down her cheeks, she whispered, I love you. If you leave, take me with you. Then she was light and he shadow. He believed he had no choice. And moonlight dapples the ground, wind rustles the branches, blossoms drift weightlessly through the air. Haruno Sakura, always truly a foolish girl. And years later he retrieved Tsunade, the sage of medicine, just for her. And on another such moonlit night she emerged from the doorway and asked if he would take her away. What irony! Tears again, the same plea, take me with you, yet this time it was no confession. And in that moment his heart shattered. Only after she turned to walk away did he realize he loved her. And but that girl would never cry for him. He could take her away, but he could never make her laugh with unburdened joy. At 12 she promised him happiness and kept that vow. Yet her own life held little of that same peace. In the end he missed her entirely. When he finally yearned to hold her close, the words remained forever unspoken. And Uchiha Sasuke sits in silence. This moonlit night holds too many memories etched deep into bone and soul. The night he escorted her back to Konoha, he stood beneath this very moon and urged her to follow her heart. Yet as he turned away, tears flooded his face, unstoppable. If only, and but there are no if onlys. And that man never gave up. Never disappointed him. And 3 years have passed. Mutual devotion, shared vows, a lifetime entwined. This is the perfect ending to love story. To dwell in what-ifs is the weakest of human impulses. And the debt of affection must be repaid, and unrequited longing ends here. The moon shifts westward, and his gaze falls naturally upon the fissure etched into the front wall, the mark left by Uchiha Itachi. Pale moonlight bathes the cracked surface. Cherry blossoms drift down, settling upon the wooden floor, light and shadow interweaving until for a breath he glimpses Itachi's gentle silhouette. Childhood memories rise, playing joyfully here with his brother who carried him on his back to reach the flowering boughs. Mean youth he loved, lying side by side with Itachi on this very veranda, shoulder to shoulder, silent and content. His ever-thoughtful elder brother would squint fondly while young Sasuke clung to him, eager to share every thought, every feeling, every fragment of himself. Back then the soft chirping of insects and birds filled the air, and the stillness was so profound they could hear each other's warm, steady breath. Aniki, and he breathes the word softly. So much he wishes to say, yet he looks instead to the full moon and his eyes grow faintly warm. He wants to tell his brother these years he has traveled far, met countless souls, endured trials beyond measure. But none of it matters now. What matters is that he has found someone precious, someone worth protecting, worth returning for. He will never stray recklessly again. Aniki. I wish to return to Konoha, to where it all began. To stand with them once more. And Sakura. Naruto. And thank you. Congratulations on your wedding. As Sakura Haruno opened the window with her tousled hair, Naruto Uzumaki had already been hanging outside her window for 2 hours. His cheeks were frozen and turning blue, with icicles frozen at the tips of his golden hair. When he saw Sakura Haruno, who appeared before him with sleepy eyes, his initially shocked and slightly rogue-like face quickly turned to one of embarrassment. You're awake. Sakura-kun. Naruto Uzumaki chuckled, feeling a mix of awkwardness and a faint silence as he was caught. After his familiar face went through her mind 2 or 3 times, Sakura finally regained her composure and opened her mouth. When did you come back? Not long ago, just now, Sakura said, glancing at Naruto's outfit. He was still in the same clothes, just added a cloak. She paused and leaned out of the window. Come in. Was the mission successful? Naruto moved swiftly and silently as if he had not been discovered while hanging outside the window. He elegantly jumped into the room and turned to carefully close the window to prevent the cold wind from hitting Sakura inside. It went quite smoothly. I signed the contract without much effort. With this contract, the nearby ninja villages will be settled and Kakashi-sensei can rest easy now. Sakura nodded, stretching her hand to scratch her messy long hair, gradually clearing her mind. Her face was somewhat pale, with dark circles under her eyes from working late at the hospital. One could easily imagine her returning home late after working and then continuing to tackle medical challenges. Sakura-kun. How have you been lately? Pretty good. The situation in Konoha has finally stabilized. Everything is slowly recovering and medical facilities have also been purchased. It's a bit busy at the moment, but it will be alright soon. Oh, that's good, Naruto said with a smile, looking around as if he wanted to say something but fell into an awkward silence instead. He stood quietly, tall and straight. Sakura looked at him and suddenly felt that this man had grown a little taller since the last time they met. The last time they met he was clearly still. Suddenly Sakura paused. Even if she wanted to avoid this issue, she had to admit the fact that she hadn't seen Naruto in a long time. Since the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, as everything gradually began to improve, this man had started to intentionally distance himself from her. If it weren't for her accidental discovery this time, he probably still wouldn't have intended to see her. Naruto. Sakura-kun. I just remembered I still have things to do. It's getting late, you should rest well. I'll take my leave now, see you tomorrow. Sakura opened her mouth to say something, but before she could speak, Naruto's figure had already leaped out of the window, disappearing in an instant. The room instantly fell silent. Sakura couldn't help but smile bitterly. He even used body flicker technique. Just how eager was he to leave? It's not like I would eat him. Moreover, what exactly did he come here for? Sakura sighed lightly, returned to bed, and despite her previous inability to keep her eyes open, she could now not feel the slightest bit of sleepiness. She gazed at the ceiling and had to admit that after 3 days of not sleeping well, she, the overworked medical department head, was now unable to fall asleep. After tossing and turning all night, she got up early to wash up, spending a long time in front of the dressing mirror that she usually didn't have time to glance at. I haven't worn this in a while, the color is a bit dull. Should I go with this one, or is it too flashy? She murmured, raising her eyes to see the Sakura-haired woman in the mirror. The woman's cheeks were somewhat thin yet still charming, with long shoulder-length pink hair and emerald green eyes at the prime of her youth. Suddenly Sakura irritably threw the clothes aside and lay back down on the bed. What am I doing dressing up like a fool when he doesn't even want to see me? She turned her head and lay there for a while. When the sunlight streamed into the room, she finally put on the bright-colored outfit and stepped out, feeling somewhat uneasy as she adjusted her meticulously groomed eyebrows by the door before stepping out into the warm world. On the way, many ninjas glanced at her and Sakura returned their smiles with kindness. Despite often being teased by Ino, the fact couldn't be hidden: Sakura was a beauty, someone who would be envied and admired while walking down the street. Moreover, this beauty had already made indelible contributions at a young age during the war, taking on the role of the medical department head in Konoha at just 16 years old, a disciple of both the current Hokage and the former Hokage. Regardless of her status, strength, or the respect people in the village had for her, Sakura's pink hair danced in the wind, leaving an indelible brilliance. "Hey! Over here!" Sakura waved her hand, and against the sunlight a golden-haired beauty in a purple dress with an alluring figure was standing not far away, also raising her delicate arm and grinning. "I'm surprised you're not late today." "Sakura, why do you look so?" Ino Yamanaka teased, reaching out to touch Sakura's meticulously arranged hair. "So beautiful could it be that Sasuke has returned?" "Don't say such nonsense," Sakura said, removing Ino's hand, her face showing a hint of discomfort. It wasn't embarrassment from being guessed correctly, but rather a strange feeling from not being mentioned. If Ino hadn't brought up Sasuke-kun, she might have almost forgotten how long it had been since she last worried about him. Ever since the end of the war, when Sasuke set out on his path of atonement, her long-held wish seemed to have been fulfilled, allowing her to relax. She no longer thought about Sasuke day and night like before, as if the curse called first love had been broken. Her mood lightened, and he was no longer the only boy in her heart. "In such cold weather, are you kidding? Why are you wearing so little?" Sakura tried to change the topic and had to admit she was very successful. Ino kicked the hem of her thin dress, casually responding, "This isn't too little. If I don't dress like this, how can I grab your boyfriend's heart?" "Right. He. Sakura froze for a moment, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. "Boyfriend. Sigh. Hey, didn't you say it was just the two of us? I came out to accompany you. What's going on? Look at your reaction, no wonder you don't have good luck with men." "I did it for you. I've already said don't keep hanging on one tree. Sasuke is handsome, but he's never home. You have to think about it, you know." "Okay, stop talking. I've already found someone for you. If you dare to sneak away today, I'll beat you up right here." Sakura gritted her teeth, laughing in anger. However, Ino looked even more furious than her. The two exchanged glances, but in the end Sakura softened. All right, I won't run away. You and your Sai can enjoy your double date, but I'm really curious how you managed to win over that sharp-tongued Sai. You two are just too well-matched." "Do I need to say anything?" Ino laughed, looking as vibrant as a large dahlia. "All right, listen to me. I had Sai bring a handsome guy for you today. I went through a lot of trouble to find him, so you better cooperate." "I heard he." Sakura and Ino turned their heads simultaneously, especially Ino, who was very displeased by the interruption. Just as she was about to lose her temper, a handsome and charming man with a pale face stepped forward, already wearing an awkward and apologetic smile. "Ino, Sakura. Ha. You guys got here first." Ino glanced at the man behind him, unable to believe her eyes as she blinked, quickly turning stormy when she confirmed that the handsome guy she had been observing for a long time wasn't there. "Where is he? I said. Where is he?" Sai was taken aback by her shout and could only laugh awkwardly. "I made a mistake. There was an urgent mission today and he went out on a task." "Let me explain." Ino's face darkened, and just before the next wave of attack came, Sai quickly sought help from Sakura. At that moment Sakura was just not interested in whatever handsome guy was supposed to come, so his absence was just perfect. "Ino, if he didn't come, then he didn't come. Don't be angry. Look at Sai, he's scared of you. After all, he's a department head in the Umbu, so don't be like this, give him some face." "TCH, Umbu department head is impressive, but I'm still the deputy head of the medical department. Can't even get someone here. This is infuriating. And you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're secretly happy, right? Just wait, you'll stay single for life and I'll laugh at you every day." Sakura helplessly pulled at the corners of her mouth, finally managing to calm Ino down. Looking at the fuming Ino, Sakura exchanged a glance with Sai, both sharing a helpless smile. "By the way, Naruto has returned." Sai placed his hands on his waist, his slender white waist very noticeable in the cold autumn wind. "I just saw him in the Hokage office. Wow, he doesn't even come to greet us after returning. That guy Naruto is too infuriating. Maybe he didn't have time. He should be running around soon, after all he is Naruto Uzumaki." Ino nodded and suddenly looked over with curiosity. "Naruto is back. Why aren't you surprised at all?" Did you already know?" Sakura was taken aback. "How could I know?" She deliberately did not want others to know that she had been unable to sleep all night because she had seen Naruto. That was her secret. "That's true, after all it's been a long time since Naruto has seen you." "Ah. Sorry." Ino covered her mouth, showing an apologetic expression, then waved her fist. "I will definitely stand up for you when I see him this time. What's up with that guy? All right, didn't we say we were going shopping? Your good best friend and boyfriend are here. Why aren't we leaving?" Ino grinned, linking arms with Sai on one side and Sakura on the other, taking large strides forward. Let's go. Of course the precious clothes are waiting for me. Shopping is often a dull affair, yet the two beauties within it are enjoying themselves. Although Haruno Sakura was reluctant at first, once the shopping adventure began there was no stopping her. Sakura was fine, her limited finances meant she didn't buy much, but Sai was suffering. The number of items in his hands kept increasing while his wallet grew emptier. Fortunately Sai was a calm and cunning individual, or he would surely be hiding in a corner crying quietly by now. Why aren't you buying anything? This one is so beautiful. It is beautiful, but I have no money. Ino looked at him with disdain. I told you to do good deeds without leaving your name. You even pay for other people's medicine out of your own pocket. No wonder you can't even buy a piece of clothing. Haruno Sakura grinned. Yeah, you're lucky to have Sai paying for you. You should be nicer to him or he will die wronged. Although he's cheeky and cunning, he's still a decent man and not bad looking, so cherish him. Hey ugly girl, don't think I won't retort just because you flatter me. Who are you calling ugly? By the way, you already retorted. As they laughed and joked, Sakura's slightly gloomy mood brightened considerably. The three of them playfully bickered as they walked down the street, only to suddenly be halted by two figures ahead. Haruno Sakura was certain she saw Ino's body tremble slightly and a hint of deep pain pass through her usually bright eyes. Ino. It's nothing. Sakura looked ahead and hesitated for a moment. Shall we go back? Ino shook her head, her expression returning to its usual carefree demeanor. Why go back? I haven't finished shopping. Sakura frowned and shifted her gaze forward. There were two figures approaching not too far away, a man and a woman. The man was tall and relaxed with an unusual high ponytail, while the woman had blonde hair styled apart, her figure curvy and her face exceedingly beautiful. The two walked hand in hand, occasionally chatting lazily, their eyes and smiles radiating intimacy. It was Nara Shikamaru and Temari, the acknowledged couple of Konoha and Sunigakure. The man was Konoha's top strategist, his intelligence and talent beyond description, while the woman was the princess of Sunigakure, combining strength and beauty. Together they garnered admiration and blessings from nearly everyone. However, among those admirers was not Yamanaka Ino. Sai was standing behind and Sakura glanced at him, his pale handsome face bore no expression. After a moment he looked at Ino's back and spoke. I'm going to buy some water. Sakura, keep her company. Sakura nodded and Sai quickly walked off, arms full of items. Watching his retreating figure, Sakura felt a mix of emotions. Although she often pointed out his flaws, he truly cared for Ino. Such an aloof man could still think of Ino to this extent as her good friend. Sakura was genuinely touched. Seeing Ino's demeanor, she was clearly trying to be strong. Taking a deep breath, Sakura firmly dragged Ino off the street and into an alley, only releasing her grip once Shikamaru and Temari passed by. Haruno Sakura. Sakura did not dodge or avoid, she locked eyes with Ino, who was initially furious but quickly slumped down in defeat. Sakura knelt beside her, gently pulling her into an embrace as she began to quietly sob. Sakura, do you know? When I was born, the first person I saw was not my father or my mother but Nara Shikamaru. I never knew that this man had such a significant place in my heart. But we missed our chance. Sakura held her as she wept uncontrollably. After a long moment, Ino gritted her teeth, forcing back her tears. She wiped her face and spoke slowly. I loved him, so I can never bless him. Sakura nodded. I know. Sakura, you understand me better than anyone in the world, and I know you better than anyone else. Please don't let yourself miss out on someone you truly love like I did. Sakura's eyes widened. She indeed understood Ino well and knew what she meant without needing further explanation. Don't miss him, Sakura. You need to figure out your feelings early or you will regret it for life. No one's companionship is guaranteed. That's how I ended up letting Shikamaru slip away to someone else. Sakura's heart was instantly in turmoil. She opened her mouth but was at a loss for words. After a long pause she nodded, her mind a blank slate. The shopping trip was coming to an end. Ino lost her mood quickly and left with Sai. Sakura felt grateful to Sai. He completely ignored Ino's tear-streaked face and changed the subject instead. Sakura knew that a man like him would surely take good care of Ino in the future. After the three parted ways, Sakura walked alone on the street. Having wasted some time earlier, she now found herself under the blinding midday sun, feeling dizzy. She had been feeling a bit lightheaded lately, perhaps due to poor diet and little rest. Just standing in the sun for a while made her vision dark. In her mind, Ino's words kept echoing, and simultaneously Uzumaki Naruto's face flickered like a lantern. The moment she thought of Naruto, a torrent of mixed emotions surged through her memories. She had kissed him during a great battle and still remembered that sensation. Her feelings for Naruto were too complex, tangled to unravel. As she thought about stepping forward, Naruto took a step back. She felt helpless over the past year. Naruto's indifference and distance had nearly pushed her to the brink, leaving her nowhere to retreat. She had once tried to reconcile things. After an incident where Naruto turned and left upon seeing her, she finally understood that if he didn't want to see her, there was nothing she could do. After all, he was the so-called strongest ninja of the time. Sakura's feelings were like a tangled ball of yarn impossible to sort out. She clearly understood Ino's meaning. Throughout this year she had contemplated the issue more than once. She wanted to calm her heart, but it was too chaotic. In addition to the dull pain from Naruto's distance, she was left with a heavy frustration that made it hard to breathe. Sakura-kun. A familiar voice, startling yet tinged with surprise, came from behind her. Sakura was taken aback, but an unexpected joy welled up in her heart. She turned around to see the blonde man's face illuminated by the light. Naruto. Ah. Hinata. Sakura's mind raced, her gaze fixated on the hands intertwined between the two. She felt as if her throat was blocked and could barely make a sound. You too. Hinata's face was slightly flushed, embodying a shy demeanor. She looked perfectly matched walking beside Uzumaki Naruto. Their hands were clasped together as if they were a pair destined to be. Ah. Sakura-kun, Hinata and I have started dating. Sakura's expression froze, but in an instant a radiant smile broke through, filled with joy as she playfully slapped Naruto on the back of his head just like before. Hey. You're quite the catch. You've got such a great girl like Hinata. Congratulations. Oh, this is wonderful news. You all carry on, I'm going to tell the others. Without waiting, Sakura dashed off her back, looking as if she was fleeing in panic. Naruto's mouth was still agape, the word Sakura-kun stuck in his throat. Watching Sakura's retreating figure, he couldn't hide the bitterness in his eyes. After a moment he turned and forced to smile, his usual carefree demeanor returning as the momentary pain vanished without a trace. Let's go, Hinata. Sakura hurriedly ran her steps, feeling as heavy as lead. She quickly turned into an alley, and as soon as she stopped, tears began to stream down her face. What are you crying for? Sakura covered her mouth. The vague fear she had felt for so long finally morphed into reality, and the unstoppable sobs flowed from her fingertips. In her mind, the tangled mess finally began to unravel. She loved Uzumaki Naruto, but she realized it too late. What was that about? Regretting. Haven't we already missed our chance? Naruto, Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga have started dating, and this news quickly spread throughout the village. In the mountains, Ino Yamanaka hurried to Sakura Haruno's house after hearing the news, where Sakura was already in tears. However, a strong-willed person like Sakura would certainly not allow herself to remain in such a state. The once vulnerable Sakura had long since disappeared. Following her usual habits, Sakura threw herself wholeheartedly into her medical work with an even fiercer determination, perfectly distracting her from her heartbreak. Although this method put a strain on her body, the effect was evident. Now she lay on the hospital bed staring blankly at the white ceiling. My heavens! How embarrassing! The head of medical even fainted in the hospital. If this gets out, it'll be laughed at to death, Sakura muttered, her focused mind suddenly disrupted by Ino Yamanaka entering the room. You know. You were just asking for it, weren't you? I haven't seen you for a few days and you forget to eat, thinking you're invincible. Ino's angry demeanor was truly reminiscent of Sakura's, though one used violence while the other employed cold violence. Hey, keep it down, I'm feeling dizzy, Sakura said, rubbing her temples, her mind swirling. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be in surgery? You still care about the surgery? It's already done, Ino said, frowning and taking a deep breath, wishing she could slap Sakura into submission. Do you know how long you fainted for? A whole day. A full day. Are you trying to kill me with worry? Sakura widened her eyes in surprise, and after a moment she clasped her hands in apology and put on a pitiful expression. Ino, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please don't be mad, okay? Ino stared at Sakura's pale face, and after a while she sighed helplessly. I'm at my wit's end with you, there's nothing I can do about you. Sakura smiled slightly, her gaze shifting to the 4 drip in her hand. By the way, does Naruto know I fainted? He should know. As soon as you collapsed, those little nurses panicked and reported it to Kakashi. Let alone Naruto, I bet the entire Konoha knows by now. Really? Has he come by? Ino paused her examination of the medical records, looking up at Sakura with a bland expression. No. This answer was both unexpected and expected. Sakura smirked, a hint of bitterness in her smile. Is it really necessary? Even when I'm sick he doesn't come. That's too much of a focus on romance over friendship. Naruto. Ino interrupted her, looking at Sakura's dim eyes, speaking gently. If you want to cry, just cry. Sakura was taken aback but could only muster a more bitter smile. What's there to cry about? It's just that he hasn't visited her. What's the big deal? It's not like this is new, it's been a year already. Thinking this way, her eyes turned red. Ino went over and hugged her tightly, using her shoulder to hide Sakura's expression. This isn't like you. The Sakura I know is not someone who lacks backbone. Yeah, Sakura mumbled, murmuring, I know. Hey Sakura. Do you really like Naruto? Sakura paused, and after a moment she nodded in Ino's shoulder. If you like him, then take him back. In matters of the heart, no one can blame you for your choices. What are you afraid of? Sakura listened quietly, unable to say a word. She didn't dare to think like that, afraid of having such thoughts. Naruto dating Hinata was a choice he made himself, and now that he had made that choice, what right did she have to change it? She had missed her chance with him and it was useless to regret it now. Sakura, have you heard? Shikamaru is getting married. Sakura was taken aback and she quickly raised her head to look at Ino's expression, but it was different from what she expected. Ino's face was quite ordinary, neither happy nor sad. She found it hard to imagine how Ino had faced such a situation while she was unconscious. Ino. I'm fine, really. Sakura fell silent for a moment, embracing Ino again softly, saying, I think we are both too miserable. We share the same experience of heartbreak. Well, I have indeed had a breakup, but you haven't. Why not ask Naruto how he feels? Don't you want to be back together with him? Sakura fell silent. Ino's words struck her heart like an arrow, evoking a cascade of feelings. Don't hesitate. Do you want to miss your chance like I did? Sakura, look at me. Do you want to live with regrets for the rest of your life? She received no answer, but it was expected. Ino stood up and walked to the door. Think it over. I'll go call someone to change your for. As she closed the door, Ino looked back and said gravely, on the day of the wedding, please come with me. I'm afraid. Without you there. The words faded into silence in the air and Sakura did not hear them, but she understood it was the most helpless sorrow of a woman in the face of love. Once Ino left, news of Sakura waking up spread and visitors came in droves. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, she had to admit that she was quite popular. Her friends, peers and many patients she had treated all came to visit, bringing gifts that piled up until the evening when the ward finally quieted down. The autumn winds grew colder as night fell. Someone had opened the window earlier and now the cold air caused Sakura to shiver. With a light sigh, she got up to close the window when suddenly a figure hurriedly leaped down by the window, swiftly disappearing into the tree. No one was more familiar with that figure than Sakura. She suppressed her excitement and kept her voice steady as usual. Naruto. There was no response from the thicket, but Haruno Sakura knew that Naruto was right there, unwilling to come out. However, she also did not want to give up. She stubbornly stood by the window, the cold wind making her feel as light as a piece of paper. Sure enough, within 2 minutes Uzumaki Naruto crawled out of the thicket with a defeated expression, his renowned hero ninja figure adorned with 2 dried yellow leaves, his golden hair shining with a warm glow under the moonlight. Hey Sakura. Haruno Sakura suddenly smiled, her radiant beauty unexpectedly piercing into Uzumaki Naruto's gaze, leaving him momentarily dazed. Not only Naruto but even Haruno Sakura was surprised by her own untimely smile, yet she did not stop. It had truly been a long time since she had seen this side of Uzumaki Naruto, and the feeling made her nostalgic and genuinely happy. Want to come in? Haruno Sakura gestured toward the room where warm light spilled from the hospital ward. Uzumaki Naruto knew that room must be warm, just like Haruno Sakura's pink bedroom. To him, anywhere with Haruno Sakura should feel warm. Sorry to disturb your rest. No problem. Haruno Sakura stepped aside and walked into the room. Uzumaki Naruto quickly climbed in from outside, carefully closing the window just like last time. He turned his head and Haruno Sakura's face was just inches away, startling him into an exclamation. Haruno Sakura's complexion was pale, her skin under the light appearing delicately translucent, her cherry blossom-colored hair was close enough to be seen, even wafting a faint fragrance. Ah. Sakura, I'm sorry. No, it was me who startled you. Haruno Sakura took a few steps back, still wearing a faint smile that made Naruto slightly blush. He scratched the back of his head, acting just like the carefree blonde boy he was a year ago in front of Haruno Sakura. You. Haruno Sakura was taken aback, not expecting both of them to speak simultaneously, and felt a bit embarrassed. You go first. Uzumaki Naruto paused for a moment, looking worriedly at Haruno Sakura's frail body. How are you feeling? Are you better? What happened? Haruno Sakura's mood suddenly brightened, her brows appearing slightly more relaxed. It's nothing serious, just fainted from low blood sugar. Just low blood sugar. How could you faint for an entire day? Sakura, you really don't take care of yourself. This isn't good. Hey, you who eats Ichiraku ramen every day have no right to tell me that. By the way. Haruno Sakura paused. How did you know I slept for a day? Uzumaki Naruto was momentarily stunned, his expression suddenly shifting. You came by, didn't you? Haruno Sakura asked, just as she had hoped. After a moment of hesitation, Naruto nodded and Haruno Sakura felt as though a candle had suddenly lit up in her dark world, that small light making her inexplicably happy. Thank you, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened slightly, his azure gaze filled with an unknown emotion. Clearly he had been avoiding her, yet she still said thank you. His heart unexpectedly ached as he looked at Haruno Sakura's delicate but weak face, feeling an overwhelming sense of pain, but he could only evade her. Between him and Haruno Sakura he could only ever be defeated. Sit for a while, Naruto. It's been so long since we last met. Haruno Sakura's words felt like a spell he knew he would never refuse. Uzumaki Naruto sat at the edge of the bed, but his eyes were locked onto the white floor beneath him, fearing that if he made eye contact with those emerald green eyes he would once again be ensnared in the whirlpool that had entangled him for years. Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto's body. He was strong and tall, having indeed grown taller, probably by about 5 centimeters. Haruno Sakura faintly curled her lips, reaching out to touch his golden hair, but Uzumaki Naruto suddenly dodged his sturdy body, bouncing back, revealing a face of surprise. Haruno Sakura suddenly felt a pang in her heart, her gaze darkening. The look of hurt on her face was clearly noticed by Uzumaki Naruto, causing him to panic. "I'm sorry, Sakura. I didn't mean to. I just was startled. Please don't be angry. Please don't be angry. It's my fault. Haruno Sakura paused for a moment before suddenly asking, "Naruto, do you truly like Hinata?" Uzumaki Naruto was still confused, but that question calmed him down. He steadied his breath and lowered his voice. "If I didn't like her, I wouldn't be dating her." The hurt caused by those words spoken from Uzumaki Naruto's mouth was unspoken, and Haruno Sakura's nose tinged with sourness as she suddenly felt like crying. But she was Haruno Sakura. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Yes, Hinata is such a wonderful girl. How could anyone not like her? You're really lucky, Naruto. Treat her well." Uzumaki Naruto stared at Haruno Sakura's smiling face, managing to pull a faint smile of his own. "Of course I will. You too, Sakura. When Sasuke comes back, make sure to get together quickly, haha. Don't joke around." Haruno Sakura replied lightly, and the atmosphere cooled down again. This was a sign that the conversation was coming to an end. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Naruto awkwardly stood up, preparing to leave. "Sakura, take care of yourself. Work may be tough, but you need to rest well." As he spoke, he awkwardly scratched his head. "I never expected that the one who was always lectured would have a chance to lecture someone else. My feelings are so complicated, haha. Well then, Sakura, rest while I'll be leaving now." Watching Naruto walk to the window, Haruno Sakura felt a surge of bitterness in her nose. Ino's words echoed in her mind, sending chills down her spine. Naruto's back was right before her eyes. He was leaving again, leaving her behind once more. How could she allow such a thing? While Haruno Sakura was in a daze, her body acted faster than her thoughts. She rushed forward and grabbed Naruto by the back of his collar, pulling him back as he was halfway out the window, leaving him astonished. "Whoa. I'm choking. Sakura. Let go. Sakura." Uzumaki Naruto struggled a couple of times, but fearing that he might hurt Haruno Sakura, he could only clumsily fall back onto the floor. Haruno Sakura released her grip, watching as Uzumaki Naruto slowly sat up, revealing a bittersweet smile. "Naruto, if you leave this time, when will you come back to see me?" Uzumaki Naruto was still busy catching his breath. Once he calmed down, he was drawn into the depth of Haruno Sakura's eyes, which felt like a deep pool. After a long while, he lowered his gaze and said softly, "Sakura, I'm sorry, but I want to move forward. You do too, don't you?" 3 days had passed since her bitter parting with Naruto. Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno had already spent a full week confined to the hospital ward. Leaving aside the constant bickering of her parents at home, Ino Yamanaka alone, fierce and relentless, had managed in mere days to subject her to every diagnostic device in the medical wing. "I've already told you, I'm not sick. Don't I know my own body best?" Ino gritted her teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. "Silence. If you truly knew your body, you wouldn't have collapsed in the first place. Raise your arms, now." Sakura obediently lifted her hands, allowing Ino to carefully detach the sensor leads from her chest. "But there's no need for this, my heart is perfectly robust." "I said, shut up. Who do you think you are? Remember your station. How many lives depend on your healing hands each day? And yet you dared to crumple without warning. Do you wish to die?" Ino scolded loudly, yet her gaze swept meticulously over every line of the medical report. Results are reassuring. Nothing serious, just severe exhaustion and chronic dietary imbalance. From now on, ease your mind and rest deeply." "Rest? But didn't you just call me the cornerstone of the medical division? Who'll hold the fort if I step away? Besides, how could Kakashi-sensei possibly approve a leave for the head of medical affairs? Who said he wouldn't? I approve it." A lazy velvety voice drifted in from behind. Sakura's eyes widened in quiet astonishment. She turned, and there he stood, a silver-haired man leaning effortlessly against the doorframe, his visible eye half-lidded and languid, while his black face mask traced the sharp elegance of his jawline. He held a well-worn notebook loosely in one hand, lowering it only after Sakura turned to face him. "Kakashi-sensei. Yo, Sakura." Kakashi raised a hand in greeting, his eye crinkling into a knowing crescent, a smile layered with unspoken warmth. "Feeling better? Much better. But sensei, what brings you here? Have you finished all your Hokage duties?" "Well, more or less." "Never mind that. Don't accuse your teacher of cold-heartedness. I went to considerable trouble just to visit you. So, no grateful hug. Sensei, you haven't dumped your work on Shikamaru again, have you?" That's terribly irresponsible. He's about to get married, you really ought to stop exploiting him. Hey, don't criticize your teacher to his face, his heart's quite fragile, you know. Besides, letting Shikamaru grow accustomed to the workload is beneficial. When I retire in 2 years he'll be ready to support Naruto properly. At the mention of Naruto, Uzumaki Sakura stiffened instantly. Kakashi noticed and sighed faintly, troubled. Still not reconciled then? It's been over a year. Perhaps it's time to let go. Sakura offered a wry, sorrowful smile. This wasn't merely a matter of reconciliation, it was her own presence that now hindered Naruto's path forward. How could she cling to him, shamelessly dragging at his heels when he longed only to move ahead? About what we discussed earlier, I grant your leave. Sakura, you truly need to rest. You've pushed yourself relentlessly these past 12 months, and Konoha's stability is secure. Your absence, even for a short while, will cause no harm. But... Sakura protested weakly, her voice fraying at the edges. I can't leave, I'm uneasy. The juniors still lack confidence in complex surgeries. If I'm not there, leave those concerns to me. I'll oversee everything. Ino stepped forward, cutting in. What, don't you trust my skill? Sakura froze, then realizing resistance was futile, quietly acquiesced. Very well. Since it's settled, I'll take my leave, but please alert me immediately should any critical surgery arise. Ino gave a faint, composed smile, nodded, and turned to gather her instruments. Sakura rose to help, yet had taken only 2 steps before Kakashi called her name. She tilted her head upward, startled, her stature requiring her to look up at the silver-haired man, magnetic, peerless in strength, and above all her teacher, the very one who in moments of peril would always place his body between her and danger. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? He gazed at her in silence, his visible eye holding depths both tender and inscrutable, a current she recognized yet could not fully fathom. Sakura, you must not fixate solely on yourself. Beyond love, countless others rely on you. Kakashi smiled softly, then reached out and ruffled her hair. Well, you are my most treasured student, and if you fall ill it pains me deeply. So please, spare your aging teacher the anguish of worrying over his junior's health. Do you understand, Sakura? She stood speechless, his figure blurring before her eyes, merging seamlessly with the silver-haired warrior who during the battle against Kaguya had fought without pause to shield her. A sudden, inexplicable wave of tears rose within her. Kakashi-sensei was worried for her. Exhausted as he was by duty, he'd carved out time solely to see her. Sakura curved her lips faintly and gently removed his hand from her hair. You didn't come all this way just to say that, did you? Honestly, such a grown man still chasing after me to lecture me. Clearly your workload isn't heavy enough. Muttering under her breath, Sakura walked toward the door, then paused, glancing back. Her voice dropped low, trembling ever so slightly, though she knew instinctively that such subtlety would not escape Kakashi's perception. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. She stepped out. Kakashi watched her retreating figure, and his brows drew together faintly in quiet contemplation. Look, there she was, the girl he once taught, now a woman of grace and resolve. Yet no matter how brilliantly she shone to him, she remained forever the same, endearingly impulsive, fiercely passionate, clever in her own quiet way. And his treasured student. She simply had to be watched over, carefully, unwaveringly. He paused, then sighed, half amused, half resigned. Work. I'll surely be scolded again when I return. The day after her leave, Haruno Sakura encountered Nara Shikamaru in the Hokage building. As she stepped out of the office after submitting her leave request, she saw Nara Shikamaru standing outside the door, looking troubled while smoking. Haruno Sakura held a deep respect for Nara Shikamaru. They were comrades who had grown up together, working and completing missions side by side, and their relationship was quite good. Although she slightly avoided him because of Ino, fundamentally they were comrades who had shared life and death together. What's wrong? You look so glum, drowning in work. Shikamaru turned around, straightening his posture a bit. It must be said that the time and rate of development between boys and girls differ greatly. Not only Naruto Uzumaki but even Nara Shikamaru had grown so tall during the time she hadn't noticed. Oh, it's you, Sakura. Are you feeling better? Ino is exaggerating, there's actually nothing wrong. Sakura smiled, pointing at the cigarette but in Shikamaru's hand. Why are you smoking again? Temari doesn't like it when you smoke. Mentioning Temari, Shikamaru's expression became troubled again. He looked at Sakura and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, Sakura, could you help me with something? Sakura was taken aback, nodded, and an hour later she stood dazed in the autumn breeze, waiting at the entrance of Konoha to greet the incoming Sand Village princess. Oh my. It's so cold. Saying he couldn't get away for work, is he messing with me? Shikamaru actually just finds it troublesome. No matter what, he should be the one to greet his fiancé himself. Sakura muttered to herself, exhaling a breath into her palm, the white mist dispersing in the chilly air. This autumn was truly too cold. As expected, a group of figures finally appeared at the entrance. Sakura waved and someone quickly responded. It was the Sand Village's welcoming party. It couldn't be called a wedding procession, just a few people accompanying the bride. The Sand Village was too far away from Konoha, so it was impossible to have a same-day wedding. Therefore, having the bride's family arrive early was undoubtedly a wise choice. Temari, the Sand Village's bride, was a strikingly beautiful woman, and Sakura spotted her in the crowd at a glance. "Hey! Temari!" The blonde beauty smiled, and unlike her mature and alluring appearance, her smile was bright and cheerful. She waved back and walked over. "Isn't this Sakura?" Sakura and Temari were somewhat familiar with each other, and there was no need for excessive pleasantries when acquaintances met. "Temari, Shikamaru was busy with work and couldn't come to greet you, so I'm here instead. Don't mind me." Temari cheerfully waved her hand, not bothered at all. "I know it's not like it's my first day knowing Nara Shikamaru." Sakura smiled, glancing at the accompanying group. No matter who it was, they weren't empty-handed. The dowry was substantial, but there was also some fatigue from the long journey. "They'll take you to the inn first so you all can rest. Shikamaru will come find you there when he's done." Temari nodded and chatted with Sakura as they headed to the inn. This inn was chosen by Nara Shikamaru, and the rooms were personally selected by him. Once inside, it was clear that everything was carefully chosen, reflecting thoughtfulness in every detail. Sakura looked at Temari, whose lips curled into a slight smile, and it was evident she was somewhat happy. Suddenly Sakura felt a pang of envy. "Though it's a bit early, congratulations to you both," Sakura beamed. "It's truly a blessing for Shikamaru to marry you." Temari was taken aback and smiled in return. "Well, although I don't want to say it, it's actually not easy for us either. By the way, would you like something to eat?" she said, sitting down at the table and pushing the prepared snacks forward. After waiting for a long time, Sakura actually felt a bit hungry. She sat down and took a few bites of the snacks. As she settled down, Ino's crying face lingered in her mind. She looked at Temari, who was sipping tea, and couldn't help but ask. "So Temari, was it Shikamaru who proposed to you?" Temari was momentarily stunned before nodding, a smile spreading across her face. "Well, speaking of this, I really find it quite unbelievable. I thought a man like Nara Shikamaru would never take the initiative to approach me unless I made the first move, let alone propose. But I am very happy, truly happy." Temari closed her eyes as if recalling something and suddenly burst into laughter, adding, "However, Nara Shikamaru is still Nara Shikamaru, even his proposal is so unique." Sakura was very curious. She truly couldn't imagine what it would be like for a man who dislikes trouble to propose to a woman. Did Shikamaru do anything romantic? Romantic? Do you think he seems like the kind of man who would be romantic? Besides, what I want has never been romance. Temari paused and suddenly asked. "Hey Sakura, you're good friends with Yamanaka Ino, right?" Sakura paused, nodding. "We grew up together, what's the matter?" Temari blinked her eyes and said casually, "Shikamaru actually has a thing for blonde women, you know." Sakura shook her head, genuinely unaware. Suddenly it seemed she thought of something, her eyes widening slightly. "How is that possible?" "It's not impossible. She likes him and he likes her, isn't that normal?" Temari paused, then sighed. "I am a proud woman, but I must admit that meeting Nara Shikamaru at that time and under those circumstances was the luckiest thing in my life. It was just a little bit away, but it's truly wonderful that Nara Shikamaru loves me now." Sakura Haruno fell silent. She had always thought that Ino was pining for Nara Shikamaru, unaware that Shikamaru had once loved Ino too. She could hardly imagine how Ino would react upon discovering this. It was clear that they were both in love, yet they had truly missed their chance. "It's just fate." Temari shook her head and replied. "But it can't be said that way. When I liked Shikamaru, he only had eyes for Yamanaka Ino. I never dared to imagine that one day that man would turn his gaze towards me. But the truth is, it happened just like that. He loves me now and I love him too. We are going to get married. And all the past loves are merely memories." Sakura listened quietly, her heart aching as she thought of herself and Uzumaki Naruto. It was simply identical. "You've fallen in love too," Temari said as she took a bite of a snack, one of her favorite treats from Konoha, which Shikamaru remembered. She pointed to the space between Sakura's eyebrows and said lightly, "Your brows are furrowed." Sakura turned her head, her heart feeling unbearably painful, a surge of bitterness rising within her that she couldn't suppress. Temari looked at her and couldn't help but frown. She leaned on the table, tilting her head as she slowly opened her mouth. "Hey Sakura. Do you want to hear about my story with Shikamaru?" No answer, but she didn't mind. "I am a very domineering person. I once thought that if I were to marry in the future, I would definitely choose someone older than me, smarter than me, and stronger than me. But all those thoughts became empty words after I met Nara Shikamaru. He is younger than me, not particularly skilled in ninjutsu, and aside from being smart, his personality is a lazy mess. But I just fell for him. Ever since I fought against him in the Chunin exams, I have never forgotten him. But he doesn't love me. He has someone else in his heart. He once told me that when he was young and began to remember things, the first person he remembered was not his dad or mom but Yamanaka Ino. He loved her for 15 years and that time is something I can never replace. Sakura listened, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. Ino had said similar things, yet they were not together. He fell in love with Temari and she chose Sai. Then why don't you give up? You know it will hurt. Temari smiled slightly. You too have loved someone. You should understand that it's very hard for a woman to let go of love. Moreover, I will never let Nara Shikamaru go. If he stole my heart, he must take responsibility. And I am truly very happy to have come this far with Shikamaru. Sakura perked up, smiling again. So aren't you going to tell me how Shikamaru proposed? I'm quite curious. After all, that Shikamaru who hates trouble is truly hard to imagine. Right. I also can't imagine it. Temari supported her head, speaking slowly. That day he got drunk at the Sand Ninja celebration. In front of everyone he suddenly grabbed my hand and said, I want to marry you. I thought he was just drunk and mistook me for someone else. You should know that no woman can bear such a thing. And then I pushed him away. But unexpectedly he suddenly got the drunken courage and jumped on me, hugging my legs and refusing to let go. For such an arrogant person, you can't imagine how ridiculous it was at that moment. Gaara and the others came to help him, but he just wouldn't let go. It was really funny. Did you agree? How could I? Who would accept a drunkard's proposal, especially when that drunkard has feelings for someone else? I knocked him out and dragged him outside for some fresh air. At that moment I was really both heartbroken and aggrieved. I was a bit furious and my forehead got hurt and bled. After a while of struggling he finally woke up in a daze. Still drunk, he continued to hold on to me. I asked him if he knew who I was, but he refused to answer. I got so angry that I lost my head and beat him up. By the time I calmed down he looked like a complete mess. I went to help him, but he didn't speak. When I dragged him back to the room and turned to leave, he suddenly grabbed me and asked, have you calmed down yet? I really didn't expect it. He actually wasn't drunk at all, he was just pretending to be drunk to let me beat him up. I was so stunned that I couldn't say a word, but he seemed completely fine, starting to chatter away. What did he say to you? Temari looked at Sakura, slowly breaking into a smile, a happy smile filled with joy. He just kept repeating one thing, Temari, I want to marry you. At that moment I really couldn't handle it. I almost forgot how long I had been crying. When I came to my senses I was already cuddled up with him, rolling on the floor for several weeks. Sakura, can you imagine? A man with Shikamaru's personality would go to such lengths for you. I don't need him to say any sweet words or show any romance. When he looks at me I already know he loves me. He truly loves me. He is a smart person and nothing escapes his gaze. He had long known my feelings. But he didn't respond. He felt he had wronged me, which is why he let me beat him up to vent my anger. He put aside his pride and did something so unlike him. What more could I ask for? It's enough, really enough. In this lifetime, apart from Nara Shikamaru, who else could make me love like this? Really, it's just like being a fool. Sakura Haruno left in her heart filled with indescribable emotions, a mix of sighs and regrets. She wandered aimlessly on the street for a while until she realized she had arrived in front of Ichiraku Ramen. And as expected, behind the hanging curtain, that blonde boy was sitting inside devouring his meal. Sakura's heart raced, yet she felt an urge to cry. Her mind swirled with Ino's crying face and Naruto's refusal, and finally her consciousness settled on Kakashi-sensei's face. Sakura, don't make me worry about you. Sakura rushed in and Uzumaki Naruto, sitting on stage, turned around with a dazed look upon hearing her footsteps. Before he could see the expression on that pink-haired figure's face, he received a powerful punch, and the tremendous impact knocked him off the stage and onto the ground, a wave of blood rushing into his mouth. That punch truly showed no mercy. Sakura looked at the disheveled Naruto on the ground, her eyes red. She leaned down and punched him in the abdomen, causing Naruto to double over and cough up a mouthful of blood. He could have dodged, but the one hitting him was Sakura Haruno. He would never dodge her. He didn't want to make her angry. Sakura held back her tears, her voice trembling as she shouted, Naruto, you're such a fool. Uzumaki Naruto's expression froze as he clutched his abdomen in disarray, his grimacing face stilled as he saw the tears in Sakura's eyes. Sakura-kun. Why are you crying? Sakura didn't let him speak. She hit him a few more times. Each punch landing on Naruto's body felt like hitting herself. But she didn't stop, as if to vent all the pain she had suffered over the past year. She looked somewhat terrifying. After a long time, Sakura finally stopped. She didn't dare to look at the beaten-up Naruto beneath her, but stumbled out. Her tears fell into the cold wind. She sniffled and fiercely wiped her face. He's such a fool. And I am an even bigger fool than him. I miss you, one. Upon reflecting on her impulsive act of striking Naruto, Uzumaki Haruno, Sakura was filled with regret. The damage caused by her full-force attack was beyond description. In the past, Jiraiya had nearly lost his life after being caught spying and subsequently struck by Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. As Tsunade's direct disciple, Haruno Sakura had mastered incredible strength. In a moment of impulsiveness she had unleashed a brutal beating on him, and Naruto, out of concern for her, did not resist. One could only imagine the state of that man now. Haruno Sakura rushed back to Ichiraku Ramen in a panic, only to find that Naruto Uzumaki had already been taken to the hospital. The small shop still bore traces of Naruto's blood, and her mind was throbbing intensely. What on earth have I done? I say, young lady. She turned around dazed to see the uncle from Ichiraku wearing a complex expression tinged with reproach. No matter how much you and Naruto quarrel, you shouldn't have struck him so severely. Based on his current state, he might be at death's door. This is simply too much. I'm telling you, hey. Don't run away. Haruno Sakura could no longer bear to listen. A sharp pain shot through her head and her heart raced with anxiety. She could hardly imagine the harm she might have caused Naruto due to her actions. It was reckless of her. She should have known that hurting Naruto was the last thing she should ever do in this world. If she harmed Naruto, the only thing she would receive in return would be immeasurable pain. Haruno Sakura burst into the hospital, where the emergency room lights were brightly lit. She hurried over, finding Yamanaka Ino outside looking through the medical records. Upon seeing her anxious expression, Ino spoke coldly. You're here. Haruno Sakura was frantic. How is Naruto? Is he badly injured? Yamanaka Ino glanced at her and let out a sigh. Just by looking at his injuries, I knew it was you who did this. Look at you. If you're going to hit him, at least don't rush over here as if the whole world must know you've lost your mind. Let's discuss this later. First tell me how Naruto is. If you want to know, go see for yourself. Hurry inside. We anticipated your arrival and have prepared the necessary equipment. Haruno Sakura was taken aback, her heart sinking. He needs surgery. Hey, that's internal bleeding, miss. Don't tell me you really didn't hold back at all. Honestly, with such serious injuries, only Naruto could survive a first hit from you. Anyone else would have died. Haruno Sakura couldn't listen any longer. She quickly donned the surgical gown and rushed into the emergency room, where Naruto Uzumaki lay unconscious. Sakura looked up at the medical equipment and realized he had lost a significant amount of blood. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but there was no time for regret. She focused her mind and quickly instructed the surgery. Half an hour later she staggered out exhausted, dismissing all personnel from the operating room. Internal bleeding was a severe injury, but for Haruno Sakura it was not insurmountable. Her mastery of chakra had reached an almost divine level, and repairing internal organs was not a new task for her. Though it wasn't her first time, the impact was far greater than before. She felt like she might vomit. The thought of Naruto lying there and knowing she was the one who had caused his injuries made it feel as though the wounds were on her own heart. The damage to his organs had been repaired. Currently Naruto Uzumaki was merely suffering from excessive blood loss, and given his usual physical condition he would likely recover in 2 days while resting in the hospital. Yet Haruno Sakura felt that this time the wound on her heart might never heal. Sakura Haruno instructed someone to take Naruto to the hospital room. As they exited the emergency room, she saw Hinata Hyuga waiting anxiously. Her face was gentle and beautiful, and even the frown on her brow was stunning. When she saw Naruto being wheeled out, Hinata rushed over, visibly relieved, only after confirming that Naruto was not seriously hurt. That's great. Naruto-kun is fine. Hinata. The gentle woman turned at the mention of her name, surprised momentarily upon seeing Sakura. Her expression then shifted to one of concern. Are you okay? Miss Sakura, you look pale. Sakura forced a smile. After all these surgeries, I just realized I can faint at the sight of blood. Please don't push yourself, Miss Sakura. Naruto-kun will worry about you. Sakura paused, unsure how to face the woman before her. Her heart was a mix of emotions, but upon seeing Hinata she felt it was all her own fault. Only a gentle and caring woman like Hinata could deserve someone like Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata. I'm sorry. I was the one who hurt Naruto. I was too impulsive before. Hinata's eyes widened slightly, and after a moment her gaze became sorrowful as she looked at Sakura's pale face and softly replied. How can I blame you? You must feel worse for hurting Naruto-kun than I do. Hinata's words struck deep, and more than the sting in her nose, Sakura felt a profound sense of shame. She felt utterly inadequate. How could someone like her ever be more suited for Naruto Uzumaki than Hinata? I'm sorry. After saying those 2 words, Sakura hurriedly left the hospital, unable to stay another moment. She couldn't tell if it was sadness or something else, but the overwhelming weight pressed down on her heart. Suddenly she slapped herself hard across the face, the sharp pain igniting a fire within her, and she gradually calmed down as she stifled her sobs. No crying, no crying. You are Sakura Haruno, you must not cry. The dark sky grew dim and soon light snowflakes began to drift down. She lifted her face in confusion, the cold touch starting to jolt her senses. She blinked, confirming that there was no longer any wetness in her eyes. After a while she spoke to herself in a daze. I should go apologize. Nighttime. When Naruto Uzumaki awoke, the first thing he saw was Sakura Haruno. He was confused for a moment, but as his memories slowly returned, his eyes gradually became clear. Sakura was standing by the window. Upon seeing him awake, her eyes were slightly red and her face bore an expression that was both awkward yet relieved. Naruto felt a surge of joy. Was she here all along? Sakura-kun. Hinata had to go home because of family matters. It was the clan leader who called her and she couldn't refuse. Sakura added, she was very worried about you. Naruto's question faltered on his lips and he opened his mouth again before hoarsely saying, and you? Sakura remained silent, Naruto's words always triggering profound emotional shifts within her. She bit her lip and asked bitterly, do you care? Sakura-kun. I'm sorry. Sakura felt her insides churn. She truly despised hearing I'm sorry from Naruto Uzumaki. That feeling made her furious and anxious. Are you sick? Why are you apologizing to me? Do you know I almost killed you today? Did you lose your mind? Don't you know what it means to be angry? Naruto's head hung low, his voice muffled as though coming from behind several layers of fabric. Sakura-kun. I truly didn't mean to upset you. Even if you were to die, it's fine as long as you calm down. Sakura clenched her jaw, fearing that her embarrassing voice would escape. She had long been grateful for Naruto's personality because he had fulfilled her dream, restoring their broken Team 7 to its former glory. But at that moment she hated Naruto Uzumaki for always thinking of her. If only he could be a little selfish, she could comfort herself not to be so sad. But Naruto was not selfish, he never had anything to feel sorry for her about. Besides tears, she didn't know what could stop her love from spilling out. Naruto. I really hate you. I hate you. Sakura closed her eyes, her voice trembling. A flicker of hurt crossed Naruto's eyes and his heart ached as he lowered his head. Indeed, he could only make Sakura-kun angry. The one who could make her happy had always been Uchiha Sasuke. I'm sorry. Sakura-kun. Ha! Sakura-kun. Naruto's body stiffened, his voice unnaturally rising. The soft body that suddenly pressed against him left him bewildered. He could feel Sakura's lips brushing against his ear, the faint scent emanating from her making him dizzy. What's wrong? Sakura-kun. You. Naruto. Sakura interrupted him, holding his body tightly, speaking slowly and deliberately. You are the most foolish and annoying idiot in this world. However, Naruto, I miss you. She didn't want to ignore me. Naruto Uzumaki felt as if he were dreaming, cradled in warm fragrant arms while hearing a soul-stirring voice filled with temptation. But it was not a dream. His entire body ached as if it were falling apart, each pang of pain serving as a constant reminder of his consciousness. Sakura-kun. His heart raced and his gaze darkened. I do too, thinking about you every day. Sakura Haruno froze, her eyes widening as she looked into Naruto Uzumaki's. What did he just say? Naruto. You. Naruto-kun. A soft voice called from behind, filled with surprise. You're awake. Sakura Haruno awkwardly turned her head, quickly pushing away from the edge of the bed. She was almost seen by Hinata. Naruto Uzumaki was equally astonished, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. It's Hinata, sorry to have worried you. Hinata gently shook her head, hastening to Naruto's bedside, reaching out to check his forehead. Her face was slightly flushed, her delicate features exuding a youthful charm. No worries, I'm just glad Naruto-kun is fine. Hinata and Naruto exchanged smiles while Sakura suddenly felt superfluous, her heart and mind feeling as if they had been struck. She pretended to be unconcerned, curling her lips into a smile. It's good that Hinata is here, I can rest easy knowing she's taking care of you. I was wrong today, let me treat you to a meal another day. You two continue chatting, you'll take my leave. Naruto Uzumaki opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to keep her from leaving, and Sakura, witnessing this, felt another pang in her heart. She could no longer understand Naruto's thoughts, but she knew that if this continued she would surely lose control. If she acted like she had just now again, she would completely ruin both Naruto and Hinata's lives. I'll wait, Miss Sakura. Sakura Haruno turned back, asking, what is it? Hinata smiled shyly, thank you for taking care of Naruto-kun for me today, really thank you. Sakura's eyes felt as if pricked by needles. She couldn't comprehend why Hinata was apologizing to her when the very person standing before her was the culprit behind Naruto Uzumaki's severe injuries. She nodded with difficulty, forcing a smile. No need to thank me, just don't blame me. How could I? Sakura Haruno nodded lightly, finally stepping out of the suffocating room. See, it was clear she could no longer continue like this. Hinata was too kind, her love was far more selfless than her own. She could bring happiness to Naruto Uzumaki while she on the other hand could only bring pain. Compared to Hinata, who could smile and thank the person her boyfriend, once like she consumed by rage, felt she had no right to be there. She bitterly curled her lips, revealing a faint smile. Naruto, you're right. We both need to move forward. She didn't want to ignore me too. Trying to distance herself from Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno's days went by much like usual. She was already on leave and didn't need to quit her job caring for Naruto as long as she didn't go to the hospital. The name Naruto Uzumaki easily slipped from her life. She had to admit that her mind was clearly at odds with her actions, replaying every moment that belonged to that blonde boy day and night. In the early morning, a low voice of annoyance echoed in Sakura's room as she tiredly opened her eyes, still having traces of tears at the corners. "Dreaming and still clinging to me, Naruto Uzumaki, you've really had enough." She smiled bitterly, getting up to wash her face. The alarm clock in the room had already passed 10 o'clock, yet she had barely slept for 2 hours all night. Sakura Haruno, who wasn't going to work, looked somewhat dispirited as she wore her pink autumn pajamas, her messy hair disheveled as she opened the bathroom door, only to be startled by a sudden black creature. "What the hell?" "Ah!" Along with her scream, a long black snake lunged at her cheek and she reflexively slapped it away, her chakra-infused hand instantly sending the snake flying. The snake that was sent flying made no sound, nor did it writhe disgusting, but transformed into a puddle of ink, staining the surrounding clothes black. Sakura's temple bulged with veins, a surge of anger igniting from her head to her toes. She clenched her fists tightly, shouting angrily, "Sasuke! Do you want to die?" She quickly threw on a piece of clothing and dashed to the entrance. Sure enough, accompanied by the cold air rushing in, a well-proportioned handsome man in black stood there, exposing a hint of his slender waist, his complexion somewhat pale. Seeing Sakura's obviously furious expression, he wore a somewhat infuriating smile that was almost seductive. "Yo! Sakura! You're up! Eh? What is that?" Sasuke's eyes suddenly darkened. He reached out to remove the object hanging from his face, and after a glance his expression changed to a myriad of colors. "Is that a lattice underwear? I'd rather you punch me in the face." Sakura Haruno let out a cold laugh. "Look what you've done, you've dirted my clothes." "You're right, punching in the face is exactly what I was thinking." Her movements were swift and agile. She gathered chakra in her right hand and accurately struck Sasuke's face. "Don't say I showed no mercy, considering Ino Sake, I went easy on you." The powerful impact hit his face and Sasuke instantly crouched down. He grimaced in pain, rubbing his face while trying to suppress his groans. It was a miracle he hadn't been sent flying. He was afraid that if he said one more word he would end up like Naruto Uzumaki. "Are you kidding me? Who lets snakes into a teammate's house? Can't you knock on the door? If you want to show off your ninjutsu, can't you use something cuter? You thought scaring me with a snake would work?" Sasuke covered his face in a pitiful manner and amid Sakura's barrage of complaints waited until her anger subsided before finally speaking. "I did knock." Sakura's head started to hurt. She really didn't want to engage in a war of words with Sasuke. Although he had calmed down a lot because of Ino, if they debated any further once she opened her sarcastic mouth she would definitely lose. "Alright, what are you here for?" Sasuke shrugged, reverting to his usual annoying demeanor. "Just worried about you, came to check in." Wow, what an expression. The book says caring for teammates is an admirable quality and caring for a girlfriend's good friend is even rarer. "Are you done?" Sasuke nodded and Sakura turned to leave. As expected, he awkwardly pulled her back, wearing a troubled smile. "Don't bully me too much, I'm here to deliver a message." Sakura was somewhat surprised, raising an eyebrow. "Are you really that kind?" Sasuke replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Sakura regarded him for a moment, then sighed lightly, becoming serious. "Your way of asking for help is still so strange, just say it. Is it about Ino?" Sasuke paused, then smiled. "You really can't hide anything from you. I need to go out for a few days, I might be delayed, and I hope you can help look after Ino. Especially since Shikamaru is getting married, it might upset her. If I'm not around, please keep her company for me." Sakura paused, feeling moved as she frowned. "It's impressive that you can think of Ino like this, she is indeed fortunate. Speaking of which, I never expected the usually aloof Sasuke would have moments like this. I thought you would never know what love is in your life. Well, although it sounds heartless, I thought the same once. I still don't know what the heart is, but I'm very happy to be with Ino now." Sakura quietly listened, suddenly smiling. "I can help with the busy work, but under one condition: your snake dirted my clothes, you have to compensate me." Sasuke nodded, shaking the lattice underwear he still held in his hand, his expression turning annoying again. "Buying it is fine, but your size is way too small. I would be laughed at if I went to buy it for you." Sakura's veins bulged. She truly wanted to punch this man before her. After sneering for a moment, she suddenly thought of something. What mission requires the Umbu captain to personally go out? Is it dangerous? Sasuke paused, showing a smile. How could it be? That was a fake smile unique to Sasuke, one that Sakura was all too familiar with. An unease rose within her. "Sasuke. You. Sakura." He interrupted with a smile. "I'm fine, really. By the way, I have news to tell you about Naruto." Sakura froze. Although she still wanted to ask about Sasuke, she knew it would lead to no results. The moment Naruto Uzumaki's name was mentioned, a storm surged within her heart. She clenched her fists tightly, then slowly released them, letting out a dejected sigh before finally asking, "What happened to him?" Sasuke became serious, looking intently at Sakura, slowly saying, "I heard his prosthetic limb is broken." Sakura froze, her face turning pale. She couldn't understand why Naruto wouldn't come to her for something so serious. In the entire ninja world apart from Tsunade Sensei and herself, no one else could heal his right hand. What does this imply? Sakura's nose tinged with bitterness. Did he really not want to see her? Sasuke observed Sakura's expression, letting out a rare sigh, feeling a deep sense of regret. Really, both of you are so stubborn. What am I supposed to do with you? The days in early winter without snow bring an empty chill. Walking along the streets of Konoha, a cold breeze always sweeps around my way. Zai breathed out, and the breath immediately transformed into a pale mist. He frowned and touched his waist, feeling something icy to the touch. They say the curve of a mermaid's line is beautiful and the abs are charming. Showing them in the middle of winter is no easy feat. You heartless person, Ino really have no feelings at all. He muttered softly, then couldn't help but chuckle. Where to go now? I suppose I should check out Ino's flower shop. She should be there at this hour. He quickened his steps, suddenly sensing something, and turned back. Who? A tall figure staggered out from the alley, exuding laziness. His long hair was tied back and his droopy single eyelids suggested a lack of energy. It's me. Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru grimaced, his lackluster gesture showcasing his usual demeanor to the fullest. How's the matter? I asked you about going. Of course it's done. Sakura should have already arrived at Konoha Hospital by now. Shikamaru appeared somewhat surprised. So soon? What did you say to her? Zai shrugged and rubbed his frozen cheeks. I told her Naruto's prosthetic arm broke and she ran off after hearing that. Shikamaru's eyes widened a bit and the corners of his eyes twitched. You really dared to say that? I just asked you to help call her to the hospital. Why did you have to tell such a big lie? If Sakura wants to beat you up afterward, I can't stop her. Hey, you were the one who told me to do this, right? Don't think you can run away from being an accomplice. Nara Shikamaru, looking troubled, reached back to scratch his head and sighed deeply. This is such a hassle. If it weren't for Kakashi asking me, I wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. Well, this is your business now. I won't take care of it anymore. I'm leaving this afternoon, and if Sakura gets angry, that's on you. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Naruto has been down in the dumps for days, clearly wanting to see Sakura but stubbornly holding it in. I'll just consider it a favor for him, but please don't risk my life on this. Zai chuckled lightly, his pale face showing a sickly beauty in the biting cold of winter. Though our methods may not be right, it's also for the good of both of them. They're not children anymore. It's time for them to sit down and have a serious talk. Shikamaru shook his head. It's not that easy to resolve. Every family has its own difficulties. I can only help him up to this point. In the end, if Naruto doesn't come to his senses, then it's all for nothing. There's no way to clarify who's right or wrong in matters of the heart. Zai paused, his tone suddenly growing somber. I really don't know if it's good or bad in this day and age. Everyone seems to be pining for unrequited love. What are you talking about, unrequited love? You and Ino seem to be doing quite well. Zai halted, looking at Shikamaru with an odd expression. After a moment he smiled. Who knows? Shikamaru's tone revealed some dissatisfaction, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, becoming somewhat indifferent. Even if you are a companion, if you harm Ino, I won't just stand by and watch. Zai moved slightly, his face wearing a lukewarm smile. I've noticed your intelligence fluctuates greatly. Don't joke with me about Ino. The atmosphere grew tense and Shikamaru's brows furrowed. He didn't understand the change in Zai's attitude, but it certainly made him very uncomfortable. Realizing his mistake, Zai slightly turned his head in embarrassment. I have no right to say anything about Naruto, considering I still act like a clueless child myself. Well, forget what I just said. I didn't mean anything by it anyway. Shikamaru's brows remained furrowed as he looked at Zai, who had already donned a fake smile. He narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction but then thought of something else. You're leaving this afternoon. Did you really accept that mission? Zai nodded. Shikamaru's brow tightened even more. He wanted to say something, but Zai's expression told him that it was pointless to say anything now. You. Never mind. Take care of yourself. Just don't die. Zai paused, then turned to leave, waving his hand behind him. How could I die? Otherwise, who would show that silly woman a mermaid's line in winter? She didn't want to pay attention to me for the past 17 years. Haruno Sakura has loved two men, one a scoundrel in emotions and the other a fool in feelings. If Uchiha Sasuke once brought her sharp pain, then Uzumaki Naruto gave her endless sorrow, a sorrow that she could neither shake off nor clarify. She was immersed in it, finding it hard to escape. She once tried to hate Uchiha Sasuke, but she couldn't. She also attempted to hate Uzumaki Naruto, but to no avail. Compared to being able to receive love from these two men, she yearned more for their happiness, even if it meant that in her life she could only watch the back of the one she loved chasing after him alone with a heart full of sorrow and loneliness. This is Haruno Sakura. She could endure sadness, but she could not tolerate any misfortune befalling Uzumaki Naruto. He was the person in her heart. Even if he didn't belong to her, she wanted to protect him. She easily found Uzumaki Naruto's hospital room, but as she was about to enter she subconsciously froze. Separated by this thin door that she could shatter with a gentle push, it felt as if it stood between her and 1,000 mountains and rivers. No matter how she walked, she could never see that boy who would always walk beside her with a silly smile. In the past, Haruno Sakura had often exploded in anger when Uzumaki Naruto sneaked out of the hospital, but now she desperately hoped that the person behind this door was not there. Uzumaki Naruto was a man who would never obediently stay in the hospital. If he hadn't snuck out, there could only be one possibility: he was unable to escape. She hoped so much, but reality did not meet her expectations. Her hand trembled as it rested on the doorknob, and before she could muster the strength, Uzumaki Naruto's voice unexpectedly and naturally came from within. She couldn't discern Uzumaki Naruto's tone, she only felt a wave of dizziness in her mind. Sakura-chan. Haruno Sakura's heart sank. She paused, then opened the door. Uzumaki Naruto was quietly sitting on the bed, his eyes reflecting emotions that were hard to articulate. He was covered with a thin blanket, his right hand, which had been injured in the 4th grade ninja war, concealed beneath it, obscuring its appearance. Seeing that familiar face, Haruno Sakura felt as if she had been transported to another world, and she suddenly felt like crying. Uzumaki Naruto met her gaze, his expression richer than hers. Sakura-kun, why did you come here? Uzumaki Naruto clearly showed signs of being flustered, his face reddened from sudden surprise and nervousness. He tried to speak more steadily, but it only made him appear more obvious. Haruno Sakura's eyes reddened. She had so much to say. She even wanted to rush over, grab Uzumaki Naruto by the collar and punch that face that kept flashing in her dreams, but once those azure eyes fell on her, she felt as if she were under a spell, unable to escape from the name Uzumaki Naruto. Why didn't you tell me? Haruno Sakura asked him, but Uzumaki Naruto was at a loss. He tried to tilt his head to show his ignorance, but it only brought forth an even more hurt expression from Haruno Sakura. He panicked. He feared nothing more than making her angry and couldn't bear the thought of her crying. Sakura-kun. Don't. What's wrong? Did I make you angry again? Please don't cry. Just tell me what's wrong and I'll help you with anything. Please don't do this. I. Haruno Sakura suddenly rushed forward and slapped Uzumaki Naruto's face. But that slap carried no chakra, merely the light strength that a frail woman could muster. This was all of Haruno Sakura's bitterness, all of her grievances, all of her pain. Her palm stung from the impact and her hand trembled slightly. Once her emotions broke free, nothing could hold them back. Why didn't you tell me? What do you take me for? You can ignore me, you can avoid me. Those are my own faults, I admit. But how dare you? How dare you? Not leave me even a little bit of space. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. He didn't know what had happened, but he didn't care what had happened either. Once Haruno Sakura's tears fell, his world could no longer contain anything. In his heart, countless little sharp teeth grew into sharp knives at that moment, piercing him until he was bloodied and bruised. Haruno Sakura's emotions were on the verge of exploding, and Uzumaki Naruto's dazed face was the final blow in her eyes. All the pain and heartache she had felt over the past year surged forth, and the words she had never spoken for various reasons suddenly poured out all at once. She couldn't stop. She didn't want to stop. She was Haruno Sakura, but she was also a woman who would cry for love and laugh for love. Uzumaki Naruto, let me tell you, you can stay away from me, you can avoid seeing me. But don't think that this is for my own good so you can just impose it on me. You don't know anything. How dare you assume that I still like Sasuke? How dare you unilaterally decide what kind of life I should live? You think this will make me happy? Let me tell you, I hate you to the core. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned, his eyes reddened. All his patience over the past year had vanished. He suddenly jumped up from the bed and all of his emotions finally poured out. He tightly grasped Haruno Sakura's shoulders, roaring out loud. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to watch you and Sasuke be happy together? If I don't step back, how am I supposed to live in front of you? With what expression? Do you think I want it this way? I did all of this. Isn't everything I did just to make you happy? Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura. I. Shut up, Naruto. Haruno Sakura suddenly interrupted him coldly. Her eyes looked at him, gradually overflowing with a cold sense of rejection. She suddenly shook off Uzumaki Naruto's hands and cupped his face, leaning in closer. She fixed her gaze on his eyes, speaking each word slowly. Let me tell you, Uzumaki Naruto, I am not happy at all right now. And all of this is thanks to you. She doesn't want to pay attention to me. 5 Naruto's Uzumaki is a man who has never cried in front of others, at least in Nara Shikamaru's perception. However, now looking at the golden-haired boy in front of him with tears streaming down his face, Naruto suddenly felt quite uncomfortable. What kind of person is Naruto Uzumaki? To summarize in one sentence, he is an overly passionate fool, and to summarize in another sentence, he is a tremendous trouble. Since childhood, the two people Naruto feared the most were one Yamanaka Ino and two Naruto Uzumaki. Once these words are involved, things will definitely spiral out of control, and the most irritating part is that you clearly don't want to get involved, yet you can't let it go in your heart. After receiving news from Sai, Naruto quickly vented his complaints all the way to the Konoha hospital. He waited downstairs for a long time, and the early winter weather left his hands and feet freezing. Even the air he inhaled felt cold. He originally wanted to wait inside the hospital as it was warmer there, but after thinking it over, he was afraid of running into that golden-haired woman, so he ultimately didn't dare to go in. If Naruto is a lifelong wound for Yamanaka Ino, then likewise Yamanaka Ino is a lifelong pain for Naruto. Though their situation is not as deadlocked as that of Naruto Uzumaki and Haruno Sakura, some things and feelings can never be erased from memory. Even if you let it go, it still existed. According to Naruto's conjecture, under the influence of Sei's fabricated news, three possible scenarios could occur. First, Haruno Sakura in a fit of anger reconciles with Naruto Uzumaki after discovering the truth. Second, Haruno Sakura in a fit of anger argues with Naruto Uzumaki after discovering the truth. Third, Haruno Sakura in a fit of anger expresses mutual feelings with Naruto Uzumaki after discovering the truth. It turned out that Naruto was indeed worthy of being Konoha's top strategist, a high IQ but low emotional intelligence guy. He only went upstairs after seeing Haruno Sakura come out, and as soon as he opened the door he was met with this scene. Naruto Uzumaki, that guy who fears nothing and would shout about perseverance in the face of adversity even with missing limbs, was actually crying like a child in such a small room. Naruto froze, feeling somewhat at a loss. Comforting someone was never his strong suit. He tried to ease the tense atmosphere, explaining that he was the one who brought Haruno Sakura here, but before he could say anything, Naruto Uzumaki had already lifted his head, forming a smile that was more painful than his tears. "Oh, you're here, Shikamaru." Naruto was stunned, his heart momentarily flipping as he seemed to see himself from 2 years ago, a man who had also hidden in a room and shed tears because of a woman. He awkwardly opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, only managing to nod. Naruto Uzumaki with red-rimmed eyes glanced at him and buried his head back into his knees, mumbling, "Hey Shikamaru, what should I do if Sakura-can never wants to talk to me again?" Our secret one. Naruto Uzumaki was discharged from the hospital a week after Haruno Sakura's visit. He had nearly recovered 2 or 3 days after the surgery, and the only reason he immediately stayed in the hospital was that he wanted to see Haruno Sakura more. However, after this big fight, that behavior lost its significance. When he was discharged, Hinata came to pick him up, dressed too lightly for the cold weather. Seeing her from a distance, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly felt a pang in his heart. This gentle and kind girl was now his girlfriend, yet he had nothing to offer her. He had initially thought that stepping away from Haruno Sakura's life would spare her the pain she had previously endured in love, and if Haruno Sakura found happiness, he could let go of himself and focus on bringing happiness to the woman in front of him. But he was wrong. Haruno Sakura was not happy, and he had not been able to focus solely on treating Hinata Hyuga well. Naruto Uzumaki was discharged from the hospital a week after Sakura Haruno's visit. He had almost fully recovered within 2 or 3 days post-surgery, and the only reason he stayed in the hospital was to have more opportunities to see Sakura. However, after the recent uproar, this behavior lost its significance. Hinata Hyuga came to pick him up upon his discharge. In the chilly weather, she wore very little clothing, and from a distance Naruto felt a pang in his heart. This gentle and kind girl was now his girlfriend, yet he felt he could give her nothing in return. He originally thought that stepping back from Sakura's life would allow her to escape the pain she had previously endured in the realm of love. If Sakura was happy, he could let go of himself and focus entirely on bringing happiness to the woman in front of him. But he was wrong. Sakura was not happy, and he had failed to be wholeheartedly devoted to Hinata. Sakura had once pointed out that he was being rather self-serving. Naruto felt a twinge of sorrow in his heart. He waved at Hinata and forced a big smile. He thought that at the very least he should protect Hinata well. She had given so much for him, and being by her side was the only thing he could do for her. Hinata was a considerate person. She could naturally sense Naruto's melancholy, and women often had a keen sense about such things. However, she remained silent, merely talking about other matters to divert attention. For this, Naruto felt both gratitude and guilt. He thought that if Hinata could punch him like Sakura did, perhaps he wouldn't feel so guilty. "By the way, Naruto-kun, I prepared dinner at home today. Are you coming back?" Hinata smiled gently, her face beautiful like a daisy. Naruto was momentarily stunned. Looking at Hinata's gentle demeanor, the image of Sakura's teary eyes floated in his mind. He held his head in his hands, yet his thoughts spiraled out of control. He felt he was going crazy. After a long pause, he nodded and smiled brightly as usual. Of course I'll come, this is Hinata's wish after all. But he still lost his words. He left early, and before he realized it, had inexplicably found himself downstairs at Sakura's home. The room on the second floor with pink curtains was Sakura's bedroom. He had walked this path silently hundreds of times over the past year and had stealthily visited that window countless times during lonely nights. He knew that what he was doing was self-deception. He spoke of moving forward, yet he hadn't taken a single step. But he couldn't stop. Every time he thought of that shade of pink, he was no longer the resolute Naruto but rather a boy who could only hide his feelings. He was fully aware of it, yet as long as Sakura didn't bring things to light, he didn't want to unveil the scar in his heart. Sakura was his pain, the person he had loved for 17 years and still loved today. Even if there was a slight chance, he didn't want to leave her side. He was wrong, he refused to change, he dared not change, and now he faced the consequences. Naruto Uzumaki raised his eyes and there was a heavy sadness on his face. If someone were to see him now, they would surely be incredulous. This was the very same boy who had once stood on Hokage Rock overlooking everything with confidence and fearlessness. Naruto lingered downstairs at Sakura's for a long time, and when the moon rose in the west his heart sank. Suddenly he dashed out, nimbly leaping onto the eaves of the second floor and tapping on Sakura's window. No one responded. Naruto was taken aback. He had originally thought Sakura was asleep, but upon calming down he realized there was no one in the room at all. There was no presence, no trace of chakra. Naruto wished he could punish himself. He should have noticed sooner. He was too foolish. Every time he encountered Sakura, his intelligence plummeted. Courage is something that can only be summoned in an instant. As Naruto walked back from Sakura's house, his heart was devoid of the resolve he had earlier. He had almost confessed to Sakura, but she was not there. He didn't know whether to feel happy or not. Within moments of his turmoil, his worries underwent a shift. He couldn't imagine where Sakura might be now. He knew her habits like the back of his hand, and years of attention had suddenly filled him with profound concern. He searched all night in Konoha, in every corner, every place Sakura might have gone, but found nothing. He panicked. He was afraid if Sakura were to disappear forever like this, his heart would likely be buried somewhere with her. He finally understood Sakura's feelings over the past year. He thought that perhaps Sakura would never forgive him. Because he loved her, but to her he was merely a friend. In the early morning, Naruto Uzumaki, after circling around Konoha, returned home feeling an unprecedented fatigue, a weariness that enveloped him from body to soul. This Naruto was not the true him. He was originally just a carefree boy who would laugh foolishly and charge forward in everything. However, people grow up. Once he began to feel heartache over every little thing that Sakura Haruno did, something took root in his heart, making it impossible for him to return to the past. Naruto's home was a small room of only 20 square meters with just a bed, a refrigerator, and a small kitchen separated by a partition. The bathroom was merely separated from the kitchen by a single door. This room was simple and cramped, yet it contained the entirety of his 17 years of life. Here was Naruto's personal sanctuary built from solitude. Besides him, hardly anyone had stepped foot in this place. Even with close companions, this home was still just for him, and he never intended to let anyone else in. However, today was different. As soon as the door opened, Naruto quickly sensed the presence of an uninvited guest. That person's aura was well concealed. If it weren't for the presence of the nine tails within him, Naruto would have almost been deceived. He moved slightly, yet the person in the room seemed to have no intention of leaving. Naruto furrowed his brows, unable to guess the other person's motives, but he knew that their audacity to remain after realizing he had returned was excessive. Naruto's movements no longer hesitated. He omitted the earlier probing actions and charged forward swiftly. He knew that the person was at his bedside, and he could clearly pinpoint their location. Once someone had praised Naruto as the second Flash of Konoha, for after the 4th grade ninja war he had inherited his father's talents, excellently mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. This was indeed true. As one of the 3 ninjas of the new era, besides being able to control tailed beasts and inheriting the Rasengan from Jiraiya, the Flying Thunder God technique was his unwavering signature move, rivaling the instant transmission ability that Sasuke Uchiha gained from the war. In summary, the current Naruto Uzumaki could take down anyone he wished to as long as he decided to act. The other party clearly did not expect Naruto's movements to be so swift. Her resistance lasted only an instant before she was pinned down on the bed with her hands restrained by him. The immense pressure from behind her caused her to emit a muffled groan. At the sound, Naruto's actions came to an immediate halt. In the air, Naruto's trembling voice resonated. He tentatively spoke. Sakura. He had not guessed wrong. That person was indeed Sakura Haruno. Since that day when things soured between her and Naruto, Sakura had temporarily moved in here. She had spent too much time contemplating many things, but apart from heart-wrenching sorrow she gained nothing. Finally she realized that this was a matter between her and Naruto, a matter of two where one would never attain the answer. She made a resolution when she saw Naruto. Regardless of the damn pain or reminiscence, she wished for it to end quickly. She could no longer bear it. The pain from behind was as unbearable as her feelings. She struggled and spoke in a muffled voice, "Let go of me." Only then did Naruto regain his composure, hurriedly releasing his grip and apologizing. "I'm sorry. Sakura. I didn't know it was you. Are you okay? Did I hurt you? Please don't be angry, I apologize. Are you feeling unwell?" "Ah. He reached out to support Sakura but she coldly shrugged him off. Sakura said, "Don't touch me." Naruto froze. He was momentarily at a loss, unable to muster a smile. "Are you angry with me?" Without a response, Naruto's tone clearly carried a hint of tears. "You are angry with me. You don't want to talk to me anymore, do you? You want to say goodbye and go find Sasuke, right? Why aren't you speaking? Say something." Sakura gazed at him quietly, her eyes filled with pain. Clearly it was Naruto who had pushed her away, yet he still displayed such a hurt expression before her. What did this even mean? What made her even sadder was that although she still resented him in her heart whenever he showed such an expression, she was helplessly unable to turn a blind eye. "What do you want me to say?" "Ha! The one who doesn't want to talk to me is you, right? You want to move on, I'll let you. I won't hold you back. Do whatever you want, I couldn't care less. You're right. I came to say goodbye. I'll go find Sasuke tomorrow. And I'll never come back. You're all alone. Alone." As Sakura spoke, her heart felt as though it was being torn apart. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter another word, tears streaming down fiercely. She had fallen in love with him and she could no longer carelessly say hurtful things to him as before. She was done for. Naruto's eyes turned red. He was driven to madness by Sakura's words. He could try to distance himself from her and he could forever protect her from the shadows, but he could never bear the thought of Sakura leaving his life. His mind was in chaos, his voice booming with fury. "Shut up. I won't allow you to say that. Don't even think about leaving Konoha. You won't get to leave." Sakura was overwhelmed with anger and bitterness, crying in desperation and pain. She didn't even know what she was saying, nor could she comprehend Naruto's words. She slapped Naruto hard and turned to leave. Naruto was in a poor state, his rationality had long flown away. When Sakura's slap hit his face, he didn't even flinch. Her intention to leave ignited a mix of anger and desperation within him. He gloomily pulled Sakura back, unsurprisingly encountering strong resistance. Sakura too was frantic, pounding on Naruto, but her strikes had no substantial effect. Naruto's strength was far greater than hers. After struggling for a while, he firmly pinned her back onto the bed. Outside, a faint light from the moon illuminated Naruto's face, allowing Sakura to finally see his blue eyes clearly. "Is this Naruto?" Sakura froze, her tears flowing into her pink hair. Such a pitiful and heart-wrenching expression. Could this really be Naruto? This person with a fierce look and tear-streaked face was truly Naruto Uzumaki. She could no longer endure it and broke down in tears. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then he leaned down, tightly embracing Sakura repeatedly and tearfully pleading. "I beg you, don't go. I'm begging you." Time slipped away like water and Sakura didn't know how long she had been crying, nor did she know how long Naruto had cried. When both of them had finally quieted down from their sobs, Sakura could no longer utter a single word. She lay quietly on the bed with Naruto pressing down on her, his hands still holding her firmly. Her consciousness was constantly hazy. She had forgotten why she was waiting for Naruto here. In the end, she still could not part from Naruto. She tightly closed her eyes and murmured, "Hey, Naruto, what exactly do you want me to do?" Naruto remained silent for a long time before he trembled and slowly released his grip, leaning closer to Sakura. Tears had yet to dry on his face and the once spirited boy's confidence had completely vanished. He looked pitiful, like an abandoned child. "Sakura, I actually know, as long as I'm alive, I can never let you go. I just want to make you happy, truly. I'm sorry for hurting you. I would rather die than let you suffer a bit." He paused, tears overflowing once more. "Sakura. I'm a jerk, but I like you. I like you," he cried. Naruto Uzumaki was crying. Sakura took a deep breath, her eyes blurry with tears as she suddenly leaned in and kissed Naruto's lips. Her heart and mouth were overwhelmed with a sourness that was unstoppable, yet because of that one sentence she was so happy that she could hardly breathe. Naruto was stunned, his tears continued to flow but his eyes widened. After a moment he fiercely embraced Sakura, returning the kiss with fervor. This was a kiss without any skill, yet neither of them pulled away. The collision of their lips and teeth made Sakura want to cry with the pain, but she tightly held onto Naruto's head, letting him do as he pleased on her lips. He trembled, his entire body shaking. After what felt like an eternity, Naruto slowly parted from Sakura's lips, a hint of blood left from where he had bitten too hard. Naruto was dazed, blinking his eyes as Sakura's shining green gaze was right before him. "Sakura." Sakura's lips formed a faint emotion-laden curve as she reached out to caress the lines on Naruto's face, gently sighing. "I know you're an idiot, but why can you see Hinata's affection but can't see mine? Naruto, I like you. Do you see it now?" In the cold night, in a narrow room, the man renowned as one of the legendary 3 ninjas of the ninja world cried again in Sakura's embrace. To be connected in heart and mind, was this truly such a joyful thing? Our secret 3 Naruto Uzumaki had stolen glances at Sakura Haruno countless times, mesmerized by her green eyes and the delicate pink strands of her hair. Whenever Sakura caught him stealing a glance, it would always earn him a light punch from the girl, but now Sakura was sitting in his lap and he could easily reach out to touch her delicate skin. He felt as if he were dreaming. "What are you looking at?" Sakura furrowed her brow and poked Naruto's forehead, recalling how much she missed that silly expression of his. What she didn't know was that for all these years Naruto had been looking at her with such eyes filled with infatuation, loneliness, and a pang of heartache. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, lost in thought, before breaking into a silly grin. He grinned widely, letting out a couple of chuckles, appearing even more foolish. But as Sakura looked at him, she couldn't help but feel like crying. She had already cried too many times today, yet her tear ducts were still active. She thought to herself, if she couldn't make Naruto happy, it would be an unpardonable sin. This man before her had devoted himself to her so deeply that no amount of words could ever describe it. "Hey, Sakura-can, am I dreaming?" Sakura shook her head, her heart aching as she locked eyes with his deep blue gaze. "No." Naruto asked again, "Sakura-can, am I dreaming?" Sakura replied, "You are not." Naruto gazed deeply at her, his eyes reddening with emotion. His hands held Sakura tightly as he trembled, finally managing to speak. "Then how could I be this happy? This Sakura-can. Sakura-can." He called her name repeatedly and she responded each time. Naruto confirmed her existence in this way, and she too used this moment to convince herself of the reality before her. She had almost given up. It was truly wonderful that nothing had gone wrong. "Hey Naruto. Is your arm really okay?" Naruto was momentarily stunned and nodded. He then recalled that Shikamaru had already mentioned it. He felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, suddenly worrying for Shikamaru's safety. Sakura could tell what Naruto was thinking just by looking at his face and couldn't help but find it amusing. "As long as you're fine, I won't pursue the matter." After all, this wicked idea must have come from either Sai or Shikamaru. Regardless of who it was, for Inosake, I would let them off the hook. Naruto nodded reluctantly and suddenly asked, "Sai is fine, but what about Shikamaru and Ino?" Sakura frowned and sighed at Naruto's puzzled expression. "Are all those skilled in ninjutsu this oblivious? It seems heaven is fair. When it opens one door, it must close another window. Whether it's you or Shikamaru, Nara, both of you are so clueless about matters of the heart. I really don't understand how your brains work." This time Naruto could only smile foolishly. He chuckled a couple of times before falling silent, staring blankly at Sakura's face. Sakura was a beautiful woman. Though often said to lack femininity, that view was one-sided. When you truly sat face to face with Sakura, a woman like her could not help but make your heart flutter. She was a beauty. Her hair was soft and pink, cascading over her shoulders, making her fair neck appear especially enchanting under the moonlight. Her eyes were a pure emerald green, just like Sakura herself, a treasure worth collecting and protecting. Her skin was very fair, but not sickly pale, delicate in just the right way. Just looking at her filled Naruto's heart with happiness. Even the mere act of gazing at her was enough to satisfy him. Sakura felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. She slightly turned her head, reaching out to tuck her scattered hair behind her ear, revealing her petite ear. Her fingers were long and beautiful, and even the most casual movement was mesmerizing. Naruto suddenly wanted to kiss her, and in fact he did just that. He leaned in impulsively, their lips meeting, unable to stop. He thought it was fine. Sakura would surely push him away, but she didn't. After a moment of surprise, she chose to accept and deepen the kiss. This was not a mere peck, but a deep, lingering and passionate merging. This was Naruto's first time deeply touching a woman, and this woman was the one he had longed for over the years. The flood of emotions overwhelmed him, making him somewhat reckless and rough. He tentatively gauged Sakura's reaction. Omitted. Though he was not familiar with such things, thinking of Sakura made everything feel so natural. His hand slipped to her waist and Sakura trembled visibly, but she did not pull away. This silent acceptance made it hard for Naruto to contain himself. Under the moonlight, Sakura's face flushed, looking irresistibly charming. Naruto's hand trembled uncontrollably as he gazed at Sakura, his eyes cautious. He gazed at her affectionately, giving her one last chance. "Aren't you leaving?" Sakura paused for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. On that night, that smile became Naruto's curse, a spell he could never escape from, named Sakura Haruno. "She said, I'm not leaving. She said I want to." Naruto felt a pang in his nose, nodding firmly. There were no more barriers between them. He held her tightly, his hands wildly caressing Sakura's entire body. He wanted to be gentle, but actions. Sakura's skin was exquisite. As Naruto tore open her top, pressing their bodies together, he only wanted to worship her, kissing her inch by inch. This was Sakura's first man, her first time. Like many other girls, she had fantasized about this moment, envisioning a splendid room and a handsome man. Yet now in this cramped and dim little space, she found herself wanting to cry tears of happiness. "Hey, Sakura. Can you relax a bit? You Tears welled up in the corners of Sakura's eyes. Is that okay? Naruto's eyes turned red, sweat beading on his forehead, but he just waited. This describes the first time filled with many words that cannot pass, depicting the careful cherishing of a boy's first time with the girl he liked. Sakura cried, covering her face with her hands, her voice trembling. Don't ask me about this. Naruto laughed a bit foolishly and could only omit and skip over it. Sakura wrapped her arms around Naruto's shoulders. This feeling made her want to run, but she knew she wouldn't. She would never leave this man again, nor would she ever find anyone who loved her more than Naruto. Naruto was going crazy. Just imagine for yourselves, his breaths grew heavier. He even wished he could die at that moment so he could forever remain in the bliss of having Sakura. Hey! Sakura! Sakura! I like you. I like you. Sakura listened and suddenly pushed Naruto away. Naruto was taken by surprise and truly fell back. Before he could react, Sakura had already. You should know what happened. It was Sakura who turned the tables, taking the initiative. He gasped and she let out soft moans. His head buried in her embrace. At that moment she truly felt that this man capable of conquering the world was forever under her control as long as he was with her. Sakura. This was her Naruto, her lover. Sakura held Naruto's hair tightly and the two kissed again. Her voice drowned in her heart, lost in Naruto's kiss. Hey Naruto, I love you. This is my secret, a lifelong secret. When we grow old I will tell you this in person. As Naruto Uzumaki slowly awakened from his slumber, the sun had already risen and he realized he hadn't experienced such a peaceful sleep in a long time. He blinked, and as he gathered his thoughts he unexpectedly discovered that the woman who had haunted his dreams was nowhere to be found. He was momentarily stunned. Sakura-kun. The empty room offered no reply and his body stiffened, suddenly prompting him to sit up and erupt. Was that touch so real, that moment of happiness, merely a dream? His heart ached and he staggered out of bed in a daze, realizing in his movements that he was entirely unclothed and the bed was a complete mess. He stared blankly for a moment and a flash of bright red suddenly caught his eye, vivid and striking. Tears welled up again. It turned out it was not a dream, his girl truly belonged to him. He sat on the bed crying and laughing for a while before finally getting up to dress and tidy the room. As he was arranging the sheets he suddenly thought of keeping the bedsheet as a memento, but then he reconsidered. It felt a bit too obsessive. He shook his head, muttering softly, Naruto Uzumaki, this is all you amount to. If Sakura-kun finds out, you're going to get a beating. After saying that he laughed again, sunlight streaming through the window and casting a warm glow on him, making him appear like a silly child. This child had received the gift he desired most, hence his foolish and joyous laughter. As he hummed a tune and stepped outside he lazily stretched his arms. Immersed in his own joy he was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected girl. Hinata Hyuga approached wearing a thin sweatshirt, her petite face filled with worry and anxiety. She rushed over from a distance and it was only when she arrived that Naruto's mind finally caught up. He had promised Hinata he would go to her house for dinner and he had misspoken. He felt an overwhelming guilt for the wrong he had done to her. Despite this guilt he felt no regret. He thought to himself that he truly was a jerk, just like Sasuke when he had defected. Hinata looked at Naruto. The first question on her lips was, "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" Naruto thought that in this lifetime he would probably never be able to make up for his wrongs to Hinata. He opened his mouth but his voice was hoarse. "I'm sorry. Naruto. Kun." Naruto paused for a moment, then raised his head to meet Hinata's questioning and anxious gaze. "Hinata, there's something I want to tell you." Hinata froze, staring into those deep blue eyes filled with determination, guilt and realization. She thought she might understand what Naruto wanted to say and her eyes blinked, becoming a bit misty. Before Naruto could speak she suddenly interrupted loudly. "Naruto-kun." Naruto was taken aback and before he could respond Hinata's expression returned to normal. "We can talk later, something happened to Sai." When Naruto rushed to the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hatake had already been holding the scroll for 5 minutes. His brow furrowed and then relaxed, only to furrow again, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. As expected, it's not that simple. "Kakashi-sensei. What's going on? What do you mean something happened to Sai?" Naruto slammed his palm on the table, anxiously inquiring. Hinata stood a short distance away, worry etched on her face. Kakashi wanted to tell him not to slam the table so hard as the Hokage's budget was quite pitiful. However, clearly this concern paled in comparison to what he was about to say. "You all should take a look at this." Kakashi unfurled the scroll, laying it flat on the table. It was an utterly ordinary scroll with only a few words written on it. "Mission failed, please send assistance." The last word was left unfinished, indicating it had been hastily written, the handwriting still somewhat messy. "What is this?" Naruto picked up the scroll, still confused about the current situation. "Is this a distress signal from Sai?" "Well, sort of. This was brought back by an eagle drawn by Sai, and that eagle disappeared right after delivering the scroll." Naruto's eyes widened. "What do you mean it disappeared?" Seiya-drawn beasts are controlled by chakra. How could it disappear without being attacked unless... He paused, forcefully suppressing the ominous feeling that surfaced in his heart. How could this be possible? That Sai we're talking about. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, but Naruto's mind gradually cleared and he straightened his posture, his demeanor turning serious. Kakashi-sensei, what exactly did you send Sai to do? Kakashi shook his head, squinting his eyes. He could tell from Naruto's determined gaze that he wouldn't easily end this conversation without revealing the truth. Kakashi ran a hand through his messy silver hair, sighing. I knew calling you over would lead to this. Well, I planned to tell you anyway, so let's not dwell on that. Hey Naruto, it's been over a year since Sasuke left the village, right? Have you heard any news about him? Naruto was taken aback. He couldn't understand how this matter was related to Uchiha Sasuke and he opened his mouth in disbelief. What does this have to do with Sasuke? He went traveling. Could anything unexpected happen? Naruto's comment was meant to be a joke, but to his surprise Kakashi revealed a non-committal expression, leaving Naruto genuinely astonished. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of joke are you making? It's already strange that Sai got into trouble. Given his current strength, I can't think of anyone who could defeat him. Moreover, that was Uchiha Sasuke we're talking about. Indeed, he is Uchiha Sasuke, and he's also the one who was atoning for his past sins, Kakashi added lazily. Naruto could no longer hold back his frustration. His face flushed red as he asked what the hell is going on. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, losing interest in keeping secrets, and quickly explained the situation. It turned out that just 2 days ago Konoha's ninjas received intel from outside that confirmed that one of the legendary 3 ninjas of the new era, Uchiha Sasuke, had been attacked and forcibly detained while passing through a certain village. Upon receiving this news, Konoha's ninjas prepared to report it, only to be intercepted by the same group, leaving their fates uncertain. The Anbu also learned of Sasuke's detention during their search for informants. This information had not spread but was kept discreetly hidden, indicating that someone had prepared thoroughly for this attack. Moreover, the fact that they could capture Uchiha Sasuke, who possessed both the Sharingan and Rinnegan, spoke volumes about their strength. Kakashi had also made his case to Konoha's higher-ups regarding the rescue of Uchiha Sasuke, but unfortunately it was all rejected. Uchiha Sasuke is no longer a ninja of Konoha. Granting him amnesty for his defection was already the biggest concession. Based on this conclusion, Konoha's elders nearly froze all the elite ninjas Kakashi could send except for the Anbu. So did you send Sai on this mission? Not exactly. Sai took on this mission himself. As he spoke, Kakashi glanced at Naruto, whose expression was tense. Well, even though Sai comes from the Anbu, having spent so much time with you, I didn't expect him to go this far for someone else. Naruto's patience had worn thin. He was extremely worried about Sai and Sasuke's safety and wished he could fly over immediately. Kakashi-sensei, please let me take on this rescue mission. I will definitely bring both of them back safely. His gaze was resolute and calm. Such a Naruto Uzumaki would not be deterred by anything. Kakashi blinked his tired eyes and replied faintly. I told you Konoha cannot intervene. Don't make things difficult for me in front of those old men. I never said I was going to save them on behalf of Konoha. I am merely representing Naruto Uzumaki, going to rescue his close friend. I know you would come for Sakura. Haruno had been wandering through this forest for quite some time and it seemed she was lost. She was not a reconnaissance ninja and could not pinpoint the exact location of Sai and Uchiha Sasuke, so going to the place where Sai and the previous ninjas had disappeared was undoubtedly her only choice. After departing from Konohagakure, she walked for about a day and arrived at the place where several ninjas were said to have vanished. To her surprise, there was hardly any cover. The possibility of an ambush was non-existent. She crossed the open space and entered the forest to continue her journey, but soon lost her way again. When she saw the clearing for the second time, she realized that an illusion had been cast here, trapping her in a cycle. This was an overt trap, almost brazen in its execution. Sakura squinted her eyes, feeling the intent of the person who had set the illusion. It was an invitation: dare to enter and you shall never return. Ha! Interesting. Sakura Haruno faintly curled the corners of her lips. She thought that Uchiha Sasuke and Sai were likely inside, and while she was not confident in her ability to overcome the illusion that could ensnare someone like Sasuke, she felt compelled to enter. She formed hand seals with both hands and rushed into the barren clearing, and with the utterance of the word open, the scene before her changed instantly. Sakura Haruno suddenly flickered to the side as a black ferocious tiger lunged past her. Had she not dodged in time, she would have almost lost her life right there. She rolled to the side and quickly got up, but the tiger relentlessly pursued her, pouncing again. Sakura's expression changed as she realized the anomaly of the tiger. Both its imposing aura and appearance were too familiar. This was Seiya's art beast, a frequently encountered creature. Are you kidding me? Sai, you bastard! Sakura exclaimed softly, her fist striking with fierce precision as she sidestepped and landed a swift blow to the tiger's head, sending it crashing into the ground, turning into a puddle of ink. With the ambusher dispatched, she quickly adjusted her breathing, finally having the chance to survey her surroundings. Around her it was no longer an open field. Compared to many mountain ranges she had seen before, it resembled a swamp shrouded in a light mist. Indeed, it's an illusion. Such a vast space, how many people created this? Sakura raised her hand, adjusting her gloves to fit more snugly. Since Seiya's art beast could still attack teammates with vitality, it indicated two things: first, he was still alive, and second, he was nearby. Sakura's anxious heart finally settled. She shook her head, shaking off the unease and irritation from receiving the distress signal, and began searching the vicinity. As she had predicted, this illusion was exceedingly bizarre, but its strangeness far exceeded her imagination. There was no chakra in this illusion, yet it was filled with it. This was a contradiction, yet it had occurred. Sakura originally wanted to probe for any ambush nearby, but after a moment she quickly gave up. She could almost imagine that even if members of the Hyuga clan were present, what they would see would likely just be a vague mist of chakra. Sakura lost track of how long she had been moving through the illusion. The swamp seemed endless, and importantly, her sense of direction was ineffective. She marked many spots along the way, yet she just couldn't find her way out. The journey was silent until suddenly Sakura heard a rustling sound coming from the low bushes around her, a sound that was abrupt and lacked any prior warning. Sakura stiffened momentarily, her body quickly reacting. She first took a step back to evade, then formed hand seals using the body flicker technique to launch a counterattack. With a loud bang, the bushes collapsed and Sakura saw the tail of a snake whip around before quickly dissolving into a swirl of ink. This was the second time Sakura had killed one of her team's pets today. The psychological impact was indescribable. Veins nearly bulged on her forehead as she wished to swiftly find Sai and punch that infuriatingly smug face. She thought this, yet she found no opportunity to do so. An hour later she discovered Sai hanging upside down from a tree. That Sai with the infuriating smile and a wicked mouth hung lifelessly between the branches, blood trickling down his neck, winding into a river on the ground. Sakura froze, and as her tears welled up she slowly regained her senses. She remembered the man whose skin was as white as paper, the man who was handsomely alluring, and the man who died hanging from the branches, her comrade who shared life and death with her, her dear friend chosen by Yamano Ino, her lifelong happiness. The love of the cosmos, Flower 1. The relationship between Yamanaka Ino and Sai began 3 months after the Fourth Great Ninja War ended. When this news spread, it caused a sensation among the ninjas of the same period. Even Yamanaka Ino's close friend Haruno Sakura was surprised, as these two had gotten together so abruptly and without any prior indication. Compared to the shock of others, Yamanaka Ino's surprise was no less than anyone else's. She herself had no idea how it happened, and she had already entered into a relationship with Sai seemingly without understanding. Every time she thought of that handsome yet pale man's faint smile when she agreed to date him, she felt a wave of dizziness. Was it love? Perhaps, but she herself didn't know. She just thought that if she could walk alongside this man, it would indeed be a wonderful thing. Yamanaka Ino truly began to notice Sai from the day of the Hero Memorial Conference. Before that day, the man was merely defined in her heart as a sharp-tongued handsome guy and Sakura's teammate. She still remembered that cold day standing before the memorial stone inscribed with the name Yamanaka Kaichi. She had persuaded Sakura to leave, claiming she would only stay for a moment, yet somehow she ended up standing there quietly for an entire night. When she came back to her senses, Sai was quietly watching her from behind silently. "When did you arrive?" The man wore his signature smile, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. "Just now." It was an obvious lie easily seen through by Yamanaka Ino, but she wasn't in the mood to call him out on it. Seiya's indifferent expression made her feel uncomfortable. She stared directly into his eyes, her tone sharp. "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I amusing to you now?" Sai was taken aback, scrutinizing the slender woman before him. Her eyes were red, her expression haggard, and the weariness was evident between her brows, yet she stubbornly put on a brave front which made her appear rather strange. Sai couldn't quite articulate his feelings, but he felt a distinct discomfort. He tilted his head slightly and spoke sincerely, "You are indeed amusing." Yamanaka Ino's expression stiffened. She quickly stood up and with a crisp and swift motion slapped Seiya's face without any chance of evasion. "Say that again." Yamanaka Ino's eyes were red, tears on the verge of spilling. She had been suppressing her emotions for too long, and she wasn't as strong as she pretended to be. She was different from Sakura. Even though she regarded Sakura as her lifelong best friend and rival, she could never surpass her. Because Sakura could cry and get hurt, yet she would never fall, whereas Ino couldn't guarantee she would remain standing. Sai, somewhat surprised, covered his face and blinked. "I was just speaking the truth. Why did you hit me?" Yamanaka Ino was genuinely furious, pulling at the corners of her mouth, sarcastically nodding. "I just wanted to hit you. Do you have a problem with that?" Sai paused, then shrugged. "No. Getting hit by a woman is something I've grown accustomed to since knowing Sakura. The fact that Yamanaka Ino's strength is less than Sakura's is rather fortunate for me. What are you doing? Aren't you leaving? Do you want to get hit again?" Yamanaka Ino glanced at the motionless Sai, coldly asking. "Well, I am leaving, but the ugly girl is worried about you. I was thinking maybe I should escort you home." Yamanaka Ino fell silent. She looked back at the memorial stone, and after a moment she turned and walked past Sai. It was time for her to go home. Starting tomorrow she had to begin living anew. She still had family, comrades, and Sakura. "Hey, wait for me." They traveled in silence, but Sai indeed walked her home. Yamanaka Ino didn't want to acknowledge him and Sai remained quiet knowing he was rarely this tactful. Yamanaka Ino's home was a quaint courtyard, simple yet elegant. Sai followed her to the door, quietly watching her unlock it. The man was dressed lightly as well, yet he had silently stood with her in the graveyard all night. Seeing the faint blush on his face, Yamanaka Ino suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Although Sai was a sharp-tongued man, he genuinely cared for her. For someone who could fulfill Sakura's request to this extent, Sai wasn't a bad person. She had originally wanted to express her gratitude, but upon meeting Seiya's penetrating gaze, her words shifted. "Why are you looking at me like that? What are you thinking?" Although she appreciated Seiya's looks, every expression on his face ignited her anger. "If I speak the truth, will you promise not to hit me?" Yamanaka Ino's temple twitched slightly, her beautiful face distorting a bit. "You say?" Sai tilted his head slightly, hesitating. A troubled expression appeared on his pale and exquisitely handsome face. In the early morning light gently spilled from the horizon, illuminating the man's slightly furrowed brow. "I don't know why, but I feel like I want to hug you right now. The love of the cosmos flower too." One of Seiya's words felt like a stone thrown into the lake of Yamanaka Ino's heart, quickly creating ripples, but they didn't last long. At 17, Yamanaka Ino was no longer the girl whose heart raced at a handsome man's words or glances. Moreover, at that time she had someone she cared about even more than Sai. The villages that needed recovery after the war were not just Konoha. Narashikamaru submitted a request to head to Sunigakure a month after the war. This was the first time that the usually lazy man who found walking a hassle proactively requested to do something, and of course it was approved. As Yamanaka Ino was sending him off, she almost blurted out, "Don't go," but she didn't have the chance. Narashikamaru waved at her, his usually listless eyes showing a hint of hesitation. The tall black-haired man awkwardly scratched his head, looking elsewhere. "Hey Ino, I'm planning to confess to Temari when I go to Sunigakure this time." Yamanaka Ino was taken aback. She was somewhat dazed until Chuji called her name, snapping her back to reality. Narashikamaru looked at her with concern, advising her to rest well. However, Yamanaka Ino's heart was already in turmoil. She actually wanted to grab Narashikamaru by the collar and tell him, "You can't go. Also, I like you." How could she say it out loud? Girls always had a sense of restraint. Even if she usually appeared loud and fiery, she had her pride that could not be touched. She forced herself to speak a trivial comment, suppressing the trembling in her palms. She realized Narashikamaru's significance to her during the war, and on the same day when Narashikamaru hugged Temari on the battlefield, she also understood that she would completely lose him. She would forever remember that day. Hey, what are you thinking about?" Yamanaka Ino came back to her senses. A pale face that was almost unnaturally handsome was close at hand. She was slightly taken aback and teased. "You have a nice face, but why do you become so annoying when you speak? Sakura told me this and I didn't believe it, but after spending some time with you I am convinced. It's a miracle you haven't been killed by Sakura yet." Is that so? At this moment, should I thank you for complimenting my looks, or should I refute you for pointing out my lack of eloquence? Seiya's expression appeared pure and innocent, and closing his mouth could indeed charm a group of girls, but Yamanaka Ino saw through the true face hidden beneath that facade and immediately shot back. "Think whatever you like. By the way, what are you doing here? Didn't you go on a mission?" "I finished the mission. A bunch of useless guys are quite easy to handle." Yamanaka Ino smirked after finishing the mission. "Why aren't you in a hurry to report back? What are you wasting time here for?" Sai stood there without moving, smiling gently, looking as mild-mannered as ever, yet also somewhat irritating. "Can I speak the truth to you?" Yamanaka Ino was taken aback. She wasn't slow-witted, she was more sensitive about feelings than other girls. Of course. Narashikamaru was an exception. Some people's existence was always taken for granted, causing people to forget to care. Sai was smiling, but when his tone changed, Yamanaka Ino felt a sense of foreboding. She tentatively tilted her head and spoke. "What? Do you want to hug me again? Is this also Sakura's request?" Seiya's expression remained unchanged. His smile deepened, making it harder to read his emotions. "So I'm asking you, do you want to hear the truth?" Yamanaka Ino looked directly into his eyes. At that moment she suddenly felt that the man before her was serious to a somewhat frightening degree. She paused and shook her head. "Sorry, I have some matters to attend to, so I'm leaving first." Yamanaka Ino's steps were swift. She wanted to leave and Sai couldn't stop her. Some things didn't need to be spoken, people would understand. Just like earlier, she silently rejected him. Sai blinked, watching the slender and tall figure fade away. He gently furrowed his brows. "Not daring to reject me to my face just tells me I still have a chance." Yamanaka Ino really. He slightly curled his lips, his eyes narrowing into a curved line. "Well, now what should I do?" The love of the cosmos flower 3. In Yamanaka Ino's life there was almost no intersection with Sai. After the 4th grade ninja war, she was busy helping Sakura manage the medical department every day. Initially, with Shizun and Tsunade still around, it wasn't so hectic, but after those two took off with their little pig, all the burdens fell on Sakura and her shoulders. Taking on such responsibilities wasn't really suited for her, but she had a sense of duty and couldn't bear to see Sakura suffer, so she busied herself every day. However, amid such a busy life, Sai somehow managed to find opportunities to insert himself. When Yamanaka Ino realized Sai was visiting the hospital quite frequently, she finally understood his intentions. During one of their rare encounters, Yamanaka Ino impatiently bandaged his wound. Her annoyance was initially about the trouble, but looking at the smile on Seiya's face ignited her anger. She slapped Seiya's forehead and voiced her complaints. "Are you kidding me? You called me out for such a minor injury. And hey, the Umbu leader shouldn't be this useless. Are you doing this on purpose?" The man smiled, his handsome face strikingly exquisite. He rubbed his forehead and replied, "How did you know?" Yamanaka Ino paused, slightly stunned, then turned to leave. But Sai wasn't the type to let his prey escape. He quickly grabbed Ino, staring into her eyes. "Are you leaving again?" Yamanaka Ino glared at him. Her blonde hair shimmered beautifully in the sunlight, making Sai feel an urge to touch it. If that hair belonged to Naruto, he wouldn't even want to look at it. "What are you doing? Let go." Sai slightly tilted his head, soon releasing her, a perfectly timed smile on his face. "Ino, don't hide from me." Her brows furrowed. Seiya's expression always bore the same look. That kind of smile was both inscrutable and irritating. She paused for a moment, finally turning back. "Are you serious?" Sai countered with a question. "Am I not obvious enough?" Yamanaka Ino was genuinely taken aback, although she had a vague sense she denied it within herself. After all this was Sai, she couldn't imagine that one day this man would fall for a woman, and that woman would be herself. "Sai. You." She couldn't articulate her feelings, but she probably didn't want that sentence to come out. She couldn't be with him. Her heart belonged to someone else. "Ino, I miss you." Sai gently interrupted her words, softly repeating it over and over. "Ino, I miss you." She stood there dazed, listening to him say it a few times. As she listened, she felt an urge to cry, but when she opened her mouth she could say nothing. She knew it was impossible for her, and him, yet when he spoke those 4 words she felt a despicable desire to hold on to this feeling of being loved. She despised herself. "I'm sorry." Sai paused for a moment, then slightly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had lost much of its fluctuation and he lifted the corners of his mouth. "Although I want to appear cool in front of you, it really hurts." He paused again, then continued. "Hey Ino, seeing me injured, why don't you choose to accept me out of sympathy? Even if it's out of sympathy, do you wish for me to be with you?" Yamanaka Ino's eyes were as deep as a still pond, gazing at Seiya's face and speaking softly. Sai suddenly smiled, his eyes curving yet devoid of any mirth. "No, I don't want you to give me anything, I just want to guard you openly." For some reason, seeing him made her heart ache, yet being unable to see him hurt even more. "Hey Ino, won't you help me cure this ailment?" The rejection from Yamanaka Ino in the mountains was expected by Sai, but the feelings he received far exceeded his imagination. He should have quietly retreated to the past as no one knew and nothing had happened, but he couldn't do that. He thought that he really couldn't let go of Yamanaka Ino. If he withdrew like this, he might never have the opportunity to experience the desires of a woman again. No, he knew that was just an excuse. He simply wanted to be with Yamanaka Ino. After a month, Naruto returned to Konoha with Temari, reporting to the Hokage about the progress of the peace and mutual assistance agreement, and announced the news of starting a relationship with the Sand Ninja Princess. Everyone went to a tavern to celebrate together, including ninjas from the same period and familiar acquaintances. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate Naruto. The usually lazy man appeared uncharacteristically uneasy, frowning as he accepted everyone's teasing, yet when he looked at Temari there was an unmistakable hint of joy in his eyes. He truly loved her, and now he had her. That night Yamanaka Ino did not touch a drop of alcohol. Perhaps she should have gotten drunk, but she did not. She knew that even if she got drunk, the childhood friend with the sky-high ponytail would no longer come to help her home, dragging her along while complaining yet unashamedly carrying her in front of onlookers. Why did she only realize this so late? Why did it take until now for her to feel the deep love she had for Naruto? It was tragic. Haruno Sakura had been sitting beside her, tightly gripping her hand, her eyes filled with deep concern. She had intended to say she was fine, but when she opened her mouth no sound came out. When Naruto came to toast her, she felt a painful sting in her heart, a heavy sense of oppression and bitterness overwhelming her world. She merely nodded and took the only drink of the entire event, a cup of wine that Naruto had offered. "As expected, you said it and did it, Shikamaru." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. "What?" Ino chuckled softly, feeling that something had been buried at that moment. She held a secret she could never speak of for a lifetime, and to make this man happy she would unhesitatingly keep this secret hidden forever. She turned her gaze to Temari, who was chatting with Hinata and Ten behind her, and softly said, "Confession, didn't you say it before leaving?" "You really did it, as expected of Shikamaru." Shikamaru's expression slightly changed, appearing a bit complex. He raised his hand, gently spinning the cup in his grasp. Well, how should I put it, I didn't do it, you see. Although I originally planned to say it first, Temari definitely isn't someone who would lag behind. Ino paused, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. She was first shocked, then lowered her head. If a woman confesses to you, doesn't that mean she loves you a lot? Shikamaru, you are truly lucky. Ah. Yes. It's great to not miss out. Nara Shikamaru nodded, lost in thought as he gazed at Yamanaka Ino's face, blinking and smiling slightly. This woman had once occupied a significant part of his life. Since childhood, apart from his fierce mother, Yamanaka Ino was the most important woman in his life. Although he once had a crush on her, he truly hoped that this woman could live according to her own wishes rather than being able to have her. Finding a handsome man and having a passionate romance was Yamanaka Ino's wish, and Nara Shikamaru would never be someone she would consider. He wished to be the man Yamanaka Ino loved, but how could he, defined as a friend since birth, ever catch her eye? Nara Shikamaru glanced back at Temari, who smiled at him with a playful wink, and he couldn't help but nod in response. When he turned back to look at Yamanaka Ino, he smiled slightly. Thank you, Ino. Although we would never obtain your love in this lifetime, as expected, first love is not so easily forgotten. I liked you, loved you, and I thank you. Yamanaka Ino was taken aback, her green eyes quickly filled with tears. Nara Shikamaru's serious gaze was fixed on her, which was what she longed for, but she only felt an overwhelming heartache. If she could choose, she would rather live her life without any connection with him. She couldn't bring herself to smile and bless him with another woman. Yamanaka Ino slowly nodded, feeling dizzy from the oppressive air. She couldn't stay there for another moment. She suddenly ran out of the tavern, not looking back. She feared that if she delayed even a moment longer, she would break down in tears and say irreversible words that would destroy everything in front of that man. Nara Shikamaru chased after her, calling her name from behind, but she didn't dare look back. Not far from the exit, she saw Zai standing there silently watching her, an indescribable tranquility in his demeanor. At that moment, Yamanaka Ino felt that the sadness in that man's eyes might be heavier than her own. Ino. Shikamaru's voice followed closely behind her, and Yamanaka Ino's expression towards Zai suddenly changed. That was a plea, a prayer. Zai saw it and accepted it. Without any hesitation, he embraced Yamanaka Ino. When Nara Shikamaru caught up, he felt her body tremble slightly, her nasal voice filled with crying. She was crying, but this time it wasn't because she rejected him. Zai looked up and locked eyes with the arriving Shikamaru, suddenly feeling an unprecedented sensation, one that was even harder to bear than losing to others in the Umbu. He couldn't describe it. If he understood human emotions like others, he would know that the defeat he felt at that moment was nothing but a man's heartache, a man's boring jealousy. Ah. Nara Shikamaru froze, pointing at Yamanaka Ino and Zai's arms, feeling slightly awkward. You guys. Zai's face was calm, suddenly breaking into a smile that was completely indistinguishable from usual, very false. He held Yamanaka Ino tightly, his gaze cold and indifferent. It's nothing, Ino is drunk, he'll take her home. Shikamaru, you should head back. Your girlfriend is waiting for you. He smiled again, implying that he was urging him to leave. Help me tell Sakura so she doesn't beat me up next time we meet. Shikamaru's eyes held an indescribable complexity, his gaze lingering on Yamanaka Ino's back, a peculiar dimness to it. He paused and nodded. Then thank you, Ino's house is over there, it's that one. No problem, I know. Zai interrupted Nara Shikamaru's words smoothly, smiling faintly. I often take her home. This was a man's hostility, and Nara Shikamaru sensed it well, seeing the eyes of his rival. He didn't understand why Zai was looking at him like that, but he was already clear that Zai had feelings for Ino. He tilted his head slightly, feeling awkward. After a brief pause, he scratched his head and turned to leave. Zai had a face that would make young girls scream, and it was the type that Yamanaka Ino liked. She didn't refuse being held by Zai, and Nara Shikamaru didn't know what right he had to speak up. He slowly walked back to the tavern, where people were still making noise inside. Temari was either outside enjoying the breeze or something, standing at the door. When she saw Nara Shikamaru return, she slightly raised the corners of her lips. You're back. She was waiting for him, and he knew it. He nodded in response. Nara Shikamaru suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Temari knew he had loved Yamanaka Ino, but she said nothing, which made him feel guilty. He should think more about Temari. This woman was noble and deserved to be cherished. Temari. Nara Shikamaru. The golden-haired woman with a bright smile interrupted him, her face flushed from drinking, looking at Nara Shikamaru with deep and bright eyes. I like you. In that moment, Nara Shikamaru felt as if he had returned to Sunagakure, to that high platform on that windy, sandy night. These words came from this woman's lips, 4 simple words that easily froze his entire world. Nara Shikamaru opened his mouth, then closed it again, awkwardly turning his head to the side before returning to meet Temari's gaze. He smiled and stepped forward, embracing the beautiful woman. You truly have defeated me, Temari. Temari closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around this man, teasing. What a boring man, your girlfriend confesses to you and that's all you say. Nara Shikamaru laughed, thinking of the scene of Zai embracing Yamanaka Ino and then recalling Temari's bright eyes. Well, though it's troublesome, I hope Ino can find happiness. For that I can do many things, really. Temari's expression froze for a moment before she nodded. I know. I've always known. The sadness in her heart had just begun to rise but vanished without a trace at Narashikamaru's words. She heard his heartbeat reverberating through their embraced bodies. Narashikamaru's voice had an especially magnetic quality in the night. He said, "Temari, I love you." 008 The love of Cosmos 5 The night was cool as water and he could feel every sensation of the air flowing around him, yet his attention was completely unfocused. Yamanaka Ino was in his arms, her head resting on his shoulder, intermittently letting out low sobs. He suddenly felt a deep discomfort in his heart. What he yearned for, and the embrace of the mountain well should not be like this. But now he cannot let go. This woman needs him and she has never needed him before. Should he feel happy or sad? He did not know. He just laughed abruptly, as if mocking the sadness of the mountain well yet also mocking his own pitiful state. "What are you laughing at?" The mountain well raised her head, her eyes red and streaked with tears. He wanted to wipe them away but he couldn't reach out, he knew she would avoid him. "Did I laugh?" The mountain well furrowed her brows, her voice still tinged with a sharp sense of weeping. "You laughed, you're mocking me." "No, I didn't." He thought to himself, but he didn't say it. He suddenly wished this woman could understand how he felt inside. He wasn't as calm as he appeared, he was hurting and he hoped she would know. "You're right, I might really be laughing at you. You love Narashikamaru so much yet you dare not speak it out. Clearly you are so fiery yet in the end you're just a coward." The mountain well suddenly pushed away a step, her hand swiftly raised, but it stopped just inches from Zhuojing's face. She felt a pang of sadness. Looking into Zhuojing's eyes she shouted, "What kind of expression is that? Who are you doing this for?" "I am the coward. It's because I genuinely like him. Even if it's just a little. I wish he could live happily." "What do you know?" "You." Zhuojing stepped forward, suddenly covering the mountain well's mouth with his hand, the force pushing her back, but Zhuojing quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her back. His pitch-black eyes suddenly appeared before her, filled with an unprecedented murderous intent, but it quickly vanished. That was Zhuojing, used to lurking in the darkness, who never easily revealed himself. Yet the mountain well had forced him out so simply. Zhuojing stared intently at the mountain well with astonished eyes. Suddenly his brows knitted together and sorrow overflowed in his gaze. His pupils flickered and he spoke softly, "Well, you can't be so cruel." The mountain well was taken aback. When she reacted she slapped Zhuojing hard and turned to run. This man's gaze was too terrifying. Whether it was pain or desire, she did not want to be involved. She was the mountain well, she did not need a man like Zhuojing who was so obsessed with love. An excuse. She simply could not imagine a life without Narashikamaru accepting another man. If she did, what would all her delayed love for Narashikamaru mean? The mountain well's figure quickly disappeared. Zhuojing looked at her retreating silhouette, somewhat dazed as he touched his face. There was a stinging pain from her slap, and the pain she caused him was more than just this. "I'm really being foolish at this time, shouldn't I take advantage of the opportunity?" Night had fallen. The mountain well's home. She avoided her mother and returned to her room alone. Insomnia was natural, the name Narashikamaru had long been able to make her lose control. But tonight, besides Narashikamaru, another man's intrusion suddenly filled her mind. Those eyes filled with pleading and possessiveness made her very uncomfortable. "All bastards," she muttered softly. Suddenly a crisp knock sounded at the window. She jolted, coming back to her senses as a tall man had already leaned halfway through the window. She was startled, quickly rushing forward, her fist landing precisely on the intruder's chest. But it was in vain, that person was much quicker and stronger than her. The mountain well took a single step forward but was instantly pushed back onto the bed. Moonlight fell on that person's pale and delicate face and the mountain well's vision finally clarified. A vein throbbed on her forehead and her voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. "Are you sick? What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Zhuojing's expression remained unchanged, tilting his head innocently. "I came for a night raid." The mountain well was genuinely furious. After a moment of surprise she sprang up from the bed. Zhuojing, who had been holding her down, was caught off guard by her sudden resistance, and then there was no then. Moments later the mountain well angrily sat back on her bed a meter away from her. Zhuojing knelt, holding his red cheek, his brows furrowed innocently. "It hurt so much, you hit too hard, Jinya, shut up." The mountain well growled softly, looking at Zhuojing's expression that was no different from usual. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid to see the Zhuojing from before. That Zhuojing was truly very, very scary. "Do you know what time it is? You come to an unmarried woman's room so late and say you're going to raid. Do you want to die?" The mountain well fiercely complained, trying hard to ignore the deep gaze Zhuojing was fixing on her face. "It's fine, hurry and leave. Be careful that I hit you so hard even your mother won't recognize you." Zhuojing listened quietly until the mountain well yelled at him to leave before he spoke. "If you want to hit me, then hit me, but I want leave." The mountain well was stunned, frowning. "Then what do you want to do? I really might hit you to death." Zhuojing smiled, his lips curling up as they always did. Do you want me to tell the truth? The Mountain Well's expression darkened. She knew Zhuajing was serious. She paused and finally let out a weary sigh. Zhuajing, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Zhuajing's expression changed. He put away his smile, replacing it with a calm demeanor. His gaze appeared incredibly gentle in the moonlight, as if looking at a treasure both cherished and helpless. I know. But I think at this moment you might need someone to accompany you, and I just want to be with you. Jinya, don't let me go because I want leave, okay? His gaze was steady like a clear pond. This gaze was unbearable for her. She awkwardly turned her body and finally tossed her head, lying on the bed with her back to Zhuajing. If you want to stay, then stay. I won't care about you. But you mustn't come over. If you do, I will hit you to death. Zhuajing smiled, his brows softening. He looked at the slender back of the Mountain Well, somewhat entranced. Hey, Jinya. No one responded, but he knew she was listening. He gently turned his head, gazing at the moon outside as he slowly began to speak. I feel like I have a lot to say to you, but there's never an opportunity to say it. Even if there was, you would surely interrupt me and hurriedly flee. Hey, are you listening? He paused before continuing. I feel like I am suffering retribution because I always mocked Naruto, and now I find myself on his old path. He always looks at Haruno, Sakura, and I have always looked at you. Jinya, I really don't know what's going on or how to express it. But I truly... You wouldn't believe it, even now I don't know what can be called love. But if someone could enter my life, that person would definitely be you. Jinya. The Mountain Well lay quietly, her breathing shallow yet steady. She had fallen asleep. Zhuajing paused, closing his eyes only to open them again. Suddenly he smiled mockingly, a hint of desolation in it. Jinya, I long for you, I miss you, I am willing to do many things for you. I hope you can smile for me, cry for me, I hope you can need me as I need you. Mountain Well, Mountain Well, Mountain Well, do you hear me? How could there be an answer? She would not respond to him. Zhuajing lowered his head, his shadow had unknowingly moved to the other side. The sky was about to brighten. He paused, stood up, and prepared to leave. Although he did not care, being seen by others was not good for the Mountain Well. He pushed open the window and leaped down. Just as he took 2 steps, he could not help but turn around sharply. The Mountain Well was leaning against the window, gazing at him, her green eyes shimmering. She certainly had not fallen asleep. How could she possibly sleep? Zhuajing stood below, staring directly at. Compared to the awkwardness that should be there, he craved her response and her answer more. Watching the Mountain Well's golden hair billow in the wind, he felt incredibly dazzling. He longed to embrace that woman. Could this desire be called love? He did not know, but he spoke it without thinking. He gazed deeply at that beautiful woman looking down at him uncontrollably. He said, Jinya, I love you. This time the Mountain Well did not avoid it. She too quietly looked into Zhuajing's eyes and slowly spoke. Are you willing to walk with me for a lifetime, to spend a lifetime forgetting Narashikamaru? What the answer was Zhuajing did not know, but he shook his head. He would not accompany the woman he desired to forget another man. What he craved was this woman's gaze and this woman's love. I am unwilling, Jinya, I am unwilling. I will not accompany you to forget him, I just want to accompany you in love. Mountain Well, are you willing to entrust the rest of your life to me? Are you willing? That morning the sun slowly rose, golden rays cascading down like her hair, effortlessly piercing into his heart. The Mountain Well smiled, brightly radiant and dazzling. Her red lips parted slightly and her gentle laughter filled the entire space with the soft morning light. She said, who knows? Zhuajing smiled, pale, beautiful and sincere. Why not smile? She did not refuse. In the month that followed, Zhuajing chose a rather domineering way to barge into the life of Yama. Like all encouraged men, he launched an intense pursuit of the woman he adored. In fact, this statement was entirely wrong from the beginning. Firstly, for Zhuajing, he did not truly understand what love meant. All he desired was to be with that woman, driven by his lust. Secondly, Zhuajing couldn't quite comprehend where his pursuit was considered intense. Books say that excessive enthusiasm from men can repel women, yet he believed he was merely doing what he thought was appropriate. He merely wished to win her favor. At that time, the post-war recovery was still ongoing and conditions were poor. The medical department and the covert operations had a lot to handle, often leaving no time for solitude. Zhuajing rarely adopted a teamwork approach, striving to complete tasks swiftly and returning home early each day. He would always linger at Yama's window for a while before quietly leaving without her noticing. The books advised against being too bothersome and suggested a gradual approach. A single bouquet a day was sufficient, 3 times a day was excessive. Dining together should not be too frequent in his view. Once a day was enough, alongside picking her up and dropping her off. Although he wanted to take full responsibility to avoid burdening Yama, he settled for twice a day. Achieving this level of pursuit, it's no wonder such an approach was labeled as intense, for Zhuajing simply did not understand the concept of limits. Yama, which one do you think is better? Yama raised her head from the flower bushes. Although her mother managed the flower shop, she often came to help. What do you mean? Just the injury. Do you think it's easier to take leave for a hand injury or a foot injury? Well, probably a foot injury. A hand injury always feels a bit inconvenient. Yama was puzzled and rubbed her forehead. What on earth are you talking about? Studying such things is really infuriating. I want to take a leave to stay in Konoha for a couple of days. Isn't Shikamaru sending Temari back these days? I want to stay and accompany you. Also, getting injured isn't so bad. Books say that a moderate amount of injury can promote affection between men and women. You see. Zhuijing's words were cut short as a sharp slap landed on his forehead. The force of the slap made his vision go dark, nearly causing the flower pot in his hands to drop. Shut up. Are you out of your mind? Don't get hurt over such things. And I don't need you to accompany me. Move aside. Zhuijing stepped aside, obediently letting Yama pass. Her long hair fluttered in the wind with her brows furrowed tightly beneath her long bangs. Yama. Yama did not turn back. She bent down again and buried herself in the flowers, her expression cold and indifferent. The book says it so well. Why don't you just go and become disabled? Maybe then you could have me take care of you for a lifetime in the hospital. Zhuijing hesitated slightly, unexpectedly revealing a smile. That wouldn't be so bad. But being disabled would be quite inconvenient. I actually want to hold you while sitting on Hokage Rock for a while. Yama paused, and after a moment she raised her body, her expression slightly strange, her brows furrowed, her tone ambiguous between happiness and displeasure. Zhuijing, sometimes I really doubt if you're doing this on purpose. Zhuijing's expression instantly froze, genuinely displaying a look of surprise as if he had said something wrong. Yama observed him, paused for a moment, and then suddenly chuckled. I really can't believe you. With a guy like you, you'll never win a girl's heart. How can you be so foolish and clueless? If not for his lack of understanding, it would be one thing, but he spoke so bluntly without any cover. Zhuijing's pale, almost ethereal face, rarely furrowed, standing in Yama's flower field. His tall and well-proportioned figure matched the beauty created by the bouquet. He opened his mouth, a mysterious light glimmering in his black eyes. Hey! Yama, will you go out with me? I will remember everything you teach me. He actually held no hope. How could Yama possibly agree to him? He had already decided to wait for her for a lifetime. However, at that moment Yama quietly looked at him, her emerald eyes radiating a rare softness. She seldom looked at him like this, such gaze as she usually reserved for Haruno Sakura and Nara Shikamaru. Wearing a light-colored apron, her golden hair cascading down, she earnestly focused on Zhuijing's eyes and gently nodded. Okay. In that instant Zhuijing was stunned, blinking, and suddenly his nose felt a bit sour. He looked down at the ground, then raised his head to meet Yama's gaze, where her pupils shimmered slightly. After a long while he suddenly nodded, offering a gentle smile. His brow showed a slight furrow, yet the curve of his lips was so heart-wrenching. He resembled a pale flower gently blooming in that moment. To Yama, this man suddenly appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Hey, so this is what you look like when you're happy. Zhuijing remained silent, placing the flower pot down, walked over and embraced Yama. After that he made no further movements. They began dating just like that, without any earth-shattering confessions, simply establishing their relationship in the flower field, which turned out to be quite a lovely memory. The news stunned everyone for a while, especially Haruno Sakura, who looked at the two of them as if she had swallowed a fly. What are you thinking? Sakura asked her this. She paused, then answered earnestly, nothing. I'll be happy for sure. She was indeed very happy. Zhuijing gave her many things she never dared to hope for. Although Zhuijing was unaware of social niceties, once he had someone in his heart, his way of showing it was blunt and profound. His kindness to her was evident to anyone, and the changes he made for her were hard to resist. After a year of being together, he was always very accommodating towards her. He was almost indulgent. Although Zhuijing often spoke harshly and lacked social awareness, she knew everything he did was for Yama. She firmly believed she could walk alongside him for a long time, always, until they grew old. Did she love him? She wasn't sure yet, but she was willing to spend her life with him. Aside from Zhuijing, she had never thought of anyone else. Yama. Yama. The voice of Naruto Uzumaki rang in his ears, pulling her back to reality. What happened? Naruto was sweating lightly, glancing at Yama and Hinata Hyuga beside him, speaking hastily. I've been trying to activate Flying Thunder God. Zhuijing has my kunai on him, so I should be able to connect quickly. But something is blocking me, as if there's a barrier. What about now? Wait a bit longer, I feel like the barrier is fading. I'll break through it soon. Damn it. If the distance weren't so great, I could have connected long ago. But only for a moment. You all need to hold on to me. Yama and Hinata exchanged glances and nodded. Her hands trembled slightly from anxiety. Once the Flying Thunder God was connected, she would be able to see Zhuijing immediately. But now she was filled with fear. She couldn't imagine what would happen if something happened to Zhuijing. She could only anxiously pray for his safety. She had never considered that Zhuijing might leave her one day. She was so immersed in the tenderness he gave her that she almost forgot that if she didn't cherish him, he too would eventually leave. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings and the scenery quickly changed. Yama jolted in surprise, finding herself in a dark forest. Did it work? Before Yama could feel joy, she was stunned by Naruto's ashen face. Shock and pain were evident on Naruto's features, causing Yama's voice to tremble. What happened, Naruto? No answer. Yama slowly turned her head, but suddenly everything went dark. Her eyes were covered by Naruto's hand, and then his trembling voice reached her ears. Don't look, Yama. Zhuajing wouldn't want you to see this. Yama fell silent. Suddenly she forcefully pulled Naruto's hand away and opened her eyes. Zhuajing's body lay quietly not far away, his complexion as pale as usual, but his eyes were open and unfocused, his mouth slightly ajar and his chin smeared with blood. His body was split in two, with the waist lying there for an unknown amount of time. Yama felt her strength leave her body and she collapsed to the ground. Something exploded within her heart, echoing in waves, and her tears burst forth from her eyes. She understood. She had loved this man so deeply all along. Despite having the experience with Nara Shikamaru, she remained so oblivious, thus heaven had to punish her, forcing her to face this again and again. To lose what she loved. Sakura Haruno's proficiency in illusions is quite commendable, as Hatake Kakashi would say. She's good enough to make her way in the world. When Sakura saw Sai hanging upside down from the tree, it took her 10 seconds to realize she had been trapped in an illusion without knowing. The illusion was flawless, leaving Sakura no choice but to believe that there truly existed techniques capable of ensnaring even the Sharingan, and now she was caught within one. She formed hand seals and tried to break free twice, but the scene before her remained unchanged. This was not a good sign. She stood up lightly, leapt onto the tree, and quickly brought Sai down. Though it was clearly an illusion, the tactile sensations felt so real that Sakura began to doubt her own judgment. After placing Sai down, she reached out to touch his neck, where a deep wound suggested the cause of death. How could an illusion be crafted so perfectly? Sakura found herself in a quandary. While she was deep in thought, someone suddenly grabbed her wrist forcefully. Sai, who had just been lying on the ground, opened his eyes and flipped over to pin Sakura down. At the same time, his face kept shifting until it settled into a visage that was eerily familiar to Sakura. The person's golden hair stood on end and the patterns on his face closely resembled those of Naruto Uzumaki. He gripped Sakura's throat tightly and spoke coldly. Kill him and he'll let you go. The strength in his hand was immense and Sakura found herself unable to break free. She threw a punch, but her fist passed right through his head effortlessly. An illusion. Although it was clearly an illusion, the pressure around her neck felt all too real. Sakura was certain that in less than a moment she would suffocate. She struggled, but it was futile. The person's voice echoed above her, repeating incessantly, kill him and he'll let you go. Sakura's face gradually flushed red. She opened her mouth to squeeze out a sound. Who do you want to kill? The face of Naruto Uzumaki changed slightly, suddenly filled with a murderous intent. That person must die. He killed my most important person. I will not let him go. Sakura was at her limit, desperately trying to pry away the hand gripping her throat, but she couldn't move it an inch. Her consciousness began to blur when suddenly a cold voice echoed in her mind, pulling her thoughts back in an instant. Sakura, wake up. This voice she would never forget. She had spent years yearning for its owner, that solitary figure whose loneliness was heart-wrenching. It was unforgettable. The face of Naruto Uzumaki became increasingly grotesque. Sakura's temples throbbed and the cold voice in her mind grew clearer. She finally struck the shifting face before her with all her might. The sensation of hitting something solid jolted her and her vision underwent a dramatic change. She had broken free from the illusion. A pair of unique eyes entered her view. Sakura paused, her mind clearing completely. The boy had several layers of thin bandages wrapped around his forehead and his long black hair fell at his temples. His features were chiseled like a sculpted masterpiece, so handsome yet exuding an aura of coldness and detachment. This was Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura felt dazed for a moment. She stirred, detaching herself from Uchiha Sasuke's embrace. The lingering sensation around her neck was alarmingly real. She reached up to touch it and couldn't help but cough a few times. Are you all right? Sakura turned her head. Uchiha Sasuke was staring directly at her and she couldn't help but nod. I'm fine, Sasuke-kun. Thank you for saving me. Uchiha Sasuke remained still and Sakura took a moment to carefully examine the boy before her. He was uninjured, showing no signs of fatigue, and his chakra was completely normal. After confirming all this, Sakura exhaled and sat down on the ground. That's great, you're okay. Uchiha Sasuke gazed at her quietly, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone somewhat dim and unclear. I knew you would come. And thank you. Sakura paused, opening her mouth to say something, but a sharp, sorrowful cry suddenly rang out, interrupting her. The sound permeated the entire space, causing Sakura to freeze in place. Ino from the Yamanaka clan. She turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke, who nodded slightly at her, and the two hurried toward the source of the sound. As they ran swiftly, Sakura heard the voice from the illusion again, sounding as if sandpaper had been rubbed against it. I will kill him. Who exactly do you want to kill? Sakura did not expect an answer, but the voice responded to her. Laced with intense killing intent and sadness, it echoed softly in her ear. Uchiha Sasuke. The source of that voice was not far from Sakura. Both she and Uchiha Sasuke moved quickly, and in no time they found Ino Yamanaka and the others. In the same low thicket, Ino, Naruto, Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga were seated. For Sakura it was a certainty that Naruto would come. Ino was also expected, but Hinata. She paused, suppressing any extraneous thoughts. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Ino's condition was dire and Naruto was gripping her tightly. Though he seemed much calmer, his face bore an unmistakable pain. Sakura could roughly guess what they had witnessed, that Gaisai must have experienced a different kind of death again. Without pausing, Sakura exchanged a glance with Uchiha Sasuke and they rushed to their side, channeling chakra from outside. This method was practical and swift, particularly effective for those who had just fallen into an illusion. Ino's vacant eyes flickered after a long while they gradually regained focus. Naruto and Hinata recovered faster than Ino, and once they did, Naruto slammed his fist into the ground with great force. Damn it! How could we fall for an illusion so easily? Hinata gently comforted him beside her. Sakura glanced over but quickly turned her gaze back to check on Ino's condition. She couldn't afford to be distracted. Tears streamed down Ino's cheeks, and only when her eyes were completely clear did she let out a loud cry. Sakura pulled her into an embrace, soothing her softly again and again. It's okay, it was just an illusion, it's not real. Everything is just as it was, don't worry. After trembling in Sakura's arms for a while, Ino finally calmed down and spoke softly. If it was just an illusion, then where is the real Sai? Sakura did not know Sai's whereabouts. She had just emerged from the illusion herself and understood no more about the situation than Ino did. She could only look up at Uchiha Sasuke and ask, Sasuke-kun, what exactly is going on here? And have you seen Sai? The dark-haired boy looked up at the sky and nodded. As for Sai, I know where he is. It will be dark soon and the traps here will become more numerous. Let's go, I'll take you to find him. Silently, Uchiha Sasuke led the way with Sakura, Hinata and Ino in the middle and Naruto bringing up the rear. They had not seen each other for a year and a half and there were many things to say and ask, but in this situation silence was the only option. Hinata walked beside Sakura as they moved further along the path, her brows furrowed deeper. How could this be? What's wrong? Sakura asked, surprised. What's going on? This place is too strange, there's no sense of chakra at all, yet when I activate my Byakugan all I see are chakra signatures. This aligned with Sakura's initial deductions. She glanced back at Naruto, who returned her a similar look. Yes, it's too bizarre here. I thought I would succeed immediately when connecting with the Flying Thunder God technique, but it took me a whole half day of trying, as if something was continuously hindering me. It was only because the barrier suddenly weakened that I was able to break in. Weakened? Ah. Something flashed in Sakura's mind and she quickly spoke. Is it because when Sasuke-kun saved me I broke an illusion, so the barrier weakened? Then does this mean that the illusions here are all connected to the barrier? Naruto furrowed his brow and looked toward Uchiha Sasuke, asking gravely. Sasuke, you've been trapped here for several days, right? If it's you, you must have figured this place out by now. What exactly is happening? I refuse to believe there's an illusion that can trap you. Uchiha Sasuke did not turn around or respond. He walked quietly, his back as steadfast and lonely as usual. It was an indescribable feeling, one that made Sakura's heart ache every time she thought of the name Uchiha Sasuke over the years. After a long while, Uchiha Sasuke finally stopped. In the thick fog, he reached out and lightly tapped the air, causing the mist before them to rapidly dissipate, revealing a reasonably spacious cave. We're here. Sai is inside. Sakura and the others were momentarily stunned, and Ino was the first to rush in. She ran into the cave, where a pale injured man looked up at the sound, a pale smile that would be forever imprinted in her memory. Is that you, Ino? Ino paused for a moment, tears welling up as the overwhelming sensation of having regained something lost washed over her. She could never bear to experience this feeling again. She had to protect the man before her. Sai was her future, her home. Idiot, of course it's me. You look so disheveled. What are you staring at? Come here and hug me. Sai's body trembled slightly, his expression a mix of emotion and helplessness as he struggled to crawl over, finally managing to make it closer. Hey, it seems this time it's real. If I get stabbed again, I really won't be able to take it. His arm draped over Ino's shoulder. The familiar warmth of his body drew near and Sai immediately collapsed. Ino quickly supported him and helped him sit to one side. The various injuries on his body made Ino unable to fathom the perilous battles he must have endured. She held back her tears while swiftly tending to his wounds, her hands trembling. Thank goodness you're okay. Thank goodness you're okay. She murmured, but Sai was too heavily injured to hear. He had already passed out. He had been holding on, waiting, and now that the one he had been waiting for had arrived, he could finally let go. Ino would save him, he knew that. Sakura also rushed in, initially planning to help, but Ino was entirely focused and had no room for her to intervene. She looked around and could only sit down with the others on one side of the cave. Uchiha Sasuke skillfully started a fire outside. The sky had turned completely dark. He poked the fire with a stick and spoke softly. Thank goodness you all came. If it were any longer he really wouldn't have been able to hold on. So what exactly happened? Sasuke. How could Sai be so severely injured? Who could it be? Damn it, I won't let him go. Uchiha Sasuke sat quietly, suddenly letting out a sigh. He appeared on the third day after I was trapped here. I sensed someone entering this illusion, so I went out to scout and found him covered in injuries. He was in relatively good condition. Perhaps because of his strong spirit he managed to hold on for half a day by sheer will. A common person would surely die in no time. Sakura was startled and asked, so does this mean the ninjas sent earlier have all died? This place is too strange. Even before entering I was wondering how many people could create such a vast illusion, and the illusion is filled with powerful illusions as if. Hinata Hyuga interjected, feeling everyone's gaze on her. She quickly waved her hand with a flushed face. Sorry, I just feel this way. Don't mind me. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head. No, I think Hinata has a point, but if this is true it's too terrifying. Moreover, how can there be illusions everywhere? Sai is so strong and Sasuke is too. How can this be? Illusions can't be avoided merely by being strong. The essence of illusion techniques targets a person's mental strength. No matter how strong one's physical and ninja skills are, if their mental strength is lacking they can easily fall prey to it. Naruto, weren't you caught in it too just a moment ago? Naruto's face turned red and he awkwardly glanced at Sakura Haruno, scratching his head. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like Sakura-kun is angry with me. Did I hurt her yesterday? His thoughts became chaotic and he wished he could slap himself. How could he think of such things at a time like this? Naruto Uzumaki, you've really had enough. He calmed down, thinking left and right, and finally focused his gaze on Sasuke. Since the moment everyone started discussing, Uchiha Sasuke had not revealed anything. He couldn't figure out the reason and could only ask again. What are you doing, Sasuke? Everyone is trapped here, hurry up and say something. Sakura didn't stop him, she was also eager to know the outcome. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on the burning flames, never leaving. Sasuke-kun, you should explain the situation here. Dragging this out in such a dangerous place will not be beneficial. Seiya's injuries are severe and he must return to the village for treatment promptly. Uchiha Sasuke finally spoke, meeting Naruto's gaze with unwavering determination. You just asked who could injure Sai. Do you really not feel it? From the very beginning there has been no one here. This is an unguarded prison that traps people until death. This is my prison, none of you should be here. Sakura stopped at that moment, recalling the voice she heard in the He killed someone important to me, I will never let him go. Who is that person? Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, what exactly have you done? Our redemption for Uchiha Sasuke said this and did not speak again. He leaned against one side of the cave, remaining unresponsive no matter how noisy Naruto was. Sakura actually wanted to stay by Naruto's side for a while, but Hinata with a gentle expression kept accompanying Naruto. Watching this she felt utterly ashamed. Hinata is Naruto's girlfriend. What foolish thing did she do last night? She had relations with Naruto. How despicable must Sakura feel about that? It's not that she cares about her reputation, she just truly doesn't want to hurt Hinata. That girl is so kind and excellent, she shouldn't suffer such humiliation. Stealing love has never been something Sakura wanted to do, yet watching Naruto from afar she felt no regret at all. She felt hopeless. Pausing for a moment she sat up and rushed toward Uchiha Sasuke, retrieving the prosthetic sealed in a scroll from her waist. Sakura spoke with unyielding firmness. Extend your hand. Sakura had always been gentle and accommodating in front of Uchiha Sasuke. It was a habit she developed since her girlhood. But that doesn't mean she is always like that. At times she can indeed be resolute, just like now. This was something that should have been done by her own hands a year and a half ago, and the day for its execution has finally arrived. Uchiha Sasuke lifted his gaze, his eyes focusing on Sakura's face. He frowned slightly and spoke. No need. Sakura had a premonition that Uchiha Sasuke would refuse, just as he had left before the prosthetic was completed a year and a half ago. He did not want to recover, he was punishing himself. However, Sakura also had her own insistence. She had kept the prosthetic all this time for this purpose. Uchiha Sasuke is guilty. This thought can fade away in anyone's heart except for Uchiha Sasuke himself. Uchiha Sasuke believes he is guilty, and even after all this time he still hasn't let go. He is unwilling to forgive himself, so no one can give him redemption. Hey! Sasuke-kun, what have you done here? Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Why do you ask that? It seems I heard a voice in the illusion. Although that voice is very old, for some reason I feel it's very much like a child. Sakura turned to look at Naruto, who was also looking at her. I know Sasuke-kun did many things when he wasn't with us, I don't want to ask. I just want you to know that Naruto and I have always been with you since we entered Team 7. You are not alone and you don't have to bear everything by yourself. We will be waiting for you in Konoha, waiting for you to come home. Naruto stared directly into Sakura's eyes. His gaze was indescribable. He was actually very happy. Just by looking at Sakura when she said this, he felt that everything from yesterday was real. He had Sakura and Sakura's heart liked him. Sakura-kun is right, Sasuke, we never meddle in your affairs, but you need to know we have always been waiting for you. Sakura-kun and Kakashi-sensei are also waiting for you. If you want to be trapped here, you should first think about the fact that you are not the only one trapped. We are all here. Naruto paused for a moment before continuing. I know your strength better than anyone, and I said before that I absolutely do not believe there is an illusion that can trap you. But you have been trapped here for so long, Sasuke, don't you think you owe me an explanation? The black-haired youth snorted, closed his eyes, and a hint of a smile crept onto his lips. It was a feeling that was hard to describe, a mix of helplessness and mockery, yet it felt lonely. How long has it been, yet you are still so naive? You truly are enviable. Uchiha Sasuke fell silent for a long time before finally opening his eyes. When I was training under Orochimaru, I once did an exercise. In that exercise I killed 100 people. That place is right here. Half a year ago I felt someone following me all the way with a murderous intent, yet they didn't strike until now. He is a child very young with sharp eyes that resemble my own from the past. I killed his brother and he came for revenge. This illusion is entirely his doing at the cost of his life, merging himself with the illusion. He led me here, and even when facing me to cast the technique in the end he didn't even blink. He is not afraid of death, he only seeks revenge. Sakura's heart tightened. At the cost of his life, does that mean if the technique is broken the child will die? The answer is affirmative. Sakura finally realized. No one can trap Uchiha Sasuke except for himself. He has been reluctant to break the technique because he doesn't want to break it. Perhaps to him the child is his past self. Once he strikes it would mean denying his own past. Ultimately Uchiha Sasuke is unwilling to forgive himself. He believes he is guilty. Sakura suddenly felt like crying and laughing at the same time. She noticed that Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki are both opposites and yet the same. They are stuck in their own convictions, unable to escape. They are stubborn, strong-willed, and just as self-righteous. Why do you think that way? Sasuke-kun, you could have obtained redemption long ago. You are innocent. Because you are Sasuke-kun, the Sasuke-kun, we know, the stubborn and defiant Sasuke-kun, thus you are innocent. Hey Sasuke-kun, let's go home. Our redemption 5, a night of stalemate. To be precise, Sakura wasn't sure whether it counted as a night, as time and the illusion is unpredictable. However, judging by the gradually brightening light from outside, it must have been a whole night. Uchiha Sasuke remained unresponsive, leaning against one side of the cave, his lips pressed together, eyes tightly shut. Sakura sat opposite him, the scroll containing the prosthetic curled up by her feet. Since she sat there, her head hadn't been raised. This silence was the most tormenting. In the beginning Naruto argued a few times, but soon he too fell silent, frowning as he stared at Uchiha Sasuke. Since the latter remained still, he too did not move. Naruto-kun. A gentle voice rang out. Naruto finally shifted his gaze away from the black-haired boy's face. He looked at the girl who spoke, whose brows were deeply furrowed with worry. What's wrong, Hinata? It's not me, it's over there. Naruto was startled and quickly turned his gaze. In a daze he heard a muffled coughing sound from the direction of Ino in the mountains. Before he could react, Sakura had already rushed over. Sai, who had been lying beside Ino, was now convulsing, his brow furrowed as he tried to say something. But as he opened his mouth, dark red blood gushed out from his mouth and nose. Ino. Hold him down. He's coughing up blood. His injuries are too severe, the organs we just repaired are bleeding again. Hinata. You come help too. The black-haired girl ran over in response, and the three of them quickly got busy, leaving Naruto unable to intervene at all. From a distance he could only see the bloodstains on the ground deepening, and that once bright and lively blonde girl was now trembling with both hands, her face ashen. His pupils contracted sharply and his fists clenched tightly. He thought he would never feel this sense of helplessness again. Yet at this moment, when that impatience and anger surged up, he was just like the Naruto who heard the news of Jiraiya's death, a powerless bystander. How tragic. In his life Naruto craved others' care as much as he dedicated himself to becoming Hokage. Similarly, what Naruto feared most was that important people would leave him in his life. No matter how he insists on the path of a ninja, no matter how hard he works to become stronger, when life and death confront him he is constantly reminded of how lowly he is in the face of helplessness. Everyone will die, but in the fourth great ninja war that handsome and outstanding boy should not die, and neither should Sai. Sai is his comrade with whom he has shared life and death, and also a brother with whom he can entrust his life. Though he would mock him as useless with a fake smile, he would still leave his defenseless back to him when facing the enemy. He cannot die. He is too young, there is still a long way to go. He still hasn't proposed to Ino. He hasn't shown her the drawings of ring designs one after another. How could he? Naruto halted, looking back at Sakura, whose face was pale, covered in cold sweat. His nose felt sour and he could no longer sit still. He stepped out and stood before Uchiha Sasuke. The sounds of rescue were so noisy, yet the black-haired boy's eyes remained closed, his face devoid of any emotion. Come with me, I have something to say to you. The black-haired boy opened his eyes and Naruto's gaze met his without avoidance, just like that gaze on the Valley of the End, unshakable even as the heavens and earth crumbled. Uchiha Sasuke sneered lightly, his lips curling faintly with a hint of a frown between his brows. You want to persuade me to break the illusion? No, right now I just want to beat you up. Ultimately, Uchiha Sasuke went out with Uzumaki Naruto. If he truly did not want to leave, Naruto would not have been able to drag him along. They returned after more than an hour, and by that time the cave had fallen silent. Sai lay quietly on Ino Yamanaka's lap, his face devoid of color, while Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga sat beside them, both showing signs of fatigue. How is he? Is Sai alright? Sakura slowly lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over Naruto's face before pausing. I can't say he's fine, we barely managed to stop the bleeding. If we can't get back to the village quickly, he won't last half a day. What happened to your face? Naruto's expression twitched and he quickly raised a hand to cover his face, gritting his teeth before awkwardly sitting back down. Previously focused on saving Sai, Sakura hadn't noticed when Naruto and Sasuke had left. By the time she realized, she wasn't overly worried. She was well aware of Sasuke's strength. With him around, Naruto wouldn't be able to run away. She carefully examined Naruto's face. Indeed, the swollen cheek was impossible to hide with his hand. Turning to look at Sasuke, the dark-haired boy sat calmly on the side, showing no sign of distress. What's going on? Did you get into a fight? Naruto remained silent, his eyes darting as he shot a fierce glance at Sasuke. Tiskin, you claim you didn't fight back? What a load of nonsense. Sakura-kun, don't be fooled by his arrogant demeanor, he's definitely feeling it and I didn't hold back. Sakura was taken aback by Naruto's response, her anger flaring up immediately. Are you out of your mind? What time is it now? Why are you even fighting? Are you? She waved her fist in frustration, causing Naruto to instinctively duck and cover his head. Sakura-kun, please don't be angry, it was my fault. Oh no, I was wrong. Don't be mad. Sakura naturally didn't continue to hit him, she was already exhausted from the earlier rescue. With a huff, she turned her head away, ignoring Naruto. Her gaze landed on Ino and her eyes dimmed further. Ino was not the type to remain silent, she worried about Sai. Normally she would have been impatiently urging to break the illusion, but she didn't. She was using Seiya's life to buy time for Sasuke, not for anyone else but for her own Sake Sakura. This bond she could never repay. However, she could not change Sasuke's mind. He never altered his decisions based on her words, his intentions and resolve would never be shaken. 2/3 of her life's frustration stemmed from this man, yet she was helpless. She could get back up after falling, but the number of times she had stumbled because of Sasuke was countless. In short, Sasuke did not wish to use the jutsu. No matter how anxious she was, there was nothing she could do. She thought that if she persisted, there would come a day when she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke and Naruto, but reality told her that was impossible. Sakura stood up again to check on Seiya's condition. After doing everything she could medically, she attempted to make one last effort. Her gaze fell on Sasuke's figure. The dark-haired boy had unknowingly made his way to the cave entrance. She widened her eyes in surprise as the morning light filtered in, casting a gentle glow on Sasuke's dark hair. Let's go. She found it hard to believe, falling silent as her eyes darted back and forth. When they returned to Sasuke's face, her eyes were already brimming with tears. Where are we going? Sasuke did not answer, he simply turned silently and walked away. His figure was still so slender, but this time she could catch up to him. She cried, tears streaming down her face. Naruto's face came into her view, his cheeks swollen, but he smiled widely. His hair shone with a dazzling light and his smile was pure and radiant. He said, "Don't cry, let's go home." In that moment she realized that Naruto always saved her time and again. No matter when she fell into darkness, he would always bring her the light. He treated her so well that it warranted a lifetime of gratitude. Thank you, Naruto, thank you. Uchiha Sasuke's pace was not fast. Hinata and Ino supported Sai as he walked in the middle while Naruto and Sakura took up the rear. They needed to find a spot where the illusion was weakest to break it. Sakura could not do it alone and neither could Naruto, but for Sasuke it was not a difficult task. They followed Sasuke's pace, remaining vigilant for any changes that might occur within the illusion. This illusion is alive, the caster must be omnipresent. If we decide to break the illusion, he will definitely know, and how could the location to break it be easily found? Naruto smiled faintly, showing no concern. With Sasuke around, what is there to worry about? I am well aware of his strength. Sakura listened quietly, suddenly smiling as she looked ahead at Sasuke's back. She spoke softly. What did you say to him? Why did Sasuke change his mind and agree to break the illusion? What did I say? I didn't say much. I just wanted to hit him, so I dragged him out and gave him a beating. You beat him and ended up with a swollen face yourself. Naruto's face twitched, a sudden grunt escaping him. Who knows what was going on with him? Before I hit him he said he wouldn't fight back, but suddenly he went crazy and punched me in the face. We basically ended up hugging and fighting without using any taijutsu or ninjutsu at all. Just like that. Naruto paused, caught in Sakura's gaze for a moment before he sighed, relaxing. I really didn't say much. I was so frustrated that I didn't even remember what I said. My mind was all jumbled up and I just blurted out a bunch of nonsense. For example, you're a jerk, he'll kill you if you dare to fight back, do you want to die? And such. Sakura's eyes widened, her voice rising slightly. And another example. Another example is that no one can support you for a lifetime. Sakura and I have been supporting you for so many years and finally it's your turn to help us, but you acted like a turtle. Sakura fell silent, staring at Naruto's face, speechless for a long time. The strength of Uchiha Sasuke is unfathomable. Although Uzumaki Naruto often boasts of certain victory, in reality he holds no actual chance of winning in a real fight. Having not seen Uchiha Sasuke for over a year, he cannot predict the others' progress. Even if he can imagine their battle, he can only be certain of one thing: if they truly go all out, one will surely die and the other will be injured. He has always firmly believed in Uchiha Sasuke's strength. Even though they have walked different paths for a long time, he must reluctantly acknowledge that Uchiha Sasuke is indeed very powerful. Not long after he and Haruno Sakura were covering the rear, the surroundings began to change. When the ground collapsed, he was caught off guard, but Haruno Sakura quickly grabbed his hand, a refreshing chakra flowing into him, stabilizing his body. What are you thinking? Don't get distracted. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto still dazed, Haruno Sakura yelled again, Naruto. Naruto hurriedly nodded, a hint of guilt crossing his face as he looked at the back of Hyuga Hinata. Suddenly he grabbed the wrist of the girl who was about to leave, silently pulling Haruno Sakura a bit closer. The girl frowned. Before she could speak, Naruto's voice gently rang in her ear, not loud enough for anyone else to hear. He said, Sakura can wait for me a moment. After this mission I will clarify things with Hinata. Haruno Sakura looked up. Naruto's face was very close to hers and they maintained this strange position as they walked. She didn't know what exactly she wanted to say, whether to ask if he was serious or to say that this was wrong. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but only one word remained. Okay. The girl lowered her gaze, masking her emotions. When she pulled her hand away from Naruto's palm, he did not stop her. What they were doing was wrong, it should be this way. However, continuing like this would ultimately lead to someone getting hurt. Haruno Sakura never intended to hurt Hyuga Hinata or to steal her love, but if she were to let go of Uzumaki Naruto, she simply couldn't do it. Ever since she realized her feelings for Uzumaki Naruto, everything had already gone wrong. Haruno Sakura silently watched Hyuga Hinata's back, feeling a sense of guilt winding up like thorns in her heart. She tried to open her mouth, but not a single word came out. She felt ashamed of herself. Because she couldn't forget the joy that surged within her the moment Uzumaki Naruto made that promise. This guilt would be something she carried for a lifetime. We've arrived. Uchiha Sasuke's voice came at the right moment, surprising Haruno Sakura as she looked around. This land seemed no different. Had Haruno Sakura been searching alone, she would never have found it. It was too ordinary to the point that you could not imagine this was the key place to break such a formidable illusion. It feels like something is off. Hyuga Hinata said softly, blinking, seeming a bit uneasy. Although this journey has gone smoothly, it feels too easy. Uzumaki Naruto nodded but carefully searched again, still finding nothing amiss. Sasuke, are you sure this is the place? The black-haired boy nodded, his indifferent face showing no signs of wavering. He glanced at the figure of Sai, who was being supported by Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, and began to form hand seals swiftly. Time was running out, they had to hurry. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War, there had been few instances that required Uchiha Sasuke to perform hand seals. At this moment the black-haired boy's gaze was focused, his hair flowing and the red Sharingan and Rinnegan spun together, chakra gathering around him, slowly emitting a brilliant blue glow. Break! Uchiha Sasuke shouted, and with his voice the surrounding scenery rapidly retreated, as if the mountains were shifting and the seas were turning. In an instant the area was engulfed in countless stars, as if an eternity had passed. Everything fell silent. Haruno Sakura looked around. The original illusion had been shattered. At this moment they stood in a clearing of a forest, and the previously faint chakra mist had vanished without a trace. Hyuga Hinata activated her Byakugan and carefully examined her surroundings. Suddenly she exhaled lightly, her face relaxing somewhat. Great! We've really made it out. Haruno Sakura was filled with joy and hurriedly turned to look at Uzumaki Naruto, but her gaze was occupied by a chilling glint. It was an extremely powerful chakra. The moment Haruno Sakura realized this, her mind quickly conjured the aftermath of being struck by this chakra. There was no doubt she would die. This chakra shot through the air directly targeting Uchiha Sasuke. They all anticipated this since the child wanted Uchiha Sasuke dead and even used such a powerful forbidden technique at the cost of his own life. He would undoubtedly ensure its success. This chakra was the child's last insurance. Even if Uchiha Sasuke could break the technique, he would certainly die from this insurance. However, when this moment occurred, it was still beyond everyone's expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, Haruno Sakura stood in front of Uchiha Sasuke. It seemed like she thought of nothing, yet it felt like she thought of a lot. For some reason at that moment her mind was unusually calm. She thought it's alright, she could block this, she had the mitotic regeneration technique. As long as her heart wasn't completely shattered, she could survive. But Uchiha Sasuke couldn't, he would die. Yet at that moment time felt as if it stood still. She stood before Uchiha Sasuke, whose eyes widened slightly, and the golden-haired boy behind her also acted without hesitation, swiftly wrapping his arms around Haruno Sakura, exposing his back to the daunting chakra. Drip! That was the sound of blood hitting the ground. Haruno Sakura's pupils contracted, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she opened her mouth, but only a broken sound choked in her throat. Naruto. In the end, the chakra did not strike Uzumaki Naruto. The black-haired girl panicked and blocked behind Uzumaki Naruto, her heart already pierced by the chakra. A blood hole was left on her chest, oozing blood continuously. The girl's body fell straight down, a faint voice dissipating in the air. Naruto-kun. As Hyuga Hinata's body slowly fell, Haruno Sakura realized that the retribution for her and Uzumaki Naruto had only just begun. Uzumaki Naruto tightly held Hyuga Hinata, whose heart had already been shattered. Black blood continuously flowed from her mouth and nose, soaking him. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino almost instantly surrounded them, one treating the blood hole on the girl's body while the other gathered chakra to connect the blood vessels throughout her body to replace the heart that had stopped. Time seemed to stand still. Uzumaki Naruto's face was as pale as paper, even resembling a corpse. It was not until Uchiha Sasuke kicked Sai to help him up that the boy hastily stood and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport everyone back to Konoha. Throughout the entire process, Uzumaki Naruto's lips trembled and Uchiha Sasuke could almost see his pupils flickering continuously. His tall figure bent as if it had been cut in half. Haruno Sakura could care less about anything else. They quickly rushed to Konoha Hospital. Several nurses were startled by their commotion, hurriedly pushing the moving stretcher with Hyuga Hinata into the operating room. Don't just stand there. Prepare for surgery. Go to the storage room and retrieve a transplantable heart. Hurry. Also call all the medical jonin who can help. As Haruno Sakura shouted, she quickly put on the surgical gown handed to her by a nurse. Her heart was already in turmoil, and if one looked closely they would realize her trembling was no less than Uzumaki Naruto's. As the operating room door was about to close, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly rushed forward, gripping Haruno Sakura's arm so tightly that it hurt. The boy's eyes were filled with panic, helplessness and fear. His normally composed blue eyes shimmered with tears, causing Haruno Sakura's heart to clench. Sakura-kun, Hinata won't die, right? The boy asked. His voice sounded like he was crying, yet also like he was pleading. Haruno Sakura couldn't ignore it. She raised her hand to stroke the boy's face, suppressing all the acidity and fear in her nostrils. It's okay, Naruto. I promise Hinata will never die. I won't let anything happen to her. As the operating room door closed, Haruno Sakura's figure vanished into a sea of white. Uzumaki Naruto's legs went weak and he slumped down despondently. Uchiha Sasuke said nothing. He silently sent Sai to another ward, called for help, and then quietly left as if he had never returned to Konoha. Even though some were in peril, some were anxious, and some felt guilt and self-blame, it was all irrelevant to him. He was not familiar with Hyuga Hinata and did not know what qualification he had to wait alongside Uzumaki Naruto at the operating room door. He quickly walked to the Hokage's office. At this time, that silver-haired man should be waiting for him there, Kakashi Hatake, who had always been far-sighted. This time back, Uchiha Sasuke paused. A flash of Haruno Sakura standing in front of him without hesitation crossed his mind, and his thoughts drifted a bit. He thought he might be staying for a long time. Even Uchiha Sasuke had places he missed. Even if that place was already empty, he would ultimately return there. That was his Uchiha Sasuke's home. The surgery lasted for 7 hours. Haruno Sakura hurried out of the operating room, her clothes stained with large patches of blood. Uzumaki Naruto had been waiting at the door. Not long after they returned, Nara Shikamaru arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing Haruno Sakura, the two rushed over to ask about the situation. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were red, and so were Haruno Sakura's. As she pulled off the medical gloves, she rubbed her temples wearily. The surgery did not go well. She had used all her strength to barely keep Hinata's life, but it couldn't last long. Heart transplants are difficult and the sources of organs are limited. The Hyuga clan is a large family and the Byakugan's bloodline is hereditary. Ordinary organs cannot match. Unless someone from the Hyuga clan comes forward to donate a heart. Hinata's heart had already been shattered. Haruno Sakura had used a large amount of chakra and medical resources to keep her alive, which also meant that the heart transplant was not a simple exchange but required to give unilaterally. Who would do such a thing? The Hyuga clan is currently supported solely by Hinata's father. Even so, exchanging lives is something incredibly difficult to achieve. Sakura Haruno did not voice this thought. She knew that to do so would be to declare a death sentence for Hinata. Facing Naruto Uzumaki's pleading gaze, she suppressed all her swirling thoughts and spoke slowly. It's fine, Naruto. The surgery is going smoothly and Hinata will be alright. Don't worry. Naruto Uzumaki let out a sigh of relief, but his arm still trembled, his slender fingers turning pale from gripping tightly. He suddenly spoke, letting out a laugh tinged with an unclear meaning. That mockery, that bitterness struck Sakura's ears, perfectly tearing open a bloody wound in her heart. Sakura-can, I only thought of protecting you, yet Hinata got hurt. Clearly she is my girlfriend, and yet I. She understood that Naruto was not blaming her, he was just filled with self-reproach. But when those words spilled from Naruto's lips accompanied by a trembling tone, she felt as if her entire heart was being fried in seething oil. A sourness rose in her nose and the prolonged exhaustion made her head spin, yet she persisted, stubbornly holding on to the last vestiges of her strength. Go in, Naruto. Hinata needs you right now. The girl spoke quietly, reaching out to touch Naruto's hair, but he subtly evaded her touch. Naruto lifted his gaze to Sakura, and with that one look he cut off all the words she wanted to say. She had only seen Naruto like this twice before. Once was when he learned of Jiraiya's death, and the other time was at Niji Hyuga's funeral. What could Naruto possibly be thinking at this moment? Sakura did not know, but perhaps it no longer mattered. She would stand in front of Uchiha Sasuke to block this attack, and even if she could start over she would still choose to do so. Nothing would change, so who was at fault? Was it her, Naruto, or Hinata? No one was at fault, it was merely fate. For the first time in so many years Sakura believed in fate. She wished she were the one lying in the operating room instead and did not want to see Naruto's current expression. What should she do? She had no right to show her sadness and pain. The weight of her heartache almost made her collapse, yet she felt unworthy. She had no face to cry at the door to Hinata's hospital room. The one who had been hurt was on the brink of death, and she, the culprit, had no expression to convey her sorrow. Sakura Haruno, how pathetic you are, she told herself. Naruto Uzumaki remained silent for a moment before stepping into the operating room. His back seemed so frail, his once spirited demeanor now replaced by a sense of desolation. Each of Naruto's slow steps felt like they were crushing Sakura's heart. She yearned for him to glance back at her, just one look would be a comfort. But he did not. For a moment Sakura felt disappointment, only to immediately mock her own wish Hinata had sustained such severe injuries while Sakura was still entangled with Naruto. How ridiculous. Her complexion was pale to the point of being almost transparent, and the previously silent Shikamaru Nara asked worriedly, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Of course she was fine. "Your complexion doesn't look fine at all," the boy replied, then asked, "How is Hinata?" "Is it serious?" Sakura's hesitant expression gave Shikamaru his answer. The boy paused, his expression growing heavy. "Then how long can she hold on?" Sakura let out a breath, leaning weakly against the wall. "At most 3 days." Sakura awoke from a nightmare. When she opened her eyes, Ino Yamanaka was lightly asleep on her shoulder, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Sakura's movements startled her awake, and the blonde girl opened her eyes. "Sorry for waking you up." Ino looked at Sakura with a complex expression, shaking her head. "You didn't wake me, I just couldn't sleep." As she spoke she glanced again at Sakura's pale face, frowning. "Your complexion is too poor, you've exhausted too much chakra. Don't wait here any longer, go home first." After several days of not resting properly, even a sturdy body couldn't withstand it. Sakura paused, lightly stood up and checked the time. She had actually slept for 5 hours. 5 hours of sleep was not long, but it was under the condition that Hinata had left the critical care unit. At this moment that girl was still in a precarious state, she really had no heart to go back and rest. "How is Sai?" "He's fine, I just checked on him. He's basically stable now, and as long as he takes care of his injuries there shouldn't be any lasting effects." When Ino said this her expression was very subtle. Sakura felt that it was a silent cry, but it didn't seem obvious. There was relief, worry, and a hint of unidentifiable pain. "That's great, Sai is fine, so you can rest easy now." The blonde girl nodded, her gaze sweeping across the opposite intensive care unit. "Naruto has been there with her, awake and unyielding. His exhaustion has also been considerable by now. I can't persuade him, so you should talk to him." Sakura paused, her footsteps felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Her brows knitted into an arc, but in the end she bitterly let go. "He want leave, I can't persuade him. With Hinata in this state, what more can I do? The Hyuga clan has no source of hearts, what should I do?" Ino fell silent, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a long time she spoke softly. "Actually, There is a way, but in the end it might involve Tenten. Ino's words were cut off as a youthful magnetic voice interjected. Shikamaru Nara barged into the break room, his face showing signs of fatigue from running all night. There is indeed a way. Sakura's mouth fell open in surprise, not blaming Shikamaru for his sudden intrusion. She excitedly stepped forward and grasped his shoulders, her eyes sparkling. Really? Is there a source of hearts? Where is it? Shikamaru was taken aback, his face revealing a complex and pained expression. He gently pried Sakura's hands away and quietly sat down on a nearby chair. I just visited the Hyuga clan. The clan head was very. I have never seen him lose composure like this. No matter how strict he usually is, Hinata is still his beloved eldest daughter. Many members of the Hyuga clan were lost in the 4th Great Ninja War, and the ones who survived cannot possibly donate hearts for Hinata. I talked to him for a long time before we found a way, but... But what? Shikamaru's words halted, his brows furrowing and his eyelids drooping. Sakura. You want to know. Sakura was already in a state of urgency. She had no clarity of thought, but with the possibility of saving Hinata's life she would never give up. What is it? You have to explain it clearly. Ino sighed, reaching out to grab the increasingly agitated Sakura, pressing her back into her seat. Calm down and listen to me. The pink-haired girl quieted down, her gaze deep and complex. Ino's expression gave her a bad premonition. After a moment of silence she suddenly asked. Is it Niji? A silence fell. Finally Ino and Shikamaru exchanged glances and nodded with complexity. How is that possible? Niji's remains have been buried for over a year. How could they still be preserved in the Hyuga clan? Besides, that was Niji. That was Niji. What should I do? Sakura's voice grew quieter, her nose tinged with sourness. Niji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, died in the 4th Great Ninja War at the age of 16. This was merely the view of outsiders regarding that handsome young man. For the three people here, Niji Hyuga was a companion with whom they shared life and death. The gentleness of that young man, the generosity of that young man, the helpless laughter at times, and every life-saving effort were irreplaceable memories. If it were that person, even for Hinata, for Naruto, Sakura would never go near it. That was the memory they most wished to avoid. Niji Hyuga must be allowed to rest in peace. No one had the right to disrupt that young man's tranquility. He was too beautiful. He should have lived on. Why does it have to be Niji? Why him? The girl's voice trembled as she paused, burying her forehead in her arm. There is something you probably don't know because it was quickly suppressed. Very few people know the details. At that time you were not in Konoha. It was I and Tenten who handled it together. Not long after Niji was buried, someone from the Hyuga clan proposed that Niji's Byakugan should be preserved for future transplantation. You should have thought of it. No matter how good the reasons sound, Tenten would never agree. She came to me for help, and it was she and I who stole Niji's body and preserved it. Sakura's heart was already in chaos. She finally understood what Ino had said about involving Tenten. She probably knew about Tenten and Niji. A long time ago, during a gathering of girls when her heart was just beginning to flutter, she would always chatter away. She had feelings for Sasuke Uchiha, so she easily noticed Tenten's small crush, but it was unrequited love left unspoken. She even remembered at Niji's funeral. The girl with the black hair and a bun, dressed in black with dark eyes, stood in the front row without shedding a single tear. She had not cried, it was just that her tears had long since dried up. At this point, who could disturb her life? Who could demand Niji Hyuga's heart from her? Who could? Sakura's heart sank into despair. Suddenly a hoarse voice intruded upon her ears, carrying an unprecedented gravity. "I'll go." Sakura lifted her head. Naruto Uzumaki stood at the door, his fists clenched to the point of turning white, his bangs falling over his face obscuring his expression. Yet his back seemed so fragile, his body so thin, as if a gentle push would turn him into a pile of scattered sand. "Ah, Naruto. Naruto." Sakura made a small sound, her nose tinged with bitterness, and she suddenly burst into tears. Okay. This was the sin they had committed. Everything would be borne by them. Even if there was a lifetime of regret, even if they were fated to be apart in this life. The season is truly getting colder. Walking on the street, Uzumaki Naruto thought to himself. His hands were frozen and tiny shards of ice trembled on his eyelashes. The winter street felt somewhat silent, he could only hear his shallow breathing. It wasn't that there was no one around, it was just that he had woken up too early. He passed through layers of forests where a fine mist lingered, and through the cool air stood a low memorial stone. This was not Uzumaki Naruto's first time here. Since that moment he had come every day. Ah, it's been 3 months already. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and let out a low sigh. His words flowed from his mouth, dispersing into the air, creating a hazy mist. His bright blue eyes became obscured, appearing both distant and near, indistinct. Uzumaki Naruto carefully placed the bouquet of flowers he held before the grave, rubbed his hands together to warm them, and stood for a long time before speaking softly. "Isn't it lonely to be alone, Niji?" Naturally, there was no answer. Uzumaki Naruto laughed self-deprecatingly, turned to leave, but collided with a black-haired girl in traditional attire. The girl with her dark hair adorned with shallow ice shards had been watching him for an unknown length of time. "Ten. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth, his voice caught in his throat, painfully hoarse. He hadn't seen Ten in a long time, not since long ago. "You came, huh?" The girl still did not answer. She walked past Uzumaki Naruto and quietly placed the flowers she was holding at the grave, bending down to crouch on the ground. Uzumaki Naruto felt somewhat awkward. He turned his head, stiffly at a loss for what to do, but after a long silence he still found nothing to say. He had come early precisely to avoid running into Ten, but unexpectedly, even with extra caution, he could not escape the weight of this sorrow. "Sorry I won't disturb you any longer, Ten. I'll be leaving now." "Wait." The black-haired girl called out to him, and Uzumaki Naruto turned in surprise, finding Ten's eyes dark with an indescribable coldness. "Naruto, don't come here anymore." Uzumaki Naruto stiffened. Ten. The girl shook her head, her brow tightly furrowed. "Uzumaki Naruto, didn't you look in the mirror properly before coming here? You look too terrible right now, even Niji wouldn't want to see you like this." Uzumaki Naruto gave a bitter smile. "I'm sorry." This statement undoubtedly angered Ten. The girl raised her voice sharply. "What do you mean I'm sorry? What does that have to do with you?" "Uzumaki Naruto, you need to stop being so self-pitying. Niji's heart was something I dug out with my own hands. Do you think taking all the blame on yourself will make you feel better? Let me tell you. You're mistaken." Uzumaki Naruto remained silent, and suddenly Ten stepped forward and slapped him hard. The blow was powerful. Uzumaki Naruto's head jerked to the side, and when he turned back his face was already swollen. Ten's eyes turned red as she watched Uzumaki Naruto tightly purse his lips and clench his fists. Suddenly she burst into tears, crying for a long time until her face became numb to the point where she finally stopped. "It's not your fault," she said. "Uzumaki Naruto, this isn't your fault, it was my choice. So don't carry all this burden alone. You didn't kill Niji. Whether the first time or the second, Niji died for Hinata, so stop being self-indulgent." Finally she bit her lip tightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Uzumaki Naruto, tell me, why was Niji so heartless? If back then, I had also died on the battlefield, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be different?" She didn't finish her sentence, and neither did Uzumaki Naruto hear it. The girl turned those last words into a gentle kiss on the tombstone inscribed with Hyuga Niji, softly echoing like a farewell from lovers. "Sleep well, Niji. This time it's truly a farewell." It was a long time later that Uzumaki Naruto understood the meaning of Ten's words. And that long time later was at Ten and Lee's wedding. The beautiful girl finally let go of the handsome boy who had passed away too early and built a family with an optimistic and resilient man. She was free-spirited, or perhaps magnanimous. She knew that some people and things had to be let go in order to move forward. Yet he, in order to understand this truth, had missed far too much. Leaving Hyuga Niji's grave, Uzumaki Naruto went to the Konoha hospital. He found his way to Hinata Hyuga's ward, changed the flowers in the room, and after a long roundabout he finally sat down slowly by the bed. Hinata Hyuga lay quietly in the hospital bed, her pale skin almost blending into the sheets. Her eyes were tightly shut, covered by an oxygen mask, her profile beautiful like a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. But she had really been sleeping for too long. It had been a full 3 months. The heart transplant had gone smoothly, naturally, using Hyuga Niji's heart. On that day 3 months ago, Uzumaki Naruto had not found Ten. He had been running around Konoha for a long time, but the girl did not appear. In contrast, Lee rushed over, shaking all over. The boy, so strong and unafraid of life and death, handed Niji's heart to Uzumaki Naruto, saying only one sentence: "Don't let Niji die in vain." Uzumaki Naruto knew what Hyuga Niji meant to Lee, and he also understood what it meant for Ten to personally extract Niji's heart. Because of this, Uzumaki Naruto could never hold his head high. He wished he were the one to die. But what of it? He was still alive, while that boy who should have lived happily had already died again and again. Sakura Haruno swiftly began the surgery, with the medical staff taking a full 2 days and nights. According to Ino Yamanaka, if it hadn't been for Sakura Haruno constantly giving herself medication to stay awake, she would have fainted several times before completing the operation. The surgery went relatively smoothly, however. Although Hinata Hyuga's life was saved, her qualifications as a ninja could not be preserved. She could no longer engage in any intense activities, taijutsu, ninjutsu, even running could cost her life. Even so, as long as Hinata Hyuga could wake up, that would be good, but she did not. Hinata Hyuga lay as if under a spell, peacefully asleep. Unlike in fairy tales, her prince could not wake her with a kiss. Uzumaki Naruto thought more than once that perhaps it was good for Hinata to sleep like this so that she would not have to endure another heart-wrenching pain. Then he immediately scolded himself. This thought was merely an excuse for him. No matter how he avoided it, he was still that parasite who had hurt others and feigned pity. Uzumaki Naruto felt ashamed of himself. This shame could not be erased by the comfort of others. He encountered Hayashi Hyuga at the door of the operating room during Hinata's surgery. The man who held up the entire Hyuga family with one hand sat in the waiting room supporting his head with his hands, looking as if he had aged decades. He had harmed his daughter, yet he did not blame him. In fact, he had not even looked at him once. How ridiculous, how tragic. Not being blamed could also make one feel so sad. Uzumaki Naruto pulled himself from his memories, gazing at the girl's delicate yet pale face, his blue eyes flickering. Until as usual he stayed until the shadows of the day slanted. Uzumaki Naruto finally left Konoha Hospital. Sakura Haruno stood quietly at the entrance of the hospital, waving at him slightly. There was a chill in her clothes when Uzumaki Naruto reached out. The cold touch of her hand almost pierced him. "Aren't you on leave? What are you doing here?" Sakura Haruno said lightly. "Waiting for you." Uzumaki Naruto tiredly lifted his eyes and Sakura's fluttering pink hair mingled with the mist, making it hard to see clearly. "Hey Naruto, can we talk?" Since Sakura Haruno wanted to talk, Uzumaki Naruto was not particularly surprised. Since 3 months ago they had not had a proper meeting or a good conversation. He had heard about Sakura's situation from Ino Yamanaka. She had fainted after the surgery. The heart transplant had nearly exhausted all her chakra reserves built up over more than a year. Both her spirit and body had reached their limits, and for a long time afterward she was weak, barely able to manage basic self-care. She had strongly insisted on participating in Seiya's recovery surgery but was firmly refused by Ino Yamanaka. It was only when Kakashi-sensei personally issued a strict order for her to take a break that Sakura finally calmed down. And during the time when Sakura was at her weakest, Uzumaki Naruto had never visited her even once. He felt unworthy to see her and didn't know how to face her. Even today he had wanted to avoid the meeting. But Sakura Haruno did not give him a chance to retreat. She almost forcibly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's hand and dragged him to her home. Her home was simple and unadorned, perhaps to suit her daughter's preferences. The entire house was painted in soft pink tones. But Uzumaki Naruto did not feel warm at all. On the contrary, he felt a painful chill in his hands and feet. "Sakura." Sakura glanced at him, pulling off her cloak while throwing a towel at his face, pushing him into the bath. "Go take a shower and see what you look like now." Uzumaki Naruto stood there in a daze, and before he knew it the bathroom door had slammed shut with a force that made the doorframe tremble slightly. He sighed, wryly frowning as he sat by the bathtub for a while before obediently running the water to shower. The sound of flowing water gradually rose. Uzumaki Naruto submerged himself in the pool. The warm water enveloped him, and for a moment his mind became momentarily dazed. He was lost in thought for a while before suddenly saying "Sakura." His voice was probably a bit too soft, so soft that even Uzumaki Naruto couldn't hear it clearly. He raised his volume, but this time it trembled even more than before. "Sakura Haruno." Sakura's voice came from outside the door, not far away, as if right at the bathroom door. The girl said, "I'm here." Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt tears welling up uncontrollably. He hugged his knees while sitting in the bathtub and began to cry softly. His voice, muffled by the door, reached Sakura Haruno's ears, and the girl bowed her head silently at the door. After a long time, Sakura Haruno gently knocked on the door, slowly saying, "Are you done?" "Come out when you're finished," Uzumaki Naruto replied with a soft After a moment he pushed the door open and stepped out of the bathroom wearing his usual black long-sleeve shirt, the Uzumaki clan emblem firmly stitched on the arm. His eyes were still red and swollen, and besides the swelling there was the lingering fatigue that had accumulated for a long time. Sakura Haruno patted the chair, saying, "Come here." The boy obediently sat down on the chair, slightly surprised as he watched the girl swiftly wrap a towel around him. He wanted to turn around to look, but Sakura Haruno's hand landed accurately on the back of his head. "Don't move," Sakura Haruno said. And so Uzumaki Naruto really didn't move. Sakura Haruno took out scissors and a comb from the drawer and quietly began to groom the boy's hair. Her expression was calm, and the gentle contours of her face were clearly reflected in the mirror in front of Uzumaki Naruto. "Your hair is too long, it's blocking your view, isn't it?" Uzumaki Naruto was slightly dazed, and only then did he realize what Sakura Haruno was saying. He suddenly felt a bit awkward and nervously replied, "Ah. A little." He actually hadn't noticed these things. Because for him these things were not important. He quietly watched Sakura Haruno working on his hair, momentarily at a loss for words. She was so gentle in her movements, and her serious demeanor was as beautiful as ever. He should have cherished this time more, but at this moment he inexplicably felt nervous. He stared intently into Sakura Haruno's eyes in the mirror, trying to alleviate the anxious feeling in his heart. What exactly did Sakura Haruno want to talk about? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't guess, and suddenly he didn't want to guess anymore. Before seeing Sakura Haruno he had been unwilling to meet her because he didn't know how to face her. But once they met he became even more afraid, terrified to hear her say something like, "Stop it, let's end this." "Do you see?" Even in such a situation he didn't want to let go of Sakura Haruno. Uzumaki Naruto, just how pathetic are you? The girl's movements finally came to an end. She gently brushed the golden strands of hair from Uzumaki Naruto's face and neck, turning his head to look at the mirror. It seems I cut it a bit too short. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly shook his head. No, I think it looks fine. After saying this, he finally looked seriously at the person in the mirror. The contours of the boy's face were sharply reflected inside. His golden hair no longer flowed freely and his bangs had been cut to a short upright length. It seemed a bit short. But he would never say that. This was Sakura Haruno's first time cutting his hair and he was slightly flattered. Thank you, Sakura. Sakura Haruno replied with a soft and bent down to clean up the hair on the floor. As she leaned down, her hair fell from her neck, the cherry blossoms enhancing her skin's porcelain smoothness. Uzumaki Naruto's sense of helplessness deepened. Sakura Haruno was so wonderful, yet what was he doing? Hey! I wanted to say Sakura. Sakura Haruno raised her eyes, stopping Uzumaki Naruto's impending apology. Don't say anything, just don't say anything. Uzumaki Naruto awkwardly closed his mouth and the girl frowned slightly, looking at him for a long while before she finally said. Fully aware of the meaning of these words, he suddenly uncontrollably stepped forward and grasped the slender wrist of Haruno Sakura, exclaiming loudly, "What have you done?" Sakura. Haruno Sakura remained calm as ever, and Naruto Uzumaki suddenly hated her calm demeanor. What exactly did you do? Sakura. Haruno Sakura. Don't you know what condition your body is in? Kakashi-sensei forced you to take a 3-year leave, have you forgotten? You can't use jutsu anymore, do you understand? You. Suddenly Naruto Uzumaki seemed to realize something. He widened his eyes, taking a step back in disbelief, and released the grip on Sakura's wrist. You already knew Hinata would wake up today. You knew all along. Because you used forbidden techniques during the surgery. No wonder Kakashi-sensei insisted so strongly that you return to recuperate. Naruto Uzumaki knelt dejectedly on the ground, his fist striking the floor as blood gushed from it violently. So everyone knew and you kept it from me alone. Is that right? The girl seemed to ignore him, lost in her own thoughts. She turned away before Naruto could see her face, leaving behind a slender silhouette. No one specifically hid it from you, you chose to remain ignorant. Haruno Sakura's back was so frail it tugged at one's heart. Naruto Uzumaki knew that this girl never easily showed weakness in front of others, so when she turned away to hide her expression, it meant she was crying. Naruto Uzumaki had seen Haruno Sakura's tears many times, but never before had it caused him such heartache. She simply turned her back to him, a faint outline that drained all his strength. Naruto Uzumaki always believed he was different from Sasuke Uchiha, at least in front of Haruno Sakura. Because Sasuke would make Sakura sad while he never would. But he was wrong. He was a bigger jerk than Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke never avoided hurting Sakura, while he was just a coward who only knew how to hide in his shell. Sakura. Sakura. Ugh. Naruto Uzumaki called out twice, his nose tinged with a sourness, and he could no longer hold back the flood of tears. He wanted to say he was sorry, but when the words reached his lips he couldn't even make a sound. He shouldn't apologize. If he did, then even that tiny bit of longing that maintained their balance would be lost. Naruto Uzumaki tightly covered his eyes and after a moment burst into tears. All his disgrace was thoroughly exposed in front of this woman, yet despite that Haruno Sakura had never given up on him. He loved this person so deeply. Only in front of her could he be Naruto Uzumaki. Just Naruto Uzumaki. Forgive me. Sakura. I'm begging you. Haruno Sakura moved, still facing away from him, but she crouched down. She wrapped her hands around her knees and said in a trembling voice. Forgive you for what? It's not your fault to begin with. Naruto Uzumaki, unable to control himself, embraced her. In that moment of holding Haruno Sakura close, he finally understood how much pain she had suffered alone over these days. Clearly it had only been 3 months, yet she had lost so much weight. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly recalled what Ino Yamanaka had said about Sakura being so weak that she couldn't take care of herself. What kind of feelings did Haruno Sakura endure each day back then? Naruto Uzumaki did not want to understand at all. He only wanted to take his heart out and reflect on what he had done. He had left her alone when she should never have been a jerk. Naruto Uzumaki tightly held onto Haruno Sakura as if he had exhausted all his strength, and from then on he said nothing. All words were superfluous. Between them things could never be as they were 3 months ago, probably. Never again. The damage had been done and apologies were merely empty words meant to deceive. If a simple "I'm sorry" could heal all wounds, then there would be no wars in this world, nor would there be ninjas. Naruto, you should go now. Naruto Uzumaki remained still and Haruno Sakura did not urge him. She waited until both their tears had dried before slowly speaking. A month, just one more month. If your answer hasn't changed and my answer hasn't changed, then let's be together then. It was snowing. White feathery snowflakes floated gently covering the entire village. As Naruto Uzumaki emerged from Haruno Sakura's home, the slightly chilly snowflakes landed on his face and he finally realized that winter had truly arrived. No longer was it just pure air exuding coldness but a real winter. Through the drifting white snow in the wind, the tall and upright figure of Sasuke Uchiha stood not far away. He wore a white and blue outfit draped in a white cloak with a handsome and indifferent face that looked like a painting. Though Naruto Uzumaki often refused to admit it, Sasuke Uchiha indeed had a handsome face. Upon seeing him, Naruto felt a moment of dizziness as if his mind had briefly blanked. He instinctively touched his head. The brief sensation felt somewhat unfamiliar. Then he frowned and asked, "Sasuke, what are you doing here?" As soon as he spoke, Naruto Uzumaki immediately understood the multiple meanings behind his words. He turned in surprise to look at the closed door of Haruno Sakura's house, exclaiming, "Are you here to find Sakura?" Sasuke Uchiha said nothing, but the answer was evident. His heart sank and a sour feeling surged forth. Naruto Uzumaki did not feel jealousy. Although he was impulsive, it did not mean he did not think. Sasuke coming to find Sakura might be rare, but in this moment it was hardly surprising. "Have you been taking care of Sakura these past 3 months?" Sasuke Uchiha shifted his gaze to him, scanning him from head to toe, and suddenly smirked. "Naruto, you look absolutely terrible right now." Naruto's heart tightened, his expression dimming. "Thank you for taking care of her these past 3 months. You don't need to thank me." Sasuke Uchiha raised his eyes, his black gaze calm and devoid of waves beneath the bangs that covered his forehead. The long-awaited meeting in Konoha. After 3 months, the boy coldly confronted his best friend. "I didn't do it for you." Naruto Uzumaki had not been by Haruno Sakura's side when she needed him the most. This was his greatest blunder and deepest regret. So learning that Sasuke Uchiha had been taking care of Sakura during this time rather than feeling jealous, the stronger feeling within Naruto was heartache. He felt heartache for Haruno Sakura and hated himself. Looking at Sasuke Uchiha's indifferent and cold features, Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow and spoke. At that moment he suddenly felt somewhat out of control, a sharp anger rising within him. "Don't you feel any guilt, Sasuke? Haven't you thought that everything happening now is actually because of you? Don't you feel any guilt or unease wanting to take this responsibility upon yourself?" Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde boy's words were coldly interrupted as Sasuke Uchiha stepped past him and knocked on the door of Haruno Sakura's home, leaving behind 2 sentences frozen in the snow. "Is it useful?" The words guilt are inherently meaningless. In the end, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki were different. Even if they both internally acknowledged their responsibilities, they were still different. Naruto Uzumaki had spent 3 months wallowing in guilt, while Sasuke Uchiha had not wasted a single moment. Just as the black-haired youth had decisively left Konoha to atone for his sins, Sasuke Uchiha would never feel lost on his path forward. While Naruto Uzumaki was still suffering alone, he had already stood by Haruno Sakura's side, making amends through his actions. It was this very Sasuke Uchiha that made Naruto unable to face. Naruto Uzumaki was not always as spirited as he appeared in front of others. Deep down he often acted foolishly or revealed his vulnerabilities in front of Haruno Sakura. But in front of Sasuke Uchiha he was tough, obstinate, yet also insecure. Yes. Insecure. Can you imagine that the fearless boy, the one standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world toward his childhood friend and the only brother who could rival him, felt insecurity deep down? This was something he could not resist. Moreover, this feeling of insecurity had begun long before he even realized it, starting from his childhood. Naruto Uzumaki was a mess of emotions. When he bitterly arrived at Konoha Hospital, the news that Hinata Hyuga had awakened had already spread like wildfire. Ino Yamanaka was waiting for him at the door of Hinata's ward, her face brimming with joy. She really woke up. Ino nodded and Naruto suddenly felt a bit weak. He reached out to steady himself against the white doorframe, trembling. "That's great. Really great." Naruto Uzumaki's emotions were complex, a tangled mess that he could not untangle. Of course he was happy that Hinata Hyuga could wake up, but there were too many other things weighing him down, making it hard for him to breathe. Go in quickly. The moment Hinata woke up, she asked for you first. I told her. Hey, are you even listening? Why are you still dazed? Hinata is waiting for you. Naruto Uzumaki felt as if he had been hit on the head, and suddenly his entire head throbbed with pain. Hinata is waiting for you, she needs you. These words felt like punishment to him. Once someone said them, he had to endure a heart-wrenching ordeal. At the start he simply wanted both these women to find happiness. Naruto Uzumaki reached for the doorknob, but suddenly he turned back and slowly said, "Ino, you know about Sakura using genjutsu, right? If she used that genjutsu, what would be the price?" Ino Yamanaka's expression instantly turned icy, the warmth from a moment ago disappearing in an instant. Naruto had never seen her like this, as if she utterly despised him. But that expression only lasted a second. Ino Yamanaka then pushed him into the room and turned to leave. If it weren't for Naruto's keen hearing, he would have almost missed her barely audible words. The blonde girl said, "That has nothing to do with you. From now on I will protect Haruno Sakura." Naruto's mind went blank for a moment. Only for a brief moment, because immediately all his focus was captured by the gentle and soothing voice in the room. That beautiful princess who had been asleep for 3 months finally awakened, propped up against the soft white headboard, her milky eyes as clean and bright as jade. "Naruto-kun." Following the voice, Naruto Uzumaki looked over, remaining silent for a long time. He closed his eyes, hiding 1,000 thoughts within, and gently replied. Hinata Hyuga's condition was not good. She could not sit up for long. Just as he had inquired from the attending physician, Hinata Hyuga could never become a ninja again in her life. Forever is a long concept. Naruto cautiously helped Hinata Hyuga lie down, and all the words he wanted to say vanished in her gaze. He could not apologize to Hinata Hyuga because this girl never needed his apology. "Hinata. Naruto-kun." Hinata Hyuga hurriedly interrupted Naruto Uzumaki, her voice low and unsteady yet carrying an undeniable force. "Ino has told me everything, but it doesn't matter. I don't blame you. So please don't feel guilty anymore, Naruto-kun." "Ha? What do you mean by everything? What did Ino tell you?" Naruto Uzumaki froze, surprised, his mood plummeting. Hinata Hyuga weakly shook her head and closed her eyes. "As a member of the Hyuga clan, I know my own body. So Naruto-kun, don't worry. I truly don't mind. Even if I can't fight alongside you again, I'm already very happy to be able to protect you this time. But it's a bit regretful. I wish I could be stronger so you wouldn't have to suffer so much." The girl said, her voice breaking as she began to choke up. Naruto Uzumaki remained silent, but the hand he had injured earlier in Haruno Sakura's house cracked open again from the strained blood staining his sleeves. Hinata Hyuga's curled figure trembled slightly, her eyes tightly closed. After a long while she trembled and softly said, "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun." In that moment Naruto Uzumaki felt as if his heart was pierced by countless arrows. The girl who should never have to apologize, who had no reason to apologize, cried out these words, leaving him unsure how to react. He merely felt immensely painful, a pain that was almost unbearable. Why did Hinata have to be so gentle? This gentleness made it impossible for Naruto Uzumaki to ever escape from his guilt. Unable to blame anyone, the only person Naruto Uzumaki could blame was himself. "Hey, Naruto-kun." Naruto Uzumaki lowered his body, grasping the hand the girl had reached out to him, gently asking, "What is it?" "Ah. Though it may not be appropriate to say this now, I really want to know. Naruto-kun, what did you want to say to me before leaving Konoha that day at your doorstep?" Naruto Uzumaki's pupils flickered rapidly. He unconsciously gripped the girl's hand tightly, then slowly loosened his grip. "Sakura, wait for me. You'll make things clear with Hinata when I return." The boy covered his eyes, smiling faintly, his expression reminiscent of a faithless believer. He smiled so gently yet so sadly. "Nothing at all, Hinata. I will always be by your side, so get well soon." The wedding of them and her one Shanshong Jingye was not a person prone to anger. Although she often teased her peers or playfully mocked her friends, she was usually quite measured. However, the current situation clearly did not fall into that more measured category. Shanshong Jingye had no intention of blaming Uzumaki Naruto, let alone putting any pressure on him. It was precisely because of this reason that her momentary loss of control made her feel even more regretful. She shouldn't have shown any unusual behavior in front of Uzumaki Naruto. What if he noticed something, and how could she explain it to Haruno Sakura? She had already promised Haruno Sakura that this matter would never be known to anyone else. "Jingye." Shanshong Jingye turned her head slightly in surprise. A pale yet exceptionally handsome face was reflected outside the window. A man dressed in thin clothing smiled and tapped on the glass, signaling her to open it. "What are you doing?" "This is the 4th floor." The blonde girl complained, but her hands deftly opened the window and somewhat roughly pulled Zai in. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who told you to come?" Zai shrugged helplessly, a faint smile on his face, his eyes squinting into slits. "It's been 3 months, my injuries are already fine. Besides, it's just the 4th floor. I jumped from a height of 40 floors during missions before. And you haven't been home, so I was worried." The blonde girl's expression paused slightly, showing a rare hint of shyness. She initially wanted to retort a few words, but today she was simply not in the mood. All right, I'm on duty tonight, so you should go back first. I'll be home tomorrow morning and you can come find." Zai raised an eyebrow noncommittally but showed no signs of leaving. He looked around, trying to change the topic. "I heard Hinata woke up." Upon hearing this, Shanshong Jingye unconsciously furrowed her brows. After a moment she replied lightly, "Yes, Naruto is with her. Her body is still unstable and she has a long way to go in her recovery. Isn't it good that Hinata woke up? That way Naruto and the ugly girl won't have to worry anymore." Zai slowly leaned closer to Shanchong Jingye, his smile gradually fading. Clearly it's a good thing, so why do you look unhappy? Who said I'm unhappy? I'm very happy that Hinata woke up, otherwise Niji and Tenten's sacrifices would have been in vain. The girl retorted loudly, not forgetting to glare fiercely. If you don't know anything, don't speak recklessly. What do you think our worries are? Zai listened quietly, his gaze deepening. He had seen Shanchong Jingye angry many times, more than anyone else. In fact, since they started dating, she had often gotten angry in front of him, and there were also many times she had resorted to physical confrontation. But now her state was unusual. Shanchong Jingye was not someone who got angry easily. Her strong reaction could only mean she was troubled by something. She was hiding something from him. This was not a good sign. However, Zai did not mind. In fact, he didn't even want to know what Shanchong Jingye was hiding. The book said that prying into others' secrets that they don't want to share would bring retribution. The book also said that when the person you like is in a bad mood, you should comfort her. So instead of continuing the conversation, Zai chose to embrace the girl before her anger escalated further. The blonde girl stumbled back in surprise, almost bumping her nose against Zai's hard shoulder. After a moment of awkward silence, Shanchong Jingye quietly leaned into his embrace. She rubbed against Zai's shoulder and slowly relaxed. She had been really tired these days, immensely so. No one noticed it except for Zai. It was frustrating. He was a man who didn't even understand human emotions, yet somehow he always made her feel so secure. Zai. The girl's brows furrowed and she buried her face completely in Zai's shoulder, speaking in a muffled voice. You know, I met Haruno Sakura when we were kids. Back then she was so timid that just a few kids could bully her into tears. I always thought what would happen if she lost me. Later we grew up. She changed and so did I. But no matter how much time passed or how much we grew, she will always be that crying child in my heart. Perhaps no one could notice when she cried, but I could. No matter how well she hid it or how low she bowed her head, I could always see it at a glance. Haruno Sakura, she's crying. No one can be strong all the time. Haruno Sakura also cries. The Haruno Sakura who cries so much and has always been by my side, I must protect her with my own hands. The girl's voice suddenly broke as Zai tightened his embrace, feeling the dampness spreading on his shoulder. I should have protected her, but why can't I do anything? Whether in war or in Konoha, why can't I protect her? Shanchong Jingye's voice was like a delicate scalpel. With each additional word it felt as if Zai's heart was being wounded further. In truth, he did not understand the deeper reasons. He only knew that seeing Shanchong Jingye like this made his heart ache immensely. Hey, I ask you, Zai, between Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, who would you help? The girl lifted her head, looking seriously into Zai's eyes, her gaze deep like a dark turbulent pool, obscuring how many emotions were churning within. I won't let Haruno Sakura suffer any more harm. What about you, Zai? Zai's eyes paused slightly. It was as if he had thought about this question long ago, yet it felt like he had never thought about it at all. From the moment he realized the feelings between Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, he knew this day would come. Yet he subconsciously kept denying it. After all, it was Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. How could their relationship become so tense? Now facing Shanchong Jingye's straightforward inquiry, he suddenly felt a headache. Although he had always worried about the two of them, he did not intend to intervene. After all, it was a matter of their hearts' entanglements outsiders would never understand. But as Shanchong Jingye simply stared at him, the options he had been struggling with in his heart suddenly found an answer. What was there to think about? He blurted out, I will help you. So whoever you help, I will help as well. Shanchong Jingye fell silent for a moment, bowing her head to rub her eyes. I want to tell you something. Although I promised Sakura that I wouldn't tell anyone else, I can't bear it alone. Also, I can't protect her by myself. Zai frowned. As he had mentioned before, he did not intend to pry into what Shanchong Jingye did not want to say. However, if it was something she wanted him to share, it was certainly a different matter. Although Zai thought this, he asked once more for confirmation. Is it really okay to tell me? Shanchong Jingye replied gloomily, I promised Sakura not to tell anyone else, but you're not just anyone. I've already thought it through. After Shikamaru's wedding, I will marry you into the Shanchong family and our children will carry my surname. This way it won't count as a slip of the tongue. There was a moment of silence. After a long while, Zai took a deep breath and asked, can I take this as a proposal? His pupils flickered with surprise and joy in his hands and voice trembled unconsciously. Yet he maintained a casual smile as if nothing was amiss. Should proposals be made in a hospital? If it were the usual Shanchong Jingye, she would have probably gotten angry. In that case, Zai could have dismissed it as a careless joke from the girl, not thinking much of it or feeling any pain. But she didn't. The girl's expression was very serious. In Zai's eyes she looked calm and beautiful, like a cluster of bright and radiant dahlias. What? You don't want to marry me? Zai blurted out. No. Then what are you hesitating for? I'm asking you a question. Zai gazed deeply at her and Shanchong Jingye quietly returned his gaze. After a moment the girl softened her voice. I probably still have things to say to you. Maybe I should have said them long ago. Zai. I was really happy to find you in the illusion that day. Compared to those things you hid from me and left Konoha alone, the only thing I cared about was you are still alive. As long as you are alive, that's enough. Really, I can let go of everything else as long as you are alive. I have never realized just how much I rely on you, even more than I can imagine. Without you. If I don't have you. I really don't know how to continue living. Zai. You are different from Shikamaru in my heart, but without you I cannot live. If this isn't love. Then I really. Shanchong Jingye did not finish her sentence and Zai did not continue listening. The moment she uttered the word love, his mind went blank. He had never dared to hope that Shanchong Jingye would love him, but that did not mean he did not yearn for it. When this yearning suddenly became reality, he felt more than just joy. An indescribable feeling began to rise within him. It was sweet, 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 filled with a painful sweetness. If this were a dream, he would willingly immerse himself in it forever. So what's your answer? Zai smiled, his eyes gentle as water, melting with tenderness. He pulled out a teasing smile and wiped away his wet eye, saying, like you, ugly, hot-tempered and prone to violence, who would want to marry you? There's no way. Considering that you took the initiative to propose to me, I will reluctantly agree to marry you. The wedding of them and her to Shanchong Jingye's marriage was decided for this desolate and solemn winter, right alongside Narashikamaru and Sabaka no Temari's wedding. When this news reached Haruno Sakura, she was somewhat surprised but also somewhat anticipated. She had long known that one day Shanchong Jingye would truly accept Zai, just not this quickly. Shanchong Jingye visited before Narashikamaru's wedding. At that moment it was the 5th day since Hinata Hyuga's awakening. Hearing Shanchong Jingye say that Uzumaki Naruto had been accompanying Hinata in the hospital these past few days, Haruno Sakura's mood gradually calmed and her body slowly became stronger. Although she was still far from being able to move freely, at least there was improvement. When the blonde girl described this, her expression was so dark it could wring water out. She stared intently at Haruno Sakura's face while angrily muttering about Uzumaki Naruto's faults. I really don't think there's anything wrong with Uzumaki Naruto being with Hinata. She deserves to be treated gently. But this is simply not right. Why should all of this be decided by Uzumaki Naruto alone? You have sacrificed so much for him, it's not fair. Haruno Sakura smiled silently, looking down at the 4 drip in her hand, somewhat distracted. After a moment she looked up and smiled softly. Alright, stop talking about me. Your matters are more urgent now. Have you really decided? No regrets. The blonde girl rolled her eyes and angrily said, you're really disappointing. Why are you hiding? If it were me, I would insist on getting in 4 drip in front of Uzumaki Naruto just to make him feel sorry for me. Otherwise, if he runs away one day, where will you go to regret it? Haruno Sakura didn't speak, just quietly gazing at her. Shanchong Jingye paused, lowering her voice, feeling somewhat defeated. I knew you were a fool. I am too. As for regrets, I have none. In this lifetime, being able to meet Zai, I accept my fate. Besides, I really... Really what? Shanchong Jingye cast a glance at Haruno Sakura and slowly said, I like him. Or love him. I can't tell, but I really don't want to let him go. I want to be with him for a lifetime. The girl's expression softened, her eyes radiating warmth like sunshine. Suddenly Haruno Sakura recalled a year and a half ago, the girl who cried so hard for Narashikamaru as if the sky was falling. She smiled and pulled Shanchong Jingye over, resting her shoulder against her, softening her voice. How nice, pig Jingye. Who are you calling a pig? You wide forehead Sakura. Haruno Sakura pressed her lips together and laughed lightly. Considering that you are about to get married, I will let you off this time, otherwise if I beat your face, Sai might not want you anymore. Shanchong Jingye's lips curved into a smile. She no longer entangled in the conversation, listening to the faint sounds from outside the room. Her expression suddenly took on an odd look. Hey, I ask you, Sakura. Haruno Sakura looked down in confusion and Shanchong Jingye leaned in ambiguously. How has Sasuke been with you these days? What do you mean by how? TCH. Shanchong Jingye frowned, her voice lowering significantly. I really can't believe you. Ever since you liked Uzumaki Naruto, you've become so foolish. Forget it, I won't argue with you any longer. I'm leaving. Haruno Sakura initially wanted to keep her a little longer, but she didn't expect her to leave so quickly. The bright purple hem of her clothes disappeared in an instant, and only after the door closed did Haruno Sakura realize Shanchong Jingye was angry. She suddenly felt a bit guilty. Shanchong Jingye should have been enjoying the joy of preparing for her wedding at this time, yet she made her worry like this. Haruno Sakura quietly looked down. She felt very exhausted. Suddenly she thought if only her master were here, that person would probably be able to wake her up. She knew she was doing a foolish thing, but she couldn't stop. There were two soft knocks and Uchiha Sasuke's cold voice came through. Although the door was open, he always maintained such a strict demeanor and politeness. "I'm coming in." Haruno Sakura looked up and smiled. "Sasuke-kun, thank you for your hard work." Uchiha Sasuke's face was expressionless as he scanned Haruno Sakura's face, pausing on her slightly weary eyes. "If you're tired, just sleep. I will keep an eye on your drip." As he said this, he sat down on the chair beside the bed, casually removing the pillow Haruno Sakura was leaning on and gently laying her down on the bed. Haruno Sakura stole a glance at him and then continued to stare motionlessly at the empty sleeve. "Sorry." Uchiha Sasuke frowned, reaching out to cover her eyes. His hand was broad and strong, carrying a slight chill. "Don't speak, just sleep." Haruno Sakura obediently closed her eyes, but at this moment she felt no inclination to sleep. Uchiha Sasuke pressed her eyes shut, not allowing her to open them. She could not see his expression and could only speak in the dark. "Are you angry with me too?" She thought he wouldn't respond, but unexpectedly he spoke, saying, "Haruno Sakura, what do you think of yourself?" Not many people knew that Haruno Sakura used forbidden techniques in the operating room, nor did they understand the consequences of using such techniques. Aside from Ino Yamanaka and Sasuke Uchiha, even Kakashi Hatake was unaware of the true price paid for this technique. Haruno Sakura told Kakashi that she had exhausted a large amount of chakra and could no longer store it in large quantities, meaning she could not perform the 100 heal technique again. Although this excuse successfully placated her worried teacher, the reality was far more serious. This treatment had damaged every cell in Haruno Sakura's body, preventing her from applying chakra as precisely as before, and even absorbing it had become difficult. It was not just the major surgery, even basic healing techniques were something Haruno Sakura could no longer guarantee she could successfully perform. Years of effort were wiped away in an instant. Being one of the legendary Sannin was merely a hollow title. Haruno Sakura could no longer serve as a medical ninja. Even Ino Yamanaka only knew this much. However, in reality Haruno Sakura had paid an even steeper price. She had not intended to tell anyone, yet Sasuke Uchiha somehow learned it so easily. Nothing could escape the gaze of the Sharingan, even if it was a secret that Haruno Sakura wished to keep to herself. She would be unable to become a mother. Haruno Sakura's body had suffered significant damage and her cells were rapidly depleting her life force. The heart transplant surgery was not inherently difficult, but the issue lay with Niji Hyuga's heart, which had been dead for a long time. This heart required vibrant life force to be activated, and aside from Haruno Sakura no one else could accomplish this. Hinata Hyuga was saved at the cost of Haruno Sakura's own life, which reduced the vitality of her cells to a barely sustainable level. This meant that Haruno Sakura would find it very difficult to conceive. To put it plainly, her chances of pregnancy were less than 1 in 10,000. When she realized this, the first face that appeared in Haruno Sakura's mind was that of Naruto Uzumaki, and she understood that she must bury this matter forever. For herself and for Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha's question struck her heart like a hammer. Haruno Sakura remained silent for a long time, so long that time seemed to freeze, and she could not utter a word until Sasuke released her gaze. "I know what you're thinking, but it has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty for being unable to heal my hand. That was my responsibility. Don't meddle too much, Sakura." After saying this, Sasuke stared at her for a while, frowned and sighed. "Take a good look at yourself, Sakura. You are a medical ninja. Medical ninjas are the ones who should cherish themselves the most." The black-haired youth said no more. He stood up to leave, and just as he took 2 steps he heard Haruno Sakura's voice coming through the thin door, reminiscent of that moonlit night 5 years ago. "Thank you." The same words, but this time it was the girl who spoke. Sasuke Uchiha walked away without looking back, and the cherry-haired girl did not hear the boy's faint sigh hanging in the air. "Are you an idiot?" Time seemed to freeze for their wedding. For Haruno Sakura these few days felt like an endless journey, long and without an end. Every time she opened her eyes she sought something but always found nothing. Haruno Sakura constantly tried to find reasons to explain this hollow feeling, and then she had to give up because she gained nothing. Why did she feel so blank? It was merely a moment of quiet. She reflected on it, and then she realized. Her life had always been composed of 2 parts: being a ninja and someone she admired, and she had inadvertently abandoned both. "Sakura." Haruno Sakura turned around in a daze, her face a bit pale. The drip she had received over the past few days had some effect. Although she looked somewhat weak, she was able to live normally again. Yes, normally. Even if it was just on the surface. "Shikamaru's wedding is being held today. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Ah. No." Haruno Sakura hurriedly denied it, but Ino Yamanaka exposed her. "Liar. You just said ah. Hurry up and get ready. If you don't attend your companion's wedding, you'll be struck by lightning." Ino Yamanaka exaggeratedly drew out Haruno Sakura's smile. By the time she stood up, Ino had already thrown a matching outfit onto her. "Wear this, it should suit you well." Haruno Sakura held up the pink dress and looked surprised. "Did you buy this for me?" Yes. What else could I do when a certain white-headed person was sitting around like moldy bread? I could only try hard for her. Don't say I didn't help you if you can't get married in the future. While bickering, the blonde girl helped her best friend zip up the dress. Ino's gaze was like that of someone looking at fragile glass, and Haruno Sakura's heart fluttered. Hey. Ino. What? Ino Yamanaka looked up and lightly patted Haruno Sakura's back. Haruno Sakura had lost a lot of weight during these days, and this dress slightly concealed her overly slender waist, adding a touch of vitality. Did I worry you a lot? Ino hesitated for a moment, then rolled her eyes. You always make me worry, okay? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. The blonde girl pushed Haruno Sakura out the door, tucked the keys into her pocket, and just as she was closing the door, a fleeting expression of melancholy passed over Ino's face, her words vanishing into silence. What are you worried about? You have no idea how pale you look right now. By the way, don't you need a partner for the wedding? Walking down the street, Haruno Sakura suddenly remembered this. Didn't Hanabi say she wanted to wear a wedding dress? She'll definitely throw the bouquet, and without a partner, won't that be awkward? Hey, I'm really surprised you can think of this, but how do you know that bouquet will hit you? Ino Yamanaka grinned. The one who catches it is the next one to get married. You're overthinking it without a boyfriend. Ino. The blonde girl playfully dodged Haruno Sakura's hand that was about to hit her head. I'm not wrong. Besides, without a partner you could invite Sasuke Uchiha. He took care of you for a month, he shouldn't refuse this small request, right? Right. Ino's smile was somewhat ambiguous. No matter what Sasuke's personality is like, that face of his will always be handsome no matter how many years pass. Haruno Sakura avoided her joke and pointed at Sai, who was waiting for his girlfriend at the door of Narashikamaru's house. Aren't you getting married too? So if that's the case, that bouquet should belong to you. Look, you have a partner and can get married, it's great. Ino laughed and suddenly stopped, thoughtfully considering for a moment, then put on a nonchalant expression. Ha! I don't want to catch my first love's bouquet. Why? Why? Well, that would make me seem pitiful, wouldn't it? I could catch anyone's bouquet in the world, but I absolutely cannot catch Shikamaru's wife's. You should know this isn't something I can't let go. It's my respect for Shikamaru, for Sai, and for myself. Haruno Sakura was somewhat surprised. She wanted to say something, but Ino suddenly pointed behind her and then dashed over to Sai. Haruno Sakura slightly lowered her head as a tall shadow slowly descended from behind her. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura recognized him and turned around in surprise. What are you doing here? Of course I received an invitation. This guy said he didn't want to come, but he still showed up, haha. Kakashi-sensei. Haruno Sakura looked at the silver-haired man who unexpectedly jumped out and clapped Sasuke Uchiha on the shoulder, and with Sasuke's indifferent expression she lazily greeted him. Yo Sakura. Has it been so long that nothing's changed? You're late, Kakashi-sensei. Eh? Am I already late? The silver-haired man called out, his tightly masked features slightly shifting, revealing a hint of a smile. Work has been really busy. Oh, it's tough being a teacher like me. Don't make excuses for being late. That line should be mine. A head popped out from the entrance of Narashikamaru's house, the black hair neatly tied at the back. Although the boy intentionally obscured his black suit, the collar that showed was still quite conspicuous. Do you know that standing at my door at this time counts as being late? By the way, why do I have to come out to welcome you all alone? Ugh, what a hassle. Haruno Sakura never expected Narashikamaru's wedding to be this grand. Both the guests and the arrangements far exceeded her expectations. Is it strange? Narashikamaru asked as he led them into the venue, casually scratching the back of his head as if commenting on how beautiful the clouds were today. No. It's not that it's strange, but Shikamaru, you hate trouble, don't you? Yeah, but if the wedding isn't done right the first time, it will be even more troublesome next time, right? Ah. Haruno Sakura's surprised words were hurriedly interrupted by Narashikamaru, whose expression showed considerable distress as he lowered his voice. It's so troublesome, really troublesome. Tomari is too picky. If it's not done well, we might have to do it again. Haruno Sakura chuckled, glancing back at Ino, who shook her head with a smile. The sound of ceremonial music gradually rose in the venue. After a quick signal to the others, Narashikamaru hurriedly left. Haruno Sakura leaned closer to Ino and lightly sighed. Although it's still the same, somehow he seems quite reliable now. Yeah. As the music grew louder, Haruno Sakura could not hear Ino's voice clearly. She could only look at her friend's lips, trying to decipher her words. However, Ino said nothing. She simply gazed with a faint smile at the scene of Narashikamaru embracing Temari, leaning into Seiya's arms, reminiscent of that time when she first fell in love, still in her blooming youth. Even if she had loved, even if it was unforgettable. Hey, can you not show off your love so much? In response to this remark, the half-a-man-high white dog barked loudly. Adjusting her clothing, she smiled and approached Sai and the others to greet them. It seems like it's been a long time. Haruno Sakura nodded and smiled. Did you finish your mission? I finished it a long time ago. I lingered outside the village for a few days. I wish I had come back earlier. It seems a lot has happened while I was away. Haruno Sakura paused, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Have you seen Hinata? How has she been these days? How has she been? You can see for yourself, she's right over there. Kiba pointed to the crowd across, squatting down to groom Akamura's fur. I saw her with Naruto on the way here, so I came over with them. Hey Sakura, are you even listening? Kiba's voice. The ambient noise and music merged into an indistinguishable blur beside her ears, and Sakura Haruno's gaze froze the moment she laid eyes on Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. She had never imagined encountering them here, yet deep within her a quiet corner of her heart had secretly hoped for it, even as she fiercely wished not to. Across several round tables draped in crimson cloth, Naruto Uzumaki stood quietly beside Hinata Hyuga, gently guiding her wheelchair, a sleek silver model issued by the hospital, while her slender legs, still motionless, rested beneath a soft white fur blanket. Sensing Sakura's gaze, the young woman turned and offered a gentle smile. Her eyes, clear and unclouded, struck Sakura's heart like a sudden piercing ache. Even when her organs had shattered on the battlefield, Sakura had never felt so utterly undone. So undone, in fact, that she spun on her heel and fled. She did not wish to see Naruto Uzumaki, and yet she feared he might turn and see her. If he did, what expression would cross his face? She dared not imagine. The crowd pressed close around her, and Sasuke Uchiha reached out, gripping her arm. The music abruptly hushed, then the throng erupted in cheers. Watch your step. She nodded, though her murmured thanks vanished beneath the rising tide of voices. The wedding ceremony began in earnest. Nara Shikamaru was ushered forward to take the bride's hand from Gaara of the Sand, the red-haired youth bearing the title of Kazekage, who lightly patted Shikamaru's shoulder. Then, with ears flushed crimson, Shikamaru recited his vows, only for Temari of the Sand to lift his bride's veil and press a fierce lingering kiss upon his lips. It's too late to regret now, Nara Shikamaru. I'd never waste energy on something as troublesome as regret, not when I chose you after careful, deliberate consideration. The atmosphere swelled with warmth and mirth, yet perhaps Sasuke Uchiha's presence loomed too heavily, for though the hall teemed with people, a silent circle of space remained untouched around him. Within that quiet void, Sasuke Uchiha heard Sakura whisper softly. What true happiness! Her words hung in the air, not as celebration but as quiet lament, as if happiness itself had long abandoned her. Her gaze shifted back. The ceremony was nearing its end. The middle-aged shinobi officiating stepped forward, gently guiding Temari back into place before addressing the crowd below. Now comes the bouquet toss. All unmarried kunoichi, ready yourselves. Just as they'd discussed earlier, Sakura shrank slightly, awkwardly self-conscious, and instinctively glanced toward Ino Yamanaka, who responded with a playful wink. Surely it couldn't be that coincidental. Of course it wasn't. Temari's elegant white gown fluttered as golden strands caught the light. With a graceful, forceful arc, she launched the bouquet high into the air, drawing every eye. Its trajectory bypassed Sakura entirely, landing firmly, precisely amid the crowd across the way. A cheer rose. People parted like water, revealing a black-haired girl whose pale milky eyes shimmered with shy delight. Ah, of course it wasn't coincidence at all. How could it possibly have been Sakura? No, it was her. Always had been her. Hinata Hyuga lifted her lips in a tender smile, the bouquet gleaming vividly in her hands. Beside her, Naruto Uzumaki stood tense and flustered, his blonde hair bobbing nervously, blinding, painful, unbearable to Sakura's eyes. Say something, Naruto Uzumaki. Why won't you say anything? Sakura's body jerked, she whirled around, and a choked gasp surged up her throat, spilling crimson onto the scarlet tabletop, vanishing without trace. But it was no mere gasp. It was blood. Their wedding 6. Sakura's sudden, unanticipated departure startled the crowd across the hall. As Naruto turned in search, Sasuke Uchiha had already swept her into his arms and carried her swiftly away. Something happened over there. Those asked shrugged. No idea. So under Hinata Hyuga's warm, gentle gaze, his scalp prickled, and he let the matter drop. Later he would think, if only he'd asked just one more question. If only he'd followed. If only he'd recognized her. Look how cruel fate is, there are no ifs in this world. Naruto, once again flustered, endured teasing and eager prodding from all sides, his hands resting lightly on Hinata's wheelchair as he drifted through the crowd, searching, vaguely, desperately. Yet the girl who lived in his heart remained forever elusive. He saw Sakura again just 3 days before their 1-month deadline. It was at Ino Yamanaka's wedding. Unlike Shikamaru's grand inter-village celebration, Ino's wedding was subdued and intimate, attended only by close friends, devoid of spectacle or opulence. She smiled softly as she married Sai. Truthfully, Naruto had never imagined witnessing this day, the pale, socially inept youth taking the hand of the woman he cherished, calmly sliding a ring onto her finger. Had it not been for the faint tremor in his fingers betraying his inner storm, no one might ever have guessed how deeply Sai loved Ino Yamanaka. That simple band, Naruto had seen it before. Not only seen it but known it well. Long ago while Sai still courted Ino it had first appeared, not in metal but inked meticulously on paper. A youth fair as snow yet strikingly handsome, he copied designs from books page by page, selecting this single unadorned ring from countless iterations. He understood beauty poorly, so the most surface-level symbol became the purest vessel of his intent. A red ring. Too vivid. What pigment did you use? Pigment. No, it's my blood. Sai's impassive explanation sent a jolt through Naruto's chest. Paint will fade and crumble, but blood endures. So long as I live it remains. That's far too heavy a thing to bear. Sai paused, then met Naruto's eyes directly. It isn't heavy to her, only the arrogance of hiding it inside your heart makes it unbearable. So says the book. Recalling those words now, Naruto sighed, his perspective wholly transformed, then found himself gazing again at the crimson-hued ring gleaming on Ino's finger. You're truly happy, Sai. Naruto smiled gently for his friend's union, then forced himself to stifle the frantic pounding rhythm of his own heart. He dared not speak it aloud. He envied them deeply. Chapter 12 Divergent Paths. Naruto Uzumaki was a coward only where love was concerned. A brash, impulsive foxboy, always shouting, always burning with reckless fervor, yet the moment Sakura Haruno entered his orbit he became more cautious than any lovesick soul alive. Too cautious, unnecessarily, painfully so. Why such restraint? Even Naruto himself had no answer. Perhaps love had become habit. Perhaps deep in his core he'd always yearned to give her everything, the finest, the safest, the most certain. Yet he had failed. When Sakura avoided his gaze for the 5th time during the feast, Naruto realized something fundamental had gone wrong long ago. One day Sakura Haruno will push you away. You two were never meant to be. One afternoon, sunlight filtering through rustling leaves, his pale teammate murmured, pressing a book against his chest. Because you've never placed her beside you on equal ground. You walk ahead shielding her with your back, blind to her joys, deaf to her sorrows. You think you're protecting her, but you're merely concentrating both your weaknesses onto her alone. You know, people who hurt others while declaring I love you are the most revolting of all. Naruto shoved the door open. Winter wind rushed in sharp and wild. He waved briefly at Sai and plunged into the outer corridor. Cold wind echoed hollowly through the passageway, bare feet stung with icy pain. He needed something, anything, to soothe the dry, searing ache in his throat and drown the ceaseless roar in his skull. It hurts. It hurts. Do you find me repulsive? Will you push me away? That. I refuse. Naruto lowered his head when suddenly a pale translucent sake bottle entered his field of vision. Its holder's fingers were long and defined, skin pale yet radiating unwavering strength. Such hands, and their owner. Sasuke. The boy gave no reply, only pressed the bottle into Naruto's grasp and leaned back against the corridor wall. His lack of intention to leave surprised Naruto. Come to think of it, since Sasuke Uchiha's return to Konoha they'd never shared such quiet, undisturbed stillness. Naruto braced himself and took a long swallow. The fiery liquid scorched down his throat and ignited heat deep in his belly. He nearly retched. Never thought I'd find you here. I assumed you'd avoid events like this entirely. He chuckled softly. Sasuke, how rare. We're actually sharing the same courtyard, without drawing blades. Like a dream. Sasuke Uchiha's expression remained unmoved, his voice equally devoid of inflection. His eyes fixed on the Yamanaka clan crest, his figure rigid and unbending beneath indigo silk. That's only what you assume. Ha! Naruto laughed, genuinely amused, not angered as he once would have been. In that moment Sasuke's presence granted his aching heart a rare fleeting respite. Look, he hadn't changed at all. Sasuke Uchiha remained unchanged, yes, absolutely unchanged. Care for a drink? Sasuke waved dismissively. Naruto raised the bottle again, another burning gulp, hotter still in his gut. He shook the bottle idly, the sloshing liquor sounded unnervingly loud. Sai sake is genuinely excellent, must have cost a fortune, huh? Ahaha, well, it is a wedding. That guy's tongue may be sharp but his heart's in the right place. Ahaha. He clung stubbornly to laughter, then fell silent. Hey. Sasuke, Sakura, how has she been lately? She's fine. Sasuke glanced at Naruto's haggard face. Beneath the blazing blonde hair his once vibrant blue eyes had dulled, clouded with a murky, indescribable sorrow. If that's the answer you want, believe it. TCH, unfair. Naruto staggered upright, dizzy, unsteady. Sasuke's hand, half raised to steady him, withdrew unseen. Naruto stared wordless at Sasuke's empty sleeve. After a long silence he waved and vanished into the night. Tell Sai I'm leaving early. He fled so hastily, he didn't even stop to slip on his shoes. Sasuke Uchiha watched Naruto's retreating silhouette, saying nothing. Inside voices rose and fell like waves receding silently. He stepped away from the corridor, soundless, unseen. Snow and wind gathered on the horizon. He would go to meet those returning to Konoha.